Regarding the experience card of Game of Thrones, the Three Kingdoms, the legendary strategies of Zhuge, Kongming borrowing the east wind, Zhou Yu's fiery assault on Chibi, Zhang Jiao summoning the winds and rains, and Lu Bu's invincible prowess are all vividly reenacted within this world of ice and fire. Chapter 1. I shall no longer be a night watchman. The North, the Wall of Despair. Here lies the edge of the world, a formidable structure stretching 300 miles in length and towering 200 meters high, recognized as one of the 9 wonders, the Wall of Despair dividing the civilized 7 kingdoms from the wild, untamed land beyond. The frigid winds from the land of eternal winter howl and roar, yearning to surmount this colossal barrier. Beyond the wall lies not only perpetual snow, but also the lurking wildlings, ever eager to invade. Upon the ramparts, 2 Night's Watch recruits, one stout and the other tall-clad in black cloaks, patrol shoulder to shoulder. Should they spot wildlings attempting to scale the wall with their distinctive grappling hooks, they would promptly sound the alarm to drive them away. However, for the moment, no such occurrence unfolds. The stout recruit turns to his slightly shorter companion, saying, "John, please don't go. Lord Elisha has already said that if you change your mind, you can always seek him out." His concerned gaze rests on the somewhat gaunt John, struggling to comprehend how he might win over the adept training officer, Elisha. What bewilders him even more is the drastic transformation that has taken place in this boy, whom he has come to regard as a close friend, in merely a few days. Yet, regardless of his perplexity, John remains unable to provide the answer he seeks, his gray eyes flashing with determination and resolve. "There's no need to say more, Garland. I must leave the wall." Unbeknownst to Garland, the John before him is no longer the John he once knew. This soul from another realm is aware of all that is yet to come. John understands Garland's concern, yet he finds himself incapable of articulating the reasons for his departure, unable to explain concepts such as time travel or foreknowledge terms that require a deeper understanding. "But you know, Elisha, that old coot will surely hold nothing back. You will be injured. Severely injured." The so-called Lord Elisha harbors a long-standing grudge against the Starks in his eyes. If it weren't for the Starks, he would not have been relegated to this desolate place. Though Garland is unaware of these underlying reasons, he can discern Elisha's pronounced disdain for John. This old man delights in bestowing nicknames upon others, often targeting their appearance or demeanor. For Garland, he has coined the moniker Dulox. However, for John, the name Lord John directly targets his most sensitive identity as a bastard. Garland will forever remember the look in Elisha's eyes when he declared that John must defeat him to leave, a look reminiscent of a lord passing sentence of death. He is certain that when John engages in combat with Elisha, he will surely fall victim to his treachery. Thus, he secretly hopes that John, who bears the Stark bloodline, will squander his life in the stables and kitchens, allowing Garland the pleasure of bullying him at will, a notion that brings him a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Initially, John had neither formally sworn allegiance to the Night's Watch, nor had he come here as an act of atonement. He could leave whenever he wished. However, citing the dire circumstances beyond the wall and the scarcity of manpower, Alliser Thorne insisted on keeping John there. If John desired to depart, he would first need to defeat Thorne. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, believed that John's desire to leave was merely the restlessness of youth, and thus he acquiesced to Alliser's proposition. To escape the wall, John must vanquish Alliser Thorne. With deep remorse, John turned to Gren and said, "Gren, I am truly sorry. I have no other choice. I must leave." Upon arriving in this world and confirming it to be that of a song of ice and fire, John foresaw the events that would soon unfold. Foremost, his adoptive father, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, was destined to perish in an imminent court coup, followed by the brutal War of the Five Kings, after which the Stark family would encounter devastating misfortune, culminating in the death of Eddard's eldest son, Robb, through treachery. Now that John was aware of the impending calamities, he felt compelled to intervene. Eddard had sacrificed his reputation and risked his family's annihilation to adopt John, a remnant of a fallen dynasty. John was a man of honor, one who repays debts and seeks vengeance. He could not stand by as tragedy unfolded. Moreover, it was crucial to note that within 3 to 5 years, the infamous Night King would lead his army of the undead southward, transforming the world into a haven for wights and corpses. The mere 1,000 men stationed at the wall would be utterly insufficient to withstand such an onslaught, rendering his stay there tantamount to awaiting death. Gren, with his thick-fingered hand gripping John's shoulder, spoke with evident concern. "But how can you hope to defeat Alliser? That old man is our training officer." Yet, John remained resolute in his determination to leave. Over the past few days, Grin had implored Jon countless times. Frustrated by Jon's stubbornness, he angrily distanced himself and walked ahead. Watching Grin's retreating figure, Jon felt a warmth in his heart. It was thanks to him that Jon was able to dispel his loneliness and fear. Fortunately, Jon was not entirely unprepared. He closed his eyes, and a series of familiar square characters materialized in his mind. Beneath the characters lay 3 luminous cards, 1 blue and 2 white. In simple terms, the so-called recognition points were earned by allowing others to acknowledge one's actions. Anyone who resonated with him could be converted into recognition points. Once accumulated to a certain threshold, they could be used for lottery draws. The prize pool consisted of the 3 glowing orbs below, each housing a general from the 3 Kingdoms period. Judging by their colors, they appeared to be of mediocre caliber, likely the sort who would meet their demise upon a single encounter. Nevertheless, Jon was not disheartened. It is vital to remember that the era of the 3 Kingdoms was rife with legendary figures. Anyone whose name had survived the annals of history must have commanded a force at some point. Their martial prowess was assured, and Jon was confident that he could face Alliser Thorne without issue. He dared not dream of illustrious generals like the 5 Tiger Generals or the 5 Great Generals. Nor did he harbor much hope for figures like Yen Liang and Wen Chou. If he could merely draw the human-shaped sword rack of Guan Yu, known as Zhou Tsang, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Thus, in Jon's perspective, even if he were to draw a mere white card, he would possess a greater assurance when facing Alicia. As for garnering points of recognition, all he needed was to devise a way for more people to learn of his plan to depart from the wall. Whether they opposed or supported him, or merely found amusement in the spectacle, was beyond his control. For instance, at this moment, Jon was in the Black Castle, the stronghold of the Night's Watch, where roughly 400 to 500 individuals were aware of his intention to leave the wall, yet fewer than 30 endorsed him. With only about 2 days remaining until his duel with Alicia, Jon pinned his hopes on the Shadow Tower, the Night's Watch's second stronghold, which housed approximately 300 men. Tomorrow marked the day for resupplying the Shadow Tower from the Black Castle. If he accompanied the supply convoy, he could inform the soldiers there about his departure from the wall, which should, to some extent, earn him additional points of recognition. Thus, Jon placed his hopes for victory in the upcoming duel on the Shadow Tower. Meanwhile, Alicia and Jiao were engaged in a discussion regarding Jon. "My lord, I suggest we should keep him confined for a few more days to extinguish any inappropriate thoughts those little wretches might harbor," Alicia proposed with a sly smile, eagerly addressing Jiao. In his view, Jon stood no chance of defeating him. He intended to thoroughly diminish Jon's arrogance, making him realize that he was not some noble scion, but merely a bastard, albeit one sired by the Duke of Winterfell. Jiao pondered for a moment before agreeing with his suggestion. Just be careful not to injure him too severely, it would complicate his recovery. With Jiao's approval, Alicia felt a surge of delight. Upon departing from Jiao, an uncontrollable sneer spread across his face. He deemed it irresponsible for a potential deserter like Jon to step onto the battlefield, let alone join the elite rangers of the Night's Watch. Alicia believed the best arrangement for Jon would be to contentedly remain within the castle, serving as a cook or a blacksmith. However, Jiao would not assign someone with decent swordsmanship to such menial tasks. It would be a waste for the already understaffed Night's Watch. But what if Jon's wrists or ankles were no longer as nimble? Alicia thought darkly, envisioning Jon's disheveled appearance, reduced to scurrying about the kitchen. Chapter 2, Shadow Tower. Jon learned that the supplies were being escorted by an old Night's Watch veteran named Tony, who bore the nickname Old Bark due to extensive facial burns and the harsh winds and snows that had rendered his skin as coarse as tree bark. Lacking sufficient sleep, Jon scooped a handful of snow from the ground and vigorously rubbed it across his face to invigorate himself before seeking out Tony, who was directing others in the transportation of supplies. However, upon seeing Jon, Tony, with a sharp tongue and a confrontational demeanor, remarked, "Oh, is that not Lord Jon? Why have you come seeking me instead of returning to your own lands? Who is he?" "He's the one who declared his intent to leave the wall." "Is he the deserter? What does he want?" The soldiers, engaged in the transport of supplies, recognized Jon as the one who had spoken of abandoning the wall. They cast disparaging glances his way, their expressions rife with disdain, contempt, and aversion. The corners of their mouths curled into mocking smiles, as if silently proclaiming, "Look, there stands a coward." Yet Jon remained unfazed. He understood that his departure held greater significance than remaining here. If the Seven Kingdoms found relative stability, then the Night's Watch would receive more support. thus reducing the toll of sacrifice. With a calm demeanor, Jon subtly adjusted his breathing and declared, "I wish to assist you in delivering supplies to Shadow Tower." To demonstrate his sincerity, Jon began lifting boxes and sacks filled with provisions, loading them onto the cart. Tony stared at Jon in astonishment, perplexed as to why he would expend energy here instead of contemplating how to defeat Alycia, with whom he had agreed to duel to determine his fate. However, as Tony was closer to Alycia, he decided to take advantage of Jon's unexpected arrival. He turned to the others and said, "All right, since Lord Jon is willing to lend a hand, everyone else can take a break." He then addressed Jon, "Lord Jon, finish loading the remaining supplies, and we shall set off." Jon glanced at the nearly one-third of the cargo still left, realizing that if he were to complete the task alone, he would undoubtedly suffer from exhaustion in the coming days, diminishing his combat effectiveness and further eroding his chances against Alycia. Yet, there was no choice. He must go to Shadow Tower. The soldiers initially assigned to transport the supplies gradually departed, leaving Jon to toil alone. After he had moved half of the remaining goods, he felt his shoulders and forearms beginning to weaken. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the remaining cargo, aware that he could not afford to stop once he paused. It would be challenging to summon the strength again. Through gritted teeth, Jon persisted in his labor, while Garland, noticing Jon's absence for much of the day, sought him out, as they were usually inseparable. Upon learning that Jon was moving supplies for his journey to Shadow Tower, he hurried to find him. Seeing Jon panting heavily, Garland rushed forward and inquired, "What on earth are you doing, Jon?" Garland could not comprehend why Jon would squander his strength in such a manner, but Jon merely waved his hand, offering no explanation. Despite his confusion, Garland stepped in to assist, and together they worked for nearly another hour until all the supplies were finally loaded. Jon leaned against his knee, bracing himself against the cart, and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, looking gratefully at Garland and saying, "Thank you, brother." Glan, though equally out of breath, found himself in a better predicament compared to Jon. For the past couple of days, Jon's behavior had become increasingly inscrutable with the duel against Alycia looming just 2 days away. Why was he not conserving his strength? "I heard you are heading to the Shadow Tower?" Jon nodded in affirmation. Glan pursed his lips, remarking, "You are becoming increasingly difficult to understand." Meanwhile, Tony, sensing that the time was ripe, returned with his companions, discovering Jon and Glan resting. With a mocking sneer, he declared, as expected of Lord Jon, "Let's be on our way." Jon understood that due to his own reckless decision, Tony was deliberately employing this method to exhaust him, leaving him no opportunity for respite. Ultimately, at Glan's insistence, they set off together towards the Shadow Tower. The Shadow Tower was situated in a canyon west of the Great Wall. Their primary route was to traverse along the wall itself, thus alleviating concerns of becoming lost as darkness fell. They departed in the evening, anticipating their arrival by the following afternoon. The entire party consisted of 12 horses and a dozen Night's Watch soldiers, resembling a slender black worm laboriously traversing the snow-laden terrain. At the rear of the procession, Jon and Glan assumed the role of sentinels, primarily tasked with clearing the droppings left by mule and horse to prevent the wildlings from discerning a pattern. Typically, escorting parties do not concern themselves with such details. However, Tony was keen to exploit this aspect to vex them. Whenever Jon and Glan showed the slightest relaxation, he would bellow, "You too. Do you wish to see us captured by wildlings?" With his mind preoccupied with concern for Jon, Glan pondered the reasons behind Jon's insistence on journeying to the Shadow Tower. Perhaps the invigorating air beyond the wall had awakened his mind. Glan exclaimed, "Jon, you wouldn't be contemplating an escape, would you? That would surely lead to a death sentence." Glan deemed his conclusion entirely reasonable, as the canyon housing the Shadow Tower was the sole passage circumventing the Great Wall en route to the north. He feared that Jon's eagerness to visit the Shadow Tower was motivated by a desire to flee. Jon gazed at Glan in astonishment, for he had not even considered such a notion himself. Just as he was about to respond, Tony's voice, like gnarled bark, rang out once more, "You too. What are you muttering about instead of keeping watch?" Thanks to the favorable wind, Tony's voice carried distinctly to Jon and Glan, and combined with his somewhat distorted features from past burns, he appeared particularly fearsome. With no other choice, Glan suppressed his internal doubts, silently resolving to keep a vigilant eye on Jon, ensuring he did not act foolishly. Jon, of course, would never choose to flee from the Shadow Tower. There were numerous traps set by the Night's Watch, and even if he managed to escape, he would find himself in desolate mountains, where survival would be exceedingly grim. Yet, in a dire situation, Jon would not hesitate to consider retreating through the canyon of the Shadow Tower. If circumstances became utterly desperate, he would prefer to fight rather than succumb passively. That was not in his nature. Thus, after a full day of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at the Shadow Tower. The Shadow Tower, perched upon a steep cliff and cloaked in a shroud of white snow, nearly merges with the mountain itself, requiring keen eyes to discern its presence. Jon gazed at the towering black structure concealed in shadow, his mind wandering to the possibility that the Night King might seek to breach this stronghold, thereby opening a path southward. As he observed a convoy delivering supplies, a few Night's Watchmen suddenly materialized, as if emerging from the very stones themselves, appearing before Jon and his companions. This illusion was, in fact, a result of the path descending from the Shadow Tower being exceedingly concealed, leading Jon to ponder why the Free Folk would rather scale the 100-meter-high wall than assault the Shadow Tower, given its formidable defenses. Following the convoy along a narrow path that could accommodate only a single horse, Jon marveled at the extent of the fortifications, which seemed to border on madness. Even along the ascent, they had constructed diminutive defensive positions that could only shelter one individual. It was no wonder that the traitorous Night's Watchmen and the former king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, were reluctant to attack this formidable bastion. Beyond its perilous terrain, the commanding officer of the Shadow Tower, Dennis, was a formidable character himself. He had been knighted at 18, claimed victory in a tournament at 22, and had steadfastly defended this post for 30 years. The reasons behind his decision to join the Night's Watch remain a mystery. At this juncture, the timing coincided with the Shadow Tower's evening meal, allowing Jon and his companions to partake in the repast. The surrounding environment, though harsh, was equipped with all necessary facilities: armories, stables, a chapel for prayer, and even a bell tower and brewery. Their dining area was a gray-black hall connected to the brewery, capable of accommodating 300 diners. At this moment, aside from the soldiers on duty, nearly the entire garrison of the Shadow Tower had gathered. This is a fortuitous opportunity, Jon mused, ever watchful of his surroundings. If no pressing matters or meetings were to be announced, the soldiers would only congregate during dinner, providing Jon with a prime occasion to garner their support. As he discreetly surveyed the hall, a weathered veteran with a shock of white hair entered unnoticed and took his place at the front, in the seat reserved for him. "That must be Dennis," Grin whispered in Jon's ear. Jon turned his gaze to the man, noting the profound signs of age etched upon Dennis's face, with pale hair and a beard alongside deep furrows that spoke of the passage of time. Yet, his vitality remained intact, especially as he savored his meal, devoid of the weariness typical of one in his advanced years. Engaging in light conversation, Jon observed as more diners finished their meals and departed. However, he could not yet devise a means to inform everyone of his impending departure from the wall, and a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Chapter 3. The quarrel. The purpose of this journey was to accumulate points of agreement, and Jon knew he had to be mindful of his approach. Simply standing up and dryly addressing others would likely lead them to question his sanity, making it exceedingly difficult for them to form an objective understanding of his situation, let alone garner their approval. "Jon, are you still eating those mushrooms?" During dinner, there were some of Garland's favorite mushrooms, which Jon himself detested, prompting Garland to always request them from him. Jon glanced at Garland and suddenly devised a plan. He inquired, "Garland, do you think I come across as a deserter?" Garland, caught off guard, initially thought Jon had changed his mind, and quickly replied, "That goes without saying. Out of 10 people who hear about it, 9 will believe you want to be a deserter. Besides, who doesn't tea?" Before Garland could finish, Jon stood up in a fit of agitation, glaring at him and shouted, "Who is a deserter? Who the hell are you calling a deserter?" His voice was so thunderous that it drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. Confronted by Jon's sudden, frenzied wrath, Garland was momentarily at a loss for words. "I didn't say you were a deserter," Garland timidly replied. His eyes filled with confusion as he desperately racked his brain to recall which of his words had gone awry. The sense of grievance on his face was almost palpable, evoking a pang of sympathy in Jon. Yet, he felt trapped. If he could not successfully leave the wall, many, including Garland, would perish in the battles against the wildlings. So, Jon steeled himself, fixating intently on Garland's forehead, the most pressure-inducing spot, while continuing his tirade as if he had not heard Garland's protests. "I ask you, who is a deserter?" Garland, summoning his courage, raised his voice. "I didn't say you were a deserter." "No." Garland glared down at Jon, realizing that the usually gentle face before him now appeared particularly grotesque and unfamiliar. Seated at the head of the table, Dennis recognized that Garland and Jon were likely new recruits. He exchanged a glance with the seasoned soldier, Tony, who had escorted them, prompting Tony to hurl his cup at the arguing pair. Get the hell out of here. His thunderous reprimand silenced both Jon and Garland, compelling them to exit swiftly. The guards near the door watched with excitement as the two passed by, reveling in the rare amusement amidst the frigid desolation. Upon hearing the term deserter, as soon as they stepped outside, a soldier stationed at Shadow Tower approached them, inquiring about the commotion as if escorting supplies. After Tony expressed his apologies to Dennis, he personally took the time to elucidate the situation regarding Jon. Dennis, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. After all, Jon was still quite young, and it was not unusual for someone to have a change of heart after arriving at the wall. Although he was a bastard, he had previously enjoyed a noble lifestyle, and such a stark contrast could understandably be disconcerting. However, it was indeed rare for someone like Jon, who neither swore an oath nor sought atonement, to find himself in this predicament. Curiosity compelled Dennis to inquire how Gior had handled the matter. Following the response, Dennis fell into a contemplative silence. The current circumstances at the wall were indeed dire, with the increasingly frequent incursions of wildlings and the sporadic whispers of White Walkers creating an atmosphere of unease. As he neared the end of his meal, he exhaled and remarked, "Alicia's martial skills are commendable. I have sparred with him, though he possesses a certain treachery." As the champion of the tournament, the first half of Dennis's statement acknowledged Alicia's prowess, while the latter half cast a shadow on his character. The others within the Shadow Tower, having grasped the intricacies of the situation, became increasingly intrigued and eagerly commissioned those present to relay the outcome. "I wager 20 copper stars that the lad will not escape. I shall bet 10 copper stars that he will." A lively betting atmosphere ensued once more. In this place, the Night's Watch's pay had nowhere to be spent, and an extended stay had rendered them indifferent to money. To circulate their meager earnings, they frequently placed bets on various matters. Whether it was wagering on how many times Dennis would relieve himself at night or how many eggs the Raven of the Maester would lay, they bet on everything. And a rare gamble like Jon's predicament was naturally a cause for significant stakes. "I bet 5 silver stags that the lad will escape," a boisterous soldier exclaimed, producing several well-worn silver coins from his pocket. Another soldier nearby interjected, "Pincer, even if you can't spend your money, it shouldn't be wasted like that. Just recently, Alisha could take on 5 of us with one hand, let alone a new recruit." Unperturbed, Pincer replied, "I just want to seek some excitement." After exiting the tavern, Grin followed Jon with a sense of annoyance, perplexed by Jon's erratic behavior. Just as he prepared to voice his frustration, Jon turned and, maintaining his composure, said, "Grin, today I have erred. My actions are driven by necessity. While I cannot divulge the reasons at this moment, I hope you will not hold it against me. I must go save lives, many lives." Jon's emotional turmoil left Grin confounded, struggling to comprehend his words. Jon continued, absorbed in his thoughts, "By the way, a timid, portly fellow will be arriving soon. Please introduce him to Maester Eamon, as he requires a literate assistant." However, Grin was unable to absorb what Jon was saying, merely grunting in frustration before departing in a huff. Alas, Jon sighed, reflecting on the time when Grin had been a source of comfort to him during his initial arrival, alleviating his fears. Yet in this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Jon closed his eyes, and the series of characters materialized once more. Recognition points. Leave the wall 3340. To his surprise, among the over 200 individuals, a dozen or so acknowledged him, which brought a flicker of solace to Jon. With just a few more recognition points remaining, he would finally be able to draw a prize. That night, as a form of punishment, Jon and Garland were assigned to guard duty. Due to the construction in the canyon, the winds at Shadow Tower were particularly fierce. The next day, Jon felt as though his hands and feet had succumbed to frostbite. It took a considerable time for his body to recover on the return journey. Meanwhile, within the Black Castle, Gior found Jon's voluntary offer to escort supplies perplexing. He had considered the possibility that Jon might attempt to escape, yet reason told him that such a notion was unlikely. However, the fear remained that Jon might act foolishly. His identity was far too sensitive, and being labeled a deserter would lead to dire consequences. Estimating that the supply convoy would soon return, he ordered his attendant to check whether Jon was still part of the group. When Elisa received this news, he found himself secretly hoping that Jon had indeed become a deserter, as this would provide him with a legitimate reason to eliminate Jon. After all, had it not been for Stark, he might still be comfortably enjoying his status as a noble lord, with girls attending to his every need, rather than enduring the hardships of this wretched place. Due to Jon's provocation of discord, Garland refrained from walking alongside him on the return journey, deliberately maintaining a considerable distance. The group departed a bit later than planned, and by the time they arrived back at Black Castle, darkness had enveloped the land. Only after his scouts reported that all was well did Gior finally relax. As for Lanister, although he felt a tinge of regret, the anticipation of the following day, when he would have his chance to strike, filled him with excitement. That night, after everyone had retired, Jon took another glance at his recognition points. Noting that he still needed 2 more to reach his goal, a sense of unease crept over him. If he failed to accumulate enough points before his duel with Lanister the next day, he would be in grave danger. Jon pondered deeply, hoping to draw upon the original memories of this body for a clever strategy to triumph against a stronger opponent. Yet, despite his efforts, no solution presented itself. The original Jon had possessed a natural talent for swordsmanship and had also been quite diligent, making him a top-tier swordsman among his peers. However, facing a seasoned swordsman like Lanister, who had even secured accolades in martial competitions, the gap in their abilities was akin to that between a professional and an amateur. Jon's sole advantage lay in the physical stamina he had developed while in Winterfell. Wait, who said that duels must always be fought with swords? Suddenly, Jon recalled a wrestling technique he had learned called the ground tackle. If he could manage to take Lanister down, victory would be his. Quietly, he rose, donned his clothes, and left his room for the training grounds. Observing the wooden dummy not far from him, Jon lowered his body and lunged forward in a single kneeled motion, preparing to advance. As he switched to another leg, the distance of 3 to 4 meters was traversed in an instant. He lifted the nearly 200-pound wooden post and, with sudden vigor, slammed it down onto the ground. My body has been strengthened. Jon gazed in astonishment at his own hands. After all, during tomorrow's duel, none would wear armor, and Elisha's weight was certainly not 200 pounds. If he could take Elisha down, it would be considered a victory. After 2 hours of relentless practice, Jon had become increasingly adept at the maneuver. However, a new dilemma confronted him. How could he swiftly approach his opponent? After all, during the duel, both would wield swords, and if he charged forward only to be struck down, it would be utterly comical. It is worth noting that this technique involves approaching the enemy in a sliding crouch. If the opponent is prepared while wielding a sword, the move is unlikely to succeed. By now, it was late at night, and Jon understood he must recover as much stamina as possible. Thus, he arrived early at the dining hall, allowing himself to rest directly on the bench. Glenn, lurking around the corner, caught sight of Jon and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 4. Thoughts soon. The following day arrived, and many appeared quite exhilarated, for Jiao had commanded all new recruits to attend the training grounds to witness the duel between Jon and Elisha. Additionally, they had privately engaged in betting on the outcome, eagerly anticipating the results, which led to incessant discussions over breakfast. This match was rather mundane. Jon was sure to lose, yielding little profit. A soldier with large, bulging eyes recounted the betting situation to the others, who readily agreed, with only a few placing a couple of copper coins on Jon for amusement. Today, Glenn was responsible for serving the meals, and Jon noticed several pieces of meat had mysteriously found their way into his bowl, prompting him to call out to Glenn. Glenn, Jon whispered as he placed his coins on the table, bet on my victory. Glenn remained silent, discreetly tucking Jon's pouch of coins into his own garments. Watching Glenn's retreating figure, Jon wore a grave expression, for he still lacked 1 point of affirmation necessary to draw from the prize pool. Nevertheless, he handed over the coins to Glenn. If he were to leave, he would require funds, should he ultimately lose. It would be some time before he would need money again. Jon now needed to prepare himself for the possibility of failing to gather the necessary points of affirmation. After the meal, nearly everyone arrived early at the training grounds. They cleared away clutter, marking out a space of approximately 20 paces for the duel between Jon and Elisha. With nearly 300 spectators forming a dark circle, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match, while Glenn zealously pushed his way to the front. Lord Jon, you still have time to regret this, but you'll have to serve everyone for a year. Elisha's words sparked a wave of laughter among the crowd. The title Lord Jon was a mocking reference to Jon's awkwardness since his arrival at the wall. Jon chose not to respond, instead focusing intently on recalling the teachings he had received in Winterfell, hoping to remember a technique that could thwart his adversary. Lord Mormont has arrived. As the crowd beheld the arrival of Jiao, the black circular ring automatically parted, allowing him to enter. Jiao regarded Jon and calmly inquired, Jon, I shall ask you once more, do you truly intend to depart? Garland fixed his gaze upon Jon's lips, yearning for a negative response. Yet Jon did not utter the answer he desired. Instead, he resolutely nodded. Realizing Jon's obstinacy, Jiao chose to refrain from further dialogue, feeling that even his previous question had been somewhat superfluous. Let us begin then. With that, he turned and retreated into the throng, while the other recruits instinctively stepped aside, creating a relatively spacious area for him. The raucous chatter of the onlookers gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of the wind. Elisha cast a scornful glance at Jon, contemplating whether to shatter his wrist or ankle. Jon, wielding his sword, felt the lingering soreness in his forearms and back from the previous day's labor, which would undoubtedly hinder his performance. Thus, he opted to forego an initial attack and assumed a defensive stance, hoping to detect a flaw in Elisha's subsequent offensive. With his wealth of combat experience, Elisha quickly discerned Jon's intentions. Lightly brandishing his longsword, he provocatively beckoned, "Come, attack me, Lord Jon. Do you not wish to leave the wall?" Not one to submit to provocation, Jon retorted, "What is it, Lord Elisha? Does age render one increasingly impatient?" His words resonated with the majority, as the common folk were astutely aware of the nuances in such matters. A few seasoned individuals could not suppress their laughter. Although Garland was somewhat perplexed, witnessing the amusement of others led him to believe that Jon had gained the upper hand, prompting him to join in the laughter. Seeing his taunt backfire, Elisha's expression darkened. Suddenly, he lunged forward with his sword, forcing Jon to retreat hastily. Yet, thanks to his solid foundation in martial arts, Jon maintained his footing without revealing any vulnerabilities. Elisha's skills were indeed formidable, and Jon found himself at a disadvantage. Aware that this situation was unsustainable, he resolved to devise alternative strategies. He glanced at Geo Mormont, standing amidst the crowd. "Lord Mormont," Jon said, feeling a sudden relaxation, his sword tip drooping. "What is it?" "Elisha's prowess is overwhelming. I may not be able to defeat him." "Are you suggesting you intend to concede?" Elisha sneered. Meanwhile, murmurs began to circulate among the spectators. Is he truly yielding? Perhaps he fears the consequences of defeat. What a coward. Can he fight to the end? Listening to the surrounding discourse, Elisha secretly wished for Jon not to concede so easily, as it would thwart his plans for a covert attack. "You coward, lift your sword. Attack me." Yet Jon chose not to acknowledge Elisha, instead directing his gaze towards Geo Mormont. Jaehamerment naturally wished for this farce to come to an end, thus he spoke. "Very well. Elisha, let it be as you say." "Humph." Elisha scoffed coldly, sheathing her sword. Jaehamer continued, "Since you have conceded." Just as Elisha had barely stored her sword, Jon's body suddenly sank, his legs alternating in a bent motion as he propelled himself forward, seemingly gliding just above the ground, lunging towards Elisha. Elisha was taken aback, attempting to draw her sword for defense, but it was too late. In Gren's eyes, Jon's actions mirrored the spectacle he had witnessed the previous night. He finally comprehended the application of Jon's maneuver. While others, including Jaehamer, remained momentarily stunned, Jon's hand slipped beneath Elisha's hips, firmly grasping one of her legs. Elisha's body was abruptly hoisted up by Jon, only to be forcefully slammed back to the ground. In Westeros, close-quarters combat was not favored. It was deemed the domain of savages, resulting in a general lack of development in hand-to-hand fighting techniques. None present had ever witnessed such a tactic. With a resounding thud, Elisha, dazed and disoriented, found herself beneath Jon, who seized the moment to rain down a flurry of punches upon her face. "Stop. Pull him off." Both Elisha and Jaehamer were taken aback by Jon's underhanded tactic. Jon, seizing the opportunity, aimed to land as many blows as he could. Before long, he was forcibly separated. "Did you not already concede? Why the ambush?" "Commander, I believe I never uttered the word surrender. I merely lauded our esteemed Elisha for her martial prowess." "You insolent cur. You lowly wretch." Elisha, bloodied and enraged, hurled insults. "Lady Elisha, you were the one who thrust your sword into the ground. Moreover, I did not employ a sword." Jon's shameless retort elicited laughter from the onlookers. There were no noble souls present to condemn his actions morally, as the company was devoid of such virtue. Moreover, Jon was not guilty, and having yet to swear an oath, he was free to depart as he pleased. However, the two had conjured this unnecessary commotion, complicating matters further. Naturally, Elisha would not accept such a conclusion. She approached Jaehamer and demanded, "Commander, this is unacceptable." He resorted to the despicable tactics of a barbarian. "A loss is a loss. Is not House Martell a princely house?" Jon's statement referred to House Martell's infamous betrayal, leading to the assassination of the young Dragon King. Dorne. The Dornish had slain the most Targaryens yet retained a princely title above other dukes, a stark irony indeed. However, Jaehamer did not concur with this outcome and could not endorse it either. The Night's Watch was already rife with criminals, without some moral constraint. The Night's Watch would descend further into chaos. He feared that if Jon's actions set a precedent, it would lead to significant turmoil. Continue the contest. With Jaehamer's command, Jon would have to face Elisha honorably and defeat her in a fair manner. The two returned to the arena, where Elisha launched a series of relentless attacks. Given his extensive experience, Jon soon found himself gasping for breath. The white mist escaping his lips revealed the raggedness of his breaths, a clear sign of severe physical exhaustion. Realizing that he could not afford to remain on the defensive, Jon began to muster his resolve to counterattack. "Elisha, shifting from a one-handed grip on his sword to a two-handed stance, recognized that while he was seasoned, his stamina was waning. He was acutely aware of Jon's solid foundational skills, and should Jon choose to engage in a battle of endurance, there was a glimmer of possibility for victory. Determined to conclude the bout swiftly, Elisha thought that if he could bring Jon down, he would have ample opportunities to toy with him later. Yet, Jon, being significantly younger, was at a disadvantage in both strength and experience, and while he initially managed a couple of attacks, he soon found himself reduced to mere defense, with no chance to retaliate. It seemed that our young Lord Jon might be destined to scrub toilets for the year. Elisha let out a taunting laugh, the bloodstains on his face rendering his mirth rather sinister. I'll make sure to scrub your mouth as well. Despite being on the back foot, Jon was not one to endure insults silently. After all, he believed in standing firm even in adversity. Seizing a moment of respite, he retorted back at Elisha. Elisha, taken aback by the transformation of this previously somewhat dull-witted youth into a sharp-witted adversary, found himself at a loss as Jon had managed to catch him off guard not once, but twice. Intensifying his assault, Elisha pressed harder, and Jon struggled ever more to defend himself. Before long, an opening in Jon's defense appeared, and Elisha struck with his sword. Just as Jon was about to react, Garland gasped in alarm, and the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Even Gior felt a surge of anxiety, regretting his decision not to send someone else to challenge Jon. If Jon were to be injured in this encounter, it would be a grave matter to explain to Ned. At that moment, Jon's innate swordsmanship shone through. With a flash of inspiration, he reversed his grip and managed to parry Elisha's attack. The two locked swords, their faces mere inches apart, feeling the rhythm of each other's breaths. Despite being at a disadvantage in strength, Jon held his ground, trembling yet resolute. The soldiers watching held their breath. And the training yard, once filled with noise, fell silent save for the whispering wind. Seizing the moment, Elisha delivered a knee strike to Jon's abdomen. The spectators flinched, as if the blow had been dealt to them, and gasps echoed around the arena. Gior, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not help but think Elisha was being unreasonably harsh. Jon, reeling from the pain, was then kicked in the chest by Elisha. He felt a tumultuous wave within his chest and was sent sprawling backward, nearly colliding with the onlookers due to the slick ground beneath him. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Tower, as the patrolling guards returned for their meal, word of Jon's plight began to circulate among them. A neatly attired soldier with a polished chin remarked, "Since he requires no atonement and has not sworn an oath, let him depart. Why should a young man squander his time in such a wretched place?" Unbeknownst to him, this very thought would influence the fates of countless individuals in Westeros, including his own. At that moment, Jon, who was half kneeling on the ground and panting heavily, suddenly heard a prompt resonate in his mind. Recognition points collected. Would you like to commence the lottery? In the 5th chapter, Speak My Name. The system's chimes sounded like celestial music to Jon's ears, invigorating his spirit. He promptly selected to confirm, and before him, 3 cards flickered and danced, 2 gradually faded away, leaving just 1. The cards slowly flipped, revealing a stocky general with a square face. General Xing Daorong experience card, for 2 hours, possess all combat experience, stamina, and martial skills of Xing Daorong's skill, intimidation. Declare your identity to the opponent, reducing their strength by 10% if your power exceeds theirs. Jon had no time to ponder the true prowess of the Xing Daorong, as he recalled the widely circulated quip, "Speak my name, and I shall amuse thee." After all, regardless of his abilities, Xing Daorong was a city's defender. How inept could he possibly be? In a time of chaos, would there not be some means of survival? Moreover, he could hardly fathom that he would have the opportunity to face 2 of the 5 Tiger generals simultaneously. Without further contemplation, he immediately activated the Xing Daorong experience card. In the blink of an eye, a warm power coursed through his entire being, boosting his strength to more than double its previous capacity. Even his swordsmanship saw a notable enhancement, and astonishingly, the muscle soreness he had endured vanished completely. At times, Jon worried that this so-called system was merely a figment of his environment, yet the palpable sensations now confirmed that he indeed possessed the strength of a seasoned defender. Seeing Jon kneeling with his sword, struggling to rise, Garland grew somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, many onlookers, witnessing Jon's desperate efforts, could not help but feel a surge of sympathy, accompanied by a peculiar hope for a miraculous turn of events. Yet, at present, Elisha had thoroughly subdued Jon, making it difficult to envision any possibility of victory for him. Elisha approached Jon step by step, eventually halting about 5 paces away. As a knight, he refrained from taking advantage of Jon's plight, opting to wait until Jon stood, allowing him the opportunity to shatter Jon's wrist or ankle. "Rise, my lord Jon. How can I bear the weight of your kneeling before me?" Elisha gloated triumphantly. exuding an air of assured victory. However, in the next moment, Jon sprang to his feet, lunging towards Alicia with remarkable speed. He had not anticipated that Jon still possessed the energy to launch an assault, and in a hurried reaction, he drew his sword to block. Yet, what transpired next astonished all present. With a resounding clash, sparks flew from the point of contact between their blades. And Alicia was alarmed to discover that he had nearly lost grip of his sword. How could this fellow's strength have surged so unexpectedly? Yet, no one could elucidate the reasons behind it. Jon, too, refrained from elaborating, and with each strike, he began to turn the tide of battle, growing more audacious. Jon felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, no longer conserving his energy, but pouring every ounce of strength into each move. However, Alicia remained skeptical, firmly believing that under his relentless assault, Jon's stamina must be nearing its limit. He reassured himself that this was merely Jon's final burst of desperation. Thus, he braced himself, hoping to outlast Jon's energy. The onlookers erupted in cheers at Jon's sudden display of strength. "Goodness! Sir, Alicia has been pushed back by him," they exclaimed. This fellow was indeed formidable. As Jon began to gain the upper hand, Garland clenched his fists tightly, as if channeling his own energy to Jon, towering above the others. He remained motionless, his eyes fixed on Jon and Alicia, his chest heaving intensely, leading one to believe he was engaged in the fray himself. On Alicia's side, the relentless barrage from Jon became increasingly difficult to withstand. Earlier, in his attempt to lure Jon into exhausting his energy, Alicia had also depleted a considerable amount of his own. Now, it seemed as if Jon possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina, instilling within Alicia a palpable sense of impending defeat. "No, this cannot be. I refuse to lose to such a wretch." As Alicia fought while retreating, he cast a furtive glance around, suddenly noticing a small pile of snow that had been overlooked. Swiftly, he darted aside and forcefully kicked the snow, hoping to obscure Jon's vision. Instinctively, Jon recoiled, granting Alicia a fleeting respite. However, to the observers, it appeared as though Alicia had been thoroughly subdued, even resorting to underhanded tactics, earning him a measure of disdain from those who harbored grievances against him. Yet, this merely afforded him a brief moment of relief. For Jon's ferocious attacks resumed with relentless vigor, ultimately shattering Alicia's defenses. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Not only did Alicia think so, but some spectators began to grasp the sheer abnormality of Jon's stamina, capable of sustaining such an intense onslaught for an extended period. Recognizing that Alicia was gradually faltering, Jon resolved to exert even greater effort to secure his victory. With a bellow that echoed with authority, Jon invoked the skills of his lineage, proclaiming, "I am Jon Snow of Winterfell." No one comprehended the significance of Jon's self-identification, save for Alicia, whose already waning stamina was further rattled by Jon's thunderous declaration, causing his defensive maneuvers to falter. After a few exchanges, Alicia appeared to Jon as a mass of vulnerabilities. With a sweeping kick, Jon sent him crashing to the ground, brandishing his sword against Alicia's neck. Feeling the chilling steel against his skin, Alicia's mind raced with a singular thought. Jon had been concealing his true strength all along, and he deeply regretted underestimating him. As a drill instructor, his future prospects appeared grim. Goodness, he actually won. Won? Did he truly emerge victorious? Jon's victory was undeniably dramatic, leaving others momentarily stunned. It was not until some time had passed that Gior announced Jon as the victor. "You have won. You may leave the wall," Gior stated, his expression impassive as he looked at Jon. "Please sign here." Jon sheathed his sword and retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, needing an official written endorsement to prevent anyone from labeling him a deserter and causing unnecessary delays. Alicia glanced at the document and assured him that he would be allowed to take it with him before he departed. Although others had lost some money, the rare spectacle of the duel had left them exhilarated. Simultaneously, the way they looked at him changed. It was difficult to discern whether it was envy or admiration. Chapter 6. Trust and Departure. During dinner, Garland placed a hefty sack filled with copper stars and silver deer before Jon. The sound of the coins suggested the bag weighed at least 15 or 16 pounds. Jon glanced at the nearly full sack and inquired, "How much is there?" Garland sat down and shook his head. "Hardly anyone believed you would win. I don't know the exact amount. I haven't counted, nor can I." Jon chuckled, pushing the sack of coins toward Garland. "I'll give you half." To his surprise, Garland shot Jon a disapproving glance. "What use do I have for it in this cursed place?" Observing Jon's sheepish smile, Garland pressed, "Jon, can you tell me why you feel compelled to leave the wall?" Jon did not answer his question directly, but spoke earnestly. "Garland, if my forthcoming endeavors succeed, you will soon hear from me. However, there is something I need you to remember." Noticing Jon's serious demeanor, Garland felt a twinge of apprehension. Jon leaned closer, ensuring they were alone. You have heard the rumors about the whites, I presume? You must heed my words. They possess blue eyes. And only weapons forged from obsidian or Valyrian steel can slay them. Furthermore, when dealing with corpses, whether of wildlings or the Night's Watch brethren, cremate them whenever possible. Otherwise, they may rise as the undead and pose a threat to others. It was evident that Garland was skeptical of Jon's warnings, yet Jon pressed on, disregarding his doubts. You may not believe me, but remember the rotund fellow I mentioned at the Shadow Tower? His name is Sam. When the time comes, introduce him to Maester Aemon. He can read and has a penchant for books. Then you will discern whether I speak in jest. Seeing Jon's earnestness, Garland reluctantly agreed. After a moment of silence, he asked, when do you plan to leave? Jon took a sip of water. I shall depart tomorrow morning. After all, from the Wall to King's Landing, Jon must traverse the north, the Riverlands, and the Crownlands, a considerable distance indeed. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he naturally must seize every precious moment. As the two conversed, a somewhat unfamiliar face approached Jon, speaking with a tone tinged with embarrassment. Jon, when you leave the Wall, could you possibly check on my family? Jon regarded the burly man with a hint of amusement, his bashfulness eliciting a smile, yet internally, he wrestled with hesitation, uncertain of the consequences should war erupt, rendering him unable to locate their kin. At that moment, he noticed a multitude of eager gazes directed toward him, prompting a resigned sigh as he replied, I can do that. One by one, the Night's Watch soldiers rose to request Jon's assistance in visiting either their families or their beloved. Jon, my home is in the Bay, my family is in the Riverlands. There were many yearning for home, leading Jon to procure a notebook to document the overwhelming number of addresses, over 100. To Jon, time was of the essence, and he pondered that if he could successfully prevent the war, or survive should it occur, he would seek out as many as possible, offering these homesick souls a modicum of solace. Is there anyone else? After more than an hour had passed, Jon shook his slightly fatigued hand and inquired of the crowd. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Jon, my home is in King's Landing. Please deliver this to a man named Old Crocodile and inform him that I am alive. The speaker held a thumb-sized wooden crocodile carving. Old Bark's eyes flickered with uncertainty, for not long prior, he had put Jon in a difficult position. Even the thick-skin felt a tinge of shame. Old Bark said, Jon, I wish to entrust you with this to deliver to a man named Old Crocodile in King's Landing. Jon examined the polished little crocodile carving and opened his palm to accept it. I will do my utmost, he assured. Seeing Jon's swift agreement, Old Bark felt even more remorseful and rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a dagger sheathed in leather and placing it on the table. There was reluctance in his eyes. Yet he steeled himself, declaring, take this for your protection. The onlookers were astonished that Old Bark would give such a valuable item to Jon. Jon realized the significance of the dagger exceeded his initial assumptions. I cannot guarantee that I will encounter the old crocodile you speak of, he declined, then continued. And I also cannot promise to deliver your messages to your families. I can only assure you that once I have concluded my own matters, I shall endeavor to do so. Old Bark placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, speaking softly, Jon, we all know that even the swiftest of ravens sometimes fail to reach their destination. Consider it a glimmer of hope for everyone. He urged Jon to accept the dagger, asserting that if it could aid him, it would be of worth. Jon nodded, accepting the dagger. Subsequently, the Night's Watch brothers prepared an ample supply of food and clothing for Jon. Had he not repeatedly declined, insisting he could not carry it all, they would have needed to procure another cart. Meanwhile, Jael was conversing with Alicia about the events of the day. That little bastard is quite adept at hiding, wouldn't you say? Is it possible he planned to leave the moment he arrived at the Wall? Jon's sudden display of strength took everyone by surprise, leaving Alicia visibly flustered. Jael cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the absence of such a precedent when Jon first arrived. However, recognizing Alicia's discomfort, he remarked, if he truly intended to leave upon his arrival, why did he not accompany Tyrion? Jael too found himself perplexed by Jon's desire to depart, yet, contemplating it further seemed futile. He resolved to inform Ned of the matter. Once Alicia departed, Jael retrieved a blank sheet of parchment, positioning himself by the window to write a letter destined for King's Landing. Dear Lord Ned, he began, keeping the content succinct due to the necessity of using a raven for communication. However, neither Jon nor Jael anticipated that this seemingly simple and somewhat terse letter would lead to significant misunderstandings for Ned, causing considerable trouble for Jon. That night, whether due to the weight of his experiences or his tumultuous emotions, Jon found himself unable to sleep. He continually envisioned various scenarios and their potential resolutions. Jon recognized a critical juncture in this unfolding drama, the death of Robert. If he could arrive before Robert was gored by the boar, it would be ideal. Though the timeline appeared grim, naturally, arriving prior to Ned's imprisonment would also be advantageous. as he could endeavor to dissuade Ned from rash actions. Even if vengeance for his dear brother were inevitable, it would be wiser to return to the north and muster an army first. However, if Ned were imprisoned before Jon reached King's Landing, the situation would be dire. The Red Keep was not accessible to just anyone, and time was of the essence. Ned had been swiftly persuaded by Peter to hasten Robert's execution. Should that scenario unfold, Jon would have to devise a plan to rescue Arya and return to the north, subsequently joining Robb's forces. Even if he could not prevent the onset of war, ensuring victory for his side would be paramount. Jon's mind raced with countless thoughts as he watched the sky gradually brighten. Meanwhile, news of his impending departure from the Wall had spread throughout Castle Black, and it would not be long before all the Night's Watch members were aware of it. When Grenn escorted Jon to the door, Jon again reiterated his concerns regarding the Whites. All right, Valyrian steel, obsidian, the literate fat man. I've got it all memorized, Grenn replied, showing signs of impatience. The night before, Jon had recited this list, and upon waking, he had repeated it twice more. After packing his belongings, Jon had mentioned it once again. This was now the 5th iteration. Jon expressed understanding for Garland's impatience, yet he found himself devoid of better alternatives. The matter at hand was of great significance. He did not wish for the Wall to become embroiled in a grim tale of the undead while he was still preoccupied in the south. By the way, Jon, my home is in a village near the south corner in Riverrun. If you happen to pass by, please extend my regards to my family. My mother's health is deteriorating. If possible, could you procure some medicinal herbs for her? As Garland spoke, he felt a sting of emotion at the corners of his eyes. Jon recalled that Garland had been apprehended for theft, and had he pilfered the possessions of common folk, he would not have faced the death penalty. It was evident that he must have stolen from the nobility. As Jon's friend, Garland could certainly take some time to confide in him regarding his predicament. Garland painted a vivid picture of his mother's appearance from memory, which Jon diligently committed to heart. He patted Garland on the shoulder and assured him, "Rest assured, I will seek her out." After sharing a heartfelt embrace, Garland playfully thumped Jon's shoulder, urging him to eat more, as he appeared too gaunt. With a smile, Jon mounted his horse, while Garland watched him recede into the wintry landscape, gradually becoming a mere silhouette against the snow. Though a sense of longing filled his heart, he was genuinely pleased that his dear friend could escape this wretched place, and he wished Jon all the best in his endeavors. Draped in black and astride a dark steed, Jon galloped swiftly along the King's Road, while Garland continued to gaze until Jon crested a high ridge and vanished from sight, before reluctantly turning back. With a resounding thud, the heavy gates at the wall descended, seemingly severing the wild and enigmatic lands beyond from the Seven Kingdoms. Yet the biting northern winds continued to surmount the towering ramparts, driving away warmth and pressing upon all, as if to proclaim to the entire north who the true king of the realm was. Chapter 7. Ned, let him return. In the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, adjacent to the famed throne room, stood the Prime Minister's Tower. As the name suggests, this was the venue where the Prime Minister conducted state affairs, also serving as a portion of the Prime Minister's residence. Ned found himself engrossed in governance within its walls. Since his arrival in King's Landing, he had scarcely found a moment of respite. He had never anticipated that Robert, having reigned for over a decade, had never truly managed a single day of state matters. Following the death of the late Prime Minister, Jon Arryn, who was both his and Robert's guardian, months of paperwork had accumulated on his desk. It was said that merely glancing at these documents gave Robert a headache. Thus, shortly after Arryn's burial, he had hastened to the north in a bid to recruit Ned as his Prime Minister. Not long after his arrival, Robert announced his intention to host a grand tournament. Ned soon realized that Robert seemed utterly oblivious to financial matters, spending lavishly without a hint of moderation, and the royal coffers had become perilously indebted, amounting to millions of gold dragons owed to House Lanister. Upon realizing that he had inherited such a dismal situation, Ned felt a growing heaviness in his mind. Rubbing his weary eyes, he draped his cloak around himself, preparing to return to his residence. Outside, despite the encroaching darkness, the clamor continued unabated. And for reasons unknown to him, a profound sense of unease washed over him. "My Lord Stark, your letter has arrived from the Wall," spoke Jory, who had served as the captain of the guard in Winterfell for nearly a decade and now accompanied Ned as his personal attendant to King's Landing. Ned accepted the missive from Jory's hands, his expression softening slightly as he employed a letter opener to slice through the envelope, inquiring, "Have there been no updates from home?" By home, Ned referred to Winterfell. Unlike others, Jory shared a familial bond with Ned, having been the instigator of merriment during Ned and Catelyn's wedding, even tearing Catelyn's gown in the process. In Bran's eyes, Jory was an amiable uncle, akin to Benjen Stark. Shaking his head, Jory replied, "No, I am uncertain of Bran's condition. The mere mention of Bran weighed heavily upon both their hearts. The unfortunate boy had fallen from a great height into unconsciousness, only to subsequently face an assassination attempt. Yet, in addition to Bran, another child occupied Ned's thoughts, Jon at the Wall. He believed that Jon's choice to don the black and become a Night's Watchman was indeed a viable path for survival. Although he did not comprehend the significance of Lyanna naming Jon Aegon, if it was intended to inspire him to reclaim the Targaryen legacy, such endeavors were beyond his control. As long as Jon could lead a fulfilling life, he felt he had honored his sister's wishes. Exiting his study, he traversed the grand hall where a table ample enough to accommodate 200 for deliberations awaited. As he opened the letter while walking, his demeanor grew increasingly grave, his brows knitting together in concern. He had anticipated a report from Jeor Mormont regarding recent events at the Wall, but was taken aback to discover it concerned Jon and had sparked such a considerable uproar. Noticing Ned's troubled expression, Jory inquired with concern, "Is something amiss, my lord?" However, Ned seemed oblivious to Jory's words, fixated on the ominous phrasing of the letter regarding departure, speculating that perhaps Jeor Mormont was concealing something from him. For millennia, the notion of departure had not existed at the Wall. In his view, it was highly probable that Jon had fled, marking him as a cowardly deserter. Ned's hand trembled as he clutched the letter. He had only recently executed a Night's Watch deserter. Could it be that, after safeguarding the boy with honor for so many years, he would ultimately be responsible for his demise due to such circumstances? Feeling a wave of dizziness, he steadied himself against the table, unable to regain his composure. Observing Ned's unsettling demeanor, Jory asked again, "Is something amiss, my lord?" Ned did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. He had initially believed that Jon's decision to join the Night's Watch was a prudent choice, ensuring that Jon could live his life free from threats. After a moment's reflection, Ned realized that he still had a chance to preserve Jon's life. He could seize the opportunity before Jon ventured too far and send word to Lord Jon of Winterfell to intercept him. Familiar with the noble houses of the north, Ned chose Lord Jon for two reasons: their proximity to the Wall and his steadfast loyalty. Thus, Ned returned to his study, took up pen and paper. Surmising that Jon had not yet reached Winterfell, he intended to request Lord Jon to halt Jon and escort him back to the Wall. Sealing the letter with wax, Ned handed it to Jory, instructing him to deliver it to Winterfell. Noticing Ned's earnest concern, Jory refrained from further inquiries, promptly taking the letter and hastening to find the maester responsible for the ravens. As Jory departed, Ned sank wearily into a chair. In truth, the bureaucratic assistance he received made his workload manageable, yet his worries lay with Bran and Catelyn. Under Littlefinger's subtle manipulations, he had begun to suspect that the death of his foster father, Lord Aaron, might be intricately linked to the Lannisters. Furthermore, a letter from Aaron's widow, Lisa, prior to Ned's arrival in King's Landing, seemed to corroborate this suspicion. His gaze fell upon the dagger that had recently come into Catelyn's possession, belonging to the imp, which now served as tangible evidence. Ned resolved to seek out Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, at a later time to glean any further insights he might offer. Jon had been walking for quite some time, and as he climbed a high ridge to glance back, the Wall loomed like a formidable blade of ice, gleaming in the northern expanse. At that moment, a flash of white caught Jon's peripheral vision. It was his direwolf, Ghost. The biting cold beyond the Wall made hunting scarce, compelling Ghost to roam the southern regions for sustenance. Dismounting, Jon affectionately stroked Ghost for a moment before bestowing upon him a simple name, Ghost. The wolf, however, was indifferent to the name. He was far more interested in the delicious morsels Jon had in hand. As Ghost savored his treat, Jon decided to take a brief respite and retrieve the dagger that Old Nan had given him for inspection. Drawing it from its leather sheath, he was astonished to find it was black, a dragonglass dagger. The term dragonglass sprang to mind. This material was as wondrous as Valyrian steel, wielding exceptional resilience and sharpness. In simpler terms, it was not only keen but also remarkably durable. Furthermore, due to its superb elasticity, a bow crafted from dragonglass was exceedingly rare and valued far beyond its weight in gold. Carefully stowing the dagger, Jon closed his eyes to reflect upon the transformations that the experience had imparted upon him. Yesterday, he discovered that even after the expiration of the experience card, he did not return to square one. Rather, it left him with some residual benefits. For instance, the physical aches he had suffered from while transporting supplies had completely vanished, and he felt a significant increase in his physical strength, estimating it to have grown by approximately 1/3. This particular transformation filled Jon with immense joy, for it implied that upon exhausting all 3 experience cards, his strength could potentially double. It is well known that for an ordinary individual to achieve a boost in strength, aside from an initial period of rapid progress, any further advancement would require the relentless passage of time. The experience card undoubtedly provided John with a shortcut to swiftly enhance his martial prowess. Furthermore, he discovered that he had gained some unique insights into pig slaughtering. It appears that this system is far more beneficial than I had anticipated. Experiencing this unexpected delight, John felt quite elated, and before long, he encountered a lowly village. The nearest human settlement to the wall. The inhabitants, preferring to burrow into the earth for shelter, had dubbed it Mole Village. The lifestyle here was archaic and primitive, and the population had dwindled significantly. Concerned about stumbling into unnecessary trouble while traveling alone, and with ample provisions at hand, John chose to pass through without pausing. 2 days later, he arrived near the abandoned town of Crown's Landing, which had been named after a Targaryen queen who once resided there. John's destination was the Wildfire castle of House Amber, where he intended to replenish his supplies. He planned to navigate the waterways along the River of Inn to reach the Crownlands, then make his way on foot to King's Landing. Given that Catelyn Stark had been intercepted by Peter Baelish shortly after arriving in King's Landing, John was concerned that his movements might be preemptively monitored by Baelish. Thus, he sought to circumvent his gaze as much as possible. Although he had departed from the Wall, most people believed he was heading to Winterfell, while his true aim was to reach King's Landing. Therefore, he chose to travel south discreetly, ensuring that no one was aware of his whereabouts. Unbeknownst to John, a raven carrying a letter from King's Landing was poised to disrupt his plans. Chapter 8. 2-star John for a considerable period. Wildfire Castle was not only the northernmost fortress of the Seven Kingdoms but also the most distant structure in the realm. Beyond it lay only the desolation of the Frostlands and endless snow. John, having just concluded the assessment of Wildfire's tax collection, received word from Ned, the Stark patriarch, so concerned with his honor, had a bastard son who was entirely unlike him in temperament. I have encountered that lad and nearly mistook him for Robb. In terms of appearance, he certainly bears the Stark likeness. The towering John sat before the hearth, speaking somewhat incoherently, while beside him sat his son, Little John, who was a head taller than he. Informed the lords surrounding Wildfire Castle to remain vigilant for a young man approaching from the north. Struggling to encapsulate John's essence due to his desire to shield Ned from embarrassment, Big John found himself at a loss for words. A deserter? That seemed disrespectful to Ned. A bastard? There were plenty of those at the Wall. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the lords to keep an eye out for a youth with dark hair and gray eyes, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. Though Little John bore a resemblance to his father in his robust physique, he possessed a more discerning mind. He noted that aside from the gray eyes, the description Big John provided was not uncommon in the north. To narrow the search further, he inquired, "How tall is this John? Does he have straight or curly hair? Does he have any habitual mannerisms?" Big John paused to reflect, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, slammed his goblet onto the small wooden table beside him and snapped at Little John. "I've only seen him once. How could I possibly know so much? You might as well ask Ned. He might not even know, having been on the receiving end of his father's habitual reprimands during his childhood." Little John sometimes felt a twinge of fear towards his father. Despite now being more robust than Big John, he instinctively shrank back when his father raised his voice. Seeing his son cower stirred a sense of frustration within Big John, yet recognizing the importance of Ned's orders, he made an effort to recall. "He is not particularly tall, likely reaching my chin or your chest." Armed with more information, Little John departed. Although he appeared somewhat timid in his father's presence, he exuded an undeniable aura of confidence when faced with outsiders, his bear-like stature imposing enough to instill a sense of intimidation wherever he roamed. Comparing his own son's size to that of Ned's eldest, Robb, or his bastard son, John, filled him with a unique sense of pride. However, as Little John set off to relay the message, Big John felt a pang of regret. After all, the Stark family's hallmark features were black hair, gray eyes, and elongated faces. He wished to preserve some semblance of dignity for his old leader, but felt utterly powerless in this regard. Ultimately, he consoled himself with the thought that Ned would not concern himself with such trifles. Meanwhile, John, nearing Wildfire Castle, decided to pause for a brief respite as nightfall approached. He sought a sheltered spot to pitch his tent and kindle a fire, hoping to take advantage of the moment to check for any changes in his system. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to summon the system as he had done countless times before. Yet after an extended period, he remained with his eyes shut, his brow furrowed. Seemingly straining with every fiber of his being, soon beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At last, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. The system was gone. The familiar square characters eluded him, no matter how he attempted to summon them, stirring a sense of unease within him. What could be the matter? Was the system merely a fleeting gift? Is it truly necessary to renew a trial after experiencing it once? John sat in silence for a while, bitterly jesting to himself. However, he confirmed once more that the 2 remaining trial cards for Xingdaorong could still be utilized. Perhaps the system merely lay dormant, requiring reactivation. Given the inherently illogical nature of this system, John chose not to dwell further on it. Instead, he calmed his emotions and began to recall information regarding Hearth City. John's knowledge of Hearth City was rather limited. He understood that it stood as the northernmost castle in the 7 kingdoms, adjacent to a river known as the Last River. Moreover, he recalled that in the television series, this was the first castle to fall to the Night King. To be candid, having just arrived in this world a few days prior, he still struggled to immerse himself in its cultural ambience. John, whose full name was John Amber, earned the moniker Big John due to his imposing stature. Curiously, he had named his son after himself, resulting in both of them being called John. His son, who towered over him, was referred to as Little John. John harbored concerns that upon arriving in Hearth City, he might inadvertently merge into a 2-star John. It was well known that the people of Westeros often bestowed the names of esteemed individuals upon their progeny in hopes of inheriting their admirable traits. For instance, many noble children in the north bore the name Ned, while Ned himself had named his eldest son Robb, aspiring for Robb to embody the masculine virtues of his namesake. The name John, in this case, was not intended as a reflection of Big John's size, but rather a hope that John would possess the wisdom of his foster father, John Arryn, enabling him to safeguard himself. As for Bran, he was named after his greatly admired elder brother, Brandon. Nevertheless, it was undeniably abstract for someone like Big John to name his son John as well. Lost in a reverie, John began to feel hunger pangs. As twilight approached and no resting place was in sight, he kindled a campfire, erected his tent, and resolved to eat something first. Gazing up at the myriad stars adorning the night sky, his thoughts began to wander. The seasons in Westeros were notoriously unpredictable, sometimes even exhibiting phenomena akin to polar nights, which reminded him of the famously perplexing 3-body problem. Yet, this world boasted no 3 suns, leading John to attribute such occurrences to supernatural forces, or perhaps magic. As John's musings continued, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Compared to humans, wolves possessed remarkable digestive capabilities. His companion, Ghost, had procured a rabbit from somewhere and was eagerly tearing into it. Soon, John's own meat was nearly ready, and both man and wolf were relishing their meal. Suddenly, Ghost seemed to sense something amiss, emitting a low, menacing growl in a particular direction. John's plan was to first reach the harbor in Hearth City, then navigate along the Last River to arrive at the Crownlands, thereby reducing what would typically be a 2-month journey to merely a fortnight. However, there may come a time when I will be unable to continue to accompany Ghost, for his striking white fur is simply too conspicuous. At that point, we shall have to part ways. John gently stroked Ghost's ears, acknowledging the numerous inconveniences of traveling with him. As he pondered this, John noticed rustling in the nearby underbrush and called out sharply, as if issuing a warning. Who goes there? Who is it? Chapter 9. The People of the North. Moments later, a somewhat portly young man limped into view. Upon closer inspection, John realized that this unexpected figure was not merely overweight. Rather, he was burdened with an abundance of game, his back and waist laden with the spoils of his hunt. In the fading light, John discerned that he was, in fact, a remarkably capable young hunter. Noticing that the young man bore no armor or weapons, while he himself was well equipped with sword and spear, John felt himself relax. Seeing that John bore no ill intent, the young hunter approached, and soon they found themselves sitting together by a fire. Through their conversation, John learned that the young hunter's name was Dom, and his home was not far from their current location. Observing the pure white ghost, Dom inquired, "Is that your wolf?" It became evident to John that his concerns about Ghost's visibility were indeed justified. The stark white fur of Ghost made him exceedingly conspicuous outside the snowy realms. Thus, leaving Ghost in this icy world seemed the wisest choice. John also understood that, were he strong enough, not even golden fur would tempt anyone to lay claim to Ghost. Among a litter of wolf pups, you stand out as the only white one. You certainly have quite the haul, John remarked. Disliking when others dictated the flow of conversation, he swiftly redirected the topic. Dom, realizing John was complimenting him, scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "Well, this is actually a modest catch. With the weather growing colder, prey is becoming scarce. This is my harvest from the past 10 days. And I have 2 younger brothers at home waiting for a meal." The two continued their lighthearted exchange, during which John discovered that Dom's family consisted of his parents and 2 younger brothers, and that his father was injured. Placing the responsibility of providing for the family squarely on his shoulders. "If you don't mind, you could stay at my home for the night," Dom offered warmly. As their conversation flourished, John, not one to take advantage of others, noticed Dom's careful demeanor regarding his feet, suggesting he might be injured. "Is your leg hurt?" John asked, Concerned, Dom smiled bashfully and replied, I was fishing in the water when a careless step caused a rock to cut my foot. Observing the injury, Jon surmised it was more serious than it appeared, although the cold weather might prevent infection. Being confined within a shoe could turn the wound into a breeding ground for bacteria. Thus, Jon said, I have some medicine with me. Let me take a look at it. To comprehend the medical resources available to commoners like Dom, one realizes they are scarcely better than those for wild animals. Both endure minor ailments while succumbing to grave illnesses. In this medieval-like era, medical care is exorbitantly priced. Thus, when Jon offered to provide medication, Dom hastily declined, insisting it was merely a small cut and that he lacked the funds to compensate him. Jon, with a gentle smile, reassured him, stating he would not accept payment, and that the medicine would serve as a form of rent for the brief time he spent at Dom's home. Upon hearing this, Dom began to remove his shoes. But Jon, noticing his grimace, understood that the injury on his foot was far more severe than a mere cut. Dom inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he pulled off his shoe. Jon approached with a torch, and upon inspection, he discovered that the entire sole of Dom's foot was smeared with sticky blood, with dark scabs nestled between his toes. Jon fetched water to cleanse the wound, revealing a 3 to 4 inch gash. He silently thanked fortune for encountering Dom, for otherwise, the state of his foot could have led to dire consequences. After applying medicinal powder and bandaging the injury with a clean strip of cloth, Jon entrusted Dom with the remaining powder, instructing him to change the dressing every 3 days. He advised Dom to refrain from walking much upon returning home, assuring him that with time, he would heal adequately. Dom, profoundly grateful for encountering such a magnanimous individual, expressed his heartfelt thanks, exclaiming, My lord, you are truly a benevolent soul. May the gods bless you. As they traversed a lush field, Jon offered Dom a ride on his horse, and they soon arrived at a small village with only a handful of homes. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Jon refrained from allowing his horse, Ghost, into the village and instead laid his cloak on the ground in a sheltered spot for the night. Father, mother, I am home. Upon hearing her son's voice, the elderly woman tending the fire hastily rose and stepped outside to greet him. Dom's father had been injured while hunting, and as the family's sole provider, Dom's safety was a constant source of concern for her. As she crossed the threshold, 2 small children scampered out behind her. They were Dom's younger brothers, eagerly awaiting their brother's return, as he often brought them delightful wild fruits. The darkness obscured Jon's view of the children's faces, yet he discerned that one child's abdomen appeared excessively distended, likely due to some ailment. Upon seeing her son riding a horse accompanied by a young man, the elderly woman's smile slightly faltered, and the 2 boys paused, hiding behind their mother's legs. Mother, I've injured my foot. This gentleman has bandaged it and brought me home on his horse. Hearing of her son's injury, the elderly woman hurried forward, exclaiming, Oh, you are hurt. Is it serious? Jon, as he helped Dom dismount, reassured her, Do not worry, dear lady, it is merely a small wound. With some care, there is no cause for concern. The elderly lady observed as Jon assisted her son down from his steed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. You are truly a benevolent soul. May I inquire your name? Jon replied, Greetings, madam. I am Jon, and I seek to find shelter for the night at your home. If it would not be too much trouble. Although Dom had already given his assurance, Jon felt it prudent to reiterate his request. The lady nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Of course. It is no trouble at all. Please, come inside. With Jon's support, they made their way into the dwelling. From the outside, the room appeared shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering orange flames of the hearth, which barely sufficed to brighten the space. Upon entering, Jon was greeted by the male head of the household, a man in his 40s who bore the worn visage of one much older. Jon extended his greetings in return. This was a time reminiscent of the medieval era, set in the sparsely populated north, where Dom's household relied on a solitary oil lamp for light. The tiny flame of the candle danced intermittently, casting a dim, yellowish glow within the shadowy confines, yet much of the room remained enveloped in darkness, thick as ink, resistant to illumination. Consequently, only the half of their faces that faced the candlelight could be discerned, while the other half was swallowed by obscurity. A sense of unease settled in Jon's heart. The so-called War of the Five Kings thus consumed countless families like this one. A flicker of concern passed through his eyes as he noticed this family gathered around the dim light, their faces alight with joy at Dom's safe return. Having received their permission, Jon joined the family of 5 around a rectangular wooden table for dinner. Dom's father occupied the head of the table, while Jon took the guest's seat, with Dom, his mother, and 3 children seated on either side. Fortunately, the folk of the north adhered to the old gods and did not recite lengthy invocations before their meals. Jon surveyed the humble fare laid out before them. It was starkly meager, devoid of any meat, a surprising sight for a hunter's family. Unbeknownst to him, families like Dom's often had little to eat. Even if Dom managed to secure a catch, they would forego consumption, as they intended to trade it at the market for provisions that would last longer. In King's Landing, such provisions were a hodgepodge of unidentifiable foods simmered together, including a concoction known as brown stew, where it was not uncommon for a finger or two to be found adrift. Here, however, the sustenance consisted of pellets mixed with sawdust and bran. Being in proximity to Winterfell, Jon was able to procure some food with his coin and generously offered a portion of meat to the family. After expressing their gratitude, they eagerly partook of the rare treat. However, Dom's parents hesitated to indulge, choosing instead to give the entirety to their 3 children. "Where do you hail from?" Dom's father inquired. "I am a night's watchman, journeying southward to attend to certain matters." Jon had no intention of concealing his identity, for the proximity to the wall made it evident that his attire could easily evoke associations with the Night's Watch. It was far better to be forthright about it. Furthermore, due to the Stark family's influence, operating as a member of the Night's Watch in the north would afford him certain advantages. However, Jon noticed Dom's father nodding, exchanging a furtive glance with the elderly woman beside him. Chapter 10. Interception. Having already eaten a bit earlier, Jon was not particularly hungry. Coupled with an unsettling feeling regarding the elderly couple, he preferred to minimize conversation. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir. I must continue my journey tomorrow, so I shall take my leave to rest now." The Dom family prepared a modest room for Jon, who lay upon the bed, wary of falling into a deep slumber. Instead, he feigned sleep to relax his body without fully succumbing to rest. In his past life, due to his frail health, he had been placed in a monastery for 2 years. During that time, he learned several remarkable techniques. The monks had taught him a method that allowed one to maintain a semi-conscious state, rejuvenating his energy while remaining vigilant. Thus, Jon seated himself cross-legged on the bed, focusing on his lower dantian. As his thoughts quieted, he became aware of the sounds outside, the wind rustling, and the horses in the stable munching on hay. Meanwhile, the Dom family was engaged in hushed deliberations. "Did you say that man is accompanied by a white wolf?" "Indeed, the wolf's fur is completely pure, strikingly beautiful." Dom's father silenced him from continuing, turning instead to the elderly woman. "Now, we can almost be certain that he is the Night's Watch deserter our Lord seeks. The Lord has proclaimed that if we provide useful information, we will be exempt from half our taxes. If we manage to capture him, we shall be free from taxes for 3 years, having been away hunting for over 10 days. Dom was unaware of this news, but was taken aback by his father's words. "But father, we cannot do this. He treated my foot injury and even gave little Dolly some sweets. We have also enjoyed his jerky." Dom's mother chimed in. "Indeed, had it not been for Jon, Dom may not have returned at all." Dom's father shot a glare at his wife before pointing towards the boy on the bed. "Little Kay has been afflicted by some strange ailment. Have you not noticed how his belly has swollen since your return? If we hand him over to the Lord, we will have the means to pay for his treatment. Do you truly believe that a handful of wild fruits can cure a malady that even scholars cannot remedy? Moreover, that man is a deserter of the Night's Watch. He surely took up the watch to atone for his past, and now that he has fled, he must face the death penalty." The North's treatment of deserters from the Night's Watch is widely known. They understand that many of those who join were once brigands or murderers. While they may receive some respect during their time as members, once they become deserters, they are regarded as pariahs. For the common folk, there is little regard for the so-called guest rights. Such considerations are merely the fears of nobles when visiting distant acquaintances, anxious of past grievances leading to violence within their homes. The ordinary peasants, throughout their lives, are tethered to their modest plots of land, seldom straying far from them, and thus are unlikely to ponder such matters. Dom's heart remained in turmoil, yet he reluctantly acquiesced. Reaching an uneasy consensus with his father, they could wait until their captive fell asleep, then bind him while striving to avoid inflicting harm. His mother, resigned, added, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must not cause him injury. As he is a deserter, it is the Lord's duty to take him away." His father, raising his sparse eyebrows, remarked, "He is armed with a sword and possesses evident skill. He will not allow you to act freely. You should first inform Lord Kent, while I keep watch over him." Lord Kent, in truth, is a vassal of the Amber family, and the North is home to more than a mere dozen noble families, with hundreds of lesser houses sworn to them. While not every family owns a castle, at the very least, they possess a manor. Thus, as a seasoned hunter, Dom's father proposed a safer course of action, for the foremost rule of hunting is to avoid self-injury. Dom heeded his father's counsel and limped towards their lord's residence. Upon seeing Dom depart, his father sought to ascertain whether Jon was asleep and approached Jon's chamber. A series of knocks echoed, and a voice emerged from outside. Dom's father, holding a glass of water, tentatively inquired, "Mr. Jon, are you asleep?" Jon remained silent. curious if this was a test. The voice called out softly a few more times. Upon receiving no response, it retreated stealthily. Had Dom been present, he would have noted that his father's demeanor mirrored that of a hunter, though Dom's father was disabled. Silencing a sleeping man was not an insurmountable task. However, with the Lord's insistence on capturing him alive, he refrained from making any hasty moves. In truth, had the Lord deemed life or death inconsequential, he would not have hesitated to sacrifice his own frail body for the sake of his family's survival. With no reply from John, he settled at the door to wait, but darkness had fallen, and Hader needed to tread carefully. His injury slowed his pace. Why has he not yet arrived? Dom's father began to feel anxious, and with each passing moment, his unease grew. The prolonged inactivity dulled his keen instincts as a hunter. And suddenly, a wolf's howl sent a jolt of apprehension through him. A woo. John suddenly heard a wolf's howl, recognizing it as White's warning of an approaching presence. Resolute, he donned his garments and leapt through the window. Hearing the commotion, Dom's father instinctively moved to intervene, but John, brandishing his sword, held him at bay. What are you trying to do? John shouted fiercely, the blade of his sword glimmering coldly under the moonlight, dissuading him from approaching. The elderly woman, hiding in the room, shrieked as she emerged holding a door bolt, taking shelter behind her husband for encouragement. We will capture you. Capture me for what? Have I wronged you in any way? The Lord has decreed that if we seize you, our family's taxes will be waived. Besides, you are merely a deserter. You deserve to be apprehended. John was bewildered by the label of deserter cast upon him. Realizing that the nearest place was the Wildfire keep of House Amber, he inquired. Is your lord from House Amber? No, that is the lord of our lord. My lord is Sir Kent. After a moment's contemplation, John felt a sense of foreboding. The news of his departure from the wall must have been leaked, or perhaps spread by word of mouth. If House Amber commanded this so-called Sir Kent, who was it that commanded House Amber? The answer was all too clear. Ignoring the limping old man, John swiftly mounted his horse, eager to flee. Just as he reached the edge of the village, he spotted 6 or 7 fully armed riders approaching from the distance, one horse carrying 2 individuals, one of whom was Dom. Leading them was a man with a neatly groomed little mustache on his chin, the very Sir Kent spoken of by Dom's father. Reversing his horse, John quickly fled in another direction. Atop a nearby hill, Ghost stood anxiously, watching as John was pursued by the group. Lowering his body and emitting low growls. Due to the enhancements from his experience card, John's vision and stamina had significantly improved, as if the heavens themselves were aiding him. A cloud veiled the moonlight, allowing him to vanish into the darkness. We shall continue the pursuit. You go inform Lord Amber that we have discovered John's whereabouts. One of Kent's attendants was dispatched to notify Lord John, while Kent, leading the men, was particularly invested, knowing this was a command issued personally by Ned, the Duke of Winterfell and the King's Hand, and that the one they pursued was his illegitimate son. Meanwhile, John, in frantic flight, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ned had likely received word. Once he escaped the pursuit of Lord John, he would still have to contend with Robb's interception. It is important to note that while only about a dozen families occupied castles in the north, there were hundreds of vassal lords and families. Not to mention the countless knights without proper titles. As the greatest lord of the north, Winterfell could muster thousands at a mere call. If Ned indeed ordered Robb to mobilize forces for capture, John would face an overwhelming search, making it impossible to leave the north, let alone reach King's Landing. Chapter 11. The chase. John continued to ride until dawn was nearly upon him, finally stopping near a small pond, having left all his belongings and provisions at Dom's house. Even his water flask was forgotten in haste. After a night of fleeing, John was now utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. Disregarding the cleanliness of the water, as it appeared free of impurities, he stooped down and scooped some with his hands to quench his thirst. A man, a horse, and a wolf all leaned towards the water, sending ripples across the previously tranquil surface. After satisfying his thirst, John patted the address book entrusted to him by the Night's Watch soldiers, feeling a slight sense of relief. He was a man of his word, reluctant to acquiesce to others' requests, yet once he committed, he would strive to fulfill his promise. Even if he could not find many individuals, he would ensure that he visited each designated place without exception. Confirming the safety of the address book, John removed his shoes, caught a few small fish from the water, quickly prepared them, and consumed them raw, as he was in dire need of sustenance. A peculiar mix of briny sweetness filled his mouth, gradually restoring his waning strength. Beyond the wall, the command over Winterfell was likely compromised. Someone must have informed Ned, who, in his capacity as the protector of the North, had issued a stern command to Big John. Upon reflection, it seemed that Ned's decision to capture Big John was astute. Not only was the geographical positioning advantageous, but Big John's loyalty was unwavering, making him well-suited to assist Ned with such matters. As John leaned against a large tree, contemplating and preparing to rest, his companion, Ghost, suddenly perked up, ears erect, and eyes alert. Noticing the wolf's unease, Jon rushed to the water's edge to splash his face, then remounted his horse. The black steed strained as it ascended a rise, surrounded by the desolate fields that had recently been harvested. Jon surveyed his surroundings and noticed a band of around 10 riders approaching, merely 300 to 500 meters away. He could see that the leading knight was particularly robust. Likely either Big Jon or Little Jon. Of course, a waterway lay between them, necessitating a detour for the pursuing party. Faced with the prospect of being flanked in front and pursued from behind, Jon steeled himself and decided to turn his horse around. He surmised that his pursuers, the so-called Sir Kent, must be fatigued by now and resolved to employ a tactical maneuver to counterattack. Why is he heading back? Isn't Lord Kent in that direction? One of Little Jon's subordinates questioned, but another astute individual seized the opportunity to flatter. Look at that stark bastard, so gaunt. He must be frightened of Lord Amber. Hence his panicked retreat. Little Jon seemed to relish this notion, responding with a tone of smug satisfaction to his subordinate. Quickly, pursue him. Once we capture him, we can return and rest. After learning of Jon's whereabouts, Little Jon had risen from his bed in the dead of night, forgoing his armor, and set off immediately. Fortunately, there were guards at Winterfell, so with a simple call, a dozen fully armed soldiers followed him to apprehend Jon. Thus, Jon quickly deduced the direction he ought to take to seize his opportunity. Jon shook them off and soon spotted Kent and his entourage. Positioned atop a steep bank approximately 4 meters high, Jon had the advantage of surveying Kent and Dom from above. Kent, a mere viscount, possessed a moderately sized estate and commanded a dozen knights. However, due to the hasty nature of their evening pursuit and his belief that capturing a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy did not warrant a grand display, he opted to bring only his retinue to apprehend Jon. Among them was Whitley, a newly appointed squire eager to showcase his worth before his lord, as squires enjoyed a significantly better standard of living than peasants. With a slightly disheveled appearance and a glint of excitement in his black eyes, Whitley exclaimed to Kent, "My lord, that coward has nowhere to run. I shall bring him to you." Kent, stroking his beard, recalled Jon's description of the boy as a novice night's watchman, likely lacking in combat skills, and replied, "Let us first see if he is willing to surrender. We must endeavor to return him alive to Winterfell." "Understood, my lord." With that, Whitley urged his horse towards Jon's direction. As Jon gradually discerned the approaching figure, he noted the eager expression in Whitley's eyes, as if he believed Jon was already ensnared. While it would be possible to gauge an opponent's skill in foot combat by their gait, such judgments were far more challenging from horseback. However, lords like Kent typically selected their retainers from among their own peasants or hunters, whose combat prowess was often rudimentary at best. To ensure his own safety, Jon decided to feign terror, hoping to lower Whitley's guard. Upon witnessing Jon's trembling hands barely able to grip his spear, Whitley felt a surge of disdain and, with a hint of impatience, raked his fingers through his messy hair and declared, "Come down and follow me. Damn it, you slippery wretch, you've eluded us all night." Tossing a length of rope to the ground, he commanded Jon to bind himself. Yet, after a considerable pause, he noticed Jon still remained motionless atop his horse and shouted, "What is the matter? Are you deaf?" Jon continued to stand still. Frustration boiled within Whitley, especially with Kent observing his every move. The audacity of this cowardly fugitive to stand against him only fueled his irritation. "You filthy bastard!" Whitley could no longer contain himself. He spurred his horse closer to Jon, raising his spear in an attempt to unseat him. However, the ensuing events defied his wildest expectations. Jon seized the spear with a swift motion, twisting and pulling it from Whitley's grasp, then deftly struck him down with the butt end of the weapon. Whitley crashed heavily to the ground, his expression frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kent and his companions, witnessing the unfolding scene, immediately recognized that Jon intended to resist capture with force. Upon witnessing the scene, Dom felt a shiver of apprehension. The sheer force with which Jon had wrested the weapon from another's grasp was a testament to his strength. Fortuitously, Jon had refrained from harboring murderous intent. Otherwise, his entire family would have been in grave peril. Before Kent and his companions could formulate their next move, Jon galloped down from the high slope, launching a solitary charge against them. Chapter 12. Who is the coward? As Jon approached with remarkable speed, they could discern the color of his gray eyes with clarity. Kent hastily commanded his men to prepare for an intercept, as if intending to collide with Jon. However, they failed to notice that Jon was riding with the wind at his back, positioned on elevated terrain, accelerating rapidly. As Jon bore down upon them, they could not even muster the speed to react. Charging alone against 4 or 5 adversaries was undeniably reckless. Kent quickly realized that this was no ordinary deserter. Indeed, he had never encountered a coward of such caliber. "I am Jon Snow of Winterfell," John unleashed the skill of Xing Tai Rong, and Kent's men felt their strength diminish, as if their vitality was waning. Attempting to draw their swords, they found their blades weighed down considerably more than usual. John wielded 2 long spears as he surged toward them. Kent noted, to his astonishment, that John had released the reins, indicating his extensive horsemanship and exceptional skill. Judging by John's age, it was apparent he had commenced his equestrian training at a tender age, suggesting that this fugitive, whom Big John sought to capture, likely hailed from a noble lineage. 2 of the retainers flanked John, attempting to attack him from both sides. John first deflected their advances with his spears, then, like an eagle taking flight, he struck at their backs as they passed, inflicting such pain that they could scarcely continue their assault. One even nearly fell from his mount. Meanwhile, Whiteley, still prone on the ground, was left agape, utterly astonished that John could embody such ferocity. Why, he pondered, would someone so formidable choose the path of a fugitive? Having successfully struck, John understood that merely evading these men would not suffice. Thus, he turned his horse toward Kent, charging with renewed vigor. Initially, Kent believed John was walking into a trap, thinking John intended to perish alongside his enemies. Yet, John's display of power conveyed a different message. He was a fish that would not perish even when the net was torn. Kent recognized retreat was not an option. He knew that no soldier should expose their back to cavalry, lest they invite certain death. Resolutely, Kent drew his longsword and braced himself to confront John. The short distance of merely 20 meters closing in an instant. Both men locked eyes, preparing for a fierce clash. Yet, as they drew within 2 or 3 meters of one another, John suddenly hurled one of his long spears like a javelin. Kent had no choice but to dodge, inadvertently creating an opening for John to launch a true assault. John slid down from his steed and thrust his lance upward into the belly of his horse. The creature, caught off guard, let out a pained whinny and collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Kent found himself amidst chaos. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he was spared from being trampled. However, as he regained his senses from the disorientation, he found John's weapon poised against his throat. Kent swallowed hard, feeling the tip of the lance graze his skin, leaving a faint mark of crimson. Everyone, dismount. Kent's retinue glanced at him, then at one another, ultimately yielding to the command. Dom stood dumbfounded, witnessing the once helpless John transform into a figure of dominance in an instant. Lay down your swords and take refuge by that stone over there. John had come to a realization of his situation. He needed to procure resources, and he intended to seize all of their horses. As the others complied, John turned to Kent and said, "My apologies, Sir Kent, but I shall borrow these steeds. Kindly gather their weapons onto the horses." The sudden shift from fierce youth to courteous demeanor left Kent somewhat bewildered. John, his lord, possessed little education, and Kent struggled to articulate his current feelings appropriately. Nevertheless, a flicker of admiration ignited within him, as a noble who had seen battle. He recognized that John had shown restraint. Had he not, Kent's plight would have been far graver than simply falling from his mount. After assisting John in gathering the horses and weapons, Kent could not help but inquire, "Your martial prowess is remarkable. Surely, you must be a ranger of the Night's Watch. Why then, do you find yourself branded a deserter?" John had been perplexed since his conversation with Dom's father the previous night. After all, he had rightfully wielded his sword to earn his departure from the wall. How had he become a fugitive? Was the message sent to Ned not penned by Elisa? John was indifferent to the judgments of others, yet he could not tolerate the unjust label thrust upon him. Irritated, he produced the leave authorization signed by Gior Mormont, exclaiming, "Open your eyes. This bears the signature of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. How can I be a deserter?" Kent, examining the letter in conjunction with John's earnest expression, sensed the truth in his words, stoking his curiosity. John, disinterested in further explanations, snatched the letter back and prepared to depart. There were pursuers still on his tail. He tethered several horses together and glanced back, noting the distance between himself and the pursuers. He looked at Dom, who hung his head in shame. John felt a surge of anger toward this ungrateful fellow, but upon reflection, he recognized the innocence of the child. Thus, he called out, "Upon your return, prepare some white lentils for little Kay to drink. It may prove beneficial." With that, he set off. Watching John's retreating figure, Kent spoke with admiration and respect. He is truly a kind soul. When Jon Snow beheld the disheveled Kent group, he could not help but exclaim in anger, "What is the meaning of this? 5 of you cannot even corner a single man?" His ire was laced with a hint of trepidation, for he knew that once he returned to Winterfell, he would face the wrath of Big John. As his physique grew stronger day by day, Big John became increasingly unrestrained, treating him almost as an adversary, albeit without weapons. Thus, he felt compelled to continue the pursuit, well aware that he had reached the edge of his family's territory. Beyond lay vast expanses of wilderness, and John had already breached their encirclement. rendering the likelihood of capturing him nearly non-existent. Still, he commanded the chase to persist, clinging to a thread of hope to postpone the inevitable punishment. Chapter 13, The Great Spider and the Little Finger What? He escaped. Big John bellowed, shattering his wine cup against the ground before seizing Little John by the collar and pinning him against the wall. Upon learning of the blunder, he realized that for a long time to come, House Amber would become the laughingstock of the North, unable to capture even a mere 15-year-old child. I shall go and bring him back. Recognizing the potential ramifications of this failure, Little John immediately expressed his intent to pursue John southward. Enough. Where do you think you are going? Do you wish for the entire realm to know that Lord Stark's son has broken his oath? Or that our House Amber cannot capture a mere child? Lord Stark's son has not broken his oath. He possesses the Night's Watch permit allowing his departure, Little John protested, his massive frame shrinking in distress. Others will not care, Big John retorted angrily, sending his son away in frustration. He resolved to summon the Maester of Winterfell to inform them that John had indeed continued southward. Meanwhile, after several hours of running, John felt assured that he had finally evaded his pursuers and sought a sheltered spot to rest momentarily. Were it not for this system, this ordeal would have been arduous. He mused inwardly, eager to discern any changes within the system. He closed his eyes, and the familiar square characters reappeared before him. Recognition points, journey to King's Landing 16. 300. Worship points, departure from the wall 242, 300. What exactly are these so-called worship points? It seems I am on the verge of accumulating them. Yet I have done nothing to warrant this. John felt perplexed and began to analyze the situation. Firstly, both the previous recognition points and worship points must originate from people. Of that he had no doubt. However, he distinctly remembered struggling to gather even a few dozen recognition points before. Now, he found himself with over 200 worship points, which confounded him greatly. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against the address book resting against his chest, and he pondered whether it was due to his promises to some of the Night's Watch soldiers to visit their families that had inspired a sense of hope and expectation in them for him. Should some new recruits be dispatched to the Shadow Tower, it might well inform the Night's Watch stationed there, potentially increasing their points of reverence. John, who harbored discontent due to the betrayal by House Stark, found a modicum of solace in an unexpected boon from the system. However, he now faced a lurking threat, whether Robb, the regent of Winterfell, was aware of this development and what his disposition towards Jon's departure from the wall might be. The most favorable scenario would be that Winterfell remained oblivious, allowing Jon to pass swiftly. Conversely, the worst outcome would entail Robb having set up checkpoints, lying in wait for Jon to unwittingly fall into their trap. Should he be captured, Ned would be beyond rescue, and Jon's humble status would render his words unheeded. After careful contemplation, Jon resolved to strive for the most favorable outcome, hoping to traverse the Starklands before the news reached Winterfell, thereby escaping the north. He also had to brace himself for the worst, that Robb might have preemptively acquired information and established sentinels, compelling Jon to devise another means of escape. Thus, he decided to minimize his rest and hasten his journey. Initially, he believed that leaving the wall would be the most formidable challenge in his quest to rescue Ned, only to discover that the true difficulties began after his departure, leading him to lament the formidable inertia of events, which could not be easily altered by mere will. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, two ambitious men conferred about Ned. Varys, who had served as the master of whisperers since the days of Aegon, possessed a personal network of intelligence. After Robert ascended to the Iron Throne, he spared Varys' life, allowing him to survive. In Robert's eyes, a castrated foreigner posed no threat, thus permitting Varys to retain his position. Yet unbeknownst to all, Varys had long been plotting the Targaryen restoration. Known as the Spider, he presented himself as a slow-moving, corpulent figure, typically clad in loose garments and soft slippers, nearly silent in his movements unless marked by the scent of his perfumes. Moreover, he was adept at various forms of disguise, capable of transforming his demeanor and gait to resemble another entirely. Opposite him sat Petyr Baelish, known as Littlefinger, a diminutive man with striking gray-green eyes and an air of ambition. His aspirations were to elevate his rank and status, to rise as high as possible. He would not shy away from the illustrious throne if the opportunity arose. Just over 30, he sported a small patch of beard, flecked with white, lending him a somewhat sinister appearance. Toying with an empty wine glass, Littlefinger cautiously inquired, "I hear our esteemed Prime Minister has recently received 2 letters from the north." Petyr was acutely aware that Varys, leveraging his position, had placed his little birds among the servants of the Red Keep. No one possessed a more profound understanding of the court's secrets than he. It was said that during his allegiance to Illyrio had revealed many hidden passages within the Red Keep to him. To Varys, the sprawling fortress appeared as an expansive nest, where he, much like a grand spider, was privy to every whisper and stir within its walls. With a humble smile, or perhaps he had always worn one, for it seemed as though it were an intrinsic part of his visage, he turned to Peter and said, "It is merely a letter from the wall." As the only person Ned currently trusted in King's Landing, Littlefinger was aware of the troubles that weighed on Ned's mind. He sought to seize this opportunity to gauge the extent of Varys's grasp on the court's affairs, while also exploring the possibility of exchanging intelligence. Littlefinger had his own network of informants, albeit rudimentary and inefficient compared to Varys's extensive operations in King's Landing, which allowed him only a fragmented understanding of information from select areas both within and outside the city. Varys inquired, "I have heard that the Hand of the King has been investigating Lord Aaron's matters, and it seems he has made some other discoveries." Littlefinger set down his goblet, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Are you referring to that issue?" "Indeed, but it appears the Hand has paused his inquiries due to that letter." The two engaged in a subtle game of riddles, their discourse veering toward the three offspring of the king, or more explicitly, the incestuous affair between Queen Cersei and her brother Jaime. Regarding this staggering secret, although both harbored doubts, they lacked sufficient certainty. And knowing that any investigation would yield no advantage for them, they tacitly chose to observe the situation unfold. With Ned's arrival, however, Littlefinger, eager to sow chaos and exploit the ensuing turmoil, could no longer restrain himself. Under his subtle guidance, Ned began to probe into the matter, curious to see what confrontation might arise between the King's Hand and the Queen. Yet, it seemed that Jon's interference had distracted Ned, preventing him from following through on Littlefinger's instigation, compelling Littlefinger to devise a strategy to deal with Jon's unexpected presence. Chapter 14. The Eye of the Beholder. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, ever since Catelyn departed with the so-called evidence to seek out Ned, she had yet to return. The responsibility of caring for Bran and managing the affairs of Winterfell now rested upon Robb's shoulders. When Maester Luwin delivered a letter from White Harbor to Robb, he was engaged in conversation with Bran. The brothers, along with young Rickon, had inherited their mother-esque striking features. With their red hair and green eyes, they resembled a Tully, while Jon had fully taken on the Stark appearance, a fact that irked Catelyn. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Robb's previously warm smile faltered, and an immediate chill enveloped him. He felt a surge of tension coursing through him, his hand trembling slightly as it clutched the parchment. The term deserter echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Why would Jon choose to abandon his post, especially after his father had just executed a Night's Watch deserter before his departure? Robb felt a profound sorrow for Jon's actions. In his eyes, Jon's fate seemed sealed. He would meet the same end, his blood required to atone for his disgrace. Regaining his composure, Robb, aware of Bran and Jon's close bond, stepped outside with Maester Luwin. The tall Robb gazed into the distance, calming himself before speaking softly. "Maester Luwin, what do you think compelled Jon to leave the wall?" Luwin, having already perused the content of the letter, replied quietly, "My lord, I believe Jon does not truly embody a Stark. He does not regard becoming a member of the Night's Watch as an honor." Casting a glance at Robb, he continued, "He must be yearning to go to King's Landing. Otherwise, there would be no reason to venture to the Last River." Robb shook his head at Luwin's words, dismissing the latter's implications. Having grown up alongside Jon, he understood the essence of his character. With his green eyes fixed on the wall, he asserted, "No, he is a Stark. There must be a reason compelling him to act thus." Yet, a determined glint appeared in Robb's eyes as he declared, regardless of his reasons, "Jon's actions have tarnished the Stark name. I must apprehend him and bring him to justice." Thanks to Ned's teachings, both Robb and the former Jon held honor in the highest regard. Although Jon's change of heart regarding his vows seemed legally inconsequential, it rendered him not only a bastard but also a traitor in terms of honor. Robb's notion of justice likely entailed executing Jon in his capacity as the acting Lord of Winterfell. After all, this young wolf had previously demonstrated his willingness to execute his own bannerman during wartime for the mere act of killing 2 prisoners. Initially, Robb intended to keep Jon's desertion from Bran, but upon reflection, he concluded that it was better for Bran to be informed now rather than later, when Jon would be captured and they would have to witness his fate in the dungeons or at the gallows of Winterfell. Thus, he entered the room and handed the letter to Bran. Jon had violated his oath, abandoning the Night's Watch. However, Bran remained remarkably composed after reading it. "He is not a Stark," he stated. Robb was taken aback by Bran's words. Among their siblings, save for Sansa, none had cared much for Jon's origins. Yet, Bran's subsequent remarks gave him pause. Now, apart from the Starks, the wall is populated by criminals. Jon is neither a Stark nor a criminal. I believe that if he had not yet sworn his oath to the Night's Watch, he should be allowed to leave if that is his wish. In truth, Bran's implication is that, apart from the Starks, no one regards becoming a Night's Watchman as an honor. Robb felt a twinge of curiosity and approached Bran, asking, "How do you know he hasn't sworn the oath?" Sitting on the bed, Bran looked up at Robb, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. "I don't know. I just feel he hasn't. Robb, I believe we should not stand in Jon's way. If he truly wishes to go to King's Landing, then let him. He is a bastard, without claim to inheritance. If his intent in going to King's Landing is to secure his own lands and titles, then we ought to assist him." However, Robb shook his head. "No, I must capture him. Regardless, he is, like you, a son of our father, bearing Stark blood." Bran's expression dimmed slightly as he replied, "Very well, when you are ready to apprehend him, remember to call me. I can ride now." Tyrion had designed a special saddle for Bran during his last visit to Winterfell, allowing him to ride despite his injuries. And he had nearly mastered the necessary skills in recent times. Observing his once lively brother's weakened state due to injury, Robb acquiesced to his request. Then, recalling that Jon might take to the waterways, he instructed Maester Luwin, "Send someone to the Manderley family in White Harbor with a portrait of Jon," instructing them to set up checkpoints in the White Knife Valley to intercept him. Maester Luwin nodded and went to prepare. Jon could not have anticipated that Robb's first display of military acumen would come at his own expense. The decision not to establish a checkpoint directly in White Harbor was due to the dense population, which would afford Jon a greater chance to escape. However, positioning the checkpoints in White Knife Valley would alter the scenario. Should Jon choose not to take the King's Road, he would be compelled to traverse through the valley. This also underscored Robb's military prowess, though his skills in political maneuvering were notably lacking. Ned's choice to inform the errands to intercept Jon was aimed at minimizing the repercussions of Jon's departure from the Wall. Robb's actions would likely lead to the swift dissemination of the news throughout the Westerlands that Ned's bastard was a deserter. Little did Ned know, he was being publicly contradicted by his own son. As Jon gazed toward the distant expanse of Long Lake, he recognized that he was now less than 2 days' journey from Winterfell. Just yesterday, he had taken precautions to disguise himself. First, he had arranged for a shave, leaving his scalp feeling cold and exposed, followed by the purchase of a hat. Regarding his gray eyes, Jon procured a sheep from a nearby household, then meticulously opened the intestines, cutting them to an appropriate size. He soaked and cleaned them in a mixture of water and wood ash until they became gradually translucent. This process was completed while he traveled, resulting in a nearly transparent disc. Finally, Jon extracted some juice from blue petals by the roadside to tint the disc, which, when placed over his eyes, would render his pupils a striking grayish blue. Though it may appear somewhat peculiar, there truly seems to be no better alternative. Moreover, the sensation of having these corneal contact lenses affixed to one's eyeball is exceedingly uncomfortable. One can hardly endure more than 2 minutes without succumbing to tears. Additionally, he must devise a means to preserve them. Consequently, drawing upon his past experiences, Jon first purified some salt and then concocted a small vial of saline solution to soak and store the lenses, while others utilized sheep intestines to construct condoms. I ingeniously repurposed them for contact lenses. How delightful. This thought elicited a faint amusement within Jon, beyond merely concealing his outward appearance. He also needed to invest effort in crafting his identity. Jon had seized 5 horses from Kent and his associates, selling 2 of them to acquire some silver deer and copper stars, which he subsequently used to procure a cart for transporting goods. He fabricated an identity as a merchant from the Riverlands, in case Robb had indeed established checkpoints, allowing him to navigate through disguise. Chapter 15. The Howl of the Wolf. The individuals ahead of Jon traveled in pairs, most of them around 30 years of age. After discerning their identities, they were swiftly permitted to pass. Whether it was merely an illusion, Jon could not shake the feeling that the soldier in front was casting furtive glances in his direction during the inspection, which made him increasingly anxious. Realizing that this checkpoint might pose a significant challenge, Jon discreetly donned his contact lenses. Soon, it was his turn. A somewhat portly northern soldier loomed over him, asking in a condescending tone, "Where do you hail from?" His beard was unkempt, seemingly harboring fleas. Nevertheless, this did not detract from the pride that inadvertently radiated from him. A pride stemming from the higher social status of the Winterfell guards compared to commoners, having long distinguished themselves from the farmers conscripted only during times of war. In an effort to further confuse the soldiers stationed near the checkpoint, Jon deliberately adopted a southern accent as he spoke. Bowing slightly, he cautiously replied, "I am a merchant from the Riverlands. I recently traveled to White Harbor to sell some goods." To bolster the credibility of his statement, Jon gestured toward the 2 horses laden with a bundle of empty cloth sacks tied with twine. No sooner had he finished speaking than a soldier approached to conduct a cursory search, revealing that apart from a dozen burlap sacks, the cart was completely bare. Noticing Jon's constant gaze downward, the guard raised his voice, demanding, "Why are you keeping your head down? Lift it." John wiped his nose and, with a touch of hesitation, replied, "Sir, I am afflicted with an eye ailment." Compared to the soldiers at previous checkpoints, the guards here were indeed diligent, and with mounting impatience, one retorted, "When I tell you to lift your head, you lift it. No need for all that nonsense." His words caught the attention of those around. And seeing John's apparent attempt at concealment, several onlookers began to sneak glances in his direction, slowly raising his head. John revealed eyes that glistened with tears and bore a hint of blue. The guard, completely unprepared for someone to feign such a condition, assumed John was genuinely suffering from an eye affliction and waved him off, permitting him to depart. Having successfully passed the first hurdle, John gazed at the familiar yet foreign Winterfell in the distance, his anxious heart finally beginning to ease. However, John was acutely aware that even if he managed to leave the north unscathed and reach King's Landing, the challenges that lay ahead, be it entering the Red Keep or rescuing Ned, would not be trivial. Outside the city, Peter Baelish had his spies. And whether by land or by sea, the paths did not seem particularly secure. Perhaps it would be wiser to send Ned to Dragonstone first. Contemplating this, John felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Ned was simply too far away, and his own power felt woefully inadequate. The unfolding of events seemed governed by an inevitable logic, a lesson he was truly beginning to grasp. As John worried about the path ahead, Robb was equally tormented. He had not slept well for days. After all, he was but a young man. And the thought of executing the brother he had grown up with weighed heavily upon his heart. When they met, he needed to understand why John felt compelled to go to King's Landing. Was it truly for land and titles? Meanwhile, Bran was also ensnared in confusion, having experienced an exceptionally strange dream. It began with John, his half-brother, who suddenly opened his eyes in slumber, revealing orbs that had turned black, as if an otherworldly spirit resided within. He then witnessed his father and sister Arya returning in disarray, but Sansa was conspicuously absent, while John fought valiantly amidst green flames. Green flames? Was that Wildfire? Just as both boys were lost in their heavy thoughts, a long, excited howl from a wolf jolted them back to reality. They turned to see their wolves, Robb's Grey Wind and Bran's Summer, alert and attentive to the source of the howl. Robb inquired, "Is it a dire wolf?" To which Bran instinctively replied, "It's Jon's wolf." Meanwhile, the howl that had allowed John to relax briefly now filled him with tension again. Ghost, his white direwolf, had grown up in Winterfell, and seeing the castle so close stirred a sense of excitement within him. He had hoped that separating from Ghost would keep him from drawing attention, but he had never anticipated such an occurrence. Another two howls echoed, Robb and Bran's wolves responding in kind. Sansa and Arya's wolves had almost all departed together with Jon's, leaving behind half of the litter of 6 pups, which filled them with longing. John had returned. In another direction, Theon, on patrol, made the same deduction upon hearing the howls. The dire wolf of Rickon remained within the castle, and with the emergence of a fourth howl, it could only signify that John was in the vicinity. "Tell the men to seal off the area immediately. No one is to leave," Robb commanded one of his guards, then swiftly mounted his horse, while Theon aided Bran in following suit. John had never anticipated that the very dire wolf he had saved would ultimately lead to his downfall. He found himself unable to communicate to a wolf that his brother intended to apprehend him, imploring it to exercise caution. Perhaps in White's mind, the thought lingered, "Your brother seeks to capture you, not mine. Why should I concern myself?" Thus, as it neared home, it joyfully howled with excitement. As he had expected, mere minutes later, a multitude of soldiers appeared, commanding that no one be allowed to depart. Every passerby, be they farmer or merchant, was subjected to scrutiny. This was the extent of the power wielded by Robb, the Duke of Winterfell. John understood that Robb would likely inspect each individual, rendering any disguises he might employ ineffective. Still, he wished to ascertain whether it was truly necessary to enter the Woods of the Wolves. Therefore, he approached the soldier who had previously interrogated him and inquired, "My lord, might I ask what transpired ahead?" Having ceased to doubt John, the soldier replied, "Lord Stark has informed us that his illegitimate brother is nearby, and he will soon arrive with men to conduct an inspection. Once he has verified your identities, you shall be free to leave." John nodded, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Oh, might I inquire what this individual looks like?" The soldier gestured, describing about this tall, a bit shorter than you, with black hair and gray eyes. John nodded in affirmation, saying, "Very well, I shall await Lord Stark's arrival here. However, my lord, may I lead my horse to the roadside? It is rather spirited, and I fear it may injure someone." John displayed an air of compliance, embodying the image of a docile subject. Thus, the soldier waved his hand in acquiescence. After tethering the 2 horses to a tree, John feigned discomfort, expressing concern about potentially embarrassing himself before Lord Stark, and requested to find a secluded spot to relieve himself. Seeing that John's horses were secured, the soldier harbored no suspicions regarding John being the target of Rob's search. Following the soldier's directive, John dashed into a nearby thicket adjacent to the Woods of the Wolves. Meanwhile, the soldier busied himself gathering the other individuals for Rob's forthcoming examination. John now faced an unavoidable choice. He must enter the woods to evade capture. For those unfamiliar with his visage, a mere alteration of his prominent features would suffice to elude detection. However, he believed he stood no chance against Robb, who had grown up alongside him, nor against Theon, who bore a grudge against him. Perhaps Bran was also present. With urgency, he resolved to flee. Entering the woods was his only option. Chapter 16. The Woods of the Wolves. With Robb's order to block the roads, travelers were divided into groups by the soldiers of the north, standing obediently by the roadside, awaiting Robb's inspection. Robb, Bran, and Theon quickly scanned the crowds, moving past those without identifying John before proceeding to the next group. Move along, they urged, as the soldiers signaled those who had been cleared to depart. Soon, waves of pedestrians were released, and Robb's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that the longer the search continued, the slimmer the chances of locating John became. Concealed within the tall grass, John caught sight of Robb and Bran approaching through the gaps in the towering weeds. The portly-faced soldier, upon noticing Robb leading a group toward the crowd for which he was responsible, promptly advanced to greet them. Robb, however, disregarded him, riding forth to scrutinize the throng from a higher vantage point, while Bran widened his eyes in hope of spotting John. Ultimately, neither of them discerned the familiar figure amidst the masses. Just as Robb turned away, his retinue hastily began to disperse the crowd. Suddenly, Robb noticed two unclaimed horses, one black and one red, tethered to a tree not far off, both grazing contentedly. Upon glancing back, he realized the people had vanished, prompting him to inquire of the bearded guard who had previously questioned John, "Whose horses are those, and why have they not been claimed?" The soldier, evidently flustered by Robb's inquiry, hastily replied, "They belong to a bald merchant." "And where is he?" The soldier scanned the area for John's silhouette but found none, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him as beads of sweat trickled down his temple. "He claimed to be feeling unwell and went over there to relieve himself," he said, gesturing toward a nearby thicket. Robb and Bran exchanged a glance before moving forward to investigate. Seizing upon the commotion, Theon, who was still searching the crowd not far off, approached with a hint of excitement, asking, "What's this? Have you found John?" Robb nodded, though Bran remained indifferent. While all three were in pursuit of John, Robb and Bran were primarily burdened by concern, whereas Theon exhibited a somewhat gleeful anticipation. As Robb's attendants cleared away the underbrush, they discovered nothing but some refuse amidst the foliage. Observing the marks left in the grass, they directed their attention toward the wolfwood. At that moment, even the soldier grasped that the so-called merchant from the Riverlands was likely the illegitimate brother of Lord Stark. Robb had no time to chastise the negligent guard. He turned to Theon, commanding, "Theon, take your men and enter the wolfwood from that direction to search for John." Theon, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Of course." He mounted his horse and swiftly departed with his contingent. Robb then addressed the remaining men, instructing, "The rest of you, enter the wolfwood and hunt for John." By this time, darkness had descended, and hundreds of soldiers from Winterfell, under Robb's orders, entered the wolfwood, torches aloft. John had contemplated the possibility of ambushing a soldier to don his attire and escape. However, these were the guards of Winterfell, professional soldiers whose military discipline far surpassed that of the retainers under Kent. Should John attempt to attack a soldier, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of others, rendering a direct confrontation futile. Thus, as soon as he dashed into the wolfwood, he fled deeper into its recesses. The expanse of the wolfwood was considerable. Traversing from Winterfell on the eastern edge to Deepwood Motte on the western side would take no less than 10 days on foot, even under the most favorable conditions. However, this does not imply that John's range of activities is particularly vast, allowing him to roam endlessly east or west. For both the Deepwood Motte to the west and the Torrens Square to the south are rife with numerous strongholds and traps within the wolfwood, where a reckless incursion would lead to swift demise. Consequently, John could only maneuver within a territory of approximately several hundred square kilometers. Nonetheless, even within this limited expanse, he found ample opportunity to conceal himself in a short span of time. After sprinting deep into the woods for several hours, John finally felt a semblance of security. He ascended a towering tree to gaze into the distance, where he discerned flickering lights scattered like stars. Finding a sheltered spot, John felt fortunate to have brought along a tent and proceeded to erect it from horsehide, preparing for a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Robb, having searched fruitlessly throughout the night, was compelled to call off the pursuit. His men, weary and their horses exhausted, were in no condition to continue. Even Hodder, who had been carrying Bran, was panting heavily. "Robb, we should cease the chase. The depths of the Wolfwood are perilous." The danger Bran referred to was not the potential threats posed to their considerable number, but rather the solitary risks Jon might encounter while fleeing, including encounters with fearsome beasts. Robb's green eyes glimmered in the moonlight as he addressed his companions. "Lundo, take 100 men to guard the Wolf's Eye Lake. Ser Ed, you and 100 men will secure the Front Claw River, while Theon, you lead another 100 to watch over the Back Claw River." Once more, Robb demonstrated his military acumen. The Wolf's Eye Lake was a favored hunting ground from previous excursions, abundant in game. By stationing men there, Robb aimed to increase Jon's difficulty in procuring sustenance. The Front Claw and Back Claw rivers effectively blocked Jon's escape routes to the south or north. After a moment's reflection, Robb reiterated, "Should you discover any trace of him, report to me without delay." He believed that if Jon were to perish, it ought to be by his own hand, not out of any deep-seated vendetta, but rather because Robb considered Jon, regardless of circumstances, to be his brother, and he would not allow outsiders to intervene in his fate. His reasoning mirrored that of Ned Stark, who had slain Sansa's dire wolf himself. Just as they were departing, a white figure suddenly emerged. It was Ghost. Bran's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of the unexpected apparition, and Hodder crouched down, allowing Bran to stroke Ghost's head. He recalled with regret not having thought of such a cool name as Ghost when he had asked Jon for the name of his wolf. Furthermore, as Ghost was the only white wolf among the six, he felt particularly fond of it. As he felt Ghost's rough tongue lick his palm, Bran chuckled gleefully. Bran's and Robb's wolves also approached, sniffing around Ghost's form. "Do you know where Jon is?" Robb asked, kneeling to pet Ghost. Although Ghost appeared somewhat leaner compared to the others, he was also more agile, a testament to the care Jon had shown in raising him. Furthermore, having ventured into the wild alongside Jon, Ghost bore a hint of untamed spirit. From Ned's previous correspondence, Robb learned that Arya's wolf had fled after biting Joffrey, while Sansa's wolf was unjustly made a scapegoat to appease the king's wrath. With a twinge of sympathy, he fed a piece of jerky to the dire wolf named White. Observing the trio of wolves frolicking together, he resolved to confine Jon upon finding him and defer any final decisions until Ned's return. Chapter 17. The century-old ginseng. Despite having endured a harrowing chase involving hundreds of pursuers the previous day, Jon compelled himself to enter a state of rest that evening. In times of peril, it is imperative to maintain clarity of mind. The following morning, Jon emerged from his tent, having evaded Robb's search. He had not even taken his weapons, though he was fortunate to possess a personal dagger. He fashioned several wooden spears, intending to catch some fish to satiate his hunger. He recalled a place known as Wolf's Eye Lake to the west and decided to investigate, yet he surmised that Robb would likely have stationed soldiers there, thus opting for caution. With 4 wooden spears slung across his back and one in hand. A peculiar phrase echoed in Jon's mind. The valiant Ma Chao of Shiliang is here. The forest was littered with brittle, aged branches and leaves, which crunched underfoot, while the surrounding birch trees stood like lifeless sculptures. The occasional caw of crows lent an air of desolation to the expansive wolf forest. After wandering for over 3 hours, the gnawing hunger that had plagued him began to wane, replaced by a disorienting weakness. Jon felt his legs grow unsteady, and even the scenery around him dimmed. As the saying goes, a growing boy consumes his father's resources, and Jon understood the profound yearning for carbohydrates and protein that boys of 14 or 15 possess, having once been of that age himself. Finally, as he climbed a small hillock to orient himself, he beheld the rippling surface of the lake, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. "Robb, you truly astound me." Despite having anticipated Robb's potential deployment in this area, Jon could not suppress a frustrated exclamation upon witnessing it firsthand. Left with no choice, Jon was compelled to seek out edible wild greens instead. Surveying his surroundings for any sentinels before cautiously retracing his steps, Jon was reminded that although he traversed a different world, most plants were familiar to him, and he could discern their toxicity at a glance. As he scoured for usable wild grasses, he lingered longer than planned on his return journey. However, upon nearing the campsite, he found not suitable for consumption. "Not again," Jon muttered as he plucked a small leaf from a plant and tasted its bitter, astringent flavor. The pangs of hunger had made him increasingly irritable, and he had noticed numerous small flowers resembling pomegranate seeds along the way. Just as he prepared to turn back, he suddenly detected an anomaly. Wait, why do all these wild grasses look so similar? Jon wondered. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to pull one out to examine. He exerted himself, only to find that the roots extended far deeper than he had anticipated. After several attempts with all his strength, he resolved to use his dagger to dig it out. The gleaming blade pierced the dark soil, sending clumps of earth flying as he excavated. To his astonishment, the root system was exceedingly extensive, after digging nearly 30 centimeters without fully extracting it. He finally severed the roots. After shaking off the dirt, John's pupils constricted in disbelief. This was ginseng. Gazing at the root, which was nearly as thick as his wrist, he was left speechless. He estimated that the remaining roots, which he had failed to unearth, were at least another 30 to 40 centimeters long. If ingested, this could prove overwhelmingly potent. As a person from the East in his previous life, he was well aware of ginseng's legendary status. Centuries-old roots were revered as miraculous remedies, capable of prolonging life, even in the direst circumstances. Contemplating the system's seemingly protective effects, he decided to sample a small piece. Reasoning that the worst outcome might be a bit of nosebleed, he broke off a section the length of his finger and placed it in his mouth. To his surprise, warmth spread through his lower abdomen almost instantly, and the gnawing hunger he had felt vanished entirely. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the over a meter-long ginseng lying on the ground. After cleaning it as best as he could, he tore off a substantial chunk and consumed it, feeling the warmth intensify within him, invigorating his spirit. John soon realized that this system appeared capable of storing the medicinal power of ginseng, providing energy for his body. Thus, he eagerly dug up around 10 roots, all estimated to be over a century old. Upon returning to his tent, he brewed a pot of ginseng soup, and after drinking it, he felt an exhilarating rush as he watched the horizon gradually brighten with dawn. After a night spent in this manner, John sensed that the warmth in his abdomen had settled, and under its nourishing influence, he felt remarkably vibrant, even after a day without food and a night without sleep. Why does my throat feel a bit constricted? He pondered, loosening the first button of his inner garment, feeling somewhat relieved. Unbeknownst to him, in just one night, he had grown nearly an inch taller. He recalled that in areas where ginseng thrived, no other plants could flourish, a testament to ginseng's unique characteristics. This realization led him to understand that he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure, for in Westeros, due to their rudimentary medical knowledge, there was a profound lack of understanding regarding herbal remedies. They allowed the ginseng, seemingly over a century old, to grow wild in the forest like mere weeds. John now harbored no doubt that there existed ginseng in this wolf-infested wood that was centuries, if not millennia, old. Should the opportunity arise to enlist the expertise of a great physician akin to Hua Tuo or Zhang Zhongjing to judiciously utilize these herbs, it would yield an immeasurable fortune. With the immediate concern of sustenance temporarily resolved, John's thoughts began to flourish. However, such musings were for another time. The pressing matter at hand was to scout other areas. Although Robb had stationed sentinels at every possible location, there remained distinctions between the vigilant and the lax. He resolved to observe first before making any decisions. At that moment, Robb had commanded the defense of the last river, where Theon was patrolling the banks on horseback. Evidently, he exhibited great zeal for capturing John. "You, go check over there. You too, come with me. You lot." The 19-year-old Theon, possessing a well-proportioned physique due to the same upbringing as the Stark children, along with his noble lineage, exuded a certain charisma. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he harbored a profound yearning to integrate into the Stark family, though fate often thwarted his desires. The affection that Ned and Robb held for John was a source of envy for him. Upon learning of John's status as a deserter, excitement surged within him. He perceived this as an opportunity to demonstrate that he resembled a Stark far more than this mere bastard who bore a resemblance to them. Nevertheless, he was not so naive as to underestimate his adversary due to his numerical advantage. A few years prior, he could rely on his physical maturity to best John in combat, but over the last 2 years, John's continuous improvement had rendered their encounters evenly matched. Without his physiological edge, Theon believed he stood little chance. Thus, he commanded the soldiers to patrol the last river in groups of no fewer than 5. Theon halted his horse by the riverbank, his gaze fixed intently upon the woods, as if seeking to discern John's whereabouts within the dense thicket. As he surveyed his meticulous arrangements, a smug smile crept upon his face. "John, you cannot escape." Chapter 18. Menghua after several days of reconnaissance. John had nearly grasped the general layout of the encirclement established by Robb. The optimal directions for his escape lay to the west and south, while the northern front was solely intended to confine John's movements and complicate his procurement of sustenance. Regarding Theon to the south, John was aware of their mutual animosity. Yet he never anticipated the extent of their enmity. Theon had even devised a system of signal fires, gathering wood at intervals to facilitate communication. It was evident that should John attempt a forceful breakout, it would undoubtedly summon a horde of pursuers. Theon had even curtailed the soldiers' rest periods to maintain vigilance for as long as possible. John had previously encountered numerous analyses of Theon online. This individual, clad in the guise of a Greyjoy yet harboring the essence of a Stark, has exerted considerable effort to assimilate into the Stark family. a pursuit that has imbued him with a fervent zeal akin to that of a convert, although he was later mocked by his own sister. He ultimately recognized his missteps and willingly donned the black attire to venture towards the wall. In his quest to showcase his noble lineage, he often looked down upon Jon, even seeking to undermine him. Jon speculated that Theon might be viewing this capture as an opportunity for self-affirmation, hence his fervent efforts. However, Theon's demands upon the soldiers were somewhat stringent, leading to instances of sleep deprivation among them, which Jon perceived as an opportunity. As Jon contemplated his escape plan, that melodious voice resonated once more. Worship points accumulated. Shall the lottery commence? After a prolonged wait, Jon was pleasantly surprised to discover 5 experience cards this time, 1 red, 3 blue, and 1 white. He was uncertain what cards he might draw. Should it still be a warrior, then against the defenses set by Robb? Only a figure of the caliber of a legendary conqueror would suffice. Upon confirming his wish to proceed with the lottery, he witnessed the 5 cards merging, radiating a symphony of red, blue, and white light, intertwining until only the red glow remained. To his astonishment, Jon, who often deemed himself unfortunate, had expected to draw at most a single blue experience card, yet he had drawn the finest one. As the red light gradually faded, the image of a bare-chested barbarian chief wielding a colossal axe, adorned with strange totems upon his chest, materialized before him. Southern Barbarian King Menghua. 3. Gains affinity or intimidation over a single target animal. Skill. Command non-sapient creatures within a designated area for 3 hours. With a weight limit of 300 pounds, Jon scrutinized Menghua's skill description, feeling a twinge of surprise, and after reading it twice, confirmed it specified a weight limit rather than a quantity limit. Upon reflection, this made sense. The term non-sapient beings indicated that he could not command humans, and the weight restriction further delineated the categories of creatures he could control. Controlling formidable beasts like black bears was out of the question, and even managing a few wolves would seem rather futile against fully armed, fearsome upright apes. A wave of disappointment washed over Jon as he pondered whether such a card could truly be classified as red. There are no worthless substitutes, only worthless substitutes messengers, he mused, prompting a need for further contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Jon endeavored to calm himself. Dispelling the disappointment and grievances that clouded his judgment, he understood that emotions significantly impact one's decision-making. Thus, Jon rose to his feet and gazed skyward, seeking to alleviate his mood. The characteristics of the project's phase dictated the extent of exerted effort. The skies of the north remained perpetually overcast, with pale hues that offered little solace to the spirit. As he observed a few ravens flit past him, a sudden flash of inspiration struck like lightning in his mind. The weight of a crow is estimated to be less than a pound, and with a weight of 300 pounds, I could easily control over 400 crows. A plan suddenly dawned upon Jon's mind. He realized that his thoughts had fallen into a trap, as he had fixated solely on the creatures on the ground, neglecting the birds in the sky. While they may not inflict any tangible harm, they could certainly create a cacophony that would distract the enemy. Imagine a group of weary individuals unable to keep their eyes open. How could they possibly thwart him? With a newfound strategy in mind, Jon hurried towards the direction where the crows had just flown. Crows are social creatures, and sometimes a flock can number in the thousands. Controlling 300 or 400 would be more than sufficient. Yet, despite having obtained the experience card, Jon couldn't help but sigh. He was on a mission to rescue someone. Yet he found himself pursued and obstructed by a throng of individuals, truly a most unfortunate predicament. He had departed the wall with honorable intentions, yet the label of a deserter clung to him relentlessly. However, there was no choice. Ned had saved his life, and he was willing to risk his own honor, even that of his entire family, to protect this remnant of a fallen dynasty. Sighing for the sake of the innocent, Jon reassured himself that once he extricated Ned, all misunderstandings would dissolve and his grievances would be righted. Furthermore, the entire realm of Westeros would come to know of this bastard who journeyed far and wide to rescue his father, his reputation soaring above that of many legitimate heirs. Many would look to him as a paragon, instructing their kin, and of course, rewards such as lands and titles would undoubtedly follow. In Winterfell, after days of searching, Robb had yet to uncover Jon's whereabouts. He was increasingly convinced that Jon was hiding deep within the Wolfwood. Yet, he was also worried. He feared Jon might encounter dangers within the woods. Regret began to gnaw at Robb. Perhaps he should not have blocked the path and simply allowed Jon to depart. Robb, when will Mother return? Inquiring with innocence, 4-year-old Rickon had not seen Catelyn in nearly a month, and every morning upon awakening, he posed this question to Robb. Robb had offered the same words of comfort numerous times. Rickon, eat well, Mother will be back soon. However, even a child could sense the dissonance in such reassurances. And Rickon turned his head away, pouting, humph, I won't eat. At merely 15 years of age, Robb lacked experience in soothing children and could only leave it to the wet nurse. He then sought out Maester Luwin to inquire, "Maester Luwin, is my mother still in the Eyrie?" Maester Luwin nodded. "Yes, she is likely soon to preside over Tyrion's trial." Little did they know, Catelyn would soon pay dearly for her recklessness and folly. However, it is the common folk of Hujin who must bear the burden of these costs. Tywin, feeling that the honor of his family has been tarnished by Tyrion's unjust capture, dispatches troops to launch an assault on Hujin. Subsequently, during Ned's brief resignation as Hand of the King, Jaime would inflict injury upon Ned, and even Ned's personal guard, the commander of Winterfell's defenses, Jory, would fall victim in this conflict. Chapter 19, The Murder of Crows. After 2 days of searching, Jon discovered a vast congregation of crows near the lake known as Wolf's Eye. They were dispersed among hundreds of trees, with an average of 30 to 40 crows perched upon each. As night fell and the crows returned to their roosts, their distinctive hoarse calls converged into a cacophony, a veritable torrent of sound that compelled Jon to cover his ears before approaching. Positioning himself at the periphery of the crow swarm, Jon kindled a fire, a necessary ritual for invoking Minghuo's abilities. The crows nearby, alerted by the flickering light, ceased their cawing and turned their gaze toward him. It is said that the intelligence of adult crows can rival that of an 8-year-old child. Whether this is true or not, Jon felt an inexplicable tension as hundreds of eyes fixated upon him. He swallowed hard, and, adhering to the information conveyed by the system, removed his shirt to reveal the intricate runes he had previously drawn in charcoal. He began to perform an ancient dance around the fire. His movements were at times expansive, his fingers splayed and waving above his head, and at others, he curled his body into a ball, rolling upon the ground. Rather than a dance, it resembled a peculiar affliction. Fortunately, Jon's thick skin allowed him to endure the embarrassment of such antics. After approximately 10 minutes, he sensed a gradual connection forming between himself and a portion of the infinite. Initially, 1 or 2 crows fixed their gaze upon him. Then their bodies began to sway in rhythm with his performance. Soon, 3 or 5 joined in, as if this peculiar behavior were contagious, ultimately culminating in a spectacle where hundreds of crows swayed and flapped their wings in unison. Unexpectedly, around 500 crows established a connection with Jon. Finally, he ceased his dance, planning to break through via the southern rear Clo River. Though heavily guarded, the soldiers there had minimal rest under the pressure exerted by Theon. Jon intended to utilize the crows to further disrupt their slumber, estimating that within 3 days, the lack of restorative sleep would render the soldiers disoriented, thus affording him the opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Theon, under his meticulous planning, ensured that at least 2/3 of his soldiers were patrolling at any given moment, implementing a 3-shift rotation to prevent Jon's escape. In truth, had he not arrived without tools, he would have contemplated crafting traps to ensure an impenetrable defense on his side. His relentless exertion of the soldiers stemmed from the belief that Jon, lacking sustenance in the woods, would scarcely endure for more than a few days, eventually succumbing to a state of profound weakness. At that juncture, capturing him would surely be triumphant, and for those with wavering resolve, it was conceivable they might emerge to surrender of their own volition. For the guards, the past 3 days had provided ample provisions. A little fatigue was of no consequence. Moreover, driven by a genuine desire to apprehend Jon, he had rested less than his compatriots. Although the soldiers harbored some grievances, they were reluctant to voice them. That night, Scene resolved to retreat to his tent for a brief respite. He internally noted that it was already the 7th day. Throughout this time, he had scarcely parted from his armor, his dark brown hair now somewhat disheveled. He absently stroked his stubbled chin and recalled how Robb had visited him 2 days prior, expressing concern over his haggard appearance, which brought Scene a sense of comfort. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a harsh, raspy cacophony of cawing ravens erupted above him. The initial few cries were merely bothersome, prompting him to cover his head with a blanket in an attempt to sleep. Yet, the cacophony soon crescendoed into a relentless chorus, swirling overhead. The cawing, with its coarse timbre, felt as if small stones were plummeting from the sky, striking his head with unbearable intensity. Scene sprang from his tent, witnessing hundreds of ravens circling at an altitude of approximately 10 meters. This peculiar sight evoked a palpable fear upon the first glance. Many soldiers emerged from their tents, gathering stones in an effort to disperse the birds. Alas, this tactic proved largely ineffective. Ravens, being nimble aerial targets, were difficult to hit, and the soldiers' aim was rather poor. For a time, they had no better recourse than to hurl stones, as archery was strictly prohibited due to its wastefulness. After nearly 20 minutes of this endeavor, the flock of ravens inexplicably dispersed, returning to the depths of the forest. Had they truly flown away? The ravens' cries had been akin to an insidious melody, a torment that none present had ever experienced before. Even after the ravens departed, the buzzing in their minds lingered, and the sudden silence left some feeling queasy. Nevertheless, as the ravens had vacated, Scene addressed the others. Let us seize the opportunity to rest. He then returned to his tent. At that moment, not far away, Jon observed the returning ravens and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this system. One could envision a scenario in battle where he commanded hundreds, if not thousands, of ravens to incessantly harass the enemy forces. For a day or two, they might endure, but after 3 to 5 days, their morale would inevitably collapse. Moreover, when the enemy realizes that they are the sole targets of this harassment, they would come to understand that there must be a spellcaster on the opposing side aiding the assault. Ordinary soldiers typically harbor an innate fear of magic. Additionally, he could arrange the ravens to form different messages, issuing warnings to the enemy troops, which would serve not merely as a blow to their morale, but as a complete obliteration of it. Jon gazed contentedly at the ravens before him. The reason he had refrained from allowing the flock to harass the enemy continuously was that the usage time of this skill could be paused. He believed that if he harassed them once every hour for 20 minutes each time, it would maximize the psychological impact on the enemy. Surely, they would soon recognize the pattern in the ravens' harassment, thereby instilling panic among the ranks of soldiers. As he observed the soldiers returning to their tents, Jon patiently awaited his moment. He planned to unleash the ravens upon them again in half an hour, repeating this cycle. Perhaps by the time they were utterly fatigued, he could slip through their camp unnoticed. Chapter 20. Ned's trust. Not long after settling down, Theon was roused once more by the cacophony of ravens. Soldiers stepped outside, gazing helplessly at the flock circling above. They attempted to shoo them away, but to no avail. After 20 minutes, the ravens dispersed once more. This relentless torment continued into the late hours of the night, and the eyes of each soldier were bloodshot. Even Theon felt a surge of frustration and picked up a stone to throw. He forced himself to remain calm. Perhaps there was something in this area that intrigued the ravens. If so, they could simply relocate to another site for their encampment. Everyone, follow me. We shall set up camp by the riverbank ahead. The soldiers, with their eardrums battered, gathered their belongings. In the distance, Jon chuckled upon seeing them prepare to move. Such a shift would only heighten the fatigue of these soldiers, allowing him to depart earlier. Theon led the rotating soldiers to a dry riverbank, and as dawn approached, they decided against erecting tents. Exhausted, many simply lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Theon, too, found a relatively flat stone, spread out his gear, and draped his cloak over himself, preparing to catch a brief rest. As soon as many lay down, they anxiously scanned their surroundings, for in their eyes, these ravens indeed seemed rather ominous. In the absence of the cawing of crows, a battalion of soldiers, having just lowered their heavy eyelids, succumbed to slumber, their snores resonating in the stillness. Yet, scarcely had they drifted into the realm of dreams when the raucous cawing of crows erupted once more. Without the shelter of tents, the cacophony became utterly unbearable. Theon could no longer endure the disturbance, drawing his bow and aiming for a shot, but alas, his marksmanship was mediocre, and his arrows merely grazed the flock. A soldier stepped forward and suggested, "My lord, could this be the doing of Jon?" Theon had certainly considered Jon as a potential culprit, but he remembered that when he first arrived in Winterfell at the age of 9, Jon was barely able to walk steadily. In a sense, they had grown up together. He could not fathom that the illegitimate son he had always scorned had somehow acquired remarkable skills during his time at the wall. He shot the soldier a glare, retorting, "What nonsense! I watched Jon grow up. I know him inside and out." Theon pondered whether it was the possessions of the men that attracted the crows. Yet, even if they bore something of interest, it was unlikely that wild beasts would approach a group as large as theirs, let alone small crows. Furthermore, crows were scavengers and rarely initiated an attack. Consequently, they resolved to relocate to a more distant encampment. However, Theon had to remain vigilant today. The soldiers had not rested well, and many would likely succumb to laziness and doze off. If Jon seized the opportunity to escape, where would that leave his pride? In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, Peter Baelish sat across from Ned Stark at a table, perusing a letter from Winterfell. This correspondence was penned by Robb and detailed the circumstances surrounding Jon. Ned summoned Baelish, hoping for some counsel. His own mobility was hampered. Jaime had learned of Catelyn's capture of the Imp Tyrion, and seizing the moment while Ned was embroiled in conflict with Robert, he had attacked, wounding Ned's leg with a sword. Even his loyal squire, Jory, had been slain. Peter's gray-green eyes flitted between the letter and Ned's face, and then he smiled, saying, "It is evident, my lord, that you hold a deep affection for this bastard, to be so troubled on his account. In other families, 2 parcels of land would suffice to dismiss him." Ned, maintaining a stoic demeanor, responded simply, "Why do you think he wishes to come to King's Landing?" Peter speculated that Jon's actions might stem from dissatisfaction with his lineage, akin to his own sentiments, evoking a sense of shared plight. Perhaps it was human nature to empathize. In his view, Jon, a boy of 14 or 15, was at a tumultuous age. As he matured, he would likely realize that his childhood companion Robb could ascend to the title of Duke of Winterfell, while he, burdened with the stigma of illegitimacy, would fade into obscurity, inevitably stirring feelings of imbalance within him. In the eyes of Littlefinger, it was precisely at this moment that a dividing line emerged between individuals. Some chose to accept, while others felt an impulse to alter the status quo. Thus, he shook his head, a hint of a resigned smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "My Lord Ned, it seems that someone of your noble lineage will never truly empathize with those of us from more humble origins." Noticing that Ned appeared somewhat perplexed by his words, Littlefinger elaborated, "In my view, Jon's decision to either join the Night's Watch or to withdraw midway stems from a desire to transform his identity. Perhaps he realized, upon reaching the wall, that the reality starkly contrasts with his beliefs, prompting his journey to King's Landing in search of new horizons." Observing a contemplative expression cross Ned's face, Littlefinger continued, "I recall that Maester Aemon at the Shadow Tower is a Targaryen, is he not? Perhaps Jon learned something about King's Landing from him, which influenced his decision to depart." Upon hearing this, Ned suddenly trembled, prompting Littlefinger to feign concern. "What troubles you, my lord?" Ned quickly masked his unease, replying, "It is nothing, merely a wound in my leg." The two conversed for a short while longer before Ned bid him farewell. After exiting the Hand's Tower, Littlefinger allowed a smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. He remained indifferent to whether Jon would indeed arrive in King's Landing. At present, Ned's trust in him was palpable, as even matters of such personal nature were brought to him for counsel. This boded well for the success of his plans. Should Jon set foot in King's Landing, persuading a boy of 14 or 15 to engage in certain activities would be child's play for him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, had he appeared before Jon, the lad would have swiftly dispatched him without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chamber, Ned was engulfed in a profound sense of worry. Having watched Jon grow up before him, he believed himself to possess a deep understanding of his nephew. As he departed Winterfell, he had assured Jon that he would reveal the truth of his lineage upon his return, thinking that perhaps, given some time, Jon would mature enough to process the shocking revelations of his heritage. However, Littlefinger's recent remarks had piqued his concern. There was indeed another Targaryen at the wall. And what if Jon learned something from him? Reflecting on this, Ned deemed his fears unfounded, reasoning that aside from himself, no one else was privy to Jon's circumstances. Maester Aemon had resided at the Shadow Tower for nearly several decades. It was implausible that he could impart any useful information to Jon. Ultimately, Ned concluded that he must prevent Jon from reaching King's Landing. Soon, Robert would venture out hunting again, and should he hear that Jon had arrived, he might whimsically insist on Jon's company. Thus, Ned penned a letter to Robb, instructing him to keep a vigilant watch over Jon upon locating him, until Ned's return for further action. Chapter 21, The Breakout. After being bombarded for 2 consecutive days by the eerie cawing of these ravens, Theon and the soldiers stationed at the Weeping River had succumbed to a state of mental disarray. Everyone was irritable and easily provoked. Even Shout had lashed out at 2 soldiers who dared to meet his gaze. He approached the riverbank, observing the waters growing increasingly frigid in the autumn breeze. Crouching down, he splashed the biting cold water onto his face. Unlike the others, Shout's fatigue was more pronounced. He not only had to patrol, but also supervise the others. With more and more soldiers succumbing to drowsiness, he found himself exerting greater effort. The icy water jolted him, allowing him to momentarily break free from the overwhelming weariness. Yet a moment's distraction could still leave him engulfed in exhaustion. At that moment, a soldier cautiously stepped forward, offering him a dry towel and tentatively suggesting, "My lord, perhaps we should report our situation to Lord Robb. It would be best if we could request a change of guard." However, before he could finish his thought, Sean fixed him with a furious gaze, his eyes reddened from sleeplessness, and retorted, "What do you expect me to tell Robb? That we are on the brink of collapse due to a flock of crows?" The soldier fell silent, slowly retreating to the side, observing a group of dispirited soldiers resembling wilted cucumbers. Realizing that he could not afford to lash out in anger, Sean took a moment to compose himself and said, "Everyone, we must hold on for a few more days. Jon has been in the woods without food or water. He may be too weak to move by now. We will enter the forest to capture him the day after tomorrow at the latest." Some soldiers struggled to rise, lacking even the strength to respond, while others appeared dazed, unable to comprehend Sean's words. In truth, Jon himself was beginning to doubt whether these crows were indeed his doing, yet he could not fathom how. In just a couple of months, he had acquired such peculiar abilities. Observing them from the shadows, John clutched the last of Ming-Hua's experience cards. Noticing that some soldiers were so exhausted that the cawing of the crows had ceased to affect them, he decided to have the crows peck at their bodies to maintain the desired effect. This, however, indicated that the time was right. Thus, John fashioned a simple wooden raft, both to expedite his crossing and to mitigate the biting cold of the water. Seizing the moment when the patrol had just departed, John dragged the raft to the riverbank, ensuring that his sack containing ginseng remained secure. He then lay down on the raft and plunged into the river. As soon as his legs touched the water, the icy chill pierced through him like countless needles. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously navigated with the current. Fortunately, it was not the flood season, and the water flow was relatively gentle. John managed to reach the shore steadily, cautiously peeking his head out from the dry grass to survey his surroundings. At that moment, several soldiers were approaching his direction. "Jace, it's your turn. Get up," exclaimed a soldier with a bushy brown beard as he vigorously shook the sleeping soldier on his horse. They were utterly fatigued, resorting to such makeshift rest, and their patrols were less about preventing John's escape and more about avoiding Shaun's scrutiny. The soldier named Jess rubbed his weary, dazed eyes. And just as the two were exchanging torches, a figure suddenly emerged before them. "Who is it?" he inquired. Yet, the figure did not respond to his question. Instead, he exclaimed sharply, "Who am I? Is this how you conduct your patrols? Get down." The figure was none other than John, who wielded a wooden spear and struck the thighs of several others. The guards, who had been peacefully dozing in their saddles, were abruptly roused from their slumber. A row of soldiers stood nervously, gazing at John, desperately sifting through their fatigued minds for any recollections of the person before them. John confiscated their horses and weapons. Addressing them, "You lot will remain here. Don't you enjoy sleeping? Go ahead and rest. Tomorrow, pack your belongings and leave Winterfell." The reality struck them hard. Losing their posts as guards of Winterfell would not only diminish their quality of life, but also drastically lower their social standing. Thus, they pleaded with John, "My lord, we beseech you, spare us. We promise to patrol diligently. We won't slack off again. Please, have mercy on us." At that moment, John had already mounted his horse, and the warmth of the steed offered some relief to his cold legs. Consequently, he softened his tone slightly. "I understand that due to those cursed crows, we haven't had much sleep lately. But that John is vital to Lord Robb. We cannot afford to be complacent." "Indeed. My lord, you are right. We shall not be careless again." They hastily concurred, their anxiety palpable. Observing their tense demeanor, John found it somewhat amusing. Yet he was acutely aware that his ability to intimidate them stemmed from their fatigue and their own guilty conscience over their previous negligence. However, lingering too long might expose the ruse. With a deep sigh, John declared, "Tonight, you shall patrol on foot. I will take all the horses." With that, he turned his horse around and departed swiftly. As they watched John ride away with several horses, a sense of dread enveloped them. "Jess, was that truly the Lord?" the soldier with the brown beard inquired. Jess shook his head, struggling to recall. At that moment, someone suddenly remarked, "That lord looked quite young. He doesn't seem like one of our guards." They exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jess, holding the torch, inadvertently illuminated the ground, revealing wet footprints and a trail of water that coincided with them. Following the trail, they discovered it extended from the river. Yet, Jess and the others remained skeptical. They held their torches high and followed the footprints and water trail to the riverbank, where they stumbled upon a rudimentary raft. It dawned upon them that the figure was not a lord but John, the very person they had sought to capture for so many days. When Theon learned of this development, he was struck as if by lightning, yet he did not waste a moment and hurriedly rode to inform Robb. Robb rode his steed, accompanied by over 50 guards, hastily pursuing the direction indicated by several soldiers. While he could surmise John's escape route, the urgency of the situation left him with little time to strategize. "John, why have you done this? Why abandon the wall? Why forsake your oath?" Compared to Theon's anger, Robb's heart was filled with profound disappointment. He perceived John's actions as a disgrace to House Stark. Under the desolate and vast northern sky, the group thundered forward, determined to capture John. Chapter 22. John's warning. Robb's warhorse was a rare and exceptional breed, yet as dawn approached, the number of his guards dwindled to less than half. "My lord, look," one guard exclaimed, pointing to a foaming, abandoned steed left by John. Robb's expression soured, not out of sorrow for the horse, but because John's actions only served to reinforce his image as a deserter. He urged the others to pursue with almost reckless abandon. And eventually, with fewer than 10 men remaining, he caught sight of John. John had exhausted 3 horses, and the one remaining was beginning to froth at the mouth. Robb's own situation was dire. Their horses were nearing their limits. He raised his hand, signaling the others to wait, and rode forward until he was merely 5 paces from John. With a face full of regret, he implored, "Jon, come back with me." Jon brandished a letter from his pocket, declaring loudly, "This is my authorization from Lord Commander George Mormont to leave the wall. You may examine it." Robb took the worn letter, his skepticism evident as he questioned, "Is this genuine?" Jon, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I presume the news from Castle Black has branded me a deserter?" Robb nodded. Jon pressed on, "Have you sought verification from the wall?" Robb countered, "But that was our father's command." Misunderstood and frustrated, Jon raised his hands in protest, asking, "Did father declare me a deserter?" Aware that further argument was futile, Jon asserted, "I swear by the gods, I am no deserter. Upon your return, you may send someone to Black Castle to inquire. If I am a deserter, I am willing to face hell." Seeing Jon's earnestness, Robb felt a flicker of doubt. After all, oaths held immense weight in this world, and Jon's solemn vow lent gravity to the letter. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, Robb inquired, "Can you tell me why you left the wall?" "To save father." Jon spoke, aware that his words lacked persuasive power. Without allowing Robb to voice further inquiries, he continued, "Robb, upon your return, hasten to compose a letter to our father. First, include a series of ciphers: Aegon, Fire and Ice, Bloodbed. Aegon signifies the name bestowed upon me by my true mother, Lyanna Stark, representing my true identity. Aegon Targaryen, a name whispered in Ned's ear by Lyanna herself. Fire and Ice symbolize the union of my biological father, Rhaegar Targaryen, and my mother, Lyanna. Bloodbed refers to the tragic scene where Lyanna perished during childbirth. Blood staining the birthing bed. These three ciphers evoke images witnessed by Ned himself. A mere glance would convey their profound meaning. I wish to inform Ned of my awareness of my true identity through these words, lending credibility to my subsequent statements." He continued, "Secondly, Peter is untrustworthy." This was the crux of Jon's message, as long as Ned did not allow himself to be manipulated by Littlefinger. The chances of rescuing him would increase with every moment of delay. Finally, after some contemplation, Jon added, "Collaborate with the Queen, or at least avoid conflict." This last point represented the best course of action for Ned. If he could acknowledge that Joffrey, who outwardly appeared to be the heir, was, in truth, the illegitimate son born of the incestuous union between Queen Cersei and her brother Jaime, the Stark family would undoubtedly gain significant political leverage. Yet, Jon recognized the futility of expecting Ned to ally with a woman devoid of honor. He was a man who could not tolerate dishonor, especially from two such formidable figures. Jon's words were succinct, yet Robb found himself bewildered. "Jon, what do these ciphers mean? And why is Peter untrustworthy, especially since he grew up alongside our mother?" In an effort to ensure Robb conveyed his message while also fostering trust, Jon felt compelled to elaborate. Thus, he countered Robb's question, "A dagger can kill. But can a hammer do the same?" Robb, somewhat perplexed, nodded, "Of course." Jon pressed on, "Well then, if a hammer can kill, can a sharpened iron rod not do the same?" Robb, no fool, quickly grasped Jon's implication and furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that Bran's assassination was, in fact, a frame-up?" Upon hearing this, Jon exhaled with relief. How could he lead someone to believe the conclusion he sought to impart? By providing fragments of information that would allow them to deduce the conclusion themselves. This way, they would be firmly convinced. For no one believes they would deceive themselves, an approach favored by Littlefinger himself. He initially presented Ned and Catelyn with suspicions pointing towards the Lannisters, subsequently employing leading questions to instigate doubt within Ned himself, ultimately culminating in a bloody conflict between the two houses. Observing that Robb had begun to trust him, Jon solemnly declared, "Robb, I suspect our father has fallen into an immense conspiracy, masterminded by Peter Baelish." Robb was evidently taken aback by Jon's deduction, prompting Jon to seize the moment. "You know, Robb, to secure that proof, I exerted every effort alongside Alicia, who, as you are aware, is the training officer of the Night's Watch. I even evaded the pursuit of Great Jon and your own men. Robb, given that I have risked my life, trust me this once." The future Lord of Winterfell was stirred by Jon's resoluteness and generosity. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy, akin to a novice in his world, still grappling with youthful impulsiveness, rendering Jon's words profoundly impactful. Ultimately, Robb assured Jon that upon his return, he would immediately convey this intelligence to their father and insisted that Jon ride his horse, a proposal Jon firmly declined. "No, I wish for you to spread the word upon your return, claiming I fell into the river and my fate is uncertain. The fewer who know my whereabouts, the better." Robb nodded, comprehending his intent. As he observed Jon's departing silhouette, a wave of respect and guilt washed over him. The respect stemmed from Jon's decisiveness and determination to head south, disregarding all for the sake of their father's potential peril. The guilt arose from his lack of accurate information, leading him to unwarranted conclusions that could hinder Jon, should Jon's suspicions prove true. He might have indirectly jeopardized their father's safety. As for John's suggestion to disseminate the news of his supposed drowning, Robb contemplated bearing the infamy of patricide for a brief period. Yet, what did that matter in the grand scheme? Chapter 23. The Wandering Knight after parting from Robb. Jon pressed onward almost relentlessly, granting himself little respite save for moments at markets to procure replacement steeds. He scarcely took a breath as he traversed the north, covering nearly 1,500 miles in a mere 5 days, during which 3 horses succumbed to exhaustion. In this arduous journey, Jon's already gaunt frame grew even more emaciated, his eye sockets became sunken, and he appeared almost ill, had he not relied on ginseng. He might not have reached King's Landing. However, just as he was about to enter the capital, Jon was compelled to pause momentarily, leading his horse into a grove. Ignoring the possibility of observers, he resolved to disrobe and inspect his injuries. Despite exercising caution along the way, his rear was sore from the journey. Yet that was not his gravest concern. The true peril lay in the fact that after nearly 10 continuous days of travel, his thighs had been chafed by his trousers, causing blood to congeal between his skin and the fabric. Jon took a deep breath, yearning to remove the trousers clinging to his legs. However, the sudden sharp sensation radiating from the sensitive nerve endings on the inner thigh nearly caused him to black out. Grasping the waistband with his hands, he approached a nearby stream. Resolutely, Jon yanked down his trousers, tearing away large patches of dried blood, and within a few breaths, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Discarding the trousers, he submerged his legs in the icy water, watching as a crimson stain spread from his groin, diffusing with the current. This embarrassing method of bleeding compelled him to check his manhood. Discovering that his sensitive area had become numbed from the ordeal, fortunately, there seemed to be no significant damage. Although he contemplated further examination to ascertain any internal injuries, he dismissed the idea, lacking both the inclination and the means for distraction. After cleansing the wound, he tore some clean cloth to fashion a makeshift bandage around his leg, for there were no spare clothes available to him. Seeing that the area was deserted, Jon stood there bare, waiting for the water to dry naturally. Most importantly, he had to ensure his wound remained dry, as this medieval-like place offered no antibiotics and infection would spell trouble. Perhaps the fatigue from over 10 days of relentless travel dulled his senses. He failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Just as he began to pull up his trousers, a piercing voice broke the silence. "Bobby, look at that guy. Could he be wounded?" Jon was clad in gray trousers. The blood seeping through had rendered his thighs and groin a dark crimson, leading to unwarranted assumptions. He turned to see 2 men, both in their 30s. Hands resting on their swords, one with a black beard and the other with yellow. Jon chose to ignore them. "Kid, seems like your assailant was quite generous. Did they gift you a horse?" They laughed. With all that blood, it could very well have been the horse's doing. Despite sensing their intent to provoke, Jon was determined not to engage until they truly pressed him. He was racing against time, prepared to rescue Ned at the very moment before his execution. Though hope was slim, as long as Ned lived, he would seize every opportunity. Noticing Jon's indifference to their taunts, the 2 men exchanged glances, and the bearded one spoke. "Kid, leave your horse behind." Jon halted his movements, irritation swelling within him, realizing he must deal with these 2 men. "No, this horse isn't mine," he feigned cowardice, as if merely uttering that phrase had drained his courage. The 2 men exchanged disdainful laughs, mentally branding Jon as a coward in their eyes. His display of refusal was akin to a little rabbit's shriek in the presence of a great wolf, utterly ignorable. Moreover, Jon appeared to them as frail as a withered dog due to his excessive exhaustion. They considered themselves robust and brawny, while Jon's slender limbs seemed easily breakable with just a gentle push. They crunched forward on the fallen branches and leaves, and Jon, in reluctant compliance, stepped back until his back collided with the flank of a chestnut horse. "I told you to leave your horse behind," one of them growled, his voice low and threatening, as if to imply that a single additional word from Jon would provoke him to deliver a brutal blow. Observing their brutish demeanor, Jon recalled the lessons he had learned from his master at the temple. He had taken great pleasure in standing up to such bullies, having bested numerous petty tyrants before, most of whom were merely bullies preying on the weak. The man with the yellow beard feigned impatience, a tactic he often employed to intimidate farmers and the younger sons of minor nobles. Of course, this only applied to lesser nobles, as the more affluent typically traveled with a retinue of fully armed attendants. When the yellow-bearded man spat a thick glob onto the ground, Jon struggled to suppress a laugh. He was reminded of the ruffians he had encountered at school, who bore an uncanny resemblance to this man, as Jon pressed his back against the horse. Resembling a frail reed trapped in a storm, he stammered, "I can offer you 2 other horses, but not this one." The yellow-bearded man bellowed, "Do you not understand me? Get lost." 2 droplets of frothy saliva sprayed from his mouth, splattering onto his beard. His theatrics were excessive. His eyes bulging as if he were not extorting Jon, but rather reclaiming something that belonged to him. Seeing Jon resolutely clutching the reins of the chestnut horse, the man behind him, sporting a black beard, cursed and spat on the ground, preparing to seize Jon by the throat. The prospect of acquiring 3 horses by eliminating a single person seemed a worthwhile exchange. Like a colossal bear poised to strike at a feeble deer, it appeared that the black-bearded man would soon grasp Jon's windpipe, determining his fate. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Jon, seemingly from nowhere, drew a gleaming sword. In a flash, the black-bearded man's head was sent soaring into the air, a cascade of crimson rain following in its wake. Before the yellow-bearded man could comprehend the situation, Jon had the sword poised at his throat, its still bloodied blade sending a chill coursing through him. As if icy tendrils were reaching from his feet to his very core, rendering him motionless. I ask, you answer. Understood. Chapter 24. Trapped in the Prime Minister's tower, I ask. You answer. The yellow-bearded man, bewildered by the sudden ferocity of the seemingly timid youth before him, found it difficult to swallow, yet he nodded in compliance. Who are you? Where are you headed? What are your intentions? Faced with the 3 inquiries posed by Jon, the man with the yellow beard, Perp, cautiously retracted his neck and replied, My name is Perp, hailing from Storm's End. I am a wandering warrior. We journeyed here from King's Landing 5 days ago. I have heard that Lord Tywin in the Westerlands is recruiting free riders and mercenaries, and thus I intend to serve him. He then gestured carefully with his elbow towards the ground where Blackbeard had split off, saying, He is like me. Jon immediately sensed something amiss. The mountain had already been dispatched by Tywin to ravage the Riverlands, aiming to clear a path for his army towards Harrenhal. This move was also intended to weaken the war potential of the Riverlands, indirectly undermining the North. Jon inquired of Perp when he first learned of this matter, to which he responded it was over a month ago. Given the speed of news in Westeros, it indicated that Tywin had issued this recruitment notice nearly 2 months prior. Coincidentally, this was around the time Catelyn had imprisoned the imp, Tyrion. While Jon could understand Tywin's desire to bolster the Lannisters, he realized that this old man had amassed nearly 50,000 troops, a force poised to directly subdue the Riverlands. The situation grew increasingly sinister. The Iron Throne of House Baratheon was upheld by the alliances of the Stag, Fish, Wolf, and Eagle. These 4 houses formed the very foundation of the current monarchy. If these houses stood firm, Joffrey's throne would remain stable. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Joffrey was not the true son of Robert, transforming the alliance from a pillar of royal power into a mere leverage point. Thus, Tywin, under the guise of seeking justice for the Lannisters, aimed to secure the Riverlands, linking it to the Crownlands, effectively extending the Lannister political dominion across Westeros. The North would be constrained above the neck, unable to move, while the Vale, though difficult to penetrate, would find it equally challenging to escape. With a strategic alliance with the Riverlands, Storm's End would find itself isolated and vulnerable. Jon could not help but curse silently. It seemed Tywin was far more cunning than the narratives he had encountered online suggested. The victories he achieved were not merely a matter of fortune. This old fox had been intent from the outset, not just on preserving his family's honor, but on using it as a pretext to expand their influence. Observing Jon deep in thought, Perp dared not utter a sound. Though Jon had shifted his sword away from Perp's throat, the latter harbored no inappropriate thoughts. The speed of Jon's earlier strike left Perp with no doubt that even if Jon had given him a 30-meter head start, he would surely meet his demise before reaching 50 meters. In his mind, Jon envisioned several outcomes. The most favorable scenario involved Ned receiving his letter and attempting to buy time, allowing Jon to discreetly extract him. The next best situation would be if Ned were imprisoned in the dungeons, providing Jon with an opportunity to devise a rescue plan. In the direst scenario, Ned has already been led to the gallows, confessing to the so-called treasonous crimes, compelling himself to rescue the execution site. However, it appears that unless he acquires an experiential card of Zhang Jiao, there is little he can do to free Ned, who is already shackled. Even in the first 2 circumstances, without assistance from others, his endeavor to liberate Ned seems as formidable as ascending a mountain. Wait, the group, led by Beric, dispatched by Ned to the Western Territories, should be en route by now. Yet, given the proclivity of this world to require 10 days to prepare for departure, it is likely that Beric and his companions have yet to reach the Riverlands. Among them are 20 guards brought by Ned from the north. If he could cleverly persuade them to depart, he would gain some much-needed manpower. With this solution in mind, Jon inquired once more. Are you aware of the Prime Minister's mission to apprehend the mountain? PYP nodded. Did the party tasked with capturing the mountain set off while you were journeying from King's Landing? Not yet. Upon hearing this, Jon felt a slight relief. If he acted swiftly, He could divert the guards while simultaneously salvaging the future of the Brotherhood without banners. He recalled that the tragedy at the Whispering Woods occurred after Ned's capture, thus granting him a bit more time. It was as if a heavy stone had been temporarily lifted from his heart, and Jon felt a modicum of ease. Of course, once he encountered Beric and the others, he would be unable to take those northern soldiers with him. But for now, Jon was willing to gamble, seizing any opportunity for assistance. Mount up. Lead the way. We are headed to King's Landing. Judging by the direction PYP had come from, Jon surmised they had not taken the main road, indicating they must know a shortcut, and thus he planned to keep this guide close. Oh. PYP obediently mounted his horse, and under his guidance, the two hastened towards King's Landing. Meanwhile, within the Red Keep of King's Landing, Ned gazed at the brazier that had reduced the envelope to ashes days ago, still gripped by fear and trepidation. When he beheld the coded messages intended for him, he nearly leapt from his seat. Even after incinerating the envelope, he felt it prudent to use tongs to stir the remnants repeatedly, ultimately pouring them into the toilet to soak them in water for good measure. Despite his ignorance regarding the origins of those secret phrases, he heeded Jon's warning not to trust Petyr Baelish and decided to temporarily set aside the notion of bribing the gold cloaks. Without Ned's consent, Petyr lacked the funds to orchestrate the bribery, thus significantly slowing down the coup against Ned. Should Petyr still wish to instigate a coup through the gold cloaks, he would need to invest time in gathering resources for bribery. At this moment, Petyr stood pensively by the window, searching within himself for any signs of weakness, reflecting on whether he had inadvertently revealed any vulnerabilities. Ned's sudden clarity had disrupted his coup plans, heightening his alertness. Since the last encounter with Ned, the trust that once resided in his eyes has vanished, replaced by a subtle air of suspicion. As a master of intrigue, Petyr Baelish is acutely attuned to such sentiments of distrust. He opened his window repeatedly, and after several attempts, placed a small bottle containing a note upon the sill. In the blink of an eye, the bottle mysteriously disappeared. Cersei, being informed of Ned's peculiar behavior through Baelish, intensified her surveillance over him, establishing numerous watchful eyes, both overt and covert, around the Prime Minister's tower, amounting to 15 or 16 sentinels. Ned's daily activities, from meager meals to infrequent restroom visits, became thoroughly known to both parties, ensnaring them in a peculiar stalemate. Gazing out the window at the patrolling soldiers near the Prime Minister's tower, Ned realized he had effectively been placed under soft confinement. Among those surrounding him, whether it be the child tasked with emptying his chamber pot or the maid assigned to clean, any could potentially be an agent of surveillance. His predicament could be succinctly described in 4 words: isolated and unsupported. Chapter 25. The Brotherhood without banners in comparison to others inhabiting this land. Beric Dondarrion is undoubtedly fortunate. He possesses nearly everything: noble lineage, a robust youthful physique, and vast expanses of territory. His black and red armor gleams brightly, the rhythmic clattering of metal echoing with each stride of his warhorse, while his impassive gaze silently exudes an air of arrogance. Leading over 100 mounted knights, adorned with a multitude of banners, he marches boldly down King's Road. Unbeknownst to them, the true nature of their undertaking looms ominously ahead. To Beric and his companions, despite the fearsome reputation of the mountain, they perceive themselves as champions of righteousness, backed by the entire realm. Most regard this endeavor merely as an execution. Their task appears simple: to present and read Ned's decree, then escort the mountain to the guillotine, ultimately bringing his severed head back to King's Landing. The reason for their sizable contingent of nearly 100 men is twofold. They represent the king, executing a tyrant in his name, while also remaining vigilant against the mountain's potential desperation. Before Jon Snow's arrival, he had assumed Beric and his company were ambushed at the Weeping Stone, perhaps due to a leak. Yet, it now seems they had not perceived this as a military campaign, nor did they anticipate the mountain would lie in wait, which culminated in a battle reminiscent of a massacre. After navigating through a nameless rocky outcrop, Jon finally caught sight of Beric and his entourage. Upon recognizing the direwolf and stag banners at the forefront, he confirmed it was indeed Beric's company and promptly rode forward. Soon, they became aware of Jon's presence. Edric, serving as Beric's squire, received Beric's command and detached himself from the group to meet Jon. Upon learning Jon's identity, he guided him towards Beric. As a mere bastard, Jon felt compelled to dismount and pay his respects. Esteemed Count, I am Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Lord Stark. Seated atop his steed, Beric gazed down upon Jon, the gentle breeze tousling his chestnut hair, and as a young count, his pride swelled even higher with the wind's caress. Were Jon the legitimate heir of House Stark, he might warrant Beric's descent from his mount to engage in conversation. However, as a mere bastard, Jon did not merit such regard. Indeed, It was somewhat presumptuous for John, this illegitimate son, to so brazenly present himself before a true noble. It was worth noting that during the time when Robert sought Ned's counsel as Hand of the King, John had been expressly forbidden from appearing before Prince Joffrey. Barry's allowance for John to speak now was solely due to Ned's influence. "What brings you to me?" John, undeterred by Barry's indifferent tone, retorted. "I intend to escort them back to King's Landing to safeguard Lord Stark." John's declaration left the others bewildered, struggling to comprehend what peril could possibly befall Ned within the Red Keep. Were remnants of the Targaryens to descend from the free cities? In contrast to the confusion of the others, the expressions of the 20 or so northern soldiers reflected displeasure. John's words were undeniably absurd and, as a bastard, his audacity to utter such folly in the presence of nobility was decidedly disrespectful, casting a shadow upon their revered Ned. In essence, John was tarnishing the reputation of the North, and the northern soldiers, already harboring disfavor towards him, were even less inclined to exhibit kindness. Barry cast a sidelong glance at John, dismissing him as he continued on horseback. A nearby knight of the Mediterranean region addressed John. "Return, young man." Lord Barry is a man of tolerance. One by one, individuals passed by him, some casting disparaging looks his way. John, momentarily unaccustomed to interacting with nobility, eventually grasped the situation and positioned himself in front of Barry, clutching Perp. Observing John's persistence, a flicker of annoyance crossed Barry's eyes. "Lord Barry, this fellow hails from the Stormlands. He informs me that Tywin is actively recruiting free riders and wandering knights." Barry, not a fool, immediately recognized the implications. While Sorrows beside him pondered thoughtfully, and the others began to converge, John silently mused that conversing with astute individuals was indeed less laborious, yet to avoid wasting time. He articulated his thoughts before they could formulate a response. "Lord Barry, the mountain is rampaging through the riverlands. This is no mere raid. Without the backing of a master, how would a rabid dog dare to bite indiscriminately?" He then addressed the gathering northern soldiers. "It appears you believe Lord Ned is quite safe in King's Landing. If that is the case, can anyone enlighten me on how Lord Ned sustained his injuries and how the king met his demise?" Though few were privy to the truth surrounding Robert's death, they were all astute enough to sense an underlying disquiet. After all, rumors are the most insidious of forces in this world. John, having finished speaking, quickly addressed Lord Beric and the others. "My Lord Beric, although I am a bastard, my life was granted to me by Lord Stark, and I am ever ready to sacrifice it in his defense." Observing a slight softening in their demeanor, John continued, "Yet, my strength is woefully inadequate. I require assistance. In many minor noble families, and indeed in the majority of aristocratic households, bastards inevitably descend into the status of beasts of burden, living in a state of perpetual obscurity." However, John's perspective and his profound affection for Ned not only garnered Beric's respect but also indirectly elevated his stature in the eyes of the northern soldiers. Beric pondered the implications. If the mountainous rampage across the Riverlands was not merely a simple raid, and if Tywin stood behind it, then they, with their meager numbers, would be utterly incapable of executing Ned's commands. Yet, having ventured forth, they could not return empty-handed. Otherwise, they would appear as though they had been frightened away. At the very least, they ought to ascertain whether Tywin was indeed recruiting mercenaries en masse. "I shall consider your words," Beric replied, "but as for taking them away, you should abandon that notion." John felt a surge of irritation at being addressed in such a condescending manner. What purpose is there in seeking your assistance if no one can be gathered? He fumed internally. However, he had little time to linger on Beric's words. He rose and called out loudly to the northern soldiers, "Lords, I, Jon Snow, may be a bastard, yet I am also a child yearning to save my father." Sir Jaime Lannister inflicted a grievous injury upon Lord Stark's leg. Fortunately, the king was present then, and he dared not threaten Lord Stark's life. But now, the king is dead, and the streets of King's Landing teem with golden-haired Lannisters. If Lord Stark is attacked again, who will protect him? Despite the numerous flaws in Jon's argument, to the northern soldiers, whose upbringing had instilled in them a keen sense of loyalty, his logic appeared remarkably sound. In Jon's depiction, the injured Ned resembled a solitary old wolf, bravely facing the predatory beasts. However, Jon's audacious attempt to usurp command infuriated Beric and the other nobles. Preposterous. Nonsense. What do you intend? Chapter 26, the letter anticipating their stern response. Jon once again produced the letter from his cloak, signaling his desire for a private conversation with Beric. Beric exchanged a glance with Edric and then moved with Jon a distance of about 20 paces from the group. Jon handed him the letter and said, "My lord, this is a leave of absence from the Night's Watch, signed by Lord Jeor Mormont. It was my father, Lord Ned, who requested this." Beric inquired, "Has the hand of the king realized something? Why have only you been sent? John replied, No, I cannot disclose the specifics. But the soldiers from White Harbor are nearing their arrival by sea. My lord, please allow me to take my father's guards with me. John's words were a mix of truth and deception, yet Beric was already inclined to believe him. Simultaneously, Barry sensed that he might not be able to pass judgment on the mountain this time. The number of people present bore little significance. He turned to a soldier from the north and called out, Sir Toad, you shall return to King's Landing with him. Toad, a lord from the vicinity of Winterfell, was responsible for leading the group of northern soldiers. Upon receiving Barry's command, he departed the ranks with his companions. The others were taken aback by Barry's sudden change of heart, pondering that something monumental must have transpired to deter an individual from contemplating the truth. The most effective method is to divert their attention or inundate them with more information to muddle their thoughts. John addressed Barry, saying, My lord, I have heard that the mountain is active around the area of the actor's beach. You must exercise caution, for he is one of the Lannisters. And the Lannisters are most prevalent in King's Landing. Barry regarded the mountain with indifference, glancing at John and replying, Thank you for your warning. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Observing John shake his head, he turned his horse back to the group. Uncertain whether the fate of the Brotherhood without banners could be altered this time, John believed he could do no more. Moreover, he had taken all of Ned's guards with him, ensuring that at least they would not perish there. As John approached, Toad stepped forward and inquired, John, can you tell me what has transpired? John produced the item he had just shown Barry and recounted the events succinctly. My lord Toad, we must reach King's Landing post-haste, and we must also maintain secrecy. There are many spies near King's Landing, and we cannot allow anyone to discover our whereabouts. Upon seeing Barry's party follow John, Toad harbored no further doubts. Although John was merely a bastard, he was nonetheless Ned's bastard. Furthermore, as a member of Winterfell's guard, he was aware of Ned's sentiments towards John. He had received the same education as Robb in Winterfell, and Ned had likewise arranged for a master to teach John the art of swordsmanship, indicating Ned's affection for his illegitimate son. Toad, recognizing the gravity of the situation, relinquished command of the group to John. Aware that circumstances were finally aligning with his desires, he understood that this was not the time for pretense. John turned to the others and declared, Gentlemen, time is of the essence. We must strive to return to King's Landing before sunset the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the northern soldiers exchanged glances. They had taken nearly 5 days to journey from King's Landing to their current location. And now John demanded they make the return trip in less than 3 days, a pace they could scarcely fathom. Toad furrowed his brow, feeling that John was somewhat misguided in his commands. John, you may not realize that the distance to King's Landing is 4 or 5 days' journey. It is utterly impossible for us to reach it in 3 days. To their astonishment, John tore the leg of his trousers open, revealing the bandages wrapped around his thigh. Gentlemen, how long did it take you to travel from Winterfell to King's Landing? A month and a half? Do you know how long it took me? 10 days. Observing the astonishment in their eyes, John continued, For the past 10 days, I have subsisted entirely upon horseback. Save for the necessities of nature and a mere hour or two of rest each day, I have journeyed relentlessly, day and night. You are all trusted retainers of Lord Stark, and I trust that you possess greater strength than I. John sought to express his own resolve while simultaneously elevating them, rendering his proposal virtually unassailable. Tord and the others were indeed moved by John's relentless spirit. This was no mere journey, but a matter of life and death. They now recognized that despite his gaunt frame, John's eyes blazed with intensity, and his posture was as upright as a spear. Beside him, Pyromaniac was utterly taken aback, never having imagined the origin of the bloodstains on John's trousers. Good heavens, 10 days from Winterfell to the Crownlands. One could scarcely survive such a trial. Pyromaniac was left in shock, contemplating that if it were he in John's place, his bones would surely crumble. Following John's pace, he doubted he could endure even 2 days, let alone 10. Wait, surely he isn't planning to take me to King's Landing as well? 7 save me. May he forget my existence. Pyromaniac silently prayed, only to find John's gaze fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine. You will accompany us. Should you dare to flee, I shall slay you. The reason for bringing Pyromaniac along was to impress upon Ned the gravity of the situation. Should Ned witness Pyromaniac as a witness, the subsequent tasks would become considerably more manageable. Unbeknownst to Pyromaniac, years later, when he was bestowed the title of Baron, he would be immensely grateful for John's coercive methods of travel. He would be even more thankful that John had slain Poppy and placed the blade to his own throat rather than the reverse. With a party of over 20, they pressed onward through the night. Truth be told, they had not experienced such a forced march in quite some time. Initially, it proved taxing. However, witnessing John grit his teeth and remain silent, They felt compelled to maintain their composure before a boy not yet 15. Thus, they persevered. Meanwhile, Jon, wishing to remain inconspicuous, instructed them to stow away the Stark sigil and to navigate the less traveled paths. He recalled how Catelyn had arrived in King's Landing with the Dragonbone dagger, and Littlefinger had almost immediately caught wind of it, dispatching aid. Jon feared there might be spies in the vicinity, so he proceeded with utmost caution. Throughout the journey, Tord and the others marveled at Jon's vigor, gradually coming to believe that he could indeed cover the distance to King's Landing in 10 days. Approximately 3 days later, they beheld the silhouette of the city, inhaling the unique briny scent of the sea. "Sir Tord," Jon called, "you take a portion of the men to the Mudgate, while I lead the others to the King's Gate. Lord Stannis will send his people in due course." Having reached a critical juncture, Jon knew he must steady the group. "Sir Tord," he said, crouching to sketch a rudimentary map of King's Landing, "considering that you have already been in the city for 3 months, I shall venture forth to investigate the situation and attempt to establish contact with the Lord," Jon declared. "We shall prepare for all contingencies, positioning some of our number at the Mudgate and others at the Dragon Gate, ready to provide support at a moment's notice." Todd and the others gathered around, gazing at the map Jon had sketched on the ground. It was evident that one route led via the waterways, while the other traversed the land. "How do you intend to enter the Red Keep?" "Rest assured, the Lord has arranged for my assistance." In truth, Jon had no such assistance. Once he entered King's Landing, he would be entirely on his own. Nevertheless, he had already resolved how to infiltrate the Red Keep. Upon hearing his words, Todd ceased to inquire further. As he watched Jon's departing figure, he inexplicably believed that this lad, not yet 15, could indeed rescue Ned from the heavily fortified Red Keep. Jon stood atop a slight elevation, surveying the coastal city before him. The steady flow of carriages and pedestrians was occasionally punctuated by the vibrant processions of nobles, akin to remnants of a once vibrant tapestry upon an ancient fabric. The imposing gray walls, standing for over 2 centuries, isolated this medieval metropolis from the outside world. For Jon, such architecture was merely a source of curiosity. After all, in his time, a city could hardly be deemed a metropolis unless its population numbered in the millions. However, contemplating the gravity of his undertaking, he set aside his disdain for the city. After all, he was about to embark on an endeavor akin to kidnapping a nation's highest leader. A mere bandit-esque label hardly sufficed to describe his audacity. Moreover, within those walls resided nearly 10,000 gold cloaks. Jon resolved to check the current status of his system. Recognition points: 178,300 for traveling to King's Landing, 26500 for rescuing Ned Stark. Experience cards: Minghua 1, Xingdaring 1. Observing the changing system, Jon sighed softly. He understood that if he could rescue Ned, he would naturally accrue a wealth of recognition points, even points of reverence. Yet, at present, he desperately needed more power. This situation was akin to a man who knows his stocks will soar in the future but cannot even afford a meal at present. Banishing this somewhat pessimistic thought from his mind, Jon prepared to enter King's Landing. Lingering near the city gate for a moment, he noted that most individuals emerging from the old city gate were clad in finery, while those from the adjacent Dragon Gate appeared to be ordinary commoners. It seemed that the area around the old city gate was affluent, whereas the vicinity of the Dragon Gate was undoubtedly a slum. After some contemplation, he decided to enter through the Dragon Gate. After all, his attire would stand out conspicuously in the wealthy district. However, as soon as Jon led his horse into King's Landing, the system's voice echoed in his ear. "You have arrived in King's Landing. The task to travel to King's Landing is voided. You have gained a random skill, bribery. Skill description: offer something the other desires to gain their cooperation. Usage count: 3. Jon paused to contemplate this newfound skill when a voice urged him forward. "Hurry. Move along. Don't block the entrance." Upon glancing back, Jon noticed a coachman donning a tattered felt hat. Although the carriage was empty, it emanated a foul stench, reminiscent of something unsavory having been transported. Jon muttered an apology, took a few steps inside, and settled beneath a sparsely populated tree to ponder the application of this newfound skill. Contrary to its superficial appearance as a mere trinket, this ability was indeed valuable. Everyone harbored desires of their own, yet in seeking their cooperation, one must navigate their apprehensions. This skill effectively compelled others to relinquish their concerns. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned that this ability could seamlessly integrate into his plans. With a sense of resolve, Jon felt bolstered in his quest to rescue Ned. At this point, he became acutely aware of a defining characteristic of King's Landing: its pervasive stench. Jon's initial destination was the Dragon Pit, when the Targaryens still had dragons. This site served as their family's aerodrome, a sanctuary for nurturing colossal dragons. As he ventured further, a flamboyantly dressed woman, bordering on the garish, obstructed his path. "My lord, might you be interested in a little diversion?" "Just 20 copper stars." The woman appeared to be around 30 years of age. Yet her irregular lifestyle had marred her complexion with numerous blemishes. Even the thick layer of cheap makeup could not conceal her flaws. And it seemed she had gone a day without a client, as her makeup showed signs of wear. John waved his hand in refusal, but she persisted. The moment he entered her line of sight, her gaze roamed, recognizing him as an unsophisticated rube, thus marking him as her prey. "How about this? You seem fortunate." "Just 15 copper stars." "No, thank you. 10 copper stars, but you must be quick about it." "What do you mean by quick?" John silently scoffed, then drew half of his sword, intimidating her into retreat. Upon witnessing John's possession of a blade, she sheepishly withdrew. Suddenly, he heard a commotion, and turning around, he saw several individuals engaged in a brawl, brandishing clubs and knives. The once majestic dragon pit had devolved into a den of prostitutes, thieves, and gang skirmishes. As John pressed further into the depths of the city, he realized he had stumbled into one of King's Landing's infamous slums. This area, resembling a patchwork of poverty, was characterized by low, drab buildings in shades of brown and gray. Many residents had erected makeshift brown tarpaulin awnings in front of their dwellings, and with every few steps, one had to be wary of hidden pitfalls. Garbage lay strewn about the corners, and in a puddle on the road, a black and white dog appeared to be searching for something. Upon hearing the sound of hooves behind him, the dog turned to glance at John. Goodness, a pirate dog. Observing the stray dog with its eye hidden beneath a layer of black fur, John sidestepped, circumventing the puddle as he continued onward. "Wait for me, Mary. Hey, don't run away." Occasionally, thin, emaciated children dart back and forth before my eyes, their hair long and unkempt, tangled in knots and even matted together. Their faces bear the marks of saliva and tears, rendering it difficult to discern whether they are boys or girls. Chapter 28. The Red Keep as darkness enveloped the day. John beheld the crimson silhouette of the Red Keep. This fortress, established upon the Aegon's Hill, was erected after Aegon's landing on the continent of Westeros and gradually renovated into the power center of the Seven Kingdoms as the empire expanded. Despite its significance, the Red Keep is not particularly vast. However, it boasts an abundance of structures, the layout of which is exceedingly intricate. John, even if he were to gain entry, would be utterly lost within its confines. Consequently, he faced two pressing dilemmas. First, how to gain access to the Red Keep, and second, how to locate the Hand's Tower. Naturally, persuading Ned and facilitating his departure from King's Landing posed additional formidable challenges. Fortunately, John was not entirely ignorant of King's Landing, having inherited the experiences of the original John, who had resided in Winterfell for over a decade. Thus, he had some awareness of the castle's operations. For instance, the servants responsible for cleaning typically worked at midnight, when the noble lords were fast asleep, rendering their presence unobtrusive. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, the kitchen staff would begin their preparations for the day's meals. By approximately 4 o'clock, specific servants would exit the castle to dispose of the noble's waste. As a bastard, John did not enjoy the same privileges as Robb or Ned. He frequently had to clean his own chamber pot, which afforded him this knowledge. As John gazed up at the towering Aegon's Hill and the imposing walls of the Red Keep, a small door opened, and several individuals emerged, pushing a cart through the night. John decided to follow them, observing as they departed the Red Keep and made their way down a narrow path from the hill, ultimately arriving at a waterway where they appeared to be washing something. Upon entering, John discovered that these individuals were mere children, around 12 or 13 years of age, with the apparent leader barely 14. Though the lighting was poor, it was evident that these children did not suffer from malnutrition, a stark contrast to the sight of other children he had encountered in the city, some with swollen bellies. Their clothing was relatively clean and tidy. Had they been seen elsewhere, one might assume they were children of prosperous families. A closer inspection revealed that their garments were ill-fitting, some sleeves were excessively long, while others were too tight across the chest. They diligently retrieved wooden barrels from their cart and set them into the waterway for cleaning. Though summer had long passed and night had fallen, the water was chilly, yet they persisted in their labor with great earnestness. These wooden barrels, in fact, serve as the toilets for the nobility within the Red Fortress, with the high-ranking servants also being among those they cater to. Among them, the leading child, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, exuded an air of maturity. His name was Lwen, and as the leader of this group of children, he was naturally exempt from labor. Once the other children had completed the task of cleaning the toilets, it was his responsibility to inspect their work. "Joy, do you still wish to continue? You are always the slowest. You make everyone suffer in the cold with you," Lwen remarked with discontent as he approached a slender child. It is worth noting that for the children of commoners, Being allowed into the Red Fortress to clean toilets is considered a lucrative opportunity. They received daily food rations, and occasionally, bonuses, making the absence of hunger a blessing in these times. Wen resided near the king's gate, having been recruited by the octopus-like figure, Varys, to oversee a portion of the sanitation within the fortress. Although he rarely encountered Varys, the few positions he held afforded him a taste of power. This status had elevated him to the role of a leader among the children, with some adults even attempting to curry favor with him in hopes of placing their own offspring under his influence. Thus, he had early on positioned himself above this group of insignificant children. As for Joy, who had just been reprimanded, he was one of Wen's earliest companions. Recently selected by Varys, he had loyally brought his friend along. However, as time passed, Wen realized that Joy's contributions were exceedingly limited, leading him to contemplate dismissing him. In reality, Joy's pace was not slow. It was merely Wen who was making things difficult for him. When Jon observed their cleaning endeavors, he sensed an opportunity. He slightly bent forward, smiling broadly, preparing to approach the leading child. However, upon seeing Jon advance, Wen's eyes flashed with annoyance. Recently, someone had disclosed that he would be bringing them out to clean toilets at this hour, leading to a constant stream of individuals seeking work. It was essential for Wen to limit the number of laborers to around 10, as Varys provided only a limited amount of food. "We are no longer hiring here. You should leave," Wen declared, eliciting a subtle sense of hostility and apprehension from the others towards Jon. The newcomer appeared quite strong, and should he take over the labor, it would undoubtedly increase their families' burdens. Some of them relied on the provisions Wen distributed to support their families, and departing from this arrangement would deal a significant blow. Consequently, the children found themselves in fierce competition with one another. To Jon's surprise, he approached the seemingly authoritative child with a cheerful demeanor, discreetly slipping half a silver stag into his hand. Anticipating that presenting a whole stag might raise suspicions, he had cleverly divided the coin beforehand. "My lord, I earnestly desire this position, and I possess considerable strength. I shall expedite the task of cleaning the toilets." Jon activated his skill, bribery, his voice imbued with an irresistible allure that momentarily ensnared Lune's senses. As he spoke, Jon swiftly seized the toilet cleaning tool from the hands of the child named Joey and commenced his work with remarkable speed. This was the first time someone had attempted to bribe him, and Lune found himself somewhat overwhelmed, absently touching the half-coin of silver stag that still radiated warmth. Becoming somewhat lightheaded, upon further scrutiny of Jon, he noted that while the lad was somewhat slender, his strength was indeed impressive. After a moment's contemplation, Lune pointed decisively at Joey. "Put on his clothes and follow me." Jon, overjoyed, nodded eagerly and proceeded to remove the garments from the child named Joey. Joey clearly resisted. He was unaware that Jon merely intended to complete a single task before departing. Suddenly rendered unemployed, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Nevertheless, Jon demonstrated his physical superiority, effortlessly lifting Joey as if unwrapping an object, and stripped him of his clothing, donning it himself. Dazed, Joey watched as Jon followed Lune into the Red Keep, his body swaying unsteadily, and suddenly tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He and his mother relied solely on each other. With his mother unwell and unable to afford medicine, now even food was beyond their reach, leaving Joey feeling as though the world had collapsed around him. Chapter 29. The Red Keep. Too little Joey sobbed as he turned to return home, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. As he thrust his hand into his clothing, he unexpectedly grasped a handful of coins, discovering among them 3 or 4 silver stacks. The clothing was somewhat oversized for Joey, but on Jon, it appeared snug, as he bowed and listened attentively to his junior superior, who was merely a year his junior. "Our primary responsibility lies with the area near the maiden's quarters. Remember, we must complete all tasks before dawn, especially the toilets, to avoid any inquiries from the lords regarding unpleasant odors." Jon nodded, then inquired, "The highest chamber must be the king's room, correct?" Lune, noticing Jon's naive demeanor, smirked disdainfully. "That is the throne room, where the renowned Iron Throne resides. The king dwells behind it." "Wow, you are quite familiar with the Red Keep. I am truly fortunate to serve under you. Your eloquence resembles that of a true noble." Jon continued to flatter, albeit subtly. Lune, aware that being tasked with cleaning the toilets for the nobility was perhaps his greatest achievement in life, nonetheless found himself occasionally indulging in fantasies. In moments of solitude, he would retreat to his room to mimic the manners and speech of the nobles, and Jon's flattery struck a chord within him. "Let it be. We shall forever remain mere servants." Despite uttering these words, Lune could not suppress the upward curl of his lips. "Indeed, my lord, I have heard that not long ago, our esteemed prime minister had a confrontation with the brother of the queen, resulting in the latter severing the prime minister's leg. I am uncertain of the current situation." The previously cordial atmosphere of our conversation grew somewhat tense as Luen's expression turned cold. If you wish to serve under my command in the future, refrain from asking questions that are better left unasked. Noticing the unease on the other's face, Jon hurriedly nodded, vowing to avoid such transgressions in the future. Luen chose not to speak further, instead leading a group of over a dozen children, including Jon, to a small garden nearby. Very well, before dawn. We must clear this path thoroughly. I expect everyone to take this task seriously, as I shall conduct an inspection. With that, he yawned and turned to depart. Following suit, Jon, along with the others, took up a broom, when a girl of about 12 pointed towards a stretch of road in the distance. That area was previously under Joy's care. You shall be responsible for it from now on. Jon glanced at the girl with chestnut hair, noting the disdain etched upon her face. He understood this was a result of having usurped little Joy's responsibilities, thus he remained silent, merely nodding before heading to his assigned area. Indeed, this location is relatively distant from the others, providing me with the convenience of monitoring it. As Jon swept, he gradually distanced himself from the sight of the others. Under the moonlight, the granite-paved path appeared remarkably clean, allowing for clarity regarding the terrain. He held the broom, jogging towards the direction of the throne hall. Whenever he encountered patrolling soldiers, he would lower his head and stand by the roadside, resuming his journey once they had passed. After approximately half an hour, Jon finally arrived near the throne hall, surmising that the Prime Minister's tower was likely in this vicinity. He recalled reading about a narrow hall within the tower, designated for the Prime Minister's meetings. However, with towers surrounding him, searching each one seemed a daunting task, uncertain of how long it might take. After pondering for a moment, Jon resolved to remain within the Red Keep for a couple of days, biding his time to locate Ned. His body, having undergone systematic enhancement, possessed the strength of an adult, enabling him to swiftly clear his designated area. Upon raising his gaze, he observed the first light of dawn breaking. When Jon returned, he found himself among the last to arrive, astonished by the agility of his fellow children. Humph. Someone like you would be expelled in just a few days. The girl with chestnut hair muttered under her breath. Joy performs tasks with far greater efficiency than you. Jon cast a sidelong glance at the girl, choosing not to respond, deeming it unnecessary. Perhaps being expelled might indeed be the most favorable outcome. Be cautious. Do not spill it. A voice from nearby called out, prompting the girl with chestnut hair to cease her mockery of Jon. She swallowed nervously, stretching her neck to peer in the direction of the voice. Behind Luen stood a small boy, struggling to carry a wooden bucket, his frail arms trembling. Yet his eyes remained fixed intently on the rim of the bucket. Jon observed the viscous substance in the barrel swaying gently, despite the little boy's carefulness. A small patch of the mixture had still managed to stain his clothing. At that moment, Jon noticed that Luen was clutching a dozen or so brown clay bowls, each the size of an adult's palm. Standing beside the food barrel, Luen instructed the others, form a line to receive your bowls and food. This was a lesson Luen had gleaned over time. If the food was distributed prematurely to the children, they would scramble for it like ravenous fish, causing a significant portion to spill. However, by handing out bowls individually and serving the food in an orderly manner, the process became far more civilized. Yet, in the presence of these starving children, even lining up led to a fierce competition for position. Before Jon could fully comprehend the situation, a chestnut-haired little girl, scarcely 2 heads shorter than him, darted out from beneath his arm like a nimble cat chasing a sparrow. He hurriedly followed, managing to squeeze into the 7th or 8th position in line. The children who received their food bolted to the side, devouring their meals with gusto. Watching them eat with such relish made Jon feel a pang of hunger himself. He extended his bowl towards Luen, who glanced at him, shook off about half of the food with his spoon, and then poured the remaining portion into Jon's bowl. You just arrived. Take it easy. The food here is rich, and you wouldn't want to upset your stomach and hinder your work. Just as Jon was about to retort, a bowl suddenly appeared beneath his elbow. Don't block the way after you've received your food. Turning to see the bowl's owner, he found a 10-year-old boy, and he felt no inclination to argue, as his primary objective was to help Ned escape. He would despise himself if he caused a commotion over half a bowl of food. Silently, Jon stepped aside. The chestnut-haired girl, who had nearly finished her own bowl, noticed this exchange and realized that beneath his strength, Jon was somewhat timid. Her large brown eyes flickered with a sudden idea. After everyone had eaten their fill, well, at least a portion of them, Luen led them to an underground stone chamber, where the floor was strewn with straw serving as makeshift mattresses. The straw had formed small depressions from prolonged use. Once everyone found their sleeping spots, Jon discovered an empty space against the wall, likely left by Jory. As he approached the spot, he realized that his immediate neighbor was none other than the chestnut-haired girl. No sooner had he lain down than she remarked, "Newcomer, tomorrow it will be your turn to change the noble's chamber pots." "All right, John replied readily, perceiving this as a fortunate opportunity to inquire about the location of the Prime Minister's tower. The girl was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to dwell on it, rolling her eyes before settling down to sleep. Though John was acutely aware of Ned's predicament, he recognized that worrying at this juncture would yield no fruitful outcome. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to rest. As evening descended and the sky darkened, the door to the subterranean stone chamber was reopened. Who was up for the next shift? Me. John scrambled up from the straw mat, while Loon peered inside once more and called out, Minnie. You take him. Following Loon's direction, John spotted the chestnut-haired girl named Minnie. She swiftly rose and strode to the doorway, turning back to John to urge, hurry up. Loon refrained from further comment, for Minnie was a diligent worker, capable of accomplishing the tasks of two. As a newcomer, John had no need for Loon's protection. The half-silver penny of goodwill had long since been spent the moment he entered the Red Keep. John paid little heed to Minnie's demeanor. If she could escort him to the Tower of the Hand, he would not tolerate anyone maligning her attitude. He retrieved a cart designated for the disposal of waste from a corner, upon which rested a large wooden barrel, suitable for containing refuse. Following Minnie's lead, John surveyed his surroundings and noted that the guards here far outnumbered those in Winterfell. Whether this was due to the palace's status or in the wake of Robert's demise, the atmosphere felt anything but tranquil. The walls of the Red Keep were both tall and thick, yet the overall expanse was not particularly vast. Aside from the ramparts, sunlight scarcely touched the ground, creating an oppressive, gloomy ambience. The crimson bricks bore the scars of weathering, with numerous birds opting to nest in the resulting hollows. Cats lounged lazily atop the battlements and towers, basking in the sunlight. Soon, the last remnants of daylight faded, and the lantern-bearing attendants flickered on the small lights lining the path for illumination. Observing the scene before him, John felt a slight twitch of his features. Having grown accustomed to the regal palaces adorned with jade tiles from the television, this sight struck him as somewhat shabby, perhaps even inferior to a modest estate. The pair arrived near the edge of the Red Keep, where Minnie pointed out that is the White Sword Tower, the very place we are responsible for. He gazed upward to behold a slender, four-story tower, with the highest level containing but a single room that jutted out beyond the city wall, resembling a sentinel straining to survey the horizon. Is that where Lord Baelish resides? Minnie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, so you are aware of him? However, he has since been replaced. Now, Sir Sandor Clegane occupies the chamber. The one with the burned half of his face? Be cautious. He might cleave you in two. John knew that Baelish was still within King's Landing, as he recalled witnessing Ned's beheading amidst a throng in the original tale. Yet now was not the time to dwell on such matters. John yearned to locate Ned's Tower of the Hand, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a large round tower adjacent to the White Sword Tower and remarked, that must be the Tower of the Hand, given its size. As soon as he finished speaking, Minnie burst into laughter. Ha ha, you crack me up. That's the Raven Tower, a place where the bachelor raises his messenger ravens. However, despite her mockery, Minnie still pointed out the location of the Prime Minister's tower. Do you see that grand staircase? If you ascend it, you will behold the Prime Minister's tower. Oh, thank you. Thank you? For what? It's nothing. John realized he had misspoken and felt the need to gloss over it. By the way, if you wish to perish, you may climb that staircase at your leisure. If you desire to live, take the archway over there. John noticed Minnie gesturing toward a corner where a small door, less than 1.5 meters tall, had been opened. Well, off you go. I shall wait here. Before Minnie could finish her sentence, her body slumped softly, and John gently supported her with his hand, then dragged her to an inconspicuous patch of grass. Seeing that no one was around, John pulled the cart through the small door. The wheels of the cart clattered against the stone slabs, and gradually, John began to discern the domed roof of the Prime Minister's tower and its circular windows edged in gold, perhaps due to the guise of pushing a refuse cart. No one questioned his identity, yet he did not approach the Prime Minister's tower directly. Instead, he sought out the individual responsible for cleaning the toilets there to avoid drawing attention. After a while, he spotted a long-haired fellow wearing a felt hat entering his line of sight. John approached him and said, "Leave this to me. You can go rest over there." Activating his bribery skill once more, the man in the felt hat appeared dazed, then nodded vacantly, taking his cart and departing. John knew this was insufficient, so he employed Meng Ho's experience card. Suddenly, the wild cats and birds around him became agitated. A flurry of sounds erupted as the birds, having already returned to their nests, took flight without warning and began to circle in the air. Meanwhile, the night creatures hidden in the eaves and crevices emerged, their bulbous green eyes gleaming like lanterns. Being nighttime, few noticed the commotion. The circling birds suddenly swooped down like stones, colliding with a shadow concealed behind a tree branch and a hidden window. The wildcats, which should have been evading these sneaky figures, surprisingly launched an attack instead. 1, 2, 3, 7, 11. Through these wild cats and birds, Jon discovered a total of 11 hidden sentinels watching Ned. He glanced at the large wooden barrel on his cart, pondering that he had no choice but to rely on this. Chapter 31. The Red Keep. End. A dark cloud obscured the moon, casting a shadow that seemed to settle deep in Ned's heart. He could no longer afford to worry about himself. After all, he possessed experience in leading troops into battle and was highly sensitive to surveillance, knowing that in such circumstances, no one could rescue him. As for Jon, he had not considered him at all. It had been less than half a month since Robb had sent him a letter, and in Ned's view, there was no way Jon could reach King's Landing. Moreover, he did not wish for Jon to wade into this murky water. At present, Ned is most troubled by the well-being of his two daughters. He stands by the window, gazing towards the old city gates. The Red Keep, after all, is the highest point in King's Landing. By observing where the lights shine the brightest, he can discern the affluent quarters of the city, where Sansa frequently attends banquets. As for Arya, ever since she found a sword instructor, she has relentlessly practiced each day, refusing to relent until utterly exhausted. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a door creaking open, and Ned becomes instantly alert, grasping the hilt of his sword. If the visitor were a legitimate guest, they would have announced themselves beforehand. With one hand resting on the sword's pommel, he readies himself for a potential confrontation, despite the injury to his leg. Drawing upon his conditioned reflexes from past combat experiences, he instinctively regulates his breathing, and then a familiar head cautiously emerges into view. Jon. He can hardly believe his eyes. Jon has grown significantly since leaving Winterfell, appearing taller and leaner. Yet this lean appearance is not one of frailty, but rather embodies the poise and strength of a spear. "My lord, I have come to rescue you," Jon whispers, deliberately lowering his voice. Ned senses that Jon seems to be evading something, consciously maintaining distance from the window. "Quickly, sit back down, my lord. Someone is watching us," Jon murmurs, gesturing towards the outside. Ned realizes he is indeed being surveilled, a suspicion that has lingered in his mind these past few days. Jon crouches low, aligning his body with the bottom edge of the window, gradually inching closer to Ned's desk. "My lord, please hand me a piece of paper." Though uncertain of Jon's intentions, Ned complies. Jon uses a dagger to carve a silhouette onto the paper, then signals for Ned to extinguish the light. At that moment, the watchers outside, just recovering from the commotion caused by wildcats and birds, notice the room has plunged into darkness and become alert. However, moments later, the light flickers back on, casting Ned's shadow upon the window, and they relax once more. Meanwhile, Jon has assisted Ned to the door, well away from the window. "How did you get in?" Despite his multitude of questions, Ned's foremost concern remains Jon's safety. "We must leave at once. I will explain everything once we are safely away," Ned inquires. "Is it just you?" "No, the guards you assigned to Lord Beric are waiting outside the city," Jon replies. A wave of astonishment washes over Ned. He cannot fathom how Jon managed to reach King's Landing in such a short span of time, nor how he infiltrated the heavily fortified Red Keep. Moreover, he is perplexed as to why Beric would consent to allowing his guards to accompany Jon. Just as Ned prepares to rise, he waves his hand dismissively, urging, "You must go. Do not concern yourself with me. If possible, take Sansa and Arya with you." Yet, he quickly negates his own suggestion. "No, just ensure your own safety. No one else matters." Ned waved his hand dismissively, as if to shoo Jon away. Jon understood that Ned would not readily follow him. His unwavering sense of honor and morality forbade such an act. "My lord, or should I now refer to you as uncle? I have traveled over 1,000 miles in the past fortnight to save you. Are you truly going to let me leave like this?" He knew that as a younger relative, he ought to persuade his elder by first demonstrating his sincerity. "My lord, even if we fail to escape, we could at least don black cloaks, ensuring the safety of Sansa and Arya." Through Jon's heartfelt and logical entreaties, Ned ultimately conceded to his proposal. "Answer me this. Why do you deem Peter untrustworthy?" Jon calculated the time in his mind. He was uncertain when the unconscious Mira would awaken, thus he urged, "Lord Stark, trust me just this once. Come with me. We can converse as we walk. By dawn, it may be too late for us to escape." Ned acquiesced to Jon's request, and Jon supported him as they made their way down the tower. Suddenly, Ned recalled that the ancestral Stark sword, Ice, was still in the study. But the thought flitted through his mind and was quickly discarded. After all, this was a matter of life and death. A sword was of little consequence. It must be said that the strength Jon had gained from his experiences was quite remarkable. The 160 to 70 pounds of Ned felt weightless on Jon's back. His steps remained steady and light. Ned was astonished by Jon's growth. He was still not yet 15, and his body had yet to fully develop. When they last parted in Winterfell, Jon barely reached his nose, yet now he was nearly of comparable height. What astonished him even more was Jon's strength. As they descended the stairs, Ned could even feel a current of air brush past his face. Within mere moments, they reached the final step, where a large wooden barrel awaited them. "My lord, you can hide inside here, and I shall carry you out." Having experienced the grim realities of life, Ned did not exhibit any revulsion upon recognizing the barrel's purpose. Instead, with Jon's assistance, he entered and curled himself within. However, once Jon secured the lid, concern washed over him. How would he manage to move this barrel, which stood waist-high and measured nearly 4 feet in diameter? While Jon had relied on his legs to carry Ned, lifting the barrel would require sheer upper body strength. He sensed that Jon's upper body lacked substantial muscle. Yet, his worries dissipated quickly. Within the barrel, Ned felt himself being lifted off the ground, steady and without any sense of unbalance. Soon, he realized he had been placed onto a handcart. As the wheels beneath the cart began to turn, he understood that Jon had successfully whisked him away. Along the way, Jon took the opportunity to share his reasons for distrusting Peter, beginning with the most significant point of suspicion, the dagger, and progressing to the revelation of Catelyn's secret journey southward. Certainly, Jon has expressed his speculation, suggesting that Littlefinger has likely entangled Eddard in some sinister conspiracy involving the incestuous affair between Cersei and Jaime. As Jon's words resonated, Ned found himself deep in contemplation. After approximately 20 minutes, Jon abruptly halted, and sensing the uncertainty outside, Ned became vigilant, holding his breath and pressing his ear against the edge of the barrel. Indeed, Jon had encountered a bit of trouble as a palace guard had obstructed his path. Routine inspection. Chapter 32, The Iron Gate. Routine inspection. Perhaps the noise created by his manipulation of the wildcat and wildbird had drawn some attention, prompting the guards of the Red Keep to heighten their vigilance. After all, they were on the precipice of a coup, and those at the eye of the storm were taut with tension. Jon positioned the handcart with determination. He resolved that should the situation reveal itself, he would strike first, eliminating the guard before him without hesitation. "My lord, this is merely refuse. I must dispose of it quickly, lest there be no sustenance left for us." However, the guard remained unmoved, lifting one of the wooden barrels for inspection. Realizing he could not allow events to unfold unchecked, Jon stepped forward, prying open the barrels one by one before the guard's watchful eyes. As Jon unveiled the lid, a faint odor wafted forth, causing the guard to retreat a few paces and glance at the large barrel. "Open this one as well." The barrel was not soundproof. Jon's words were crystal clear to Ned. "My lord, it contains a corpse. Perhaps it is best not to look." It was not unusual for corpses to be brought forth within the Red Keep, yet the burly guard decided he must take a glance. "I said open it." The guard's impatience with Jon's hesitance was palpable. Jon quickly complied, lifting the lid, and as the guard leaned in to inspect, he indeed beheld a figure within. However, due to the poor lighting, the guard could not discern the attire or appearance of the occupant clearly. Thus, he unsheathed his sword, intent on determining the nature of the body. At the sound of the blade being drawn, Ned's anxiety surged. He was uncertain of his ability to convincingly portray a corpse. Just as he braced himself, preparing to endure a strike, he heard the clang of the sword falling onto the cart, followed by a rustling sound. Concerned for Jon, Ned boldly sat up, witnessing Jon ensnaring the guard's neck with his arm. They both collapsed to the ground. Jon twisted the guard's neck with a brutal motion, the sickening crack of bone echoing as the guard's eyes widened in shock. His legs flailed momentarily before he fell still. To leave no trace, Jon disposed of the guard's weapon and the corpse into the barrel, finally pushing the cart, laden with 300 to 400 pounds, out of the gates of the Red Keep. Through the gap between the barrel and its lid, Ned gazed at the towering Red Keep, never imagining he would depart in such a manner. Jon meticulously maneuvered the cart down from the heights of Aegon S. Hill, finally coming to a halt in a secluded spot. He lifted the lid of the large barrel and assisted Ned out. Although the barrel had been cleaned, its previous contents were far from pristine, leaving Ned gasping for breath inside. Once Jon helped him down, he inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. "Which gate shall we take?" "The Dragon Gate," Jon replied. However, Ned recalled that Joffrey had previously decreed that only the King's Gate or the Iron Gate were to be used. Jon remembered his brief stay in the Red Keep, a mere 2 days, during which the young king had issued such an edict. It was clear that they were already preparing for a coup, despite the fact that such powers were only granted upon ascension to the throne. "Then let us proceed to the Iron Gate. We can decide to travel by land or by water depending on the circumstances," Ned suggested, nodding in agreement. Jon hoisted Ned onto his back and navigated through the riverbank until they reached a dense thicket. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall fetch a horse." Jon's own steed had long been taken by an unknown hand. He had refrained from entrusting his horse to anyone else, as such discretion would help conceal his movements. The individual who had taken his horse certainly wished to keep its origin a secret, thereby allowing John's trail to remain obscured, yet to make their escape. He urgently needed another horse, otherwise, by the time they reached the Iron Gate on foot, dawn would break upon them, complicating their efforts to rescue Arya and Sansa. Before long, Ned saw John return with 2 horses. After assisting him onto one, he inquired, "Where did you acquire these horses?" "I coaxed them." John replied without hesitation. "Coaxed?" Ned mused, realizing that coaxed might imply theft, but now was not the time for reproach. In truth, John's coaxing was genuine. Utilizing the affinity he had gained from 3 uses of the Mingho experience card, he had merely fed the horses a handful of beans to lead them away. The 2 rode swiftly, though John had initially worried about Ned's injury to his leg. However, he underestimated Ned's equestrian skills, though not as graceful as before. He managed well enough. To avoid drawing attention, they slowed their pace in crowded areas, turning what should have been a 20-minute journey into nearly an hour. As they approached the Iron Gate, guarded by the red cloaks of the Westerlands, John felt a surge of exhilaration. The arduous journey had not been in vain. He had finally altered Ned's fate, and he believed that the ensuing events would undoubtedly reshape the course of their struggles. With Ned's esteemed reputation, he would rally the armies of the North, the Vale, and the Riverlands. Meanwhile, Loras Tyrell, through his alliance with House Tyrell, would command the forces of the Reach and Stormlands. In a 5-to-1 scenario, victory seemed all but assured. However, Stannis wields the allegiance of the Red Priestess, and her shadow magic may prove to be an unpredictable variable. Now is not the time for such musings. Shortly after John brought Ned out, they encountered Tord and the others, who had been anxiously waiting for nearly 2 days. They were like ants on a hot stove. Had it not been for a shred of reason, they would have charged in recklessly. The moment they laid eyes on Ned again, the weight of their collective anxiety was significantly alleviated. My lord, are you well? My lord." A throng of northern soldiers hurriedly assisted Ned down from his horse, their gazes toward John filled with admiration and gratitude. Infiltrating the Red Keep was no small feat. And John had not only accomplished this, but had also emerged with a living man. Truly remarkable. "Take good care of Lord Stark. I shall return with Sansa and the others," Tord proclaimed as he rose. Yet John shook his head. "Didn't I mention? You've all been in King's Landing recently. If someone recognizes you, it could spell trouble. Let us swap our steeds." John's actions once again earned Ned's respect. He was not only brave, but also remarkably astute and meticulous. If Lyanna were aware of the exceptional son she bore, she would undoubtedly swell with pride. However, a flicker of concern crossed Ned's mind. What if John, burdened by his identity, harbored unwarranted ambitions? In the past, a mere grant of a small fief, or even just the acknowledgement of his right to the Stark name, would have sufficed to satisfy him. Now, however, he found himself uncertain of John's true aspirations, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Ned's mind. John deftly mounted his horse and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 33. Arya in no time. John re-entered King's Landing, this time donning a fresh attire that appeared somewhat more refined. He observed the Red Priest from the west engaging in light-hearted banter, their demeanor far from solemn. Following the information Ned had imparted along the way, John ventured westward upon re-entering the city, heading toward the affluent district near the Old Town Gate. This area was a significant improvement compared to the flea-ridden and dragon-filled locales he had previously traversed. The roads here were relatively smooth, though constructed from nothing particularly extravagant. The sound of horses' hooves echoed against the solid surface, indicating a stark contrast in quality. Noble carriages frequently passed by, and the surroundings were devoid of those lacking adequate clothing. Night had fallen, yet the scions and daughters of nobility were just beginning to prepare for their lavish soirees. "Miss Steele, you are truly exquisite." "Thank you." John slowed his pace and, amidst the elaborate greetings from the aristocracy, finally arrived at the sword training hall where Arya practiced. It was a modest estate, the gate securely shut due to the late hour. To minimize noise, John had to seek a spot where he could scale the wall and gain entry. Tethering the horse in a shadowy corner, John approached the base of a wall where a willow tree stood. With a powerful push against the trunk, he vaulted over 2 meters high, deftly flipping himself inside. At that moment, a man with a hawk-like nose emerged from the darkness, lightly tapping the protrusions of the wall with his toes before following John into the enclosure. Arya was truly lively and spirited. During their time in Winterfell, she envied John, Robb, and Bran for their opportunities to practice swordplay, while she was relegated to learning needlework alongside Sansa under the tutelage of Lady Catelyn. Occasionally, she would clandestinely wield a wooden sword, only to be reprimanded by Catelyn. However, upon arriving in King's Landing, she found herself liberated from constraints, and Ned had even procured a teacher for her. This instructor was particularly fond of her, generously imparting his knowledge. Consequently, Arya often practiced swordsmanship late into the night, sometimes foregoing her return to the Red Keep, opting instead to sleep at the sword training hall. Had she been a boy, her dedication would surely have secured her a place in the realm of swordsmanship in the future. In fact, in the original narrative, Arya seized every opportunity to hone her skills during her flight, driven not only by her passion but also by the fierce desire for vengeance for her family. At this moment, her forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and in her hand was the small sword named Needle, a gift from Jon. Though her attire was soaked with perspiration, Arya's expression bore no sign of fatigue. Rather, she exhibited an extraordinary focus and seriousness. Suddenly, a familiar voice pulled her from the realm of swordplay. "Little sister." Arya turned, immobilized by surprise. It was Jon. "Jon," she exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace, her form draping over him. "You've grown taller." Both Arya and Jon inherited the Stark features, making their resemblance strikingly evident when they stood together as siblings. Jon smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, a somewhat balding man materialized behind Jon. It was the hawk-nosed man who had shadowed him. Jon turned, astonished by the man's sudden appearance, realizing he had been completely unaware of his presence. It seemed that this sword master from the Free Cities possessed remarkable skills. Jon had entered discreetly over the wall to evade detection, and the man had quickly noted Jon's arrival, following him closely. Observing Jon and Arya's warm reunion, he felt reassured yet puzzled. "Master, this is Jon, the one I told you about," Arya announced. Her teacher, named Syrio, recognized Arya's considerable talent for swordsmanship, coupled with her commendable diligence. For someone wishing to pass on their knowledge, few joys surpassed discovering a gifted and industrious apprentice. In the original storyline, he even fought fiercely to protect his pupil against the golden-robed men who sought to capture Arya. Thus, for such a master, Jon planned to take him along. A deeper reason lay in the fact that the faceless man, Jaqen, was likely lurking just outside the city. Having such a skilled ally nearby would undoubtedly enhance Ned's safety. Lord Stark had already ventured outside the city, and due to the circumstances there, I must secretly escort Arya away. I wonder if you, esteemed master, would be willing to depart with us? Jon gestured towards the Red Keep as he spoke. Syrio was a shrewd individual. He understood that the forces capable of instilling such trepidation in a prime minister must be formidable indeed, especially if they were so powerful that they could not even secure the timely relocation of their own two daughters. The identity of that individual was becoming increasingly apparent. As Arya's instructor, Syrio knew that once Arya was gone, he would inevitably become a target for interrogation, facing the grim possibility of imprisonment, leaving him with no choice. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Syrio simply draped a cloak over Arya's shoulders and prepared to leave with nothing else in hand. This small gesture from Syrio completely assuaged Jon's worries. Arya had just broken a sweat and could easily catch a chill. It seemed Syrio truly cared for his pupil. Jon turned to Arya and said, "Father is just outside the Dragon Gate. You should still remember Todd, right? He will assist you. I must first find Sansa, and I shall reunite with you shortly." Noticing Jon's serious demeanor, Arya felt a sense of foreboding and asked, "Jon, what has happened? Why must we leave so suddenly?" Syrio understood that this was not the moment for Jon to elaborate, so he gently patted Arya's head, signaling her to refrain from further questions and to get dressed quickly. Syrio then led Jon to a concealed side door. "Master, my father currently lacks capable hands. I must rely on your assistance. Should the situation change, please escort him back to the north. I am counting on you." Chapter 34. The Tea Party. As soon as Jon returned to King's Landing, the system's voice echoed once more. In just 2 days, the system had registered 2 responses, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Ned Stark has been rescued. The task to rescue Ned Stark is voided, and a random skill has been acquired. Martial arts. Skill description: possesses master-level combat skills. What a nonsensical skill. What use is it to me now? I would have preferred a wall-passing ability, or even a secret of art. Jon grumbled, only to discover that this skill had no limitations on usage. Could it be used indefinitely? Pondering this, Jon surveyed the passers-by around him and realized that the skill was not as simplistic as he initially presumed. He noticed that the movements of those around him appeared to unfold in slow motion. Their walking, at that moment, showcased their most imbalanced posture, allowing him to capture their movements with remarkable ease. This realization, while seemingly trivial, was significant. Walking is the most instinctive action for everyone. And if Jon could discern flaws even in such a practiced motion, it attested to the formidable nature of this martial skill. Once he faced an opponent, that adversary appeared to him as a tapestry of vulnerabilities, securing the upper hand even before the first strike was delivered. Moreover, Jon discovered that his understanding of human anatomy had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was acutely aware of where vital points lay. Well, perhaps a bit haphazardly. While he tirelessly searched for Sansa, she was attending a gathering that could be described as a tea party under the guise of mourning for King Robert. If Arya embodied the spirit of a lively tomboy with remarkable talent in swordsmanship, Sansa was the epitome of nobility. Her gifts intricately woven into the fabric of social maneuvering and advantage. At that moment, she found herself within an opulent estate, participating in a ball where the air was laced with the fragrances of incense and wine. Servants flitted about, some stationed behind their masters, while others moved swiftly, bowing as they served exquisite drinks and delicacies. The ambience was further enriched by musicians who played harmoniously, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Since arriving in King's Landing over 3 months ago, she had attended 2 or 3 banquets each week. Draped in a pale blue high-neck gown adorned with embroidered white daisies, she sat among a group of noble young ladies. Her chestnut hair cascaded like satin, and as she turned her elegantly elongated neck, her proud tresses caught the light from various angles, while her green eyes sparkled like precious gemstones. "Sansa, we shall all miss the king," one remarked. "Indeed, King Robert was a valiant warrior. I believe Prince Joffrey will lead this kingdom to prosperity," another added. "Yes, hope is the most precious of treasures," Sansa nodded, striving to project an air of sorrow, yet a bittersweet sensation arose within her as they spoke of Joffrey. The image of the handsome prince radiated a golden glow in her mind. Nevertheless, her decorum was impeccable. She mourned when appropriate and echoed sentiments when needed. Were her mother, Catelyn, present at that moment, she would undoubtedly feel immense pride in her daughter. Previously renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms, the little Rose Marjorie, known as the Rose of Highgarden, was said to wash her face with milk, her skin surpassing silk in its smoothness and radiance. Yet, more remarkable was her charm. She was not merely a pretty face, but a beloved socialite, a true flower of society. In recent months, Sansa had also acquired her own title, the Pearl of the North. For a brief moment, it seemed the two might share the limelight. In truth, Sansa was deserving of such an appellation, being the betrothed of the prince and the daughter of the Warden of the North and the Hand of the King. Her esteemed lineage made it challenging for anyone in King's Landing to rival her standing. At that moment, Jon, disguised as a servant, remained oblivious to the fact that this was a tea party themed around remembrance. Observing the nearby musicians, he almost believed he had stumbled upon a banquet. He could not help but lament that Westeros could not be understood through the lens of his former life's experiences. The concept of national mourning simply did not exist here. Merely a few days after Robert's demise, the revelers resumed their music and dance. Had this occurred in ancient Huaxia, the majority present would have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Jon must devise a means to extricate Sansa from the gathering. However, Sansa has become the centerpiece of the festivities, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, approaching her is nearly impossible. The challenge is akin to attempting to pilfer the most exquisite jewels from a cacophonous jewelry shop. As Jon grappled with the dilemma of how to rescue Sansa, chaos erupted in the Red Keep. What? Ned has vanished. Cersei, who had been sleeping late and relying heavily on wine to find rest, always ensured that Ned was asleep before she herself could doze off, her mind perpetually on edge. Upon learning of Ned's disappearance, she hurled her wine glass to the ground in a fit of rage, shattering the costly goblet into fragments. It was the watchful eyes assigned to monitor Ned who first sensed something amiss. For nearly 2 hours, Ned had remained motionless by the window, arousing their suspicion. Upon stealthily entering Ned's chamber, they found it eerily vacant, until a silhouette resembling Ned's caught their attention, prompting them to report the alarming news to Cersei. "Where are the guards stationed at the Hand's Tower? Have they lost their sight?" Cersei roared at the guards in fury, yet her outburst proved futile. "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We have dispatched search parties." Search. Cersei understood the implications of Ned's disappearance all too well. He was the sole individual capable of uniting the Starks, Lannisters, Baratheons, and Tullis. Should he return to the north and rally an army, her fate would be sealed. The thought of her children sent shivers down her spine. Haunted by the prophecy, then have him dragged away. "Hang him, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Ignoring the guards' protests, several crimson-cloaked figures forcibly removed them from her presence. The palace guards, upon investigation, found no signs of forced entry at the Hand's Tower. Furthermore, given Ned's injured leg, it was implausible for him to have departed in such a perilous manner. The guards who had just been taken for execution claimed they had not witnessed the Hand's departure. Only a servant tasked with cleaning the toilets had entered the tower in the interim. They could hardly fathom that the esteemed Hand would stoop to such depths. Nor did they consider that a seemingly frail youth could effortlessly lift the large wooden bucket containing the Hand's personage. Earlier, they had misconstrued Jon's demeanor as merely carrying an empty vessel. Cersei commanded that all servants responsible for toilet cleaning be gathered for interrogation and torture. She ordered the gold-cloaked guards to shut the city gates and apprehend Sansa and Arya. News of the turmoil barely escaped the Red Keep when Littlefinger received word. In his scheme, he aimed to instigate a blood feud between the Lannisters and the Starks, allowing him to ascend the treacherous ladder of chaos. Realizing that Ned had likely not strayed far, he promptly directed his men to search the outskirts of the city. Ned's departure was undeniably detrimental to him, especially now that he had lost Ned's trust. Chapter 35. Varys' troubles. The gold-cloaked guards dispatched by Cersei immediately descended upon the sword house, where Arya resided, as well as the residence where Sansa and Jon were currently situated, akin to ravenous wolves. The news of Ned's departure shocked Varys the most. Since Ned's arrival in King's Landing, he had been deftly manipulated by Littlefinger. Although he had perceived a diminishing trust from Ned towards Littlefinger, it was ultimately futile. In Varys' eyes, Ned resembled a moth ensnared in a spider's web. Struggling slowly led to a protracted demise, while a swift struggle would hasten his end. Yet now, this dying moth had unexpectedly escaped, leaving Varys astounded. Accompanying this surprise was trouble. Like Littlefinger, he desired chaos in Westeros. Only through such turmoil could Aegon, far away in the free cities, have a chance, and the Targaryens to whom he was loyal could rise again. However, he now found himself in a predicament. Had it not been for this individual outsourcing the palace servants, Jon would not have infiltrated so easily. He couldn't simply issue a statement to deflect blame. He had to take responsibility for the situation. Both Littlefinger and Varys were perplexed. Who had facilitated Ned's escape? More bewildering was how Ned had managed to leave under such tight surveillance. If someone had indeed rescued him, what manner of person could that be? As he pondered these questions, a rapid knocking interrupted his thoughts. Lord Varys. Lord Varys. Typically, summons were delivered by nimble children. But the voice outside unmistakably belonged to a man. Varys surmised it was likely someone Cersei had sent to question him. He slipped on his soft slippers and opened the door. "Your Majesty summons you," came the announcement. Littlefinger was also being summoned. In truth, there were few individuals Cersei could trust, and Littlefinger's presence was primarily to provide her with counsel. Varys awaited Littlefinger in front of Maegor's Holdfast, the Queen's residence. While Varys resided within the Red Keep, Littlefinger had to ascend Aegon's high hill and traverse a considerable distance to reach him. Varys noted Littlefinger's hurried arrival, his breath coming in heavy gasps. "Lord, is there a secret passage within the Tower of the Hand?" Littlefinger inquired. "If there truly is, I would have departed with Lord Ned." Glancing at Varys' rather corpulent form, Littlefinger remarked, "If that were the case, it must be quite a spacious passage." Varys shrugged, neither confirming nor denying his words. Both men were seasoned schemers. With mere words and subtle gestures, they dismissed each other's suspicions. Upon hearing of Ned's flight, Littlefinger's first suspicion fell upon Varys, for rumors suggested he was privy to many secret passages within the Red Keep. However, it appears that Varys had no compelling reason to risk assisting Ned. Rather, he had been recently drawn closer to Ned himself. This was well known to Cersei's spies. Upon encountering Cersei, the two found her standing in the main hall of Maegor's Holdfast, surrounded by her crimson-clad guards. The surroundings were brilliantly illuminated. Yet due to her elevated position, they could only discern the shadows encircling Cersei's eyes, which concealed a burgeoning fury. "Lord Varys, your so-called little birds seem rather ineffective." Her cold voice resonated, prompting Varys to lower his bald head, his mind racing. Logically, his surveillance of Ned had reached an impenetrable level. Unless the one who took him possessed sorcery, there was absolutely no chance for Ned to escape. Suddenly, a red-cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, carrying a sack over his shoulder. With a thud, he dropped the sack to the ground, eliciting a mournful wail from within. Recognizing the voice, Varys realized this was the very individual he had dispatched, disguised as a servant to clean Ned's privy. Cersei observed the writhing sack on the floor and remarked, "He was supposed to be cleaning the Prime Minister's latrine, yet when found, he was hiding in the stables." Varys approached and unfastened the sack, revealing a swollen-faced boy who gazed around with wide, frightened brown eyes. The red cloaks surrounding him resembled statues, although their faces were obscured. It seemed as though they might cleave him into pieces at any moment. "Can you explain to me what transpired?" Varys inquired gently, attempting to soothe the trembling lad. "A very thin man found me and instructed me to hide in the stables." "And then?" Varys pressed. "I remained hidden there." "Could you elaborate?" "He told me to go to the stables, and then he gave me a dragging glass dagger." As he spoke, one of the red cloaks stepped forward to display the dagger they had confiscated. Varys' expression darkened as he asked, "So he provided you with a dagger, and you obeyed his command to hide in the stables, is that correct?" The boy nodded, and for the first time, Varys felt a twinge of doubt in his judgment of character. Over the years, he had consistently selected the most astute children for his purposes, and this one had been deemed the smartest of them all. However, it appeared that he had erred. "Apologies, Your Grace. I shall train them more diligently," he thought. Cersei, now lacking the patience for further inquiry, turned to Petyr Baelish and asked, "Did you find any signs of unrest in your vicinity?" "Sansa remains at the residence of Lord Matterley attending a banquet. We can—" Before he could finish, Cersei cast a glance at the guard behind her, who understood her unspoken command and departed with his men. Cersei was now utterly unsettled. Ned had laid his cards on the table, demanding that she flee with their 3 children. She had intended to strike first and orchestrate a coup, believing she had everything under control, waiting for Ned to reveal a flaw. Yet unexpectedly, he had vanished. However, the one who also found himself grappling with a sense of chaos was Petyr Baelish. He was left in the dark regarding what exactly Ned had uncovered that had led to his loss of trust. Previously, he had felt invulnerable, confident in his ability to monitor Ned's movements. But with Ned's departure, he was compelled to ponder the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, he managed to steady his thoughts, reasoning that Ned likely had not yet secured concrete evidence. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to confront Cersei. So why would he shy away from clarifying matters in front of him? Petyr cast a furtive glance at Cersei, her hands intertwined, and it appeared that this queen, nay, this dowager queen, was the one facing the greater predicament. Chapter 36. Ned's resolve. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of the gold-cloaked men at the sword school where Arya was located, they discovered that both Arya and Syrio had vanished. In the interest of efficiency, they did not search methodically but divided into 2 groups, one to seek Sansa, the other to pursue Arya. Just as Jon was devising a plan to extract Sansa, he was startled by a commotion outside. "Who are you looking for, my lords? You cannot enter. Step aside. The gold cloaks are taking someone." Jon realized that Cersei must have caught wind of the situation. Although everyone was momentarily distracted by the gold cloaks outside, Sansa remained amidst the throng. As the clamor drew ever closer, the once fluid movements of the servants at the ball came to a standstill. Upon witnessing the gold cloaks, they retreated to the edges of the banquet hall as if leaves were falling from the canopy of trees. The previously lively atmosphere of the hall abruptly turned desolate. The musicians ceased their playing, and only a murmur of astonishment filled the air. "What is happening? Why are the gold cloaks here? My heavens, those are the red cloaks. The Queen's guards." Jon, ever vigilant of the hall's dynamics, suddenly conceived a plan upon noticing the nearby fireplace. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, he snatched several burning logs and hurled them onto the grand drapery, then shouted to the assembly, "Fire! Fire!" While the noble ladies, drawn to the chaos, reveled in the spectacle, it was clear that their corner of the hall had become increasingly raucous. Soon, the silken curtains billowed with thick, black smoke, and the once fragrant air of flowers and wine was quickly replaced by the acrid scent of burning protein. The noble ladies, adorned with elaborate hairstyles and cumbersome gowns, scattered like clumsy penguins, their movements hindered, causing many to stumble. However, servants swiftly came to their aid, for the fire safety measures were commendably robust, and this upheaval would soon subside. At that moment, Sansa too felt a surge of panic. Back in Winterfell, she had only heard whispers of a stable fire, but now, faced with the uncontrolled flames and smoke at such close quarters, she felt utterly helpless. The very noble lady who had been seated beside her, offering comfort moments ago, was now fleeing with alarming speed. "My heavens, fire! You fool! Take me away! Wait for me! Wait for me!" As Sansa contemplated joining the others in their hasty escape, a slender hand grasped her arm, and she felt a tightening grip at the nape of her neck, plunging her into darkness. The flames were swiftly extinguished, and the noble ladies emerged unscathed, their appearances untouched. However, the gold-clad guards dispatched to apprehend Sansa were disheartened upon verifying their identities. They discovered she was nowhere to be found. "Is Lady Sansa here? Has anyone seen Lady Sansa?" 2 leading guards inquired loudly. It was evident that only Queen Cersei could command these guards at this moment. Although the gathered nobles and gentlemen were puzzled by Cersei's fervent search for her, they nonetheless began to scan their surroundings. "Sansa was just here. Elro, weren't you with Sansa moments ago?" The guards soon realized that Sansa had likely been whisked away in the chaos and hastily departed to report back to Cersei. Meanwhile, Jon, carrying Sansa, realized that the gates of King's Landing were likely closing, so he made his way toward the vicinity of the dragon pit he had previously passed. Todd was stationed a bit closer to the city gates, prepared to assist Jon at a moment's notice. It was now the cusp of dawn. The moisture in the soil began to rise, and the flora before him gradually glistened with dew. After a while, an unsettling atmosphere within the city became palpable. And sure enough, the gates slammed shut with a resounding thud. Though the gates were closed, Jon remained absent from view. leaving Todd to place his hopes on the iron doors beyond. His feelings towards Jon had transformed from initial skepticism and distrust into admiration and respect. One must ponder, has there ever been anyone in history capable of extracting a living person from the heavily guarded Red Keep? Not to mention the Red Keep. Any fortress of repute would not allow even a single individual to slip away unnoticed, even if one were not to escort someone out. Traversing over 1,000 miles in such a brief span was an extraordinary feat, yet, despite the waiting, news remained elusive. "My lord, the gates are closed." A soldier from the north reported urgently to Ned, and an ominous feeling swept over everyone present. "Let us wait a moment longer," Ned replied, his tone revealing no emotional fluctuation, though his expression betrayed his concern. "Father, please let me go into the city. I am quite capable." Arya, sitting beside Ned, appeared fragile like a small kitten against his towering figure, yet her tiny hand clutched her short sword tightly, perspiration forming unbeknownst to her. Ned, of course, would not consent. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, Syrio stepped forward. "My lord, I believe it is prudent for us to depart soon." "I understand your sentiment." Syrio shook his head. "Lord Stark, before Jon entrusted me with escorting Arya away, he made it clear that your safety is paramount, as long as you remain alive. Many others will also survive." In a state of urgency, Syrio's desire to depart left Elia feeling somewhat displeased, while the surrounding soldiers cast him disdainful glances. "As long as you can successfully reach the north, even if Lady Sansa and Jon are captured, their lives would remain unthreatened." Eddard understood the implications of his words. Others, too, presumed to grasp his meaning. After all, hostages are generally safe for the most part. Yet, Eddard's concern lay with Jon. Sansa, being his legitimate daughter, was undoubtedly the most suitable as a hostage. However, when it came to Jon, he seemed somewhat expendable in comparison. Should Cersei decide to behead Jon as a means of intimidation, how would he confront Lyanna? Moreover, Jon had just saved him. "At dawn, we shall depart." After much contemplation, Eddard issued this command. Chapter 37. Sansa. At this moment, Jon had been carrying Sansa for nearly an hour. Upon reaching the dragon pit, he gently laid her upon a clean stone and began to ponder his next course of action in solitude. In the sprawling city of King's Landing, with a population of approximately 500,000, Jon believed that as long as he could blend into the slums, it would be akin to a fish returning to the sea. Although Stannis, armed with the shadow magic of the Red Woman, would soon strike King's Landing after eliminating Renley and seizing his army within 3 months, Jon thought he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos to flee. Yet, he was troubled by the fact that he had disrupted the timeline. While the northern forces were under Eddard's leadership, he was uncertain whether Robb would have the opportunity to showcase his military prowess. If an unexpected event were to occur, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, Jon concluded that he must depart King's Landing swiftly, taking Sansa with him to hide for the time being. An idea suddenly dawned on him. Since King's Landing had never seen his face, could he perhaps join the Gold Cloaks and look for an opportunity to escape? A spark ignited in Jon's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. As autumn set in, a chill permeated the air. Sansa stirred on the large stone, groaning softly as she awakened to find herself outdoors. A wave of dread washed over her as she realized she had no recollection of how she had ended up in such a place. She distinctly remembered being at a banquet. How had she lost consciousness? Of course, at barely 12 years of age, Sansa had never experienced such a lapse. But she quickly recalled tales of bandits who would ambush noble maidens playing in the wild and abduct them. Feeling a throbbing pain at the nape of her neck, she came to the disheartening conclusion that she had likely been kidnapped. Cautiously, she turned her head and spotted Jon seated beside her, which brought forth an overwhelming tide of tears. She did not recognize Jon. She was now convinced she had fallen into the hands of brigands. A fate that meant she had irrevocably forfeited her chance to marry a prince, potentially relegating her to the life of a nun. Unable to contain her sorrow, she began to weep uncontrollably. At this moment, Jon was engulfed in distress, for the situation was indeed dire. He found himself devoid of any money, and the prospect of sustenance for the morrow loomed uncertainly. Just as he pondered where to procure some, he heard the sound of muffled sobs emanating from Sansa behind him. As Sansa noticed the figure turn and rise to approach her, she felt as though her heart was gripped by a formidable hand, her entire being trembling like a frightened rabbit. "Please, do not come any closer. My father is Ned Stark, the Hand of the King and the Warden of the North. Do not harm me." Sansa attempted to invoke her father's name to bolster her courage, yet the more she spoke, the greater her fear seemed to grow. Jon observed her, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, burying her head in despair. Surprised to see that the girl who had been raised within the castle walls was so terrified of the outside world. "Sansa, it is I, Jon," he said gently, devoid of any intent to mock her. He bent down and placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder. Upon hearing Jon's familiar voice, Sansa lifted her head, recognizing the visage of her memories, though his cheeks appeared more gaunt. Still, she struggled to believe it, caught between sobs and disbelief. Her green eyes were filled with confusion, while her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Jon, noticing her tear-filled gaze, smiled and straightened his posture. Once Sansa confirmed it was indeed Jon, her sobs quickly subsided, and the sadness and fear that had enveloped her vanished in an instant. She hastily retrieved a silk handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her tears and then, regaining her composure, inquired, "Why are we here?" In that moment, Jon sensed the distance Sansa was striving to maintain. Even though the night had descended and visibility was poor, he could not discern her expression clearly. However, the image of her disdainful countenance remained etched in his mind. When he had first appeared, both Robb, Ned, and Arya had called his name, yet Sansa remained remarkably composed. He soon realized that from the moment Sansa grasped the implications of being a bastard in this world, she had intentionally distanced herself from him, referring to him as my half-brother. Their relationship had always been rather indifferent. Jon, naturally, harbored no inclination to pursue her indifference. He cared little for the pride of this young girl. His mission was to ensure that one day, he could escort Sansa safely back to the north. "Cersei is scouring for father, and you have Arya. I have sent them away," Jon stated. Before he could finish, Sansa interjected with skepticism. That is impossible. Father is the hand of the king, and I am betrothed to Prince Joffrey, as decreed by King Robert himself. The queen would never issue such an order. Sansa had wholly embraced Joffrey as her fiancé, and with the youthful exuberance of first love, Joffrey, through Sansa's infatuation, appeared no longer a mere mortal but rather a celestial being. It seemed that wherever he went, he radiated a brilliance akin to that of the sun. Jon gazed at the girl still engrossed in her dreams of queenship, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such trivial matters. He needed to contemplate tomorrow's breakfast. Noticing Jon's apparent indifference, Sansa huffed and propped herself up with her arms, letting her legs dangle over the edge of the stone. Upon glancing down, she realized the stone was over a meter high. Gradually, she slid down from the stone until her feet touched the ground, then steadied herself against the rock, brushing off the dust before attempting to leave. "Where are you going?" Jon asked, furrowing his brow. To his surprise, Sansa ignored him and continued walking ahead. Reluctantly, Jon had to catch up, grasping her arm to inquire again. "Where are you going?" His grip was perhaps too firm, prompting Sansa to tug her arm back. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not break free and instead shouted at Jon, "I'm going back to the Red Keep." Jon was puzzled by her bewildering statement. "Did I not just mention that Cersei is searching for you everywhere? Why would you want to return?" Sansa glared at Jon, suddenly realizing he seemed taller than before, but quickly adopted a perceptive expression. "You said you rescued father from the Red Keep, correct?" "Yes. What of it?" Jon replied. "Then tell me how you got in." "How did you bring him out?" Jon, momentarily stumped by the powers of the system he had relied upon, struggled to fabricate a response. Just as he was concocting an excuse, Sansa exclaimed, "You must be lying. Moreover, shouldn't you be at the wall? Why are you here? You have broken your oath. You despicable bastard." Chapter 38, The Disobedient Child. "You despicable bastard." Even while scolding, Sansa maintained her hands neatly folded over her abdomen, her serious demeanor reminiscent of a proud little duckling. However, Jon found no merit in arguing with this young girl, who had yet to mature fully. What does one do with a disobedient child? Naturally, one administers a spanking. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Jon, akin to plucking a green onion, seized Sansa under his arm, pinning her to his lap. He then picked up a twig from the ground and playfully swatted at her bottom. Sansa felt a sharp sting followed by a fiery sensation. She had never endured such indignity before, struggling incessantly. "Jon, you scoundrel! You bastard! You big bully! You wretched man! You are no gentleman." It must be said that the Stark family's upbringing was quite commendable. Sansa recited those phrases repeatedly. Yet, the more she cried out, the more Jon persisted in his playful chastisement. After receiving over 20 swats, Sansa finally began to relent. "Jon, I was wrong. Jon, please, brother. Sansa could scarcely endure the agony. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she writhed in Jon's embrace, her legs thrashing about in pain. Upon witnessing her eventual submission, Jon ceased his actions. He gently set Sansa down from his lap, adopting a stern expression, and half-squatted, pointing a finger at her as he admonished. "Let me explain why Cersei captured our father. It is because he discovered that Joffrey is, in truth, the illegitimate offspring of Cersei and her brother, Jaime Lannister. If I am to be considered a bastard, then Joffrey is a product of incest." The terms incest and bastard struck Sansa's mind like two heavy blows, leaving her head buzzing with disbelief. No, it cannot be true. You lie. Joffrey is a prince. Joffrey is a prince. Sansa clenched her tiny fists, shaking her head in denial, unable to accept such a harsh reality. Moments ago, she had been carried by Jon, her hair ornaments scattered, and then she had received a thrashing. Her long, silk-like hair cascaded over her shoulders, trembling with each sob. After a brief moment, Sansa appeared to resolve herself, casting a glance towards the Red Keep before dashing away, heedless of her surroundings. However, as an 11 or 12-year-old girl, she could not run very far, and Jon simply trailed behind her, knowing that within a few dozen meters, this unaccustomed noble girl would tire. Most importantly, Jon understood that if one wished to alter their mood, changing the rhythm of one's breath was undoubtedly the most effective means. While he felt confident in handling any subsequent situations, the difference between accompanying a spirited girl and a dazed one was immense. He recalled how, in the original narrative, Ned intended to take her and Arya back to the north, yet Sansa, who had always yearned for courtly life, had dashed off to inform Cersei, hoping she could persuade Ned to remain. This was, without a doubt, akin to warning Cersei of their plans, a grave misstep indeed. Unexpectedly, as they ventured a few paces, Jon noticed 6 or 7 unsavory characters approaching them. Perhaps it was Sansa's earlier commotion or the noise from his reprimand that had drawn their attention. As Sansa stumbled along the uneven path, she quickly fell into the dirt. Upon lifting her gaze, she found several figures clad in black or brown garments, their expressions laced with ill intent. Although young and inexperienced, Sansa could discern the underlying aggression in their gazes. It was akin to a tender, juicy piglet wandering the wild, suddenly encountering a pack of ravenous predators. At that moment, Sansa was that piglet, her lavish dress and striking beauty unmistakably marking her noble status. "Look, Chuck. It appears we have an aristocratic maiden here," exclaimed a gaunt-faced man, whose wide grin revealed a set of crooked yellow teeth as he approached Sansa with unbridled eagerness. As one observes her attire, one might surmise that even the most industrious of the lowly courtesans in Shattaya would labor for an entire year without managing to acquire such an ensemble. "Oh." Behold her delicate visage. It elicits gasps of admiration. A group of ruffians, resembling brigands, scrutinizes Sansa with lewd commentary, while only one, portly and with bulging eyes, remains vigilant, casting wary glances toward Jon, who approaches from a distance. "Consider what you intend to do," Sansa thought, recoiling at the filthy words hurled by the crowd. "Huh? What do you think we wish to do?" One taunted. "Let me enlighten you. I am the betrothed of the Prime Minister, the daughter of Prince Joffrey. And my brother is," unbeknownst to Sansa, her anxiety caused her to stumble over her words. Yet, these brigands appeared indifferent to her plight. "Bah, what nonsense about a Prime Minister. We shall sell you across the narrow sea. Behave, and you may suffer less." They jeered as they advanced. Suddenly, Sansa recalled Jon's impressive swordsmanship. It seemed that even Robb, her elder brother, occasionally struggled against their older sibling, Theon. Perhaps this half-brother could indeed safeguard her. As she turned, she found Jon had already positioned himself beside her. Sansa resembled a frightened chick seeking the protection of its mother, instinctively retreating behind Jon. She clutched the hem of his garment with her delicate fingers, oblivious to the pain inflicted upon her backside. Jon, naturally, would not allow any harm to befall Sansa. Upon first sighting the ruffians, he had contemplated simply driving them away. However, Sansa had unwittingly revealed her identity, albeit somewhat inaccurately. Realizing that releasing them could jeopardize their safety, a deadly resolve took root within him. Before Sansa, this solitary lamb had unwittingly drawn the attention of a pack of hounds, who regarded her with disdain. In truth, it was fitting to refer to Jon as a hound at this moment. His physique was already slender, and within a month's time, he had grown taller by 10 centimeters while enduring arduous travels, rendering him even more gaunt. To the eyes of these thugs, Jon stood unarmed, while each of them concealed a dagger or knife. In their estimation, Jon possessed no chance of victory, regardless of any advantage that might be claimed. In their view, if Sansa were akin to a precious pearl, Jon was but the shell that housed it. And if the shell did not open on its own accord, they had at least 9 methods to pry it open. 9 methods. Thus, the fellow who had just appraised Sansa's dress drew forth a gleaming dagger from his lower back, sizing up Jon with a menacing expression. "You'd best leave, or once we are done with this noble lady, we shall sell you both into slavery," he threatened. Jon, maintaining his composure, gently pried Sansa's hand from his clothing and, mimicking the lewd grins of the ruffians, retorted, "Why not let me have my turn with you first?" As it is often said, those who possess a formidable weapon inevitably awaken a thirst for combat. Recently endowed with master-level combat skills from the system, Jon felt compelled to test their efficacy. In Jon's eyes, his adversaries were conspicuously flawed. their hands brandishing knives and daggers that seemed less like instruments of attack and more like mere showpieces. Their postures were either slightly reclined or slumped, lacking even the most fundamental stance for an offensive move. To this motley crew, it appeared that the mere possession of their weapons, coupled with their numbers, was sufficient to instill fear in Jon. Yet, after a moment of stalemate, they observed Jon standing resolutely, unyielding. The leader among them, wielding a dagger, revealed a glint of malice in his eyes, his swollen eyelids shaking in disbelief. He deemed Jon's attempt to protect his young girlfriend courageous, yet utterly futile. "You insolent wretch," he spat. "You filthy mongrel," Jon retorted. "Seeking death, are we?" The man with the yellowed teeth lunged forward with an upward thrust of his dagger. But Jon effortlessly evaded the strike with a retreat and a swift turn. He seamlessly parried subsequent horizontal and vertical slashes with an elegant ease. The man with the yellow teeth, taken aback, shouted to his companions behind him, "What are you waiting for? Finish this wretch. Get him, you bastards." The others cursed as they charged at Jon, weapons raised. One of the men, standing slightly apart, drew a finely crafted knife from his pocket to lend support from the rear. The yellow-toothed man grinned cruelly, believing that although Jon's movements were agile, he was unarmed and facing the onslaught of 5 or 6 attackers, destined for demise. Sansa, witnessing the mob converge upon Jon, screamed in terror. Yet the ensuing spectacle was etched into her memory. She knew her half-brother was formidable, but she had not anticipated Jon's exceptional prowess. The yellow-toothed provocateur was met with a swift flying kick from Jon, sending his dagger spiraling away. As the man clutched his wrist in agony, Jon, utilizing the momentum from the airborne dagger, swiftly slashed across the man's throat. From Sansa's vantage point, the glint of the dagger reflected into her eyes like a flash of arcane lightning. The yellow-toothed man grasped his neck, feeling a tightening sensation as his vitality ebbed away. After the dagger had grazed his throat, Jon disregarded him and surged toward the remaining foes. He dispatched their leader with precision, instilling a sense of dread among the others. And without affording them a moment to react, he swiftly eliminated 2 more with his dagger, hurling one as a flying knife that struck a man squarely in the chest. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of 6 had perished, leaving only the swollen-eyed leader and a trembling coward. Judging by his attire, Jon surmised that the swollen-eyed man might still hold some value, so after silencing the coward by crushing his throat, he intended to keep the other at bay. Due to Jon's remarkably swift actions, the individual on the ground had not yet succumbed to death, continuing to struggle in vain. Before Sansa could fully process her shock, Jon deftly retrieved the short dagger from the trembling hands of the terrified, swollen-eyed man. Indeed, it was a retrieval rather than a seizure. The swollen-eyed man could only watch in astonishment as Jon gradually pried open his fingers and took away the dagger, which was already damp from his sweat. He wished to resist, yet his body felt paralyzed, completely beyond his control. Having not witnessed such a brutal scene in over a decade, he had lost the courage of his youth. Perhaps, according to his experience, facing this young man, any attempt at resistance would yield no chance of survival, as evidenced by the individuals still gasping for breath on the ground. "Take us to your place," Jon remarked, assessing the man's respectable attire and concluding that he was not aligned with the others. Jon believed this man must have a refuge, and the presence of these individuals made him realize he could not roam the streets with Sansa. He needed to find shelter promptly. "A good adult," the swollen-eyed man replied, gesturing for them to proceed. Sansa hurried over, clutching the hem of Jon's garment, trembling as she followed closely behind. As for the corpses strewn about, Jon was unconcerned about any potential clues. After all, he recalled that during Ned's arrival in King's Landing, a drunken reveler had decapitated a whore and tossed her head into the Rainbow Fountain, an almost iconic landmark. Strangely, there was no follow-up to that incident even after the tournament concluded. Thus, it was not that Jon underestimated the investigative abilities of Westeros. Rather, they were woefully inadequate. In stark contrast to the 2 men, Sansa felt distinctly uncomfortable in the presence of the dead bodies, and it wasn't long before she succumbed to retching. Jon gently patted her back to soothe her, and the trio continued towards the abode of the swollen-eyed man. Having had his fill of bravado, it was time for Jon to exhibit the demeanor of an elder brother. "What? They've all vanished," Cersei bellowed in frustration, hurling her blanket at the guards who had come to report back to her. The crystal goblet shattered against the armor of the guard draped in a red cloak. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish, who awaited news nearby, interjected, "Your Grace, the fire must have been set intentionally." "And so what?" Cersei retorted. "That merely indicates our esteemed Prime Minister may not have strayed too far." Suppressing his annoyance at Cersei's foolishness, Peter explained, "The city gates have been closed. Perhaps someone has taken Sansa and Arya, but they are likely still within the city. What I demand now is Ned," Cersei commanded. "Send Sterling and his men to scour the outskirts of King's Landing and simultaneously close all ports. Upon hearing Peter's assessment, Cersei immediately issued her orders. Soon, a battalion of thousands surged toward the critical thoroughfares surrounding King's Landing. At this moment, Joffrey awakened from his slumber, and upon discovering that Ned had escaped, he eagerly sought out Cersei, accompanied by Sandor, his loyal guard, the Hound. "Mother, allow me to capture Ned with my own hands." It must be noted that although Joffrey was merely 13 years of age, he possessed a stature that was notably more imposing than that of his peers, standing nearly 175 centimeters tall. Even Jon, nourished by ginseng, was only a couple of inches taller. He undeniably inherited commendable genes from his parents, rendering him strikingly handsome. "No, you are the king now. Let Stannis handle it," his mother interjected. "Mother, why will he not pledge his loyalty to me? Is he not reputed to be my father's dearest brother? In my view, he simply disrespects me due to my youth." "Indeed, your majesty. The prime minister wishes for that fellow on Dragonstone to assume the throne," Littlefinger remarked. "Dragonstone? Stannis? That man always wears a sour expression." "I demand that next year's taxes from Dragonstone be doubled," Joffrey declared with a wave of his hand, indignantly. As for the summary, it has indeed been a tumultuous journey. This book has undoubtedly struggled, yet it has improved significantly compared to my previous work on A Song of Ice and Fire, boasting more than triple the number of collections. A few days ago, a reader inquired in the comments about whether I had signed a contract. I have, and I am grateful for the generous acceptance. If this book were still being published directly, it might not fare well. Now that the goal of rescuing Ned in this volume has been accomplished, I wish to reflect on the gains and losses. Firstly, I believe the mediocrity of this first volume stems from several factors. 1. The protagonist has been perpetually on the move, akin to traversing various maps, from the Wall, to Wildfire, to Winterfell, and now to King's Landing. Such a travelogue structure is inherently challenging to write, as even the likes of the Squid and the Young Lord have noted. 2. When humans employ their intellect, they adhere to two principles: to refrain from using it when possible, and to neglect its usage when it is necessary. A crucial aspect of novel writing is to show rather than narrate. In other words, I have arranged insufficient dialogue and scene descriptions. Lengthy narrative passages diminish readability. Those who have been following closely might have noticed that in the recent 10 chapters, I have consciously increased the dialogue and scene descriptions. 3. The issue of character development arises. A travelogue style complicates character portrayal, and I am not a master capable of crafting vivid characters with just a few words. Hence, the outcome is indeed deservedly lacking. 4. Regarding structure, I have yet to master the fundamental elements of introduction, development, and conclusion. Thus, when I mentioned yesterday that I would only update one chapter today, I revised the opening segment featuring the protagonist's duel with Alicia. If anyone is interested, I encourage you to revisit it and see if it improves. These are the 4 major issues I have identified. In the next volume, the protagonist will remain in King's Landing, providing me with more opportunities to develop characters, thereby addressing the first and third points. Regarding the second point, I must transform my habits from conception to execution, endeavoring to seamlessly weave the intended message into dialogue and scenes. This is a protracted journey, and even while perusing exquisite literature, I encounter similar challenges. The final aspect pertains to structure. I have yet to fully devise a satisfactory approach, particularly as we approach the Battle of the Five Kings in the original narrative, while the protagonist remains in King's Landing. It poses a conundrum on how the course of war will influence the protagonist's choices, especially concerning the pivotal character, Petyr Baelish, a matter I have pondered extensively. As for whether I will experience a creative stagnation, since the last volume faced such a fate, the tale of Game of Thrones has lingered in my heart like an unfulfilled romance, leaving a profound sense of regret. Now that this book has been contracted, I shall exert my utmost effort to complete it diligently. I dreamt that this book might achieve an average subscription of around 130 to 40. Thus, my greatest hope in penning this work is to apply all the writing techniques I have acquired during this period. The probability of achieving literary divinity with a single book is exceedingly low. However, the odds may increase with a second, provided I continually refine my craft. I aspire to demonstrate my progress in increments with each volume. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to my steadfast companions, feeling somewhat unworthy of their support. In conclusion, do you wish to see the protagonist establish a harem? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, with the tally concluding upon the book's release. Chapter 40. Green eyes as the golden robe stirred, Petyr Baelish commenced his own machinations, preparing to enlist his confidants in the pursuit. Every action he undertook was driven by self-interest, and from an economic perspective, he was undeniably a rational actor. Why did he choose to betray Ned Stark in the original narrative? Because it promised him the greatest advantage. Indeed, he orchestrated the formation of the alliance known as the Lionflower League, securing for himself the title of the Duke of Harrenhal, and subsequently, through a marriage to Lisa. He effortlessly seized control of the Vale. The gains he amassed through betrayal in a single year eclipsed what he could have obtained by pledging fealty to Robert for a decade, by a factor of 100. Ned's corpse served as an excellent stepping stone and fulcrum. As long as there remained a glimmer of possibility, he would retain Ned. "My lord, there are suspicious forces near the King's Gate," a voice emerged from the shadows. "We must ensure our Prime Minister remains." "Yes. Wait." Peter withdrew his small glass vial that could be grasped with a single hand. "Change into the crimson ropes and coat the arrowheads with this." "Understood." Peter knew that this tactic might not yield the desired effect, but he felt compelled to attempt it. Should Ned fail to escape, he would then align himself with the Iron Throne. Conversely, he would have to consider other alternatives if the situation turned against him. At this moment, outside the walls of King's Landing, as Ned prepared to issue another command to wait, two cavalry forces that appeared to be charging towards them forced him to abandon his hesitation. "My lord, we must flee," Syrio urged anxiously. Observing the sky transition from dark to blue, with the eastern horizon already beginning to pale, Ned was acutely aware that their time was dwindling. The others, serving as his personal guards, could not voice such sentiments. He had to accept Syrio's words, lest he dishonor Jon, who had risked his life throughout their arduous journey. Given the present circumstances, it was perhaps best to regard Sansa and Jon as hostages, contemplating their rescue at a later time. Withdraw. At last, with Ned's command, everyone mounted their horses in unison. Cradling Arya, Ned was encircled by his companions as they galloped northward. Yet, inexplicably, a contingent of over 30 soldiers clad in red cloaks materialized in their path. Todd, taken aback, swiftly led a few men from the ranks to impede the advancing cavalry. Though he had only a handful of men, they managed to momentarily hinder the riders' pursuit, allowing Ned to escape a considerable distance, narrowly evading the ambush. However, when Ned glanced back, the cavalry had closed in once more, and he could not discern Todd and the others among them. The leading knight drew his bow, and the rest followed suit, readying their arrows in formation. The foremost among them produced a black longbow, its exceptional resilience, crafted from the rare dragon bone, greatly enhancing the arrow's penetrating power. With a creaking sound, the bowstring was drawn taut, and the poisoned azure arrows were aimed at Ned and his companions. Although only a dozen or so surrounded Ned, they formed a protective barrier. Unless one were a master archer, it would be difficult to strike him. The guards behind Ned were struck by arrows, yet they persevered, determined to shield him for as long as possible. Regret gnawed at Ned's heart. Had he issued the order to depart sooner, perhaps these loyal guards would not have perished in this dire situation. But now was not the time for lamentation, as the pursuing cavalry accelerated once again, narrowing the gap between them. Soon, the assailants drew their bows anew. The knight wielding the dragonbone bow felt immense pressure. However, the challenge of shooting accurately while galloping at high speed was formidable, as the jarring motion of his steed and his own labored breathing rendered stability elusive. This time, their aim faltered, failing to strike any of the riders. Instead, one horse was hit in the hindquarters, which caused it to rear in pain and hasten, creating a gap in the formation protecting Ned. However, unbeknownst to all, one figure at the far left of the formation had not yet been accounted for. A flash of green light flickered in his eyes. This was a true green light, illuminating the arrows before him with an eerie glow. In a swift motion, an arrow pierced through the opening created by the startled horse and struck Ned in the shoulder. Pain coursed through him, and despite the wind, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Coupled with his already injured leg, his once masterful horsemanship seemed to abandon him, leaving him unsteady and on the verge of collapse. Sensing her father's distress, just as Ned was about to tumble from his horse, Arya swiftly intervened, bracing her slight back against Ned's chest with great force, allowing him to regain his balance. "Well done. Who is it?" "My lord, it is Del." At this moment, a cadre of knights pursuing Ned turned their gaze toward the somewhat bashful young knight. "Is the arrow poisoned?" In response to the lord's inquiry, "It is indeed poisoned." "Excellent. Excellent. Our esteemed prime minister is surely doomed. We must hasten back." After desperately fleeing for several miles, Ned and his companions believed they had effectively evaded their pursuers and quickly sought a place to rest, tending to the injuries of the wounded. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Ned had been struck, Peter was filled with ecstatic glee. The poison was procured from the free cities, with no antidote in existence. He could now almost ascertain Ned's impending demise. "My dear Ned, is it your misfortune or my fortune that prevails?" Learning that the man who had shot Ned was a recent recruit, Peter felt a surge of what could only be described as fortune gracing him. Not only had he orchestrated Ned's death, but he had also skillfully framed the Lannisters for it. Although the outcome deviated slightly from his original plan, the result remained the same. It seemed as though he had executed everything flawlessly, Yet he understood that this was merely the first step of the scheme. For all that transpired in King's Landing would soon spread like wildfire. At this moment, both Stannis on Dragonstone and Renley at Storm's End were sharpening their swords in anticipation of the opportune moment. Ultimately, Peter was merely a criminal, his eyes unable to pierce through the layers of fog obscuring the future. Each subsequent step required utmost caution. Peering toward the direction of the Red Keep, Peter envisioned the throne room, his gaze seemingly penetrating through various obstacles to rest upon the towering, grotesquely formidable Iron Throne. Chapter 41. The Toad. The first light of dawn sliced through the murky, polluted darkness like a longsword. "What is your name?" In response to the Lord's query, "I am Kipling Sky," the bespectacled, rotund man added. "You may also call me Toad." Uft. Sansa chuckled at Kipling's words, for the nickname was indeed apt. His large, protruding eyes resembled those of a toad. Moreover, his mouth was notably wide. "What is the situation with those people?" Jon asked. "They are of House Rondo, demanding certain fees from me." Jon understood that the fees he mentioned referred to something more insidious. In his era, anxiety was sold, while in this time, the luxury of anxiety was still somewhat rare. Thus, many peddled safety instead. Naturally, the cost of safety was akin to protection money. The taxes paid by farmers to their lords were of a similar nature. Unfortunately, the old crocodile family had diminished in strength, and now I must pay double at once. The term old crocodile piqued Jon's interest. However, he refrained from inquiring further and redirected the conversation. "So, what do you do?" He chuckled. The toad named Kipling chuckled and began to discuss some matters of trade. "Oh, pray elaborate." Noticing that Jon seemed intrigued, Kipling commenced recounting amusing anecdotes from his business ventures to entertain him. "My lord, as you are aware, King Robert is perpetually indulging himself, neglecting state affairs, and incessantly raising taxes, leaving many common folk struggling to survive. I sought to lend them a hand, or at the very least, assist their sons and daughters." "Ah, do continue," urged Jon. Due to his angle of perception, Kipling remained oblivious to the somber expression on Jon's face. Since his arrival in this realm, Jon had never considered himself a noble. He could not empathize with the lofty feudal lords. Even regarding the House of Dom, which had betrayed him, Jon harbored no resentment. As the saying goes, a full granary knows etiquette. The feudal lords had taken far too much from the people. He recognized his Targaryen bloodline, but harbored no ambitions of restoring the Targaryen dynasty. Instead, Jon focused solely on utilizing his foresight to ensure the vitality of the populace in anticipation of the impending long night. Human nature is inherently averse to labor. Thus he envisioned a scenario where he could rely on Robb, the sturdy tree, to innovate and engage in commerce, aspiring merely to become a wealthy gentleman. However, witnessing the plight of these impoverished people along his journey, Jon could not help but contemplate whether he could do more. Yet, what could he possibly achieve? At present, even his personal safety was not assured. Gradually, a sense of agitation began to fester within Jon. For now, he resolved to find a way to conceal himself, biding his time to escape. Nevertheless, Kipling, sensing their conversation was flowing, became increasingly indiscreet and could not restrain his tongue. He even pointed at Sansa, excitedly exclaiming, "A lord like her, if sold to the free cities, would fetch at least 3,000 golden dragons." Observing Sansa retreat in fear behind him, Jon swiftly struck Kipling on the back of his head, causing the man to stumble forward, his oily visage colliding with the ground. "This is my sister, you wretched cur." As Jon unleashed his fury upon Kipling, Sansa had never felt more grateful to be Jon's sister. Realizing his blunder, Kipling could muster neither a grimace nor a whimper of pain. Instead, he pinched his own hand to force a smile. "My lord, I am indeed a fool. Failing to recognize such a truth, I truly deserve this fate." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face repeatedly. Having navigated the murky waters of such dealings for long, he was no stranger to encountering tough individuals like Jon. He had learned well that discretion was the better part of valor. It had been quite some time since he had misspoken. He recalled an incident from his early years when he crossed paths with an influential figure from the Narrow Sea. Having inadvertently uttered an offensive remark, he was fortunate that he immediately proffered all he had and hastily knelt to polish the boots of the offended party. Otherwise, he might have been cast aside long ago. Of course, after gaining a certain reputation, he seldom made such blunders. Over the course of nearly a decade, he had mostly been the one imparting lessons to others, with few daring to retaliate against him. Thus, whether it involved slapping his own face or that of another, he had accrued ample experience. Despite the sharp sounds of his encounters, he sustained little harm, aside from a slight reddening of his skin, showing no signs of swelling whatsoever. Jon, disinterested in further debate, commanded him to resume their journey. The trio traversed a concealed path, entering a slum. The early hour meant few souls adorned the streets. Yet John sensed curious eyes peering through the gaps of windows. The road was uneven, and they cautiously avoided excrement along the way. After walking for 200 or 300 meters, a massive puddle appeared, its surface reflecting the moonlight, adorned with various floating debris. Kipling naturally lifted his wide-legged trousers and prepared to wade through, while John, aware that the puddle likely concealed a rich microbial ecosystem, deemed it too late to concern himself with such matters. He rolled up his pant legs and followed Kipling into the water. Unexpectedly, after taking only a few steps, he heard Sansa calling from behind. Turning, he saw her standing there, grasping her skirts, revealing her smooth ankles. Her expression one of uncertainty as she frowned at the water patterns created by his and Kipling's passage. Reluctant to step forward, Kipling narrowed his eyes. Thinking Sansa was certainly not a typical lady of noble birth, his greed stirred like the ripples on the puddle's surface, but upon glancing at John, he quickly suppressed his thoughts. "Come on, don't dawdle," urged John. Though extremely reluctant, Sansa was compelled to tentatively test the waters with her toes. Just as she steeled herself to step in, a toad leaped from the water, startling her into a scream. The creature then stubbornly hopped onto her foot, causing Sansa to jump and dance in fright. "Come on, there's nothing to fear," John said, growing impatient. For Sansa, it seemed every step outside the castle was fraught with peril. With John urging her once more, she looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother, I'm scared." The tremor in her voice as she called out to him elicited an almost imperceptible smile at the corner of John's mouth, though the angle of the light obscured his expression from Sansa's view. "Wait," John called out as he leaped back into the puddle and approached her, then gestured for her to climb onto his back. Sansa obediently grasped his shoulders, and John lifted her legs, wading back through the water once more. "Is this your first time calling me brother?" John murmured, a sense of triumph inexplicably stirring within him. Sansa slightly sniffled, remaining silent. Perhaps it was her fondness for lemon cake that lent her an elusive fragrance of citrus, offering John a momentary respite amidst the less than savory surroundings. Kipling observed from ahead, pondering whether these two truly were siblings, as their appearances bore little resemblance. John felt no obligation to address Kipling's unspoken doubts as they navigated the winding path to a rather dilapidated courtyard, where a heavy lock secured the gate. Raising his gaze, John noticed shards of broken tiles protruding from the wall, reminiscent of rural homes where shards of glass served as a makeshift defense. Invoking a fleeting sense of nostalgia, Kipling unlocked the gate, stepping aside to indicate John should enter. John discerned the gleeful madness in Kipling's eyes and the sudden flaring of his nostrils, realizing something was amiss. He adjusted his stance, prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. Chapter 42. Bad news indeed. As John stepped over the threshold, a log as thick as an adult's waist barreled towards him from the side. Unbeknownst to John, Kipling had grasped a rope, a grin of exhilaration playing on his lips. Sansa, nearest to him, let out a scream and shielded her eyes, feeling her legs weaken. The log, weighing around 300 pounds, could either kill or leave one gasping for blood, and in John's eyes, his slender frame seemed poised to shatter under the impending impact. In that fleeting moment, Kipling appeared to have already devised a plan for Sansa, envisioning her as an exquisite asset to exploit for profit. He recognized her as a rare beauty, contemplating an investment in her youth, anticipating a return that could multiply manifold as she matured. Yet, in the next instant, he was rendered speechless, overwhelmed with regret. John's fist collided with the hefty log, which, nearly as wide as his embrace, instantly splintered, deep cracks forming across its surface. Had it not been for the rope binding it, the log might have shattered entirely. Kipling stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the latent strength residing within John's lean physique. Momentarily paralyzed, he could only gaze blankly. As John slowly turned, Kipling finally snapped to attention, hastily discarding the rope as if it were a venomous serpent. But it was already too late. John stepped over the threshold towards him, and Kipling felt his previous urge to relieve himself intensify, reaching a point of desperation. His body trembling uncontrollably. It was over. Witnessing his trap fail, Kipling's vision darkened, and in the grip of terror, he fainted. As dawn broke, the horizon turned a pale white, and Ned and his companions, having temporarily evaded their pursuers, arrived at a deserted earthen hill. Those uninjured took up watch, while Todd's assistant, Barry, hurried to examine Ned's wounds. Ned sat upon a suitably sized tree stump, panting heavily, as Arya cradled her father's rugged face in her hands, struggling to suppress her tears. "Let me take a look. I possess some knowledge of healing," said Syrio to Barry. Barry nodded and then turned to fetch some clean water. Syrio drew a small knife from his pocket and gently sliced open Ned's blood-soaked clothing at his shoulder, revealing a dark, ominous wound beneath. The skin that had come into contact with the arrowhead had turned black, and a swollen bruise, nearly the size of a palm, encircled the injury. This is troublesome, Syrio thought, alarmed. It's a poisoned arrow. We must act swiftly. At his words, tension enveloped the group. They were seasoned warriors, aware that an arrow wound was perilous, and a poisoned one made survival exceedingly difficult. Syrio leaned closer to Ned and said, "My Lord Stark, I must now incise the wound to extract the poisoned blood." Ned remained silent, merely nodding. Having led men into battle since his teens, he bore several arrow wounds. The pain of cutting flesh and removing arrows was nothing new to him. Syrio cauterized the knife over a torch before piercing the skin around the arrowhead. Ned gritted his teeth, letting out a muffled groan, while Arya held her father's head tightly, sensing his body tremble violently from the pain. Syrio knew he must act quickly, so he made swift, precise cuts in a cross pattern around the arrowhead, extracted it, and then applied firm pressure to the wound. Black, poisonous blood oozed on Syrio's hands, slick and unsettling. He wiped his hands briefly and continued to squeeze until nothing more emerged. Arya peered over her father's shoulder at the gushing black wound and his anguished expression. She looked up and asked, "Master, if I suck it out with my mouth, can I remove all the poison?" Observing the black blood shimmering with an eerie blue light in the sunlight, Syrio felt a wave of dread wash over him. Quickly, fetch some clover. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, Robb received 3 letters from Maester Luwin, his expression indicating that the news was far from good. The missives bore tidings from the Riverlands, revealing that Lord Tully was confronting the Lannister forces at the Golden Tooth. What were their intentions? It must pertain to Tyrion. Catelyn's actions against Tyrion, lacking sufficient evidence, were indefensible. In the original narrative, after Ned's arrest, Jaime would lead an army to crush Lord Tully's forces besieging the Golden Tooth, ultimately capturing Catelyn's brother, Edmure, Robb's uncle, during the ensuing battle. Most of the army under the command of Jan is composed of cavalry, which, with its exceptional mobility, swiftly encircled the city of Benlu. Catelyn's family bore the brunt of her impulsiveness, suffering unjustly. Of course, she was merely misled by Peter's cunning and blinded by her own resentment. Even without the matter concerning Tyrion, Tywin would have inevitably sought to conquer the Riverlands. This merely provided him with a convenient pretext. The news from the Riverlands also reported that the mountain had attacked Count Barry. Barry? Is he the Count Tanderlian sent by father? Yes, but Count Barry exercised great caution, resulting in minimal losses. Jon whispered to Robb. What? Master Luwin inquired. Robb shook his head, pondering that Jon was likely in the vicinity of the Riverlands and needed to be extremely cautious. Is this a letter from King's Landing? It is a missive from Lord Peter, stating that Lord Ned has managed to escape from King's Landing. However, Luwin paused, mentioning that it seems Lord Ned was struck by an arrow. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Robb's eyes as a voice sounded from behind him. What happened to Ned? Mother, my lady. They turned to see Catelyn. Catelyn snatched the letter, quickly scanning it. And the words escape and struck by an arrow pierced her mind. My Ned. A veil of tears rose in Catelyn's eyes as she turned to ask, where are Arya and Sansa? Robb and Luwin were at a loss for how to respond, for it appeared that Ned had left quietly, and whether he was able to look after Sansa and Arya was uncertain. Mother, rest assured, if father was able to escape, how could he possibly abandon his sisters? Luwin also offered words of comfort. Indeed, my lady, he would never allow anything to befall Miss Sansa and Miss Arya. Catelyn's sudden appearance disrupted Luwin's thoughts, and he suddenly realized, asking Robb, my lord, should we not now summon the troops and other vassals? Robb hesitated for a moment, having previously placed his trust in Jon, who had advised him to warn Ned against trusting Peter. Yet now, Peter had delivered such crucial intelligence. Robb understood that this information could not be fabricated, for Ned's diligent nature would soon reveal the truth. With conflicting information at hand, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Robb, what are you waiting for? Summon the troops at once and prepare to rescue your father. Catelyn, witnessing her son's hesitation, became momentarily incensed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Robb decided to temporarily trust Jon, nodding to Master Luwin, who understood the unspoken agreement. Soon, Luwin watched as one raven after another was released, destined to fly to every castle in the north. He knew that before long, they would bring forth legions of reinforcements. Chapter 43. Fatigue. After Jon procured some food, he prepared a pot of porridge for himself and Sansa. They shared a modest meal, and as Sansa consumed the last grain of rice in her bowl, she thought to herself how delightful it would be to have a slice of lemon cake. Jon approached Kipling, who was suspended from a tree, holding a bowl and gazing at his face, which resembled that of a liver. He inquired, did you not claim to be a trafficker? What has become of the children you abducted? Kipling laboriously turned his head towards the dry well in the corner, his thick, parched lips trembling as he replied, There is a secret chamber beneath that well. I have arranged for them to be kept inside. After his treachery against Jon failed last night, Kipling found himself hanging upside down from the tree, his mouth stuffed and subjected to a beating until he lost control of his bodily functions. Now, he was a pitiful sight, every inch of him battered and barely clinging to life, speaking in a fragmented manner. "Be cautious, Jon," Sansa cautioned as Jon took the key and leaped into the well. Upon entering, Jon discovered a narrow passageway. Though not cramped, he had to stoop to advance. Soon, he encountered a small barred door. The children inside, startled by the commotion, resembled frightened little mice, peering at Jon with wide, terrified eyes while shrinking back from the entrance. Jon quickly assessed the situation. There were 8 children in total, 3 boys and 5 girls, the eldest barely 7 or 8 years old, the youngest appearing no more than 5. Though their clothing was ordinary, they did not seem malnourished, indicating that Kipling had not skimped on their sustenance. Jon understood that this was merely to enhance their marketability, and he would not show mercy to Kipling for it. "Come forth. I am here to rescue you. The villain has been captured," he proclaimed. However, the children remained unmoved, prompting Jon to grasp the barred door and wrench it open. With a resounding crack, the wooden door splintered, raising a cloud of dust from the cellar that swiftly enveloped them. "Cough, cough. I have prepared porridge outside. If you are hungry, come up quickly," Jon called as he climbed back out of the well. Seeing Sansa's worried expression warmed his heart. The girl had transformed significantly in just one night. "I am fine. There are still several children below. Please fetch some bowls of porridge," he urged. Sansa nodded and hurried off to serve the porridge. As Jon passed by Kipling, he delivered a stinging slap, leaving Kipling's face swollen, his eyes appearing less puffy in comparison. The children confined in the well had not eaten for a day and a night, and as the aroma of the meat porridge wafted down, they could no longer resist their bodies' demands. Before long, a little boy with brown hair cautiously emerged from the well, and upon seeing the steaming porridge at the edge, he wolfed it down eagerly. Midway through his meal, he seemed to remember something and called softly down into the well, "Come up. That gentleman is a good person. He has prepared meat porridge for us." Before long, the remaining children emerged from the well, resembling little hamsters, climbing out one after another, completely oblivious to the fact that the porridge in the bowl was still scalding hot. They eagerly slurped it down. Soon, they were delighted to discover that Jon had added a generous portion of meat to the porridge, and they nearly poured the broth into their mouths, allowing the thinner liquid to flow down their throats while hoarding the meat in their cheeks. It wasn't long before small lumps began to appear on their cherubic faces, rolling about as they devoured their meal. Among this ravenous group, only a red-haired girl with blue eyes glanced at Jon, approached him, lifted the hem of her tattered dress in a curtsy, expressing her gratitude before returning to her porridge. Jon was taken aback by her ability to maintain such decorum in the midst of chaos. However, Sansa was indifferent to these displays of politeness. Seeing that Jon was the one serving the food, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, her brow furrowing slightly, though she chose to remain silent. Since Jon arrived in Westeros, it could be said that he had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. It must be noted that Kipling had indeed chosen a commendable location. It was remarkably secluded with scarcely any signs of civilization. He fashioned a bed for himself and lay down comfortably. "Keep an eye on that scoundrel for me. I need to rest for a while. Rest assured, we will keep a watchful eye on him." Jon then turned to Sansa, saying, "Once I've had some rest, I'll take you home." Sansa nodded. She had already come to understand that the sudden appearance of the guards yesterday was not without reason. They were likely there to capture her, and Jon was now her only refuge. Once Jon fell asleep, the children huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. After all, young girls are often enamored with beauty, and they occasionally stole glances at Sansa's dress, imagining how it would look on them. Yet, upon observing Sansa's proud demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. Sansa had long been accustomed to being the center of attention, and thus she felt no discomfort. Instead, she quietly remained nearby, occasionally adjusting her skirt. The white daisies adorning her dress seemed to shimmer, reflecting a radiant glow with her subtle movements. In comparison to the drab, brown garments worn by the other children, she truly resembled a graceful swan among sparrows. Meanwhile, the little girl who had curtsied in gratitude approached Sansa after finishing her bowl of porridge and went to wash the dishes. Noticing Jon lying there, she stepped forward and inquired of Sansa, "Miss, I see there is a blanket over there. Should I cover this gentleman with it?" Sansa had never cared for anyone before, but recalling her mother and nurse's frequent reminders about the importance of keeping warm, she rose and fetched a blanket for Jon. Exhausted from the trials of the past fortnight, Jon had relied on the system and ginseng to sustain him. Though his body felt no fatigue, his spirit was at its limit. He slept soundly for nearly 2 days, during which Sansa repeatedly extended her hand to check his breathing. Upon sensing Jon's steady breathing, I finally felt a sense of relief. Aware that Jon's body could not endure 2 days without sustenance, the first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to seek something to eat. To his astonishment, he discovered a warm meat porridge still simmering in the pot. With Kipling still hanging from the tree, he felt reassured and began to eat. Chapter 44. The way out of the city, my liege. I believe we should search the slums once more. After the fire that broke out during the banquet, Lady Sansa has mysteriously vanished. It seems likely that someone deliberately set the blaze with the intent to abduct her. At that moment, a middle-aged man with Mediterranean features and a portly figure, named Sterling, reported the previous night's events to Cersei and Joffrey, with his blonde hair and brown eyes. Joffrey looked at Cersei and said, "Mother, we can capture all the young girls in the slums and identify that wretched girl one by one." "No. You have just ascended to the throne. Such actions would tarnish your reputation." Cersei did not endorse his suggestion, knowing that in the vast city of King's Landing, there were likely tens of thousands of girls in their early teens. Furthermore, with Renley and Stannis poised to act, any misstep could incite civil unrest, rendering the already precarious King's Landing even more vulnerable. Cersei had recently learned that Tywin had dispatched 2 armies, one led by Jaime, currently confronting the forces of Riverrun, while the other, under his own command, was hastening to bolster King's Landing. She understood that as long as she held Sansa as a hostage, there remained a possibility for negotiations with the North. However, should Sansa escape, with the Vale and Stormlands united, she doubted the West could withstand such an alliance. "Immediately send men to scour those wretched dens. I want that little harlot found within 3 days." "As you command, Your Grace," Sterling replied. Cersei's tone was icy and furious, her teeth nearly grinding against one another. While a thorough search was unfeasible, a standard pursuit was indeed necessary. Sterling acquiesced, but just as he was about to depart, Cersei seemed to recall something. "Whoever finds Sansa will be rewarded with 10,000 golden dragons." After leaving the Red Keep, Sterling was already devising a plan. The king was perpetually in debt, and military pay was often withheld, so Sterling sought alternative means of income. He maintained a private ledger filled with names of individuals involved in dubious enterprises. By controlling their channels of communication with the outside world, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. In Sterling's view, he possessed far more routes to King's Landing than those known to Peter Baelish, seeing them as his own avenues to fortune. As he walked along the road, he retrieved his ledger from his pocket and circled several names, among which Kipling stood out prominently. He cast a glance at his attendant, then handed over the notebook, instructing him to find a way to contact these individuals, assuring them that their business could continue. The attendant, upon noticing the names circled in the notebook, swiftly departed. Sterling surmised that the mysterious individual who had taken Ned away must possess significant connections, capable of infiltrating the Red Keep and facilitating the escape of both Ned and Arya, even nearly securing Sansa as well. Such a person could not be ordinary. He resolved to set a trap for this enigmatic figure. Anyone daring to approach those back roads in the coming days would be apprehended, and if Sansa happened to be among them, it would be fortuitous. If not, he would capture that group to serve as scapegoats. Although this might jeopardize the trust he had built among his firefighting allies, he deemed it inconsequential. Securing Sansa would grant him a bounty of 10,000 golden dragons, a sum he had only been able to accumulate over many years of toil, barely exceeding 4,000. As for the notion that he was engaging in a foolhardy venture, the adage holds true. No one undertakes a loss-making endeavor. Yet there are those willing to risk their necks. As long as the gray market persisted, replacements for these individuals would inevitably emerge. In essence, Sterling's immediate priority was to safeguard his position. The title of commander in a golden robe was his lifeblood. Meanwhile, in the slums, Jon awoke from a deep slumber that had lasted from dawn until dusk. Stretching his limbs, the joints in his body cracked audibly, filling him with joy, for it signified that he still had room to grow. Upon seeing him awake, the young girl who had wished him well earlier brought forth a bowl of warm porridge. Having slept the entire day, Jon's stomach was empty, and after expressing his gratitude, he eagerly consumed the porridge. Just as the girl turned to fetch him some bread, he had already finished the bowl. Thanks to her, along with the other children and Sansa, he had avoided hunger that day. Jon scrutinized her closely, realizing that they were of a similar age. "What is your name?" he inquired. In response to the adult, "I am called Selena," she replied. Jon nodded, thanking her once more for the delicious porridge. Selena smiled, her freshly cleaned appearance lending her a certain charm. "When shall we leave this place?" she asked. Jon pondered, recognizing that if they were to depart, he would need to consult Kipling, who, as a trafficker, likely had his own means of escape. He then got out of bed and brought Kipling down, pouring a few sips of fresh water into his parched, cracked lips. Once Kipling regained consciousness, John asked Selena, "Please fetch another bowl of porridge." Shortly, Selena handed John a bowl, which he placed before Kipling. Observing him devour it ravenously, John inquired, "Do you possess any means to facilitate my escape?" Kipling looked at John with a smile, yet a tightening unease gripped him, as if the boy before him, though significantly leaner, were a wild wolf poised to snap his throat at any moment. Kipling held an empty bowl, forcefully swallowing the remnants of meat porridge mixed with saliva. "May I inquire, my lord, if you are aware of the events unfolding outside?" John paused, recollecting that on that fateful night, he had fled with Sansa and encountered this very group first, subsequently delivering a beating to one of them, who then hung in a tree for 2 days and nights. Oblivious to the happenings beyond, John omitted certain crucial details and conveyed the general situation to him. Upon hearing John's account, Kipling gasped, growing increasingly alarmed. The notion of infiltrating the Red Keep and rescuing the girl right beneath the nose of the golden-robed guards, while daunting, seemed plausible, given John's displayed prowess. "You may choose to assist me or aid the Queen in capturing me. The decision is yours," John said, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "My lord jests. I shall be your ally." Kipling quickly pledged his loyalty, recalling that there were 7 of them, yet John had dispatched 6 in the blink of an eye. Although Kipling could not fully comprehend John's capabilities, he was profoundly shaken. Having traversed the world for many years, he had his own methods. But John's punch transcended his understanding of human limits. He dared not entertain any other thoughts, recognizing that had John not sought to escape, and had he not found some use for him, he might have met the same fate as that shattered wooden post. Thus, Kipling nodded vigorously, indicating he knew a path leading out of the city. "My lord, I have business associates. We can inquire further and prepare adequately." Chapter 45. The Galloping Horse Tavern. "My lord, I have business partners. We can gather more intelligence and make necessary preparations." After all, Kipling operated in the shadows. If his dealings were clandestine, it was only natural that his methods would be equally obscure. John pondered briefly before acquiescing to his suggestion. "Very well. We shall go together tomorrow." "Indeed, my lord," Kipling replied, now too wary to entertain any other thoughts, eager to ensure John, this formidable entity, departed swiftly. After all, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years and was approaching 50, with plans for retirement. Dying now would be utterly unworthy. "John, do not worry. Remain here and await my return," John reassured Sansa. The next morning, John disguised himself and accompanied Kipling to a gathering. "My lord, when we arrive at the meeting, merely introduce me as your newly acquired servant." John nodded in agreement. The gathering Kipling referred to consisted of individuals in King's Landing who, like him, engaged in gray and even black market dealings. They convened regularly to exchange valuable information and partake in mutual benefit exchanges, often acquiring crucial intelligence capable of impacting their very lives. Even when 2 individuals experience a conflict in business, there are designated mediators to intervene. The location for their gathering this time is Silk Street, renowned not only for its diverse array of merchandise, but also for several famed taverns, with the chosen establishment being the Galloping Mare. As they traversed the route, the pair encountered notices proclaiming the treason charge against Ned, along with canvases depicting Sansa's likeness. Kipling cast a fleeting glance at the red-haired girl portrayed, instantly recognizing her as Sansa. Good heavens, it truly is the young lady of the ducal house. Recalling the noble demeanor that radiated from Sansa in every gesture, Kipling felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Had he not possessed some utility to John, he might have met a fate akin to those unfortunate minions of House Rondo. Simultaneously, he deliberately overlooked the bounty of 1,000 golden dragons inscribed beneath Sansa's portrait. Having navigated these years with relative stability, the nearly 50-year-old Kipling prided himself on a rare virtue, his lack of greed. As for the sum of 1,000 golden dragons, that was undoubtedly the handiwork of Lord Sterling. Kipling resolved in silence to exert every effort to ensure John's happiness, after which he would discreetly remove himself from the scene. It must be said, King's Landing was insufferably foul. The closer one ventured to the city center, the more unbearable the stench became. On the day John arrived in King's Landing, the evening breeze had dispersed much of the odor. Yet now he was finally exposed to the true essence of a medieval city. In contrast, Kipling found himself quite enamored with the sights of Silk Street. Indeed, his eyes gleamed with excitement upon beholding the bustling thoroughfare. Although the foot traffic had significantly diminished following Cersei's citywide lockdown, the myriad commercial edifices and vibrantly painted wooden boards serving as advertisements imparted an air of civility to the locale. Wine from the riverlands, exquisitely delightful, utterly delightful. Silk from the free cities, come and behold, come and behold. Furs from the north, yours for just 5 silver dear. After strolling for a while, they arrived before a large wooden board, approximately chest height, adorned with the image of a leaping black stallion. "My lord, we have arrived," Kipling whispered to Jon. "Indeed," Jon replied softly, then followed closely behind as they entered the tavern. Kipling surveyed the interior and noted it to be markedly quieter than usual. Upon glancing upward, he spotted a portly figure with a mane of black curls gesturing to him from the upper floor. Thud, thud, thud. The duo ascended the wooden staircase to a room above, where 6 individuals were already seated. The eldest appeared nearly 50 years of age, while the next youngest seemed to be around 35. "You Toad, why have you brought a follower today? Have you struck it rich?" called out the curly-haired man who had summoned him with an air of nonchalance. In their customary gatherings, an unwritten rule prevailed. No one was permitted to bring companions. To do so would be perceived as a provocation to the assembly. "After this undertaking, I might retire, passing the business on to this young man." Kipling raised his glass from the table, taking a sip, then gestured with his head towards Jon, who stood behind him. "Humph." The man in his 30s, bald but sporting a thick red beard, snorted in disdain. He had recently suffered a setback at the hands of Kipling, and now, regardless of what Kipling said, he remained skeptical. "Well, since we are all gathered, let us commence our deliberations." The stout elder, the most senior among them, with silver strands mingling in his hair and beard, initiated the meeting. "A few days ago, due to the citywide curfew, our goods could not be dispatched. However, I have recently received word that the previous routes have reopened. What are your thoughts?" "Where there is business, let us continue," the bald man said, pouring himself another drink while casting a glance out the window. "I sense something amiss. The queen is after the daughter of the Duke of Winterfell. Do those in yellow dare to act so boldly?" A man in his 40s, adorned with a gold tooth, remarked. Jon shot him a sidelong glance, noting the cunning gleam in both his eyes and his gold tooth. "I don't believe that's necessarily the case. I've long heard that Lord Robert consistently delays military pay. If it weren't for us, that wretched Sterling would likely perish of starvation. He surely wouldn't sell us off for a mere 1,000 golden dragons," said the curly-haired man who had just welcomed Kipling. Seeing that Kipling, usually the most talkative, had yet to speak, the stout elder inquired, "And you, what is your perspective?" Kipling, upon being addressed, surveyed the assembly and shrugged. "You all make valid points. However, rather than argue here, why not send someone to ascertain whether Sterling genuinely intends to restore our business or merely seeks to exploit us?" Kipling's suggestion was sound. Yet a new dilemma arose. Who would be the one to venture forth as the emissary? Several individuals exchanged glances, directing their attention towards Kipling. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I go to my doom?" Kipling, who had previously appeared unperturbed, now bristled at their gazes, his swollen eyes widening in alarm. "No, I propose we pool some funds. If you succeed in your mission, there will be no further discussion. Should you be captured, this money will serve as compensation. After all, you are a trafficker. You must have a little red-haired girl under your care, correct? Indeed, if you can escort a red-haired girl safely away, it would indicate that Sterling harbors no ulterior motives. We shall gather 1,000 golden dragons. You shall undertake the journey." "Absolutely not. That is out of the question." Kipling vehemently shook his head, yet suddenly felt a jab in his back, remaining unfazed. Jon did not perceive his actions as a rebellion against himself. Perhaps he harbored other thoughts, thus he ceased to urge further. Chapter 46, Secrets and Hair. Kipling vehemently opposed Jon's will. His intention was not to defy Jon's rejection of others' proposals, but he had his own designs. He continued to resist, stating, "No way. Even if each of you offered me 10,000 golden dragons, I would not take on the role of the stone that asks for directions." Yet, the bald man with the red beard, witnessing his defiance, grew more spirited. "Toad, if it weren't for the gathering, do you think you could have returned from the free cities? Why do you act as if doing a simple task would be akin to death?" Observing his gloating expression, Kipling's face flushed, for he had indeed received considerable aid from the gathering, and it was only fair that he contribute something in return. He was well aware that these fellows would leverage his previous assistance to their advantage, and the performance had reached this point primarily to negotiate a higher price. "How much do you need, then?" "First of all, 10,000 golden dragons is out of the question," the burly elder stated. Kipling narrowed his eyes and leaned forward, as if to place his torso on the table. The others exchanged glances, and to Jon's astonishment, before they uttered a word, Kipling slammed his hand on the table. "Only 500 golden dragons. Do you think I am some common whore from a brothel?" For a fleeting moment, Jon believed he had temporarily lost his hearing. He had not even heard their offer before Kipling reacted. "Then what do you propose?" the bald man asked coolly. Kipling glanced at the bald man's groin, and this time, it was the bald man who became incensed. 5,000 golden dragons. We might as well seek out that noble lady directly. You Toad, why don't you just choke on your greed?" Jon then realized that this group seemed to possess their own coded language. The burly elder glanced at Kipling's chest, and Kipling waved his hand as he stood up. Fine, deliver it to me tomorrow. I will set off only upon seeing the gold coins. With that, he exited with Jon. As they walked along the path, Jon had little interest in inquiring about the coded language. Instead, he probed into their opinions on Robert. From their earlier conversation, Jon discerned that they did not hold Robert in high esteem, and even harbored a degree of contempt. I just overheard your conversation. It seems you do not regard King Robert with much respect. Kipling initially thought Jon was questioning him, assuming that, as a noble, he had some ties and would be displeased with the disrespect shown towards Robert. That est them. I still hold King Robert in high regard. Seeing that Kipling had misunderstood his intent, Jon clarified, that is not what I meant. I have no acquaintance with Robert. Just speak the truth. Kipling scratched his head, as if having made a resolute decision. Robert is nothing but a usurper. Under his rule, the lives of the farmers were far inferior to those during the reign of the former king, Aegon. During Aegon's time, King's Landing boasted a population of at least 800,000. Look at this fellow. He has utterly plunged the kingdom into chaos. If you ask me, that wild boar should have long since put an end to this man. Jon observed Kipling with curiosity. To his mind, a slave trader like Kipling should prefer a dimwit like Robb, who not only showed no concern for governance, but also reaped the rewards without effort. Yet, he refrained from questioning further, realizing that everyone harbored a past. After walking for a while, Kipling inquired, My lord, are you certain you wish to take this risk? Jon nodded. If there is a chance, you should depart quickly. King's Landing may soon become a perilous place. Aware of the impending course of history, Jon spoke calmly. Stannis will soon march on King's Landing with the Lords of Storm's End. I must leave with Sansa before that occurs. Moreover, a more pressing concern loomed. Once war broke out, famine would inevitably follow. Given Cersei's governance of the city, civil unrest was merely a matter of time. Thus Jon knew he must hasten his departure. On the third day, Jon, accompanied by Kipling, retrieved the gold coins collected at the gathering, 4,000 in total, a sum sufficient to purchase a modest estate in the Riverlands. Kipling handed over the entire amount to Jon, yet Jon only accepted 100 coins, insisting that Kipling use the remainder to return the children to their homes. Kipling readily agreed, but as Jon contemplated the impending War of the Five Kings, he felt immense conflict. If the children were sent home, their families might already be lost, yet if sold, they might live a little longer. This turmoil weighed heavily on his heart, and he could only hope for the swift conclusion of this damned war. Jon could not help but recall the instigator, Peter Baelish. While he could not be deemed the sole architect of this war, he undeniably served as its catalyst. That wretched man was more detestable than 1,000 slave traders. My lord, merely covering her hair may not suffice, Kipling remarked, observing Sansa, who had donned rough-spun garments. He scratched his head, perceiving numerous flaws in her disguise. As a slave trader, he could discern a child's background with just a glance. Take Sansa, for instance. Despite her peasant attire, her fair skin, the sheen of her hair peeking from beneath her hood, her graceful gait, and the faint scent of her presence, all these traits starkly contrasted with the essence of a common child. Not to mention her hair. In Westeros, aside from nuns, no one concealed their hair, for they took pride in displaying their elaborate adornments. What then should be done? Sansa replied, somewhat vexed. The coarse fabric felt akin to being encased in a sack, providing no comfort, and she sensed the fabric chafing against her skin. Should she truly have to wear such attire to escape back to Winterfell, she would rather meet her end. Jon cast a glance at Sansa and recognized the wisdom in Kipling's words. He turned to Sansa and said, You must cut your hair. Upon hearing Jon's intention to have her hair severed, Sansa recoiled, shaking her head vehemently in resistance. To her, her hair represented her second visage. She often took pride in her chestnut locks and could not fathom parting with them. Please, brother, no. During their recent interactions, Sansa had discerned that Jon seemed to prefer her calling him brother, so she attempted this tactic. However, this time, her plea fell on deaf ears. This was not a mere puddle to traverse where a little charm would suffice to sway Jon. This endeavor was perilous, and he needed to steel himself. Seeing that words were futile, Jon firmly pinned her down upon his thigh, reminiscent of their previous encounter, and took the scissors from Kipling. Realizing Jon was resolved to take a more forceful approach, Sansa began to cry out and thrash her legs. No, please, brother. I beg you, Jon. I hate you, Jon. Ultimately, Sansa cradled her severed hair, tears streaming down her face, and no amount of coaxing from Jon could alleviate her sorrow. Let us do this. I'll cut your hair, and you'll cut mine, she proposed, her eyes glistening with tears as she peered at Jon's hair, gathered at the back of his head. She sniffled and, with a fierce determination, grasped the scissors and began to snip at a tuft of Jon's hair. Easy now, easy. Don't tug. John exclaimed, while the antics of the two siblings elicited peals of laughter from a group of children. Dilena, in particular, appreciated John's intentions and could not suppress a chuckle behind her hand. As John's hair fell in a heap onto the ground, Sansa finally halted, gazing at her handiwork and bursting into laughter. The other children, witnessing the spectacle, stifled their giggles, except for Kipling, who maintained his composure, though he found the scene amusing. His professional training forbade any outward display of mirth. Observing the children doubled over in laughter, John glanced at his reflection in the basin of water and turned to Sansa, remarking, "Well, it looks splendid," as if a dog had gnawed at it. His description completely amused Sansa, momentarily casting aside her grief over her lost tresses. Meanwhile, Selena approached John with a smile, saying, "Allow me to tidy it up for you." Chapter 47. Oversights. John initially intended for Sansa to be disguised as a young boy. But no matter how he dressed her, Kipling shook his head disapprovingly. As a last resort, John transformed Sansa into a sickly figure, transporting her on a cart and applying some spoiled food on her. To ensure their safety, Kipling brought along 3 other children, including Selena. As they ventured down the clandestine paths he typically used for smuggling. In King's Landing, children roamed freely without scrutiny, making their group of 6 appear rather inconspicuous. After approximately an hour's journey, they arrived near the mudgate in the southern part of King's Landing, where a small boat, secretly hidden, awaited them. Once aboard, they could consider themselves safe. As they neared their destination, Kipling instructed the others to wait in place while he and John went to meet their usual contact. They stood beneath a withered tree for a moment before a figure clad in gold approached them. Despite Kipling's prior warning to John about the golden-robed man, the sight still struck John with an indescribable strangeness. The man appeared somewhat portly, with yellowing whites of his eyes marred by blood vessels, revealing a life of excess, evidently spent indulging in the pleasures of brothels. His name was Fernando, and this area was considered his territory. He glanced at John and inquired, "This lad is?" "My lord, I am getting on in years, and I plan to pass my business to him in a few years," Kipling interjected. John removed his hat and bowed respectfully to Fernando. The golden-robed man offered little more than a nod, saying, "Let us proceed and inspect your goods." "Very well, my lord." The commander of the gold-robed guard, Sterling, extracted a portion of their profits from the smugglers as a sort of tax, which constituted the dues paid by Kipling and his associates. They led Fernando to where a group of children were gathered. Upon seeing Fernando, the children huddled together, heads bowed. Kipling quickly remarked, "My lord Fernando, this child is on the brink of death. Perhaps we should forego her?" He pointed to Sansa, who reeked of decay and bore the pallid makeup John had applied. Fernando nodded in agreement. However, under normal circumstances, he would have found a way to profit from even a sick child, let alone a corpse that Kipling sought to transport. He believed Kipling was not the sort to assist Ned Stark, feeling he knew Kipling well after years of collaboration. Kipling handed a pouch of golden dragons to Fernando, who then followed behind them as they continued on their way. The Mudgate earned its name due to its proximity to a river and the lack of infrastructure improvements by the profligate Robert, resulting in the worst road conditions imaginable. The bumpy terrain made Sansa, lying on a cart, exceedingly uncomfortable, yet she understood that enduring the discomfort was necessary. The jolting of the road caused Sansa's head to repeatedly collide with the wooden plank beneath her. She mused that had John not cut her hair, it might have served as a cushion, providing her with a modicum of relief. Just as she silently wished for the rotund, golden-robed man to depart quickly, Fernando suddenly commanded, "Stop." Both John and Kipling were taken aback. Kipling hurriedly approached Fernando, bowing his head to inquire, "What is the matter, my lord?" Fernando regarded him with a cold smile, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "Did you not say this child was near death? Then pray tell, what is this?" Following the direction of his finger, John and Kipling beheld Sansa's exposed lower leg, her skin pale and luminous, radiating health, which made one wonder if she was ill. With that thought, he seized Sansa's arm, causing her to gasp in horror, unable to suppress a cry of alarm. Fernando had initially assumed this was a small boy with red hair, but was taken aback upon realizing, from the voice, that it was indeed a little girl. Noticing that some parts of Sansa's hair bore neat cuts, he discerned that it had been recently trimmed. "You are Sansa?" Fernando exclaimed, his eyes wide with ferocity. "No, I am not. I am not." Sansa's desperate denials only served to strengthen Fernando's conviction. He then produced a whistle from his pocket, inhaled sharply, and blew into it, producing a sharp sound that echoed far and wide. "Kipling, how dare you harbor a fugitive? You must be tired of living." With newfound certainty, Fernando was convinced that this short-haired child was indeed Sansa, and what he initially thought would be a mere feint had turned into a significant discovery. "Sir, it is not what it seems. It is not what it seems." Although Kipling privately harbored deep disdain for this group of greedy, pompous individuals, The moment they brandished their swords, fear gripped him. Fernando, clutching Sansa, attempted to pull her off the cart, but she resisted desperately. Akin to a lamb chosen by the butcher, her cries unable to alter her fate of being dragged from the fold. With a dull thud, Fernando's grip on Sansa suddenly slackened, and he collapsed to the ground. Observing the golden-robed figures approaching, Jon, armed with a wooden club, urged Kipling, "Hurry. Take them back." With that, Jon seized Fernando's sword from the ground and charged toward the golden-robed men. Uncertain whether it was due to their long absence from battle or some other reason, Jon seized upon an opening, striking like a soldier. However, to his astonishment, the anticipated sound of metal clashing was replaced by the sound of wood splintering. The long sword cleaved through, revealing a neat wooden cut, followed by the seepage of crimson blood as the soldier fell with a scream. These rascals are clad in wooden armor? Jon could hardly believe it and swung at another foe, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, it was wooden armor. Gaining confidence after dispatching 2 opponents, Jon saw the leader of the golden-robed men bellow, "Jim, Harland." 2 soldiers of similar stature stepped forward to flank the commanding officer, intent on pressing Jon. Their silence indicated that they were likely adorned in genuine plate armor, and the officer seemed to aim for a frontal assault while others prepared to attack opportunistically. Yet, Jon would not concede to their intentions. Bolstered by the skills granted by his system, Jon became ever more valorous in combat, and the golden-robed soldiers soon found themselves fatigued, one by one falling to his blade, while the others scattered in a panicked flight. Watching their retreating figures, Jon retraced his steps back into the city. Chapter 48. Doubt. When Littlefinger learned of the unsuccessful capture, a name involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He harbored a bold hypothesis. If all that transpired here was orchestrated by a single individual, then the mere constraint of time would be inconsequential. Thus, he divulged this name to Cersei. Jon Snow. Cersei expressed profound perplexity. However, lacking trustworthy individuals in King's Landing, she summoned the Master of Whisperers, Varys, for counsel. Yet, Varys found himself momentarily at a loss. The surname Snow immediately suggested a bastard from the north, and Jon was an exceedingly common name. It seemed that Northerners held a particular fondness for this name, to the extent that it was not uncommon for fathers and sons to share the name Jon. Unable to provide any immediate answers, Varys resolved to investigate further. After much contemplation, he sought out Littlefinger. In his estimation, Littlefinger possessed both the motive and the means to assist Ned Stark more than anyone else he knew. However, even he was reluctant to believe that Littlefinger would act in such a manner. The two arranged to meet in a secluded passageway, where Varys articulated his suspicions. "Lord Baelish, I have recently noticed a bird from King's Landing flying northward. Given the increasingly frigid weather, I find it curious that if you can spot a bird flying north, why can you not perceive the direwolves returning from the north?" They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Varys's control over the intelligence within the court and King's Landing was impeccable. Littlefinger understood that Varys had uncovered his communications with Winterfell. Thus, he countered Varys's inquiry, questioning why so many had failed to keep watch over Ned. This question struck a chord. Had Varys possessed any motive, his position as Master of Whisperers would have been jeopardized. As for who abducted Ned, I possess a fragment of a lead, though I cannot be certain. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Do share your thoughts. Varys encouraged. Ned's bastard, Jon Snow. Varys was well aware that Ned's illegitimate son was named Jon Snow. After all, intelligence was his livelihood. Yet, how could a mere 15-year-old possibly drive off 8 fully armed gold cloaks? Furthermore, it seemed he was still at the wall. Could you elaborate? Before Ned departed, he showed me a letter stating that his bastard had escaped from the wall and sought to find him. When was this? Less than a month ago. Littlefinger replied. Time is rather pressing, but not impossible, Varys mused. My little birds informed me that they were attacked by a group of nightcrawlers and sparrows that day. I am confident they do not lie. Are you suggesting this, Jon? They exchanged wary glances, recognizing the weight of their unspoken fears. After all, magic existed only in distant legends, and the so-called sorcerers they knew were hardly distinguishable from charlatans. Moreover, do you recall that the the Dowager, inquired about us on the day Ned departed? That servant responsible for cleaning the Prime Minister's tower? Are you suggesting that Jon possesses the ability to manipulate others' minds? Littlefinger squinted his eyes. However, for now, he can only evade capture. He should not be overly powerful. We must locate him. The two reached an accord, preparing to employ their resources to swiftly apprehend Jon, for they found him rather peculiar. Regardless, Jon remains in King's Landing, a place devoid of secrets in their eyes. In the dead of night, a series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting Sansa, who had been too anxious to sleep, to rush to the door. Is it Jon? It is I. Upon opening the door, Sansa followed Jon into the room, surreptitiously assessing whether he bore any injuries. Noticing his brisk strides, which suggested he was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. After all, prior to this day, Sansa had been somewhat reluctant to believe Jon's words. But the bounty posters she had seen earlier had made her realize the truth of his claims. She understood that her only ally in King's Landing was Jon. Should anything happen to her half-brother, the once respectful Kipling might very well betray her. "My lord, you have returned." Indeed. Seeing Jon return unscathed, Kipling was not particularly surprised. After all, a man capable of shattering wood that weighed 200 to 300 pounds should have no trouble dealing with a few gold cloaks. Before Jon's return, they had prepared a meal, and now that he was back, Selena served him a warm bowl of meat porridge. "Our situation has become complicated. It will be difficult to venture out afterward." While Jon savored his porridge, Kipling spoke up. "Is there truly no other way?" Sansa, feeling a pang of disappointment, inquired. During those initial days of fleeing with Jon, though fear and uncertainty had engulfed her, that fervor had since faded. What troubled her most now was the living conditions. No incense, no hot water, no lemon cake. Each absence rendered her increasingly uneasy. On his way back, Jon had contemplated that if escape proved impossible, he would have to devise a plan. He even conceived a rather audacious idea. He knew that the Imp Tyrion would soon return to King's Landing, having successfully defended the city against an assault from the Stag. In that case, to safeguard the realm, Tyrion would undoubtedly expand his forces. Jon could merely join the Gold Cloaks and, amidst the ensuing chaos, flee with Sansa. After all, who would suspect that the very person they sought was a comrade at his side? Yet, Kipling sighed deeply. There are indeed options, but, Jon looked at him, but what? "My lord, have you heard of a man known as Old Crocodile in King's Landing? I recall you mentioning him once." Jon instinctively reached for the wooden crocodile carved into his chest. After Kipling's explanation, it became clear that Old Crocodile, whose true name was Beho, served as the godfather of King's Landing's underworld, wielding control over nearly half of its illicit power. Perhaps it was news he disseminated himself. It is said that this individual possesses Targaryen blood coursing through his veins, albeit likely as a descendant of an illegitimate lineage. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he bears the mark of noble heritage. Of course, if this were during the feudal era of Huaxia, such claims would undoubtedly be regarded as courting misfortune. Yet, it is worth noting that Robert ascended to the Iron Throne largely due to his ancestor's marriage to a Targaryen princess. According to whispers, the Old Crocodile, Beho, is said to have dragon blood in his lineage that rivals Robert's. However, this rumor may very well have been propagated by him. After hearing Kipling's account, Jon deemed the Old Crocodile a commendable candidate, especially considering his prior acquaintance with him through Old Bark. Naturally, if he could bring along some golden dragons, the chances of success would increase significantly. "By the way, you just mentioned but what?" Jon inquired. "But the influence of the Old Crocodile seems to be waning. It is likely he will be ousted by the Longdo family within 2 months. While the Longdo family is indeed formidable, they are also notoriously greedy." Chapter 49. The Old Crocodile. Jon's initial reaction, naturally, was that a bargain rarely yields good fortune. He sought the protection of the Longdo family. As for Old Bark's instructions, he could easily have Kipling deliver the message. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. The avarice of the Longdo family is alarmingly unpredictable. Based on Kipling's descriptions, it appears that the Longdo family lacks scruples, employing poison, seduction, and assassination with ruthless cunning. There exists the peril that they might accept his coin only to betray him in turn. In contrast, the Old Crocodile represents a more established power, conducting affairs with far greater decorum. Coupled with his connection to Old Bark, the likelihood of betrayal diminishes significantly. As for 2 months hence, Stannis will likely be preparing to lay siege. Should he truly concern himself with Cersei? In the midst of chaos, he could flee and find his way back to Winterfell, ensuring his safety. After a moment's contemplation, Jon declared, "Let us pay a visit to the Old Crocodile tomorrow." Given the presence of Varys and Littlefinger, 2 masters of information, Jon was acutely aware that he could be exposed at any moment, thus he resolved to meet the Old Crocodile post-haste. Kipling nodded in agreement. For now Jon's word was law. However, he gestured towards Sansa and said, "My lord, when we go, we must also bring Lady Sansa." Jon cast a puzzled glance at him and asked, "What purpose does she serve?" "It is the Old Crocodile's custom," Kipling replied. "For both you and Lady Sansa will seek his protection. The Old Crocodile is rather superstitious. He trusts his instincts, and for matters of such significance, he prefers to make the decisions personally." Jon considered this. After all, he possessed the pendant bestowed upon him by Old Bark, which should mitigate any concerns. "There is no need for alarm, my lord. The Old Crocodile is likely to assist you." "Why?" Jon inquired. "Because the Old Crocodile regards Robert as a usurper. and he harbors a particular disdain for the Lannisters, hence, he never collaborates with the crown. Recently, during a tournament, a severed head appeared at the Rainbow Fountain, which is likely his doing. Ah, I see, Jon replied, finding himself even more intrigued by the enigmatic figure of the old crocodile. In the early hours of the second day, Kipling led Sansa and Jon to the abode of the old crocodile, residing in the depths of the slums. The path they traversed was rife with decay and destitution. The stench of the impoverished quarters was unbearable. Fortunately, Jon had prepared himself with a mask and a sachet of herbs, which provided him with some relief. As they drew nearer, Jon noticed an increased presence of watchful eyes and hidden sentinels. Even a few children squatting on the ground playing seemed to cast glances in their direction, either intentionally or unintentionally. "Hey, Lance, I wager that one with the covered face is definitely a girl," remarked a freckled brown-haired boy to his companion. "How can you tell?" "You fool, look at how she walks, with her elbows tucked in and her dress held up like those noble ladies." "Perhaps she is a noble lady," the boy replied. Hearing the murmurs about her, Sansa nervously edged closer to Jon, mimicking a duckling closely following its mother. Jon paid little heed to the gossip, slowing his pace to allow Sansa to keep up. After nearly half an hour, when Sansa's calves began to ache, they finally stopped. A man with thick eyebrows and a bandaged arm gestured to his young companion to inquire about the purpose of Jon and his companions. The 15-year-old attendant approached and asked, "What brings you here?" Holding the wooden crocodile sculpture that Tony had entrusted to him, Jon replied, "This was given to me by Tony to deliver to Lord Barr. Lord Tony mentioned that he is well at the wall and hopes that Lord Barr does not worry." Upon hearing the name Tony, the thick-browed man stepped forward and seized the small carving for inspection. "You come from the wall?" "Yes." "Then why are you here, just to deliver this?" "No." Jon shook his head. "I have also come seeking assistance from Lord Barr." "Wait here." The man scrutinized Jon and his companions before turning to enter the dwelling. Jon and the others waited for approximately an hour, discreetly observing their surroundings. Although Kipling had claimed that the old crocodile did not collaborate with the crown, Jon remained apprehensive. "Come in," called the bandaged man an hour later, beckoning them at the door. Following him through a small side entrance, they traversed a stone-paved foyer and a garden, passing several imposing houses adorned with menacing crocodile paintings, until they arrived at a wooden house that starkly contrasted with the others. At that moment, a robust man in a dark red long coat, exuding an air of authority in his 40s or 50s, emerged. His silver beard framed his face like a gleaming border. "Is this the old crocodile?" Sansa whispered to Kipling. Kipling, however, did not respond, merely shaking his head in apprehension. The middle-aged man cast a brief glance at Jon and his companions before departing. Jon observed that the man's legs were slightly bow-legged, likely from years of horseback riding, a sign that he was not a common figure from the underbelly of King's Landing. Before long, an elderly gentleman appeared, leaning on a cane, standing about 5 feet tall. The deep furrows etched on his brow and the corners of his eyes suggested he was likely in his 60s. Could this be the old crocodile? Kipling swallowed hard and, suppressing his voice, murmured, "No." He cast a glance at Jon and the others before departing. After a while, another old man emerged. His face devoid of wrinkles, yet his white eyebrows almost drooping over his eyes, his eyelids heavy with age. If the previous gentleman appeared to be in his 60s, then in Sansa's estimation, this one must be nearing a century. Surely, this must be the old crocodile? No, do not inquire further. Jon noticed Kipling's unease. As he watched the old man leave, he pondered what sort of individual could cause such trepidation in Kipling. If even the elderly man with the long eyebrows was not the fabled old crocodile, just how ancient must the true old crocodile be? Surely, they wouldn't present a mummy swathed in bandages, would they? Moments later, much to the anticipation of the trio, a plump young man, seemingly in his teens and standing around 4 feet tall, emerged, followed by a robust figure, a man even more imposing than the one they had encountered at the entrance. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Barrow, good afternoon." In the astonished gaze of Jon and Sansa, Kipling half-knelt, offering a single knee bow to the seemingly youthful man. "Ah, another short-nosed crocodile." Jon and the others bowed in return. It turned out that this so-called old crocodile suffered from a peculiar ailment, having ceased to develop around the age of 11, just barely escaping the realm of dwarfism. Strangely, his visage also remained that of an 11-year-old, yet approaching 70, the luster of his skin had faded, and years of experience had etched a world-worn visage upon him. Once, he had fought alongside a lord, though his physical condition precluded him from the front lines, relegating him to the role of serving tea in his lord's tent. Lost in his thoughts, Jon was taken aback when the old crocodile, Lord Barrow, merely glanced at him, then exchanged a knowing look with the bandaged man before departing. The man approached Jon, saying, "Come with me. Lord Barrow has consented to assist you." Chapter 50. The Old Wolf Returns. Bran, atop the back of his horse, stood on the battlements of Winterfell, gazing at the ever-growing encampments below. Over the past fortnight, as Ned summoned the Northern Lords, soldiers had increasingly gathered outside Winterfell. The sea of white tints blanketed the ground, as if a layer of snow had adorned the fields surrounding Winterfell. Bran could easily discern which encampment belonged to which family. The black field emblazoned with a white sun represented House Stark as the most loyal vassals. They were the first to heed Ned's call, and among the earliest to lead their armies to his side. Adjacent to them was a banner depicting a figure flayed to reveal red muscle, unmistakably the army of House Bolton. The banners of the Merling family, adorned with mermaids, and the Dustin family, embellished with axes, alongside those of the Amber, Mormont, and Glover families, fluttered high outside the city. In essence, all of House Stark's vassals had gathered here. From the encampment situated just beyond Winterfell, the shouts of soldiers occasionally echoed, yet they remained orderly, refraining from any unruly behavior. In the original narrative, following Ned's demise, Robb summoned the Northern Lords in the name of the North's protector. However, only a fraction of the vassals responded, and the army scarcely numbered 20,000, with some families even concealing their own forces, failing to contribute the expected strength. Now, however, it was Ned who summoned them. It was estimated that these Northern Lords had brought forth an army exceeding 25,000, a significant increase of 50% over the original tale. Bran had gazed upon this scene for over 10 days, watching the white tints grow as if they were maturing, and the novelty had long since worn off. Adair, let us depart. Bran approached the vicinity of the Great Hall, where Ned had previously hosted the feast for Robb. This is the North's protector, he pondered. Perhaps when I inherit the Iron Islands, I too shall summon my vassals and convene such a gathering. Theon, enviously eyeing Robb at his side, muttered to himself, envisioning his future splendor as the heir of the Iron Islands. Initially, the 15-year-old Robb was exhilarated by the sheer number of troops gathered at his decree. Yet soon, he was beset by a weighty pressure, a sensation that made even breathing feel laborious. Commanding an army nearing 20,000 was an overwhelming task for Robb. Upon returning to Winterfell, Catelyn learned of Ned's treasonous accusation, leaving her in a state of constant unease. The silver lining was that Ned was said to have been rescued by a mysterious figure, though his current whereabouts remained unknown. Robb found himself at a loss for solutions, striving to comfort Catelyn as much as possible. Although he did not resemble Ned in appearance, his expression mirrored that of his father, no matter his own feelings. His countenance remained unchanged. He harbored a suspicion that the enigmatic savior of Ned could very well be Jon. However, his instincts were countered by the realization that this was implausible. The journey from White Harbor by sea would take nearly half a month. Yet from the time Jon departed until the news of Ned's treason reached King's Landing, only a fortnight had elapsed. He could not fathom how Jon could have possibly arrived in King's Landing and infiltrated the Red Keep to rescue Ned in such a brief span. Mother, father will be all right. Seeing Catelyn weave 6 or 7 flower crowns for the 7, Robb grew increasingly concerned. He knew that whenever Catelyn was troubled, she resorted to crafting these offerings to beseech the 7 for their protection. He recalled witnessing her do so when Rickon and Bran had once fallen ill with fever. He had heard tales of Ned's campaigns in the past. Catelyn had also crafted this item, and Robb recalled the time when he was 5, when Jon fell gravely ill. And Catelyn had woven a 7-god flower wreath for him. Unfortunately, like Ned, Robb was somewhat inarticulate and unsure how to console his father. He could only sit quietly beside his mother, and the two of them fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps shattered the stillness of the room. And Bran, riding on the back of a horse named Adair, shouted, "Mother, Robb, father has returned." Catelyn bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and rushed out of the room, nearly stumbling in her haste. As she descended the stairs, she saw a dozen men supporting Ned, disregarding the gazes of others. She dashed forward, embracing Ned tightly, only to discover that her once strong and robust husband now appeared weakened. "Ned, my Ned, what has happened to you?" Since the poison arrow wound had been treated, Ned had improved considerably, yet a significant amount of toxin still lingered in his body, causing him great discomfort. At times, he would sweat profusely from fever, while at other times, he felt icy cold, and in severe moments, he would faint. Furthermore, with an injury to his leg in the arduous journey, his ability to endure until Winterfell was solely supported by his former robust constitution. Robb, observing that the number of those who had returned with Ned was considerably fewer than those who had accompanied him, noted the absence of Jory in the crowd. He remembered how heartbroken Bran had been upon hearing of Jory's demise, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Damn the Lannisters, Robb vowed silently, determined that they would pay dearly for their transgressions. Seeing that Ned was momentarily out of danger, Catelyn wiped her tears and shifted her gaze to Arya, holding the small girl tightly in her embrace, showering her cheeks and little head with kisses. My dear daughter, my dear daughter. Mother, Arya replied, nestling her head against Catelyn. Finding solace in her mother's familiar scent, Catelyn looked up and realized that Sansa was nowhere to be found. Where is Sansa? Where has she gone? Just as Catelyn had managed to calm down upon seeing Ned and Arya, she was suddenly agitated again, frantically searching the crowd as if she had lost a piece of her heart. I'm sorry, Catelyn. Sansa should still be in King's Landing, Ned explained, struggling to convey the events that had transpired since they first encountered Jon. It was like this, my lady. Jon pulled us away from Lord Beric's party, stating that Lord Ned was in danger. Then he ventured alone into King's Landing to rescue both you and Lady Arya. Then why did he not bring Sansa back as well? Catelyn pressed, losing her composure entirely when it came to her children. However, Robb remained level-headed, silently affirming to himself, Jon is truly admirable. He was almost incredulous, having managed to traverse nearly 2,000 miles on horseback in a mere 7 or 8 days, and even infiltrate the Red Keep to rescue Ned, along with the timely rescue of Arya. The once dismissive Maester Luwin was compelled to acknowledge that bringing Jon, this bastard, back to Ned was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune, akin to reclaiming a life itself. His perception of Jon underwent a remarkable transformation in that instant. Meanwhile, Bran, perched atop his horse, was overwhelmed with tears for Jon's remarkable feat. He could barely manage a single lap around Winterfell before succumbing to exhaustion, while Jon had galloped such a considerable distance. As for the other northern soldiers, this was their first complete account of Jon's daring exploits, and Syrios could hardly contain his astonishment. On the day he encountered Jon, it was evident from his demeanor just how fatigued he was, driven solely by sheer willpower. Just as everyone was lost in contemplation, a young scholar, visibly anxious, approached Luwin with a letter in hand. My lord, there's grave news. Lady Sansa has been captured. Upon hearing this, Catelyn was on the verge of tears again, prompting Robb to rush forward and support her, while the northern soldiers clamored to march south to rescue Sansa. However, Robb interjected, what of Jon? Has he been captured? The young scholar, having merely glanced at the word captured regarding Sansa, quickly scanned the letter again and shook his head. It makes no mention of it. Upon hearing this, Robb exhaled in relief, reassuring Catelyn, Mother, do not fret. I am certain they have not seized Sansa. Apart from us, no one knows that it was Jon who rescued our father and Arya. If we are unaware, how could Cersei possibly know? Yet, Catelyn shook her head, asserting, Jon must have abandoned Sansa to save himself. A barely perceptible twitch crossed Robb's lips as he replied, somewhat helplessly, Mother, Jon traversed nearly 2,000 miles in just over a week, risking his life to rescue our father from the Red Keep. How could he possibly have run away to save himself? As Robb continued to comfort Catelyn, the prominent northern lords, including Great Jon, Rickard, and others, arrived in haste. My lord, my lord. Upon the sight of Ned's safe return, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Though it was evident to all that Ned was in a dire state, none knew how to broach the subject. My lord, our forces are nearly assembled, Maester Luwin stated. Ned nodded, mustering his strength to inquire of Robb, how many have we gathered? Since Lord Bolton's arrival yesterday, our forces have swelled to nearly 20,000. At that moment, Arya stepped forward, exclaiming, Father has been injured. Syrios glanced around, realizing it was most fitting for him to speak. Lords, the Duke has been struck by an arrow on the road, delivered by the gold cloaks. Let us allow him to rest and tend to his wounds, shall we? Damn the Lannisters. Quickly, assist the Lord to his chambers. Rickard remarked that, after all, as a branch of the Stark family, the loyalty of the Karstarks was beyond question. Instantly, a fervor ignited among the lords, for it was indeed their duty to protect their liege. Quickly, assist your father into the chamber, Catelyn echoed. Very well, Robb replied, stepping forward to drape Ned's arm over his shoulder, then turning to Theon. Theon, go and check if the council hall is prepared. Ned recounted to Robb how Jon had single-handedly rescued him from the Red Keep, but lamented that he was still considered a deserter. Once the war concludes, he must return to the wall. But father, Jon is not a deserter. Robb insisted. Ned responded. I encountered Jon earlier. After he shared those secrets and departed, I discreetly sent someone to the wall to inquire with Ser Jorah Mormont. He informed me that Jon earned the right to leave after besting Ser Alliser in a contest. And since he never swore an oath, father, Jon is not a deserter. Ned furrowed his brow, recalling that Mormont's letter did not indicate Jon had left under disgrace. Could it be that he had misjudged? Ned, still torn, shed his garments for Maester Luwin to tend to his wounds. If that is the case, we have all misunderstood Jon, mused Maester Luwin, contemplating that Jon truly did not seem like the type to abandon his post. A somber silence enveloped the room as they contemplated Jon's burdens and misunderstandings, yet he ventured to King's Landing without complaint, even if he had not rescued his father. The mere feat of reaching King's Landing in such a short span was remarkable. Observing Luwin tending to his wounds, Robb softly spoke, recognizing that they had been the most affected by the news of Jon's supposed desertion. At that moment, Syrio, having received permission, entered Ned's chamber. "My lord, Clover can only temporarily suppress the toxin. It does not serve as an antidote. Although I know it's unlikely, please ensure you rest adequately." Meanwhile, the prominent bannermen of the north learned the general circumstances from Ned's guards. "Jon, I had thought him dead," muttered Great Jon, incredulous upon discovering Jon's daring rescue of Ned. "Ned Stark has raised a fine son." Lord Roose Bolton reflected inwardly, reminded of his own deceased child, feeling a pang of envy towards Ned, whose illegitimate son excelled so. Concurrently, thoughts of his own bastard, Ramsay Snow, surfaced, prompting regret for not providing the boy with a noble upbringing. "I must bring him to my side when the opportunity arises." Others among the nobility shared similar sentiments, recognizing Jon as a paragon, regardless of circumstances. A bastard remains one's own blood. Having him close as a personal squire would be advantageous. Meanwhile, Theon observed the Lord's attitudes toward Jon, feeling a strange sensation stir within him. Initially, he believed that Jon would remain forever branded a coward, a disgrace to House Stark. Yet, to his surprise, Jon had become a paragon for the lords of the north in educating their children. He is still just a bastard, Theon mused inwardly. "Lords, the assembly hall has been prepared, please follow me," Theon proclaimed loudly to the gathered nobles, and they proceeded in the direction of the hall. Chapter 51. A new war. The assembly hall was adorned with the banners of the northern vassals. Prominently displayed above the central seat was the sigil of House Stark, the direwolf. Flanking the banner were the red inverted man banner of House Bolton and the black sunburst of House Karstark. Only the banners of the principal 10 or so families were hung upon the walls. Those of lesser noble rank were not afforded such honor. This hall, capable of accommodating 500, was filled to capacity. In addition to the major lords of the north, their sons and attendants were present, as well as several low-ranking knights and squires, representing 90% of the North's leadership. Ned occupied the central seat, with Robb and Theon standing at either side. He was presently speaking of the crimes of House Lannister, stifling a cough due to the effects of poison, his previously pallid cheeks now flushed with an unhealthy hue. Catelyn could see Ned struggle to maintain his composure, and her heart ached for him. However, witnessing the enthusiastic responses from the northern lords, especially those from the great houses of Jon and Karstark, she understood that any display of dissent could jeopardize morale. In the original narrative, Catelyn, distraught over the fate of her missing daughter Arya and the captivity of Sansa in King's Landing, had openly proposed a truce even after Robb had summoned the bannermen and defeated Jaime. Yet the current circumstances were significantly improved. Ned was alive, and Arya had returned to her side. As for Sansa, those around her continually reassured her that as long as Jon was present, she would be safe. Since Ned's return, Jon's heroic exploits in rescuing his father had become the talk of the realm, especially among those who had witnessed his valiant charge, including Kent, who praised Jon effusively. Thus, the departure of Jon from the Wall was of little concern to them. Indeed, the Night's Watch was still regarded as a noble duty, a sentiment held primarily by the Starks. "My lord, let the forces of House Amber take the vanguard," Jon declared, rising boldly to volunteer. "No, my lord. Let our house lead the advance." Several nobles stood with him, bristling with competitive spirit, each unwilling to concede. However, unlike the original story where Jon would draw his sword to provoke Robb, threatening to withdraw his forces if his men did not lead, Ned's steely gray gaze merely swept over the group, and they quickly fell silent. "Obey the military orders." Ned's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated clearly in their ears. As soon as he finished speaking, they obediently took their seats. According to the plot, the Lannisters had divided their forces into two factions, one led by the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, primarily composed of cavalry, and the other commanded by Tywin, focused on infantry. Their objective was to vanquish Tywin's army and subsequently join forces with Stannis and Renly's troops. At this moment, the lords recognized that the entire north had mustered fewer than 30,000 men, while the west could field nearly 40,000, highlighting the disparity in strength between the two regions. Roose Bolton quietly lamented this, yet he took solace in the fact that they still held an advantage in numbers against Tywin's contingent. Furthermore, once they reached the Riverlands, their forces would be bolstered. Although he was astonished by the wealth of the Westerlands, he felt no cause for alarm. Besides, they had the support of the Vale. While the North alone might struggle against the West, the alliance of the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale would grant them a decisive advantage. Ned continued to articulate their strategic objectives, his hands clenched tightly as he endeavored to suppress the urge to cough. Soon, the meeting concluded, and in accordance with Ned's orders, Maester Lewin dispatched a missive to Westeros regarding the campaign against the Lannisters. The northern army prepared to march towards the Bay of Carhold. Advancing through the riverlands around the town of Binthal, two cavalry units were pursuing each other, one in front and the other behind. The trailing cavalry donned standardized red armor, brandishing the banner of the Golden Lion on a crimson field, their spirits buoyant and fierce. In contrast, the pursued cavalry appeared disheveled. Their blue sturgeon banner lay trampled on the ground, and their armor was not properly donned. Among the Golden Lion's ranks, a tall, blond knight charged through the fray. Under the sun's rays, his golden hair gleamed like gold itself, and soon he compelled the remnants of the enemy to surrender. This golden-haired knight was none other than the most powerful duke in the Seven Kingdoms, the eldest son of Tywin Lannister, Jaime Lannister. Not long ago, he had led an army of 15,000 men, decisively defeating the Tully forces that had confronted him beneath the walls of Harrenhal. He had also captured the Duke of Binthal, Edmure Tully. In less than a month, the Lannister army had swept across the entire Riverlands, leaving all strongholds in ruins except for Binthal, Riverrun, and Seaguard. Just as Jaime was about to take a moment's respite, news arrived. My lord, the Northern Army is advancing towards Carhold. Jaime glanced at the intelligence report and commanded, tomorrow, we shall continue to eliminate the remaining Tully forces. We must capture Binthal swiftly. However, Jaime understood that the unique terrain of Binthal would only allow him to confine the garrison within its walls. As for the Northern Army, Tywin had already devised a strategy long before their deployment. The north was relatively barren, with vast, sparsely populated lands and lengthy supply lines. They merely needed to block the northern forces at the neck. Jam brought his entourage of several hundred back to his camp. Meanwhile, in a sprawling military encampment adorned with countless red tents, a towering figure resembling an iron tower muttered to himself. Standing over 2 meters tall, ordinary soldiers instinctively sought to distance themselves from him. The difference between him and an average person was akin to that between a slender monkey and a mighty gorilla. This formidable giant was none other than the infamous Mountain, renowned for his brutality. It was said that no maidservant had ever survived a month in his castle, and beneath his stables lay countless buried corpses. He was the Mountain, also known as Gregor, who had once, under Tywin's command, slain Prince Rhaegar's children and violated and murdered Rhaegar's wife. Yet now, he appeared exceedingly anxious, as if about to meet a person of great significance. My apologies, Your Grace. I failed to capture Beric. He was exceedingly vigilant. However, rest assured, with a little more time, I shall bring you his head. The Mountain had been dispatched by Tywin to ambush Beric, but Beric and his companions had heightened their vigilance due to Jon's warning, resulting in the failure of the operation. At this moment, he was incessantly repeating the rehearsed lines devised by his subordinates. Ser Gregor, Lord Tywin requests your presence. The Mountain rose, still murmuring his few lines as he approached Tywin's tent. Upon seeing Tywin's tent, which was nearly 3 times the size of a standard one, the Mountain stepped onto the carpet and took a deep breath. He felt as though he were floating, devoid of any solid grounding. Tywin was scrutinizing a map, not bothering to look up, prompting the Mountain to hastily kneel on one knee. Your Grace, I implore you to grant me more time. The imposing figure of the Mountain appeared surprisingly submissive at that moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Tywin had approached him. Rise. I have important tasks for you. Although Tywin was robust in his own right, he appeared diminutive in comparison to the Mountain. Take your men and secure Harrenhal for me, ensuring an unobstructed path for the army heading to King's Landing. At your command, my lord. That will be all. You may leave. The Mountain, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited the tent. At this time, on Dragonstone Island, the dragons were depicted in various postures, some poised for flight, others coiled and gazing into the distance, while others exhaled smoke from their nostrils. These, of course, were not real dragons, but castles built during the age of the Targaryens, said to have been constructed with the aid of magic. These castles, made from indestructible stone, stood resilient against centuries of wind and rain, seemingly immortal. Within Dragonstone, a nobleman of robust stature, in his 30s with deep-set eyes, was reading a proclamation issued by Ned, the Warden of the North. Your Majesty, I believe it is time to assemble the troops. A nobleman, always clad in a fur coat, remarked to the nobleman seated at the head. Indeed. And we possess a formidable navy, a silver-haired noble responded. The man at the head of the table was Stannis Baratheon, the Duke of Dragonstone and commander of the navy. Unlike the original narrative, Ned has returned to the north alive, thus the alliance of the 4 houses, stag, wolf, eagle, and fish, still endures. Furthermore, with Ned openly declaring his support for Stannis, he emerges as the most qualified to claim the title of king and to be referred to as Your Majesty. Ser Davos, Stannis began, as a nobleman of nearly 50 years stood up. I require you to journey to the Vale and Storm's End to seek out the lords there, urging their loyalty to me and the dispatch of troops to besiege King's Landing. At your command, your majesty, Davos replied, rising and bowing. His gloved hand pressed to his chest. Ser Montford immediately mobilized the troops to blockade Dragonstone and also inspect the warships. At once, your majesty, Montford Valerian, a vassal of Driftmark, who was only around 20 years of age and shared the ancient Valyrian trait of silver hair and purple eyes, responded promptly. Ser Selmy, Ser Ballon, gather the troops without delay and await my orders. At your command, your majesty. Due to the confined space of Dragonstone, Stannis found his vassals rather few in number. As he surveyed the sparsely populated hall, dissatisfaction towards his elder brother Robert began to fester within him. Had he inherited Storm's End instead of Dragonstone, he could have rallied an army of 20 to 30,000 to march against King's Landing. Moreover, the mere thought of his younger brother Renley, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Robert in his youth, fueled his discontent. While he endured a meager existence at Storm's End, resisting the Targaryen forces, Renley was blissfully unaware of his struggles. As Renley matured, his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. At that moment, Renley, the object of Stannis' disdain, lay in the same bed with a strikingly handsome youth, both engrossed in Ned's proclamation. Does he not realize that you are the rightful heir to the Iron Throne? Why pledge your allegiance to Stannis? The handsome youth inquired, furrowing his brow as he held the proclamation. Huh? What does he have on Dragonstone? Just stones. Am I to claim kingship based on mere stones? Renley scoffed, tossing the letter aside and caressing the handsome youth's face. I have you. I have the support of the Stormlands and the Reach. Indeed, no one favors Stannis. The brown-haired youth smiled. I wonder how many troops Highgarden can provide for me? The handsome youth was none other than Loras Tyrell, the third son of House Tyrell of Highgarden. On the surface, they were lord and vassal. Beneath, they were lovers. 70,000, perhaps more. Renly grinned, and the two became entwined. In the original tale, Highgarden dispatched an army of 80,000, and with the forces already loyal to Renly, he undeniably emerged as the most powerful contender. With the shadow assassins conjured by the Red Priestess, following the demise of Renly Baratheon, his once mighty army found itself devoid of direction, as a significant portion of his vassals hastily pledged allegiance to Stannis. It would not be long before he ascended to kingship, forging a union with House Tyrell, and his fate would likely mirror that of his predecessor. In a brothel within King's Landing, Peter Baelish discerned that the city beneath his feet had become a veritable eye of the storm. Although the bustling sounds of the streets and the muffled echoes of carnal revelry persisted, he understood that war loomed ominously on the horizon. He remained unsatisfied with the chaos he had orchestrated, never anticipating that Ned Stark would still be alive, which significantly curtailed his opportunities and maneuverability. The situation had become exceedingly ambiguous, and Baelish recognized that this was not a time for rash actions. Thus, his search for Sansa was not pursued with fervor. Lost in contemplation, he was jolted back to reality by a voice. Has Lord Baelish made any progress of late? It was Varys who approached him. My lord. You move without a sound, Baelish remarked. Varys shrugged, neither affirming nor denying his statement. No, it seems Sansa has vanished from King's Landing. Yet she cannot have left the city. And you? I too have no news, Varys replied after a brief pause. What are your plans? Naturally, to stand with the king. That king? Varys nodded towards the Red Keep. Of course, as long as he remains king. Observing Baelish's nonchalant disposition, which suggested he followed only the victor regardless of who it might be, Varys chuckled. You truly are composed. Unbeknownst to Varys, Baelish's calmness stemmed from having an escape route. The Vale was under the dominion of the widow Lisa, and his lands lay on the Fingers Peninsula, allowing him to depart from King's Landing with ease. Though others might perceive Baelish's potential as limited, he was acutely aware of his own resilience. He would not end up like Ned, hidden away in a privy and smuggled out of the city. The creatures of the land had grown vigilant. The scent of steel and blood began to waft from the riverlands, gradually enveloping all of Westeros. Nearly 15 years after Robert's ascension, war and death were poised to return. Chapter 52. Sansa's views on love and marriage. Not long ago, the man who had brought Jon to the secluded cottage, injured and weary, was named Robin, a capable lieutenant of the cunning Lord Baelish. This cottage, ensconced by walls overrun with vines and strategically placed by Baelish for utmost secrecy, was a haven. After settling the fee for sustenance, fresh provisions were delivered to their doorstep each day. Jon, who had once been somewhat of a recluse in his previous life, quickly adapted to this near-hermetic existence, while Sansa remained sullen and discontented. Jon, what do you wish to do once we return? Jon, with his eyes closed, felt the crimson glow filtering through his eyelids. I suppose I'll seek out a picturesque little castle, and perhaps my father could assist me in arranging a marriage, so that I might live out my days in tranquility. Jon reclined in his chair, swaying gently, and his words undoubtedly reflected a life devoid of long nights. Sansa found herself in stark disagreement with Jon's lack of ambition. She believed he should at least remain in King's Landing, taking on a position such as a captain of the guard, which would afford him the opportunity to attain a higher title. After all, Jon possessed remarkable martial skills that ought not to be squandered. One must at least have a title, but you saved your father. He ought to grant you one. However, regrettably, being a bastard may confine you to marrying only the daughters of knights or perhaps barons. It matters not. As long as it rains, I know to return home, he replied nonchalantly. Sansa was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Jon's lackadaisical attitude. Jon, you mustn't think like that. Do you remember Corella? The one who used to chat with me often in Winterfell? She might have feelings for you. Corella was the daughter of a viscount from the outskirts of Winterfell. Yet Jon had no recollection of her. Well then, I suppose she's the one. I'll need your assistance in courting her, he said with a chuckle. Jon, you shouldn't be this way. Why not strive a little harder? Who knows? You might even marry a girl from House Amber. Sansa began to chatter incessantly, regaling him with the myriad benefits of marrying a girl of noble lineage, urging him not to waste his talents. Jon was taken aback by Sansa's unexpected flair for matchmaking. He had intended to take a nap, but the incessant prattle of the young girl rendered sleep impossible. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. Enough, little matchmaker. Go and answer the door, he said. Sansa, weary of Jon's complacent demeanor, merely rolled her eyes and went to open the door. To her astonishment, it was Kipling, accompanied by Delena. Lady Sansa, Kipling greeted. Is the lord available? Come in, Jon called upon hearing Kipling's voice. After exchanging pleasantries with Sansa, Kipling approached Jon. Sansa had long since befriended Delena, and having spent countless hours merely exchanging glances with Jon was a torment for her sociable nature. With Delena's arrival, she finally had someone to converse with. What brings you here? My own place is no longer safe. I paid old Crocodile some coin, and now I am residing in the adjacent courtyard, Delena explained. Jon inquired about the other children, to which she replied, they are also there. I worry they might leak information. Kipling glanced back and then leaned closer to Jon. My lord, Stannis has declared himself king. And Renley? Kipling, slightly puzzled, responded. Renley is unclear, but rumors suggest he also aspires to kingship. We will need some time to ascertain the truth. Very well, I understand, Jon replied, his reaction exceeding Kipling's expectations. He recognized Jon was no ordinary individual, yet Jon's demeanor suggested he had anticipated Renly's claim all along. Upon informing him of Stannis' ascension to the throne, he immediately inquired about the circumstances surrounding Renley, as though he had anticipated Renly's claim to kingship. Jon, indifferent to Kipling's musings, surmised that it would not be long before Renley met his demise. Subsequently, Stannis would shift his focus to Storm's End. And within a span of 2 months, the Battle of Blackwater would commence, providing Jon with an opportunity to depart amidst the ensuing chaos. What purpose do you have in bringing Delena here? Kipling inquired with a sycophantic smile. My lord, you are without a personal attendant, and she is merely idling away with me. He then flashed a knowing grin, adding, my lord, she is a maiden. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is either deceit or theft, and Jon was not so naive as to believe that this cunning fox would engage in any unprofitable dealings. According to Kipling, Delena's father was a viscount who had once pledged loyalty to the Targaryens. However, following their overthrow, his title was stripped and he perished on the battlefield. Thus, Delena could indeed be regarded as a lady of noble lineage. Furthermore, though her beauty might not be of the highest caliber, it was certainly remarkable enough to make her stand out in a crowd. It seemed that this old fox sought to curry favor with Jon through Delena. Jon, perceiving his intentions, narrowed his eyes and said, since you assured me that you would adequately care for those children, you would do well to honor your promise. Sensing Jon's chilling gaze, Kipling quickly clarified, No, my lord, I merely noticed that you and Lady Sansa have no one to attend to you. As for the children, I will ensure they are well looked after. Kipling patiently explained to Jon that with the assistance of Beho, Jon would eventually find a way to escape, and by virtue of his service in saving Ned's life, he could at least secure a barony. The distinction between a legitimized bastard and an unrecognized one was vast. Kipling hoped to leverage Jon's noble status for future business opportunities. This way, he could cease his smuggling activities, as the taxes imposed on the nobility were negligible, allowing him to collaborate with Jon for greater profit. Realizing Kipling's true motives, Jon chuckled, the name El Bouet flitting through his mind. He glanced at Delena, who was animatedly conversing with Sansa, considering that keeping her close might not be such a bad idea. Regardless of her role as a servant, at the very least, she could deter Sansa from incessantly urging him to pursue a noble marriage. Very well, let her stay, Jon conceded. I shall send over what she requires. He then added, by the way, I recall that your assembly seems quite formidable. Do enlighten me. Jon's primary intent was to glean information about the free cities, particularly regarding whether Daenerys's dragons were hatching normally. In Jon's view, as long as dragons existed, humanity would possess a significant advantage in confronting the Night King. Chapter 53. Double Draw. It must be said that sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the burden of worry. For Jon found himself endlessly devising plans in light of the events he foresaw. He outlined various scenarios, with the most dire being the victory of King Joffrey in the War of the Five Kings, which would necessitate his escape alongside House Stark. His previous inquiries to Gendry about Daenerys were driven not only by concerns over the long night, but also by the thought of seeking refuge with this distant relative should he find himself unable to survive in Westeros. Jon meticulously mapped out potential turning points on the wall, crafting strategies for each possibility. Though his body had found some respite in recent days, his mind remained restless. Just as he gazed at the wall adorned with cryptic symbols, a familiar voice broke the silence. Have all the recognition points been gathered? Shall we commence the draw? Jon was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he noted a significant change. Rescue Ned recognition points. 10001000. Escape from King's Landing recognition points. 500,500. What had transpired? Why had the points suddenly accumulated? After a moment's contemplation, his brow arched in surprise. This indicated that Ned had likely returned safely to Winterfell. He had previously instructed Robb to keep this a secret, thus the values had remained static. Now, however, the sudden increase could only imply that Robb had revealed the truth to him upon Ned's return. Based on the timeline, it seemed Ned had returned by ship. Thus, it was time to draw a card. Jon realized he had not engaged in a draw for quite some time, and this particular pool contained 2 orange cards, 3 red cards, and 1 white card. The quality surpassed that of his previous draw when he acquired Menghua. With a focused thought, the cards shifted and transformed, ultimately resting on a blue card. An orange card flipped over. Elbu 3 skill, Might of the Ghost God. With each attack, strength is amplified by 50% of its base, capped at 300% of the total number of enemies, with a limit of 20 individuals. Jon glanced at Elbu's skill and could only think of one word: invincible. This skill, while appearing to have a cap, in reality bore none. Disregarding the preceding stipulations, its activation would grant Jon a strength exceeding that of an ordinary man by 60-fold. Indeed, Elbu's skill was overwhelmingly potent. Any adversary struck would be literally sent flying, akin to a humanoid Godzilla. In the romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was considered unsporting, even contemptible, for warriors to engage in combat with the odds stacked in their favor. Yet, when the one wielding such advantage was Elbu, it was deemed entirely acceptable. Jon recalled a saying. Why had Elbu, despite not having slain many formidable foes, ascended to the title of the mightiest warrior of the Three Kingdoms? The answer lay in the fact that anyone who survived under his command was a warrior of great renown. Although this experience card can only be utilized 3 times, each use significantly enhances one's physical capabilities. He could scarcely fathom the extent of his strength after exhausting these 3 opportunities. Regardless, upon acquiring Elbu's experience card, Jon's feelings of insecurity in King's Landing diminished considerably. While it may be improbable to penetrate the heart of King's Landing, should he choose to depart forcefully, no one could impede his escape. Of course, bringing Sansa along could complicate matters. My lord, dinner is ready. Very well. As the voice of Daenerys echoed from outside, Jon was about to rise when the familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind. Admiration points have been accumulated. Would you like to initiate a draw? Indeed. This was a direct opportunity for a double draw. Jon felt a surge of joy and promptly chose to proceed with the lottery. A purple card, 3 orange cards, and a golden card materialized in his mind. A golden card. Upon seeing the card radiating with brilliant golden light, Jon could hardly contain his anticipation. After all, Elbu, who was merely orange, was already formidable to such a degree. The presence of a golden card in the pool heightened his excitement immensely. Once more, he concentrated, and the familiar scene unfolded again. The last card, shimmering with golden light, slowly revealed itself. Warlord Zhuge Liang 3 skill, East Wind Break. Capable of generating wind force from 0 to 15 levels in any direction, lasting for 5 hours. Jon gazed at Zhuge Liang's skill description, momentarily rendered speechless. The sheer power of this skill was astonishing. In the midst of 2 armies clashing, the advantage of favorable winds is immeasurable. Take a cavalry charge, for instance. With the wind at their backs, their might is amplified. Conversely, those facing headwinds would struggle significantly. In winds exceeding level 7, merely standing their ground would be an achievement. In the face of winds reaching levels 8, 9, or even 10, not only would individuals be swept away, but even buildings could be launched into the sky. And this is merely on land. What if it were at sea? Level 15 equates to typhoon-strength winds, which would utterly dismantle medieval sailing vessels. He could potentially conjure a tsunami. John even pondered that possessing such an extraordinary skill for just 3 uses felt excessively lavish. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang solidified the tripartite division of the realm with a mere manipulation of the winds. If the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is but a novel, then Liu Xiu, the son of the plain, subdued the Xian dynasty with a single meteor strike. If acquiring El Bu's experience card merely suggested that John could dominate the Seven Kingdoms, then obtaining Zhuge Liang's experience card now empowered him to match strength with the Night King. He need not even contemplate a strategy for offense. Should the Night King's wights and army of the undead dare to appear before him, he could simply summon a tempest to sweep them into the sky. And from several hundred meters above, even the sturdiest would splinter upon impact. This skill can be described as both powerful and precious. In moments of contemplation, John resolved that he would not utilize this skill unless absolutely necessary. If given the choice, he would prefer to reserve these 3 opportunities to confront the Night King. Suddenly endowed with such formidable power, John's mind raced with countless ways to wield it, and before he realized it, several minutes had slipped by. "My lord? Are you well?" Outside the door, Daenerys, having heard John respond but noticing his prolonged absence, called out to him. "Ah, I shall be out shortly," John replied, composing his excited expression before opening the door. The sunlight bathed his face, dissolving the tension and oppression he had been harboring from days of evasion. Upon reaching the dining table, they found Sansa absent. Lady Sansa is still engrossed in her game. "Let her be. We shall eat first." John, having lived as a solitary man for so long, exhibited no paternal instincts, adhering to the belief that one person's fullness suffices for the whole. Besides, could she truly starve in this place? Although Daenerys had shared meals with John for several days, she remained curious about his use of chopsticks, often stealing glances at his dexterity. Each time John effortlessly picked up a small pea, Daenerys silently marveled at his remarkable skill. However, today, before they had even taken a few bites, Kipling entered the room with a grave expression. "My lord, the old crocodile has completely lost control of the dragon lair. He may not last much longer." Kipling continued, "In about a month, the Lannister family will formally issue him a challenge." John set down his chopsticks, inquiring, "What of the outside?" It is now confirmed that both Renley and Stannis have declared themselves kings, each claiming to be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Stannis has already departed for Storm's End to negotiate with Renley. John began to recall the events of the War of the Five Kings. He understood that at this juncture, Stannis and Renley would likely engage in a round of attempts to persuade one another to yield. Eventually, their negotiations would collapse, leading Stannis, with the aid of the Red Priestess Melisandre, to slay Renley. Following this, Stannis would see Storm's End before turning his sights on King's Landing. Once he completed all these endeavors, it would take a considerable amount of time. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to assist the old crocodile and prevent his swift demise. John's initial thought was to directly employ El Bu's experience card. Yet he hesitated to squander such a precious resource in the midst of gang warfare. If only the old crocodile had armor, perhaps 3 or 4 dozen sets, he would not be so easily overwhelmed by the Lannister family. Suddenly, it struck him. Armor. John realized he had stumbled upon the crux of the issue. Yet crafting armor required steel, and Barr, a mere gang leader, possessed none in abundance. Moreover, even if he did, there would be insufficient time to forge it into armor. The situation appeared to reach an impasse when Sansa unexpectedly entered, carrying a small basket woven from vines. "John, look. New vines have sprouted outside." Upon seeing the basket in Sansa's hands, John's eyes lit up. Of course, vines. Who claims that armor must be forged solely from iron? Chapter 54. The responsibility of Old Crocodile. A lengthy wooden table, measuring 2 meters, bore an extinguished candlestick. At the head of the table sat the diminutive Barr, flanked on his left by a towering figure, notably larger than the average man. This was none other than Rupert, Bot's 17-year-old grandson, who had trailed behind Old Crocodile on the day John had encountered them. On Bot's right sat Robin, nursing an injured left hand, and Sherman's, sporting a bushy brown beard. Behind them stood 2 servants, patiently awaiting their commands. Before the 4, a spread of food lay, though it lacked delicacies, it was sufficiently plentiful. Yet even Rupert, usually possessing a hearty appetite, seemed unable to eat. "I shall take on the role of shield-bearer," Robin declared. "You struggle to relieve yourself. How can you possibly serve as a shield-bearer?" Sherman's retorted. "What of it? Even with but 1 hand, I can still manage." "Very well, step forward and practice." The 2 began to bicker. Due to the absence of proper armor, they could only rely on their makeshift shields to face the forces of House Londo. However, after several skirmishes, the casualties among shield-bearers had been substantial. The Londo brothers had trained a dozen spear wielders, and Barr's shields were far from effective. Consequently, the shield bearers often resorted to using their own bodies as human shields. Silence. Bonner's voice cut through the commotion. Let Rupert bear the shield. Yet, Robin, who typically never defied Barter's commands, remained obstinate this time. Sir Bar, allow me. My hand is beyond saving, and even if I survive, I shall be but a burden. I will have your hand treated by a learned man. Bar exclaimed, his voice hoarse and commanding. Do you dare defy my orders? A shiver ran through Robin at the intensity of Bar's gaze, reminiscent of the last time he had encountered such a look when he was but 10 years old. However, Robin did not retreat this time. He unwrapped the bandages from his arm, revealing not only the layers of cloth, but also the viscous pus and dark blood oozing from the wound. A foul stench permeated the air. Sir, I fear I cannot save my arm, nor my life. Let me take up arms while I still can, he implored. If we are forced to flee King's Landing, that group of women and children cannot be without Bart, nor without you. The women and children he referred to were the war widows and their offspring left in the wake of the usurper's war. For years, Bar had strived to remain in King's Landing for their sake. He gazed at Robin's inflamed arm, knowing his greatest fears had come to pass in this era. An inflamed wound was tantamount to death. Sherman's, witnessing the ghastly sight of the infected injury, stared, tears inadvertently streaming down his cheeks. What a bunch of crybabies. Why weep? Robin chided with a laugh. Why didn't you say something sooner? Would it have made a difference? The two individuals exchanged glances and words, while Bar helplessly closed his eyes. Rupert suddenly rose, his stomach colliding with the edge of the table, causing even the candlestick to topple. I shall go and deal with that scoundrel, he exclaimed in anger. Sit down. Rupert only added to the chaos. Amidst the tugging from the three, Rupert, fuming, reluctantly settled back down. Just as the trio wore expressions of despair, a youth of about 17 or 18 burst in, exclaiming, Mr. Bar, the one who delivered the pendant claims to have a means to acquire armor for you. Upon hearing this, Bar and the others instinctively reacted with skepticism. Without iron, how could he forge armor, let alone with our limited time? He said he could use vines, the young man replied. What? Robin's eyelids twitched, as if he could hardly believe his ears. Vines. Tell him to leave. The others scoffed, but Bar sensed something amiss. Previously, John, under Kipling's guidance, had sought his aid, and Bar had discreetly investigated John's identity. Coupled with Sansa's involvement, he was nearly certain of their identities. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned. After years of managing this place, Bar held a firm belief in its stability. At that moment, he had merely glanced at John, thinking him not the sort to speak recklessly. Yet the notion of John proposing vine armor left him utterly perplexed. If vines could indeed be fashioned into armor, the kings and lords would have long since imposed restrictions on their cultivation. Let him return. When the time comes to leave, I shall notify him. The departure Bar referred to, of course, was not a mere escort from King's Landing. Should they be defeated, he would at most inform John to vacate his current hiding place to evade the wrath of House Londo. Very well, sir, the youth replied, as John, waiting outside, was unceremoniously ushered away by him. For the sake of that pendant, Mr. Bar will not hold it against you. Just stay put in that courtyard and refrain from wandering. All right, we shall take our leave, Kipling hastily apologized, grasping John's hand to return. My lord, vines can sever even a peasant's scythe. How could they possibly be used to create armor? No one would believe that. Kipling whispered to John. Would you believe me if I said I could indeed create vine armor? Kipling smiled, wanting to shake his head, but hesitating. Then if I truly fashion armor that can withstand blades and arrows, he would surely believe, wouldn't he? No one can doubt their own eyes, my lord, Kipling contemplated. Very well, you assist me in procuring some tongue oil. Within 3 days, I shall demonstrate my vine armor. A mere request for tongue oil posed no great burden for Kipling. As long as it kept John from causing trouble and incurring Bar's ire, it was worth it. Of course, if John could indeed produce vine armor, that would be even better, sparing him the need to pay 2 protection fees. Upon returning, Kipling swiftly procured 3 large jars of tongue oil for John, and with the assistance of a group of children, they wove 3 sets of vine armor using tan vines. Due to their rudimentary craftsmanship, they managed to create only a upper body armor and a skirt armor, omitting the arm and shoulder guards. They submerged the vine armor in the tongue oil. Is this how it's done? Kipling wondered as he placed the armor into the jar, fully immersing it. Yes. In 3 days, we shall possess armor of remarkable defensive capability. Kipling could hardly fathom that tongue oil held such properties, having even left a mark with his fingernail before submerging the armor. If vines could truly be fashioned into armor, then the lords might find themselves in considerable trouble. Sealing the jar of tongue oil, Kipling contemplated silently. Chapter 55, Prophecy on Dragonstone, Within the hall stood statues of the 7 gods, an old woman with pearls for eyes, the father adorned with golden whiskers, and a stranger who appeared more beast than man. It is said that the materials for these statues were derived from the mast of the ship that brought the Targaryens to Dragonstone. Yet nearly 3 centuries have passed, and the truth remains elusive. For 3 centuries, these sculptures have been coated in gold leaf, silver plating, and embedded with pearls and gemstones. Their true forms became unnecessary to scrutinize following the Targaryen downfall. 2 women stood before a delicate brazier, one closer to the flames clad in a red robe, reciting an obscure incantation. The orange flames began to transform, gradually shifting to red. This woman was the Red Priestess Melisandre, a devout follower of the Lord of Light. An intangible warmth radiated from her. Her heart-shaped visage and ample figure, illuminated by the flames, exuded an irresistible allure. The woman behind her was slender. With an elongated face and prominent ears, she was Celis, the wife of Stannis and his queen. "Will your majesty successfully claim the Iron Throne?" Celis inquired cautiously. Melisandre gazed into the flickering flames and spoke slowly. "I have seen it. The flames pledge their loyalty to your majesty. A boy presently in King's Landing will play a pivotal role in securing the Iron Throne for you." "What does he look like?" Melisandre continued, her attention fixed on the crimson flames. "He possesses gray eyes." "Gray eyes, very well. I shall relay this to his majesty." At that moment, Stannis simmered with anger over Renly's ascension to kingship. Unlike his brother Robert, who would bellow and smash in fury, Stannis wore a long, morose expression. His already sunken eye sockets appeared even darker. "Your majesty, may I first attempt to reason with Renly? He might heed my counsel." "Counsel? Perhaps? He does not even listen to my words." Stannis felt profound dissatisfaction toward his brother. His first grievance lay with Robert, whose unclear rewards and punishments had led to the disgrace of Storm's End, which he had valiantly defended, now bestowed upon that insufferable boy who merely pranced about in silken garments. When Robert ascended to the throne, he was merely 6 years old. And how old was Renly when they decided to rebel against the Targaryens? Just 4. Stannis could not fathom why Robert seemed oblivious to his own merits. Now, this little brat has grown bold enough to challenge even the throne itself. Do you have any notion of how many supporters Highgarden brought to his aid? 80,000. He merely strolled around the camp a few times and fancied himself capable of commanding an army of over 100,000? Absurd, in my view. The true instigator of this matter is that scoundrel Mace. He should have been stripped of House Tyrell's title long ago. At that time, the Tyrells of Highgarden were loyalists, and it was Duke Mace who had Stannis trapped in Storm's End, gnawing on his own belt. After all, Robert's rebellion was founded on the banner of vengeance, seeking retribution for the slain Ned Stark and for the loss of his betrothed, Lyanna, to Rhaegar. Therefore, after breaching King's Landing, Robert did not exact retribution upon Highgarden or Dorne. Instead, he allowed the matter to rest once they pledged their loyalty to him, restoring the unity of Westeros. As he vented his frustrations to Davos, he caught sight of Ser Davos and Melisandre approaching from afar. However, it was Stannis who first noticed Melisandre. Her crimson robes were strikingly conspicuous against the desolate backdrop of Dragonstone. The gray-eyed youth? After 3 days of soaking, the time had finally come to unveil the vine armor. Jon and Gendry extracted it from the linseed oil, draining it thoroughly. "Jon, is this truly feasible?" Sansa inquired curiously, for to her, vines were merely materials for weaving baskets. She could hardly believe they could be fashioned into armor. Dina craned her already long neck to observe as Jon placed the vine armor in a well-ventilated area to allow it to dry. Jon lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, sensing that rain was imminent. If that were the case, it would be fortuitous. While the vine armor was sturdy, it was vulnerable to fire. Utilizing it on a cloudy or rainy day would significantly mask this weakness. Yet, there was no alternative. He would simply remind old Barrist and to be cautious. Jon had contemplated invoking a tempest to collapse the walls, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. However, such an action could easily endanger innocents. After all, his initial decision to leave the wall and journey south to rescue Ned was motivated by a desire to minimize casualties and preserve humanity's vitality. With over 500,000 souls in King's Landing, if he summoned a storm that cost countless lives for his own escape, what would distinguish him from an executioner? In his past life as a humble drifter in the north, he had been repeatedly swept along like the red blood cells in his body, enabling him to empathize with ordinary people. He harbored a deep disdain for those who regarded human lives as mere statistics. The cold numbers in politicians' eyes represented living souls to him. Thus, in the realm of Westeros, Jon held a particular loathing for Tywin. What of your son being captured by Catelyn? What does the slaughter of the Riverlands people amount to? This situation is reminiscent of Chow Chow. While avenging one's father is understandable, What sense does it make to massacre an entire city? Moreover, one must consider that Jon himself resides within King's Landing. If he were to truly employ a trial card, would he not appear as a fool wielding artillery with a 3-kilometer range and a 5-kilometer blast radius? After leaving the vine armor to dry overnight, Jon was eager to test its efficacy the following morning. You should give it a try, Jon suggested to Kipling. Very well, my lord, Kipling replied. Approaching the brownish vine armor, he produced a finely crafted dagger hidden within his boot and thrust it toward the armor. Initially, he did not exert his full strength, concerned that he might pierce the armor and embarrass Jon. To his surprise, he merely left a faint mark on the surface, which nearly vanished upon a light stroke of his hand. Sansa and Kipling both displayed expressions of astonishment. Daenerys learned from her mother that the suit of armor her father wore had cost nearly 1/5 of their family's wealth. This was, of course, due to the fact that her father's armor was of the highest caliber. However, this also indirectly illustrated the exorbitant cost of such armor. While ordinary soldiers could not afford such quality, it still represented a significant financial burden. Use more strength. Jon observed that Kipling was not applying himself fully and commanded him to do so. Kipling nodded and this time exerted all his might as he lunged at the armor. But due to its curved surface, his dagger was deflected, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ouch! He exclaimed, prompting Sansa to cover her mouth in an attempt to stifle her laughter, though she ultimately found his comical tumble amusing. Jon helped Kipling to his feet and took the dagger from him. After experimenting with the trial cards a few times, Jon's physique had been significantly enhanced. Though only 15 years old, his strength now surpassed that of the average person by threefold, and with his already exceptional swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly rank within the top 30 in all of Westeros, if not the top 10. Given his extraordinary strength, Jon utilized only about half of his power for his next strike. With a twist of his waist and a swing of his arm, a bright flash cut through the air, leaving a deep gash in the vine armor. To his own astonishment, it had not penetrated. It seemed that the quality of vines in this world was far superior to those on Earth. Chapter 56, Ned's Unconsciousness in the Sprawling Northern Encampment. Smoke rose from cooking fires as mealtime approached. Ordinary soldiers formed lines to receive their rations, while officers maintained order. In this era, it was unheard of for commanders to dine and sleep alongside their soldiers. Every knight possessed their own retinue. As the backbone of the army, knights enjoyed better provisions. Within a black tin adorned with the sigil of the direwolf, Ned sat before a bowl of thin meat porridge, consumed with the remnants of a long night. Though the venom coursing through his veins was temporarily subdued by the special herbs provided by Celio, this was merely a stopgap measure and not a sustainable solution. After several days of travel, Ned felt increasingly enfeebled. Even his appetite had significantly diminished, with the only respite from his pain coming from opiate poppy milk. Coughing incessantly, he drew the attention of Catelyn, who hastened to his side to help ease his discomfort. Although Ned disapproved of Catelyn accompanying him, his deteriorating condition left him no choice but to acquiesce. Catelyn understood that Ned's situation was dire, yet the army could not function without him. After a considerable pause, Ned's complexion improved slightly, and he leaned on his sword to rise. Go fetch Robb and Theon to accompany me on a tour of the camp, he instructed. Robb is of age now, let him take your place. Ned waved his hand, dismissing Catelyn's suggestion. As the commander of the army, his relationship with the soldiers was fundamentally one of mutual inspection. A leader must assess the combat readiness, equipment, and morale of his troops, naturally wishing to see his soldiers well-equipped and spirited. Conversely, the soldiers hoped to be led by a strong and decisive commander, as this greatly influenced their chances of survival. In addition to Robb and Theon, there were dozens of young nobles from the north, each robust and armed, yet their faces betrayed their inexperience and anxiety. The commander relied on various lords to manage the army, who entrusted their sons to serve at his side, ostensibly to protect him but effectively showcasing their loyalty. For instance, Ned immediately recognized among the young northern nobles the exceptionally tall son of Great John, known as Little John, as well as Ricard, who bore his own name. Ned Stark's son. In the original narrative, Robb, as the commander, had a personal guard of 30 young northern nobles, while Ned's entourage comprised 50. After all, having held the title of Lord of Winterfell for over a decade, Ned's reputation far surpassed that of Robb. Theon brought forth Ned's warhorse, and after a brief glance at the group of youths, Ned mounted his steed. Though Little John stood at a distance, his height allowed him a clear view. He noticed that Ned's effort to mount was noticeably strained. Both Robb and Theon observed this as well, being the closest to him, and their concern deepened as they feared for Ned's ability to endure until the war's conclusion. Aside from Ned and Robb, who could ride, the others were left to follow on foot. First, Ned led them in inspecting the Stark forces, approximately 5,000 strong, occupying a quarter of the encampment. Anticipating Ned's arrival, the officers had gathered the soldiers early, lining them up on either side to await his inspection. The soldiers represented a broad age spectrum, with some appearing nearly 40 while others were merely in their teens. Ned spotted several familiar faces amidst the crowd. All seasoned veterans who had once fought alongside him to overthrow the Targaryens, now elevated to the ranks of officers. The soldiers eagerly saluted Ned, whose imposing figure, though somewhat weakened beneath the black cloak, still exuded a sense of strength. His typically stern demeanor rendered him inconspicuous, masking any signs of his condition. They subsequently arrived at the Karstark encampment. In stark contrast to House Stark, Karstark's forces numbered less than 3,000. Rickard stood anxiously before the main tent, awaiting Ned's arrival. He was apprehensive that Ned might perceive him as having grown soft after more than a decade of peace. "My lord," Ned acknowledged with a slight nod as he passed by Rickard. Noticing the grave expression on Ned's face, Rickard assumed something was amiss. After leading Ned away, he glanced around, reassured to find everything in order. Unbeknownst to him, Ned was suffering from a splitting headache, his grip on the reins trembling ever so slightly. Their next destination was the Bolton camp, where the forces of House Bolton were comparable in size to those of House Karstark. As Ned arrived, Roose Bolton had gathered his troops, awaiting inspection. By this time, Ned's vision began to blur, and he struggled to focus, the surrounding sounds becoming increasingly muffled. Observing this, Robb noted that Ned's body was beginning to sway precariously. Just as they reached the center of the Bolton encampment, Ned could no longer maintain his balance. He relinquished the reins, his body tilting backward, and he began to topple from his horse. "Father! My lord! My lord!" The surrounding attendants and soldiers gasped in alarm. Robb, still mounted, had no time to dismount, but Theon reacted swiftly, using his body as a cushion to prevent Ned from sustaining injury. The attendants surged forward, encircling Ned, while the soldiers watched in shock as he fell from his steed, the scene erupting into chaos. "Silence!" roared one of Bolton's officers, momentarily quelling the tumult. Amidst the frantic environment and the sight of his unconscious father in his arms, Robb found his mind remarkably clear. He addressed Theon, "Get my father inside the tent, but ensure the soldiers do not see." "Understood." Theon hoisted Ned onto his back, surrounded by a throng of noble youths as they made their way back to the Stark headquarters. Robb turned to Roose Bolton, stating, "Lord Bolton, please contain this news immediately. I shall lead the others in continuing the inspection." "Very well." Observing Robb's composed demeanor, Bolton's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration as he nodded and set about containing the information. However, given the number of witnesses to Ned's collapse, all he could do was delay the spread of the news. Next, they would proceed to Great John's encampment. Robb recalled his father's words, that among the lords of the north, Great John was the most formidable. Ned had only shared insights about the temperaments of the northern lords regarding one individual. As soon as Great John caught sight of Robb riding at the forefront, he grumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Where has the lord gone? Why is it Robb?" He immediately noticed the figure of Little John behind Robb and shot him a glance, yet Little John was at a loss for words. When Robb passed by him, Great John inquired, "Where has the lord gone?" Robb refrained from answering, recalling how Ned had instructed both him and John that during a commander's inspection, neither lords nor soldiers were permitted to speak. Thus, Great John's behavior was a breach of military discipline. Ignoring him, Robb pressed on, knowing he ought to assert his authority. Yet the unexpected turn of events left him unprepared, compelling him to focus on completing the inspection of the troops. This insolent fellow, does he truly believe himself a lord? Disregarding me? Subsequently, Robb continued to inspect the camps of other lords, and upon realizing that it was not Ned but Robb who approached, some were puzzled, while others quietly harbored discontent, feeling neglected by Ned. Soon, Robb took over the inspection from Ned. Upon returning to the tent, he found Grey Wind and Nymeria standing guard outside, while a maester conducted a check on Ned. After the examination, he re-entered Ned's tent accompanied by Theon. "Mother, how is father?" Catelyn shook her head, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a word. "Maester, what is the condition of my father?" "The lord's situation is quite grim. He is currently feverish and in dire need of rest." Ned appeared extremely unwell, having lapsed into a state of unconsciousness. Yet his expression remained one of profound anguish. Robb understood that while this news might be concealed from the average soldiers, the lords, both great and small, were well informed and would soon learn the truth. Rather than shrouding Ned's condition in secrecy, it would be wiser to mitigate its repercussions swiftly. Otherwise, who could predict the consequences of prolonged uncertainty? "Theon, summon Lord Karstark, Lord Amber, and Lord Bolton for me." "Very well." Despite Theon's later betrayal of Robb, influenced by his sister, he remained a loyal confidant, eager to share in Robb's burdens. Before long, several prominent northern lords gathered in the tent. and Robb resolved to hold a small council. My lords, my father's condition is dire. I have called upon you to discuss our forthcoming plans. Speaking before lords whose ages and experience far surpassed his own, Robb felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Let us be clear, there is little to discuss. If Lord Ned is in mortal danger, the Lannisters must pay for this. Rickard's stance was resolute. Indeed, our aim extends beyond merely supporting Stannis. We must exact vengeance upon the Lannisters. Great John echoed the sentiment, asserting that this battle was imperative. Lords of the realm, it is imperative that we do not retreat in vain due to Ned's unconscious state. In my heart, it is essential that we engage in at least 1 or 2 skirmishes against the Lannisters. Furthermore, we have the Lords of the Vale as our allies and the remnants of our forces still valiantly holding the Riverlands. Our advantages remain fundamentally intact. For the Lords of the North, retreating now would be the epitome of folly. This moment presents a prime opportunity to rally behind a new king. To relinquish our offensive is to forsake our current political standing. Thus, let us convene all present for an operational meeting. Robb nodded, clarifying that this meeting would not merely be a discussion of troop deployments, but rather a reaffirmation of command authority. However, in terms of how to persuade these proud and fiery warriors, Robb felt utterly uncertain. Within just a few hours, news of Ned's unconsciousness had circulated among the lords, leading to a myriad of speculations regarding the next course of action. Some believed that Robb would opt for a ceasefire, particularly since there were still Stark hostages in King's Landing. Others felt differently, while many remained in a state of confusion. By the time Robb summoned the lords once more, it was deep into the night. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for elaborate preparations. The number of attendees was significantly less than during Ned's meeting in Winterfell, as many knights and minor nobles were absent. Thus, 3 long tables were arranged for the few dozen present. Theon sat to Robb's left, while Catelyn remained behind to tend to Ned. Those seated closer included Greatjon, Rickard, and Roose Bolton. A score of braziers flickered around the room, illuminating the faces of those gathered. My lords, I trust you all comprehend the gravity of our situation. Robb addressed them. Indeed, my father Ned now lies in a state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing Robb's confirmation, a wave of concern rippled through the assembly, though the noble blood among them kept any unrest at bay. However, there is no cause for alarm. I have sent for aid from the Vale, and soon. With the support of Riverrun, the forces of Storm's End and Highgarden shall join our cause. Victory remains ours. Robb was not one for excessive words, yet he understood the necessity of bolstering the morale of his troops. His assertions were grounded in truth. Despite Ned's incapacitation, the resolve of the army remained unshaken, and faith in ultimate victory persisted. Noticing a lack of opposition to the continuation of their advance, Robb proceeded to reaffirm the army's arrangements, which were largely reiterations with only minor adjustments. I demand to lead the vanguard, my lord. The orders have been issued, Lord Amber, came the response. That will not suffice. I must lead the vanguard. Should I be placed behind House Hornwood or House Karstark, I would prefer to return with my men. A peculiar silence enveloped the assembly, as a faction of individuals focused their attention on Great John, while a greater number directed their gaze toward Robb. There was no dissent regarding Lord Eddard's leadership and commands. However, the youth Robb, not yet 16, was met with indifference. All eyes were fixed upon him, waiting for his response as the fire pit crackled and popped. Robb scratched Grey Wind's ear with his right hand, while behind him, the vigilant ghost sensed the tension in the air, her blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings. Very well, but once I return with Tywin's head, I shall drag you from your castle and sever yours as well. Bah, you little wretch dare to threaten me. Lord Amber, onlookers, including Moira, attempted to intervene, but were forcefully pushed aside. With a sharp clang, Great John unsheathed his broadsword, driving it fiercely into the table. Theon quickly rose to shield Robb. The orange flames flickered in Great John's eyes as he glared menacingly at Robb. Just as he was about to utter another word, Robb softly pronounced a syllable, prompting Grey Wind to pounce upon Great John, not only disarming him, but also biting off his little finger. Blood dripped from the wolf's elongated, sharp jaws. Mere inches from Great John's face. Should Grey Wind wish to sever his throat, it would take but a heartbeat. Following closely, Ghost leapt onto the table, her blood-red pupils scanning each lord's neck. The assembled lords fell silent, and Robb realized he had finally established his authority among them. Lord Amber, my father has stated that drawing a sword before one's liege is a capital offense. However, I trust you merely wish to carve meat for me. Do you not? Great John struggled to rise, cold sweat beading on his brow from the pain of his severed digit, even his facial hair quivering. Theon pondered whether a skirmish was about to unfold. To his astonishment, the bear-like figure of Great John suddenly erupted into laughter. Huh, Your flesh is truly damnably tough. Chapter 57. The Rondo family, a young man in his 20s, missing an ear and sporting brown hair, approached a secluded courtyard while carrying a bucket of chopped meat. At the entrance stood two slender youths, around 16 or 17, who immediately straightened their posture and held their breath in fear of making even the slightest sound upon seeing the one-eared young man approach. Without sparing them a glance, the young man produced a key from around his neck. As he turned the lock, the heavy padlock and chain clattered ominously. A woo, a woo, a woo. The sound of the unlocking triggered a chorus of barking from within, as he swung open the door to reveal a menagerie of ferocious dogs, numbering 20 to 30. Each capable of reaching an adult's waist. Though their fur varied in color from gray, black, and yellow spotted to solid black, each beast's eyes gleamed with untamed ferocity. The dark crimson pupils fixated intently on the large bucket of minced meat clutched in his hands, glistening drool trickling from between its vicious teeth. Beneath each feral hound in its cage lay a scattering of fragmented bones, mingled with excrement, rendering them unrecognizable. The young man's gaze swept across the pack of vicious dogs, eventually settling on one adorned with a mottled coat of black and yellow. He reached into the slippery mass of meat, seizing a bloody piece and tossing it at the dog's feet, prompting it to immediately open its wide, drooling maw and tear into the offering. The cacophony of barking erupted from the surrounding dogs, who, anticipating a feast, were taken aback when the spotted dog instead trampled the meat and began to snarl at its companions. The menacing growl rumbled from its throat, the mixture of blood and saliva on the meat enhancing its wild, untamed appearance. Lekov, a coarse voice resonated from behind the young man. Did I not instruct you to refrain from feeding these beasts human flesh? My dear brother, have you forgotten how we once paid for our brown soup? Yet, the pack had already injured one of their own. The reprimander was none other than Sihai, the head of the Longdo family. Lekov offered no retort. Instead, he tossed several pieces of meat into the fray, igniting a frenzy of barking that echoed throughout the yard. I want these brutes to tear Robin apart, Lekov declared, referring to the ear he had lost during his encounter with Robin, who had blocked his blade with his arm and subsequently bitten off his ear. Had he not evaded swiftly, Robin might have ripped his face clean off. We have armor enough. You must not employ these beasts, Sihai insisted. Why not? Lekov retorted. It will endanger our own. Our own. Does King's Landing lack for men? As the two engaged in their quarrel, a woman's voice interjected. Lekov, undeterred, replied. Let them use these dogs. I propose we stage the final confrontation on Rag Street. The woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s with flaxen hair, stood with her arms crossed, adorned with a few white specks on her ample bosom. She was Sihai's sister, Lekov's sibling, named Shea, the third in line, and a diplomat for the Longdo family. Their possession of subpar armor was largely attributed to Shea. Rag Street? Lekov inquired. Indeed, Old Crocodile only possesses the advantage of numbers. If we set the battleground there, we can let these dogs charge into the crowd. Both Lekov and Sihai's eyes brightened at the prospect. Enough of these beasts. Come and see what treasures I have brought for you. Lekov set down the wooden bucket, and the three exited the small courtyard. At the entrance lay a cart draped in black cloth. Lekov, unveil it, Sihai urged. Lekov grasped a corner of the fabric, yanking it aside to reveal 40 or 50 gleaming longswords glinting in the light before them. Lekov excitedly picked up a weapon and swung it a couple of times. Where did you acquire this? Asked Sihai, but upon noticing the significant way Shea was rubbing her jaw, he realized the answer. What are you staring at? This is a woman's prerogative. Ah, you truly are something, but isn't that hefty fellow a bit too generous? Shea shot him a disapproving glance. What are you thinking? He merely lent it to us. It must be returned later. I told you so. Previously, most of the slum was under the control of Bawo, making it difficult for Sterling to extract any profit. Moreover, this man frequently caused him trouble, although there was never conclusive evidence linking him. Sterling was certain it was that old crocodile without a doubt. Thus, he seized this opportunity to pursue greater ambitions. Sterling harbored his own aspirations, with the octopus-like Varys holding sway within the Red Keep, while Littlefinger ruled outside King's Landing. The substantial area between King's Landing and the Red Keep was not beyond his reach. It can be said that Sterling was indeed a person of ambition. After all, even the slums were still a part of King's Landing, offering numerous opportunities and profits to be made. Robin, take a break. Ever since Robin decided to become a shield bearer, he had devoted nearly all his time to training, aside from eating and sleeping. Your arm is already injured. Your body cannot withstand this. What does one arm matter? Due to the inflammation of his wound, Robin had begun to develop a slight fever, yet he merely regarded it as a sign of his own weakness, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. In his view, if he could exchange his life for victory, he would do so without hesitation. Rest for a moment, Robin, and eat something. At that moment, Bawo appeared from somewhere. Upon seeing Bawo, Robin had no choice but to comply. The people of Westeros did not have the concept of a low fever. Bawo merely noted that Robin's steps seemed unsteady, sensing something was amiss. However, they were not nobles and could not afford a maester, and even if that group of so-called maesters came, they would likely be unable to comprehend Robin's condition. Moreover, even if they did arrive and saw Robin's wound, they would probably only be able to say it was beyond treatment, waiting for death, farewell in 3 parts. Mr. Bawo, the one who delivered the pendant has returned, and he brings the armor he crafted. A servant rushed in to inform Bawo and the others. Is this fellow never-ending? Shemans expressed some irritation, believing Jon was toying with them. Just as he was about to instruct the servant to send him away, Bawo inquired. You mean he brought the armor he made as well? Yes, he even had me try it on, and it's quite sturdy. Upon hearing the servant's words, the 3 men were somewhat incredulous. Let him in. Chapter 58. The Vine's armor. Is this the armor you crafted? Shemans gazed at the yellow vine armor displayed on the rack, wearing a look of disdain. Lord Bar, Jon addressed, you may certainly give it a try. Though it may not rival the finest plate armor, it is more than sufficient to contend with the inferior products of the Rondo family. Most importantly, the vine armor I have crafted is lightweight and breathable, and remarkably economical. I assure you, producing not just 100 sets, but even 1,000, is merely a matter of manpower. Bar remained silent, advancing to examine the vine armor. He rapped his knuckles against it, producing a dull thud. He turned to Rupert behind him, signaling with a glance. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Bart approached, wielding a battle axe, his expression one of disdain. To him, the vine armor seemed so feeble that even a slightly thicker plank of wood would be effortlessly cleaved in 2. Shemans observed the brawny Rupert, holding a face-sized axe. Envisioning the vine armor severed in 2, he contemplated ensuring that these 3 individuals were displayed prominently, allowing those who underestimated Bar to witness that this was not a place for the unworthy to run amok. When Kipling realized it was Bart testing the armor, his confidence waned. Although he had previously tested the vine armor with 2 other pieces, leaving only faint imprints, he feared Bart would cleave it in half. Truth be told, the armor he had crafted was quite adequate for protection. He simply hoped Bart would not wreak too much havoc upon it, and that Bar would recognize its worth. For not everyone possessed Bart's extraordinary strength. Bart lifted his axe high, twisting his torso and swinging his arm in a wide arc, channeling his strength from his waist and arms into the weapon. With a resounding crack, the vine armor was sliced open, a gash 2 to 3 inches long appearing. Bart withdrew his axe, astonished by the result. Shemans, displaying an incredulous expression, stepped forward to touch the newly formed slit, noting that it was scarcely longer than his own finger. Bar, maintaining a calm demeanor, also exhibited surprise. After all, not only could he not withstand such a blow to the vine armor, but even standard plate armor would struggle against it. Initially harboring little hope for Jon's creation, he thought that as long as it wasn't completely cleaved through by Rupert, Jon would pass the test. To his astonishment, the armor's defensive capabilities far exceeded his expectations. The others exchanged glances, and once they regained their composure, each began eagerly brandishing their swords and knives, soon leaving the armor adorned with numerous marks. Yet, none could penetrate it as Bart had. Lord Bar, are you satisfied with my vine armor? Jon inquired with a smile. Bar's expression shifted from one of indifference to one of realization. He recognized Jon's true talent. Had he been anyone else, Bar would have already entertained thoughts of recruitment. However, due to his suspicions regarding Jon's identity, he refrained from taking further action. At that moment, he shared Sansa's anticipation of a crucial question. This vine armor had indeed proven itself comparable to plate armor. In Westeros, there exists a vast expanse of uncultivated land, and given the remarkable resilience of vines, it is conceivable that once the method of crafting vine armor becomes widely known, the lords might significantly reduce their exploitation of the peasantry. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts and instead conveyed his satisfaction directly. Your vine armor is quite commendable. I am thoroughly pleased. Finally hearing his approval, Kipling felt a weight lift from his heart. Jon also received the response he desired and thought it was time to share some important considerations. He thus said, My lord, this vine armor does possess a certain flaw. The others perked up at his words, for they believed that apart from its somewhat unappealing appearance, the armor had no defects whatsoever. It was lightweight, breathable, sturdy, and cost-effective. Had their cultural literacy not been so limited, they would have composed an ode in praise of this vine armor. Observing the others, Jon indicated that this flaw was for only the Lord to know. Bar immediately understood his intention and gestured for him to follow into the inner chamber. Speak. What flaw does this armor possess? Bar inquired, looking up at Jon. My lord, this vine armor has been soaked in tung oil, making it susceptible to fire. Barr pondered for a moment, realizing that such perfection could not exist in this world. A subtle melancholy washed over him as he nodded. Very well, I understand. Finally, John seized the opportunity to converse with Barr and began to inquire about the Longdo family. Barr did not withhold information, and John gleaned more detailed insights into the Longdo lineage. It was revealed that the Longdo family had only recently risen to prominence, owing their ascent to a batch of defective armor. In the age of cold weapons, possessing armor represented a starkly different reality than lacking it. For instance, in ancient China, common folk could possess bows and arrows because one might claim to be a hunter. However, the private manufacture and possession of armor were strictly forbidden, as one could hardly assert that they donned armor for hunting. Would they engage in hand-to-hand combat with beasts? Yet, the Longdo family had exploited a loophole in King's Landing. I suspect this is due to Sterling's desire to oust me from King's Landing. Otherwise, they would not have so easily acquired such a plethora of defective armor. So, you have had a conflict with Sterling? Barr waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the tale was lengthy. Although he did not elaborate on the nature of his grievances with Sterling, he proceeded to introduce John to the key members of the Longdo family. For instance, the family patriarch, Sati, had once traveled through Essos, mastering a formidable swordsmanship that rendered him nearly untouchable by ordinary men. His brother, Rhys, was said to have lived in the Free Cities, where he acquired knowledge of alchemy. Upon arriving in King's Landing, Rhys became involved with the local alchemist guild. Correspondingly, he had a penchant for poison. They also had a younger brother and a sister, both in their 20s, with the brother being slightly younger. The younger brother is not a commendable character. He has raised a pack of vicious dogs, making the situation rather troublesome. And what of his sister? She is nothing short of a harlot, and their acquisition of so many inferior armors is largely attributable to her. John is not entirely convinced that this sister of the Black is genuinely endowed with such allure, yet he recalls the courtesans of bravos in the Free Cities, whose charm is indeed remarkable. Many swordsmen are known to challenge each other in the name of these social butterflies. After a brief conversation, John scribbles down the method for crafting vine armor and prepares to depart. Thank you very much, Mr. John. There's no need for such formality. Shemin's attitude towards John has undergone a complete transformation. He had not anticipated that such fine armor could be fashioned from vines. Mr. John, may I inquire if you possess any medical knowledge? Just as John has one foot out the door, Rupert's voice pierces the air. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Skill, Mr. John. May I inquire if you possess any medical knowledge? Rupert's reasoning is quite simple. If John can transform fragile vines into sturdy armor, perhaps he could also mend Robin's wounds. Though such a connection seems rather unfounded, Rupert has an instinctive belief that John is capable of it. There's no need, John replies. My wound has already begun to fester. Whether I live or die is in the hands of the 7 gods. Robin speaks in a rather indifferent tone, as if discussing someone else's fate. However, neither Beho, Rupert, nor Shemin utter a word, instead casting hopeful glances at John. As close companions of Robin, they naturally wish for his survival. As a man of the modern age, John is also at a loss regarding the treatment of infected wounds. Yet, who among us has not endured injuries in childhood or seen a pig run after eating one? Regardless, his knowledge of wound care surely surpasses that of these Westerosi natives. After all, the so-called cleaning of wounds merely involves draining pus, excising dead tissue, and avoiding water. Thus, John cautiously addresses Robin. I might be able to assist with your wound. Can you truly heal him? Shemin asks, his eyes alight with hope. I cannot guarantee it. Shemin is not known for his patience. Had this been in the past, John would have faced his wrath for such an assertion. Yet, having witnessed John create miraculous armor, and seeing no other viable options, Shemin turns to Beho for guidance. Beho glances at Robin and says, you should thank him promptly. Yet Robin remains silent. What is the matter? Have you lost your tongue? Robin shakes his head and replies, John, tell me, if I accept treatment, will I still be able to wield a weapon? I must first examine the nature of your wound. Robin ponders for a moment, then loosens his bandage. Releasing a foul odor as a gruesome wound is revealed. Originally, Sansa was eagerly observing their testing of the vine armor. But now she felt a wave of discomfort and furrowed her brow, retreating 2 steps. Meanwhile, when Kipling beheld Robin's injury, he silently marveled at the man's fortitude. John stepped forward and discovered that the wound was deep enough to expose bone, yet Robin could still move the hand, indicating a stroke of luck that vital blood vessels and nerves had not been affected. However, this did not warrant celebration, as the wound had become severely inflamed, and his entire forearm was swollen. The murky pus had completely filled the injury. John glanced at the man, astonished that someone could be so cavalier about life and death. It was evident why the old crocodile had managed to dominate this area for over a decade. John understood that he could not directly disclose the prognosis. So he signaled to speak privately with Beho. Upon Beho's agreement, the two entered the room. "My Lord Beho, Lord Robin's injury is quite grave. I cannot ascertain whether he will survive after treatment, but I believe that with my intervention, his chances of survival can be enhanced," John stated. Beho comprehended John's implication. If the treatment did not affect Robin's ability to continue fighting, John would not have sought him out privately. "What do you require?" Beho inquired. "I need a few items," John replied. "Speak freely," Beho urged. Before long, Beho had summoned a jug of wine, some salt, a sharp dagger, and needles and thread typically used for sewing animal hides, as per John's request. "Drink the wine," John instructed. "What?" Robin exclaimed. "It's going to hurt a lot." After receiving Beho's permission, Robin took large gulps of wine. Perhaps opium milk would have been preferable, but such luxuries were not available. After consuming the wine, Robin's mind remained relatively clear, as the alcohol in this world was not particularly potent. However, it would numb his nerves to some extent. Once Robin had sufficiently intoxicated himself, John used the dagger to incise the wound, allowing the pus to escape. "Damn it!" Robin howled in agony, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, as John forcefully squeezed the wound. Fortunately, Rupert held him down firmly. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to proceed. A foul mixture of red and white filth gushed forth, and John retrieved a dagger, heating it over the fire. Meanwhile, Robin's protests were unceasing. "Rupert, let me go. You bastard. This is killing me. Shut your filthy mouth." Beho barked in response. Using the sterilized dagger, John excised the necrotic flesh, and during this process, the man unexpectedly lost consciousness from the pain. However, this proved advantageous, as John swiftly cleaned the wound and then took out the needle and thread for suturing. Having been overlooked by Catelyn in his youth, he had learned to mend his own clothes when they tore. John, in his previous life as a reclusive individual unaccustomed to physical labor, had fortuitously inherited the skill of stitching. As Bawo and the others exchanged glances, Kipling, witnessing such an unprecedented method of treatment for the first time, pondered the notion that if animal hides could be stitched with needle and thread, then why not human skin? In that moment, the onlookers realized the ingenuity of this approach, albeit with a slight unsettling appearance during the suturing process. Once the stitching concluded, John proceeded to relay some important considerations to Bawo before preparing to depart. "Shemans, see them off." "Very well." Shemans understood that while John had bestowed upon them a pendant, their assistance to John had rendered them even. Yet now, with John having introduced a method for crafting armor from vines and employing an unheard-of technique to treat Robin, they found themselves on the receiving end of a significant favor. Thus, Shemans felt compelled to demonstrate his respect. John, in turn, acknowledged his sentiments and graciously accepted the gesture. Kipling observed the courteous demeanor of Bawo and the others towards John, feeling a deep sense of reflection. He had engaged with the elder Bawo and his subordinates for over a decade, contributing an unfathomable wealth without ever receiving such treatment. Yet, in just a few days, John had ascended to the status of an honored guest. Previously, John had shared with Kipling his identity and general experiences, and Kipling harbored no intentions of betraying him. The current situation was abundantly clear. The Lannisters were futilely opposing the combined forces of the 6 kingdoms of Westeros, and their defeat was merely a matter of time. Kipling had initially resolved to gift Delena to John, hoping that once John became a true nobleman with his own fief, he might consider conducting business under his name, valuing their shared trials and Delena's worth. However, an intense feeling surged within him. John's potential achievements far surpassed the confines of a mere fief, castle, or estate, a count, or perhaps a marquis. Kipling had witnessed John's martial prowess firsthand. In this time of war, with countless accolades awaiting those capable of seizing them, he believed John would undoubtedly be among them. Thus, Kipling resolved to intensify his investment in John, starting with a set of authentic armor. Chapter 60. The virtue of martial arts following the crafting of vine armor and the treatment of Robin's wounds. John had undeniably become the esteemed guest of Bawo. While Kipling was gradually acclimating to this reality, he still felt a sense of surrealism. No worries, he was merely fatigued before. His breathing is steady, and his temperature has returned to normal. With the skills acquired from the system, John had developed an acute observational ability, enabling him to assess an individual's health with remarkable accuracy. After cleansing Robin's wounds, his vital signs began to stabilize, though he remained in a deep slumber due to the severity of his previous injuries. "I am profoundly grateful. You have saved his life," Bawo expressed with heartfelt appreciation, gazing earnestly at John. "Indeed, thank you ever so much, sir." Sherman's had notably altered his previous demeanor, now regarding John with profound respect. After all, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone willing to antagonize a person skilled in the healing arts, especially one as affable as John. Come, I have arranged some refreshments. Let us enjoy a drink together. Certainly, I have been eager to sample your wine ever since I treated Robin's wounds that day, John replied, not one to decline the invitation. The four of them proceeded to the dining table where Bar had specially prepared a yellowwood table. He insisted that John take the seat of honor, while he himself occupied the lower end, with Kipling, Rupert, and Shermans, along with a few new faces, seated on either side. As John surveyed the dishes before him, he noted that fish and meat remained the main offerings, yet the spread was indeed lavish. During the meal, it came as no surprise that John found himself the subject of much praise. However, amidst the convivial atmosphere, a servant rushed in and whispered something into Bar's ear. With a soft sigh, Bar recognized the inevitability of the situation and rose to address John. Mr. John, I must meet with members of the Rondeau family. For the sake of prudence, I must ask you to excuse yourself. Not at all. Please proceed, John replied, understanding Bar's good intentions. He did not wish for John to become embroiled in his conflict with the Rondeau family, even though John had provided him with a method to craft vine armor, thus alleviating his previous vulnerability. Nevertheless, John was aware that the Rondeau family was backed by Sterling, leaving him with a chance of defeat. After all, John had yet to reveal himself. Should the situation escalate, it would be prudent for him to remain uninvolved. John also wished to inquire of Shea regarding young Egan, his half-brother, as in a couple of years, this fellow would lead the Golden Company to Westeros. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed the matter not pressing enough to pursue at that moment and chose to set it aside for the time being. After bidding farewell to John, Bar, Shermans, Rupert, and the others remained in their places. He instructed the servants to clear the table of food and utensils. And it was then that Shea from the Rondeau family made her entrance. From his vantage point in the inner room, John observed a woman with chestnut hair clad in a pale yellow robe, accompanied by two young servants carrying wooden boxes. It must be said, Shea's figure was undeniably voluptuous, possessing a considerable allure for many, though for the worldly Kipling, she fell short of expectations. My lord, individuals of her ilk hardly hold any significance in Bravos, he remarked. Is that so? Do enlighten me later, he added, as Kipling critiqued Shea's appearance. However, Shea was quick to assert herself, addressing Bar with respect. Esteemed Mr. Bar, it is an honor to be received by you. She lifted the hem of her garment in a slight bow, then effortlessly adjusted her attire before taking her seat. With a discreet signal to her attendant, the servant placed the box she carried upon the table. This is a gift for Mr. Robin. Oh, where is Mr. Robin? He mentioned he wanted to dine with me. Who would wish to dine with a spittoon? Is one's appetite that insatiable? Sherman scoffed, holding a profound disdain for a woman who would barter her body as a commodity. Unbeknownst to many, Shea remained utterly unperturbed. The first lesson she gleaned from the socialites at the Bravos Temple was to never allow oneself to be provoked, and even when provoked, to conceal any signs of irritation. Your metaphor, I must say, is rather inappropriate, Sherman remarked, feeling his words had fallen on deaf ears, prompting him to turn away. Very well, Miss Shea. Let us return to the matter at hand. Shall we not even be offered a cup of tea? Beho signaled to the attendant behind him, and soon a cup of tea was presented to her. Shea brought the cup to her lips, merely moistening them with the liquid before licking her luscious lips and speaking. Mr. Beho, I must confirm, is there truly no possibility of collaboration between us? Beho shook his head in response. Very well then, what a pity. We have chosen the location at Rag Street. Do ensure you do not fail to show up. Rest assured, Shea replied with a light chuckle, gently placing the tea back down before taking her leave. Is that woman Shea? John inquired. She is nothing but a harlot, Sherman retorted. What did he mean by choosing Rag Street? John asked, intrigued. It's rather complex, Beho began to explain. In their circle, a clash between old and new powers would inevitably culminate in a decisive battle after tensions had reached a certain threshold, with the challenger designating the location of the confrontation. A month prior to the duel, both sides would send observers to prevent the other from setting traps. As it happened, the elder Beho was the one accepting the challenge. Thus the location was to be chosen by the Rondeau family. John, upon hearing Beho's explanation, felt a tinge of surprise. He had always regarded Westeros with a measure of disdain. The rigid codes of conduct appeared to him archaic, though not to say that these so-called customs were inherently virtuous. Their existence brought society closer to civilization. Yet, Beho's words revealed an unexpected adherence to martial ethics within this realm. Had he been in Beho's position, he would have orchestrated a surprise attack long ago. Upon reflection, the ancient Chinese also exhibited a strong sense of martial integrity. Though it had suffered a moral decline during the time of Sima Yi, Robin's previous fervor stemmed from a desire to delay the date of the decisive battle. but now they could swiftly forge hundreds of sets of armor, alleviating any lingering concerns. Indeed, this is all thanks to you, Mr. John, remarked Sherman. John once again insisted there was no need for gratitude, but suddenly a troubling realization struck him. It had been several days, yet Cersei had not sought him out. Logically, she ought to be in a state of urgency, especially with King S Landing poised for a pincer assault, yet Kipling was still able to gather information with such ease, which felt rather anomalous. Unbeknownst to John, Cersei was indeed anxious. However, the current circumstances had shifted dramatically, with Varys and Petyr Baelish each harboring their own schemes. For an extended period, the two had searched for John in vain and were now being summoned by Cersei for questioning. Chapter 61, Hidden Agendas. At this moment, Cersei sat alongside her son, listening to the reports from Petyr Baelish, Varys, and Sterling. Petyr, lowering his gray-green gaze, addressed her, Your Majesty. I have stationed men at every intersection, and each passerby is subjected to the most stringent scrutiny. Varys, equally evasive, added, Your Majesty, I have thoroughly searched the entire court, ensuring that no suspicious individuals remain. Every person within the Red Keep is of reputable lineage, and you may rest assured. Both Varys and Petyr, those cunning old foxes, reported on their most challenging endeavors, yet conspicuously omitted any mention of the whereabouts of Sansa and the mysterious John. Cersei was acutely aware that they were avoiding the crux of the matter. However, she felt powerless. Despite having served as queen for over a decade and now holding the title of Queen Mother, she lacked the experience of wielding true authority. In other words, Cersei was ill-equipped to navigate the treacherous waters of bureaucracy. This reflection prompted her to recall Robert, at least during his reign. This assembly of nobles had not dared to be so overly insubordinate. Joffrey, however, articulated his mother's frustration. You two fools. My mother is inquiring about the whereabouts of that little harlot Sansa, and you prattle on about useless matters. Petyr interjected, Your Majesty, as the master of coin. I must admit I am not particularly adept at apprehending individuals. Petyr sought to distance himself from the blame. Yet, Joffrey failed to perceive the evasion. Instead, feeling satisfied with Petyr's subservient demeanor, prompting him to inquire further, And what of you, Lord Varys? Has your little birds brought forth any tidings? Are they all simply dim-witted? Fear not, Your Majesty. I shall expedite their training, Varys replied, fully aware of the significant lapse that had occurred under his watch. Nonetheless, Joffrey nodded in approval, relishing the sense of authority he derived from the exchange with Varys and Petyr. Cersei observed her son, exhaling a resigned sigh. Before turning her attention to Sterling, just as she was about to pose her question, she noticed an unusually confident demeanor emanating from him. Sterling stepped forward, his balding head held high, proclaiming, Your Majesty, I have gathered some leads regarding Sansa's whereabouts. With a month's time, I believe I can capture her, along with that mysterious individual. Varys and Petyr exchanged discreet glances, each recognizing a shared sense of mockery in the other's eyes. Cersei finally heard some promising news. Feeling a slight wave of relief wash over her, a month's wait was bearable. Observing the pride illuminating Sterling's Mediterranean complexion, she felt a sense of brightness emanating from him. Very well, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall send assistance, she declared. Thank you. Your Majesty. Sterling could hardly conceal the smile playing at the corners of his lips as he responded with a resounding voice. Meanwhile, Joffrey, standing beside Cersei, observed Sterling's demeanor with newfound interest, concluding that he was indeed a capable individual. I never expected you to be so unremarkable in appearance yet so adept in your endeavors. The young emperor's candid remark shifted Sterling's smile towards Littlefinger and Varys, both of whom managed to maintain their composure, sparing the esteemed commander any undue embarrassment. Soon after the meeting concluded, the trio departed, with Sterling strutting past Littlefinger and Varys, exuding confidence. Sterling was undeniably an ambitious individual, yearning to establish a lineage that would endure for centuries, akin to those venerable noble families. In the original narrative, after Sterling allied with Littlefinger to orchestrate Ned's downfall, he believed he had garnered sufficient renown to lay the foundations for a family. He swiftly conceived a family crest, a bloodied sword. However, Tywin dismissed his efforts with scorn, asserting that someone of Sterling's ilk was unworthy of a sword as a family emblem. He openly proclaimed that Sterling's crest ought to feature a bloodied cleaver instead. Littlefinger and Varys exchanged knowing glances behind Tywin's back, a silent acknowledgement that their pursuits of Sansa and the enigmatic figure had been entirely abandoned. Indeed, neither had exerted significant effort in the hunt for Sansa. Currently, Ned led the northern forces southward, while Stannis and Renly each rallied their armies, both no longer placing their faith in the Lannisters. Though Littlefinger was a cunning opportunist, he was also keenly aware of the need to assess risks. Selling off the Lannisters, albeit a less lucrative choice, was a necessary measure. Although the War of the Five Kings could be said to have been instigated by him, it was only because he had positioned himself advantageously. John recalled having once claimed on a forum that Littlefinger was the premier strategist of the Seven Kingdoms. Such an assertion, however, was somewhat exaggerated. For one to influence the tides of power, one must possess sufficient force and discern the opportune moment. Littlefinger's path to success was riddled with serendipity. He could hardly have anticipated that Melisandre, the Red Woman, would employ sorcery to eliminate Renley. Without her, Stannis would have remained holed up on Dragonstone, lacking the army necessary to even secure an initial foothold. In contrast, Renley could advance with his 100,000 strong, rendering Tywin's 2,000 remnants inconsequential should they arrive in King's Landing too late. Thus, Littlefinger contemplated leaving a margin for maneuver, choosing the individual among Stannis, Renley, and Ned who would maximize his own interests. As for Varys, he had long schemed to restore Jon's half-brother, Aegon, to the throne, wary of aligning himself with the wrong faction. Even though he had pinpointed Sansa's likely whereabouts, he opted to turn a blind eye. It could be said that the realm's lords and ladies, each concealing their own machinations, had forsaken any semblance of integrity. Having recently escaped from the valley, the diminutive demon Tyrion finally encountered Tywin, who, after receiving some treatment, was en route to King's Landing. While Tywin held his son in low regard due to his stature, he had never dismissed Tyrion's capabilities. Tyrion possessed a unique understanding of governance and had made significant contributions to architecture. Indeed, he was the architect behind the sewer system of Casterly Rock. As someone who had served as Hand of the King to the Mad King Aerys for 2 decades, Tywin effortlessly obtained the city plans of King's Landing. Thus, Tyrion was well acquainted with both Casterly Rock and King's Landing, a familiarity Tywin deemed advantageous in fortifying the city. "How much longer until we reach King's Landing?" Tyrion inquired, lifting the carriage curtain to address the driver. "My lord, it should take us a little over 2 weeks," the driver replied. Due to Stannis' blockade of the waterways, Tyrion was left to endure the jostling of the carriage. "Please hasten our journey. I wish to arrive before my sister forsakes King's Landing." His distrust of Cersei was profound. Chapter 62. Good news and bad news following the fall of House Targaryen. Those who once possessed modest means found their lands and possessions seized by Robert. How did Old Bar support the widows and orphans who had lost their husbands and sons? Becoming destitute? The answer was straightforward. They undertook arduous labor. Women washed and mended clothes, while the stronger youths were organized to work. All earnings were hard-won. However, this led to a harsh existence, rife with oppression and increasingly burdensome taxes. Observing the strapping young men around him, Old Bar conceived an audacious idea. He turned his gaze towards smugglers, earning his first fortune by providing them with a sense of security. This endeavor spiraled into something uncontrollable. As for the original laundry, Bodge astutely realized it could serve purposes beyond mere clothing. Thus, he transformed it into a workshop for crafting wicker armor. "I cannot fathom why Mr. Barr insists we use this material to forge armor. It seems better suited for making fruit baskets." A girl, no more than 20 and adorned with a neat headscarf, remarked disdainfully. "Enough with the complaints. Mr. Barr undoubtedly has his reasons," replied a woman nearby, her hair haphazardly tied back, appearing to be in her 40s. For every skeptic, there were steadfast believers. Thanks to Barr, they had forgotten the taste of the meager brown stew. Meanwhile, Jon was enjoying a rather pleasant existence. No one dared impose tasks upon him, and the provisions sent by Barr were quite sumptuous, featuring an array of fish, as well as venison and poultry. This allowed Jon to nourish himself adequately, and his previously gaunt frame rapidly became robust within a mere fortnight. At that moment, he was sharing a meal with Sansa and Daenerys. Despite having shared several meals with Jon, Sansa and Dina could not help but steal glances at him as he skillfully wielded his chopsticks. Both had attempted to emulate his technique. Yet each meal resulted in nothing but a struggle to pick up the chopsticks and an endless cycle of washing them. Just as Jon was savoring his meal, Kipling entered with a complex expression, his furrowed brow indicating he was grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. Noticing Kipling's arrival, Dina instinctively stood to fetch him a chair, while Sansa wiped her mouth and ceased her chewing. "What is it?" Jon inquired. "My lord, I bear 2 pieces of news," Kipling replied. "One good and one bad." "Huh. Let us hear the bad news first." Jon, well accustomed to such exchanges, prompted him to continue. Kipling glanced at Sansa, hesitating before speaking. "It concerns Lord Ned." "What has happened to father?" Immediately upon hearing Ned's name, Sansa's anxiety surged. "Please, tell me." Kipling's words seemed to hang in the air as Sansa bit her lip. Her gaze fixed on his eyes. The room fell silent, the only sound being the distant chirping of birds. "Speak," Jon urged. "It appears that Lord Ned has passed away." With considerable resolve, Kipling managed to utter these words. "Father, Sansa felt as though the world had spun off its axis. She sat there, frozen, her eyes vacant as they darted from the door to Jon, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. "Jon, my father." Jon's expression darkened. He had exerted himself immeasurably to reach this point, nearly at the cost of his own life. Could it be that the world was bound by the inertia of history? "Wait, what do you mean by appears?" "It is said, my lord, that on his return to Winterfell, Lord Ned was struck by an arrow, the tip poisoned. Few are aware of the details, but it is rumored that he fell from his horse while inspecting the camp, and since then, it has been Lord Robb leading the troops. Are you suggesting that father may not be dead?" Sansa, her nose reddening, asked with a quiver in her voice. That is merely the words circulating among those outside. Jon understood. It meant that Ned's fate was uncertain, and amidst various rumors, some intentional, others not, he was already being presumed dead. Of course, this was the most optimistic scenario, yet Jon feared the implications if Ned truly had died. The unfolding events would repeat themselves, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, Jon resolved to seek out Robb without delay, even if he was already familiar with the narrative. He could help minimize losses for the Northern Army. Above all, he needed to remain vigilant against the madmen from the Iron Islands, preventing them from encroaching upon their home. Jon rose, wiped his hands, and prepared to find Old Balho, needing to ascertain the level of certainty he possessed. He had originally intended to save a favor for later, but if the situation demanded it, he could not afford to let a small gain lead to a greater loss. However, Jon harbored his own reservations while utilizing the experience card of Elbu. His prowess was so formidable that it could not be overlooked by Cersei. After all, no one would tolerate the presence of a lone warrior capable of vanquishing 100 foes beneath their very nose. When the time came, he would not face a mere rabble, but the true defenders of King's Landing. Although Elbu's experience card was powerful, it might not withstand a volley of arrows, especially considering the presence of the deadly scorpions lurking beneath the Red Keep. "My lord, where are you headed?" "To seek out Old Crocodile. I also have some good news." Jon did not believe any good news could outweigh the ominous uncertainty surrounding Ned's fate. Just as he was about to decline, he suddenly realized he might be growing restless, a state that could cloud his judgment and lead to irrational decisions. "Speak," Jon instructed Kipling. "Lord Robb has captured Jaime Lannister, and the siege of Riverrun has been lifted." The term Whispering Woods immediately sprang to Jon's mind. It was during this battle that the young wolf, Robb, first earned his renown. To Kipling, this was undoubtedly monumental news. The northern forces had achieved an initial victory and secured a significant hostage. Jon also regarded it as positive news, indicating Robb's military acumen. Yet it simultaneously suggested that events were unfolding in a manner he was all too familiar with. Jon turned to Sansa and said, "I shall have a word with Lord Baelish. Daisy, please take good care of her." "Of course, my lord." At this juncture, Jon no longer harbored hopes that the Seven Kingdoms would unite against the Long Night. He merely needed to ensure Robb emerged victorious, while commanding the North, the West, and the Riverlands. With the strength and resources of these three regions, perhaps they could keep the Night King at bay beyond the wall. Chapter 63. Pre-battle, the room was illuminated by a dozen flickering candles, casting a bright glow, while the bear's head mounted on the wall revealed two cavernous eye sockets, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Inside, Sahi took a hefty piece of bacon with a fork, plunged it into a grayish-green dipping sauce, and unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth, the sauce dripping down the corners of his lips and staining his beard. In contrast to his boisterous elder brother, the second-born, Rhys, appeared considerably more refined. He first sliced the smoked meat into smaller pieces with a silver knife before elegantly placing them into his mouth. He believed that once they dealt with Old Crocodile, they must find a way to elevate their family's status, refusing to remain forever entrenched in the lower echelons of society. Having satisfied his hunger, Sahi wiped his mouth and inquired, "Have you procured those powders?" Rhys nodded while dabbing his lips. He seldom indulged to fullness, preferring to maintain a sense of hunger, which he believed kept his ambitions alive. In his words, an empty stomach breeds a ravenous ambition. Sahi smacked his lips, producing a series of clicking sounds, and replied, "That's good, for I truly have no means to contend with that behemoth, Bart. His battle axe is simply too formidable to withstand." Rhys leaned back slightly and remarked, "I've heard that Old Crocodile has been working on something new lately. There is a courtyard that seems to be off limits to anyone." Say chuckled dismissively, remarking that regardless of what was being concocted in the courtyard, it would not yield any armor, thus there was no cause for concern. Likewise, Rhys found himself at a loss for any means to swiftly bridge the gap between armored and unarmored combatants. Even if their armor were merely defective, it would far surpass that of mere cloth. Although Bart's poleaxe was formidable, it could scarcely withstand the onslaught of over 50 armored foes for long. Their hesitation to engage stemmed from Rhys's desire for caution, as he sought to concoct a blinding powder. Suddenly, Say recalled something and inquired, "How is the training of Lakoff's dogs progressing?" Rhys shook his head, responding, "Not very well. Those wild dogs are rather dim-witted. However, I have prepared a powder from a certain mushroom. Perhaps if we feed it to those beasts and then release them, it might prove useful." "You are too cautious," Say remarked, believing that Rhys need not prepare so many contingencies. He then called out to the window, "Dorite." Shortly thereafter, a robust man in his 30s entered the room. Say instructed him, "Tonight, take stock of our personnel and ensure the armor and weapons are maintained. Soon we shall be ready to strip the crocodile hides." Beho gazed eagerly at the neatly stacked 100 or so sets of wicker armor in the courtyard. With these, he could catch the Rondo brothers off guard the following day. Of course, he owed it all to Jon. Beho considered himself a man of great integrity, since Jon had assisted him. He was determined to ensure Jon's safe passage once he resolved this matter. He also possessed knowledge of a secret passage unknown even to Sterling, originally intended for escape. But it now appeared it might not be needed. As he meticulously inspected the wicker armor laid out before him, Shemans entered. "My lord, Jon wishes to see you." Beho was puzzled as to why Jon would choose to visit at this hour. Was he perhaps concerned that Beho could not best those two brothers? Nevertheless, he was eager to allow Jon in. With a smile, Beho greeted, "Mr. Jon, what brings you here at such a late hour?" After all, Jon had brought him such valuable items, and it would not hurt to display a modicum of goodwill, especially since he also bore news of Beho's son. Jon replied, "My lord, I wish to inquire about your battle plans for tomorrow. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions." Had anyone else dared to so directly question him regarding his strategic intentions, he would have ordered Rupert to cleave them in two. Yet, because it was Jon asking, Beho assumed he must be seeking to assist him. Though he had fought numerous battles alongside his lord, he had never had the opportunity to learn military tactics. Based on his years of experience in seizing territory, he believed that when outnumbered, one should retreat, and when superior in numbers, one should advance. There was no need for intricate strategic arrangements. Thus, he declared, "We possess twice as many armored men as they do. We shall simply press forward." Jon approached Beho, casually picking up a small stick from the ground to begin sketching. "Tomorrow, we shall engage in a duel at Tattered Cloth Street. The narrowness of the street will hinder our numerical advantage, and should they attempt to flee, we shall find it challenging to pursue them." Jon's analysis was astute, prompting Bauer to adopt a more serious demeanor as he listened to Jon articulate sophisticated terms such as encirclement, flanking, and annihilation. This brought to Bauer's mind his days serving as a guard for the noble gentleman, further affirming his suspicions. Recent reports from his subordinates indicated that Jon's sister exhibited behavior unbecoming of a commoner, coupled with her chestnut hair. Bauer had long concluded that Jon was indeed the enigmatic figure sought by Cersei. Bauer's gaze flickered as he inquired, "Mr. Jon, may I inquire about your true identity?" Jon assessed Bauer and deemed it unnecessary to maintain secrecy any longer. In truth, he had come to reveal his authentic self, fostering an atmosphere of mutual honesty. Perhaps Bauer had been preoccupied with the troubles of House Rondo, but today presented an opportune moment. Aside from certain implausible details regarding the experience card system that Jon chose to withhold, he disclosed the general circumstances to Bauer. "Wait, are you saying you traversed from Winterfell to King's Landing in merely over 10 days? Indeed. You infiltrated the Red Keep alone?" Jon nodded. Although Bauer found it hard to believe, the reality was undeniable. In his eyes, Jon had transformed into a figure akin to a superhero, and Bauer's regard for him transcended mere admiration, now imbued with a hint of reverence. In the ensuing days, Jon meticulously crafted a sand table, engaging Bauer, Shermans, Rupert, Robin, and several minor leaders in relentless drills. It must be said that communicating with them was somewhat arduous for Jon, particularly with Rupert, who believed that no tactic could surpass the efficacy of his axe. Consequently, Jon and Bauer decided to exclude him from the exercises. Surprisingly, Robin, with his arm wrapped in bandages, proved to be a revelation. He possessed a remarkable military aptitude, quickly absorbing Jon's teachings and occasionally demonstrating the ability to draw insightful conclusions. Thus, the day of reckoning at Tattered Cloth Street approached with great haste. Chapter 64. The final preparations. Very well. Tomorrow marks the time for us to settle matters with the Rondo group. Let us review the plan one last time, starting with you, Rupert. Bauer and the others gathered around the sand table Jon had constructed, which was essentially a rudimentary simulation of Tattered Cloth Street, using small stones. Hold the center, Bauer instructed. Excellent, Shermans. Considering Rupert's somewhat urgent comprehension, his assigned tasks and Jon's 3 operational strategies remained consistent. advancing from the left flank to execute an encirclement. All right, Tatus. Advance alongside Lance from the right flank. Well done, Kairos. John conducted a final pre-battle rehearsal with the group, ensuring that each individual understood their role before he felt a measure of relief. He had done everything within his power. And after offering a few parting words to the crowd, he took his leave. Subsequently, Bar instructed Taster and the others to return and rest, leaving only Bar and 3 others in the flickering candlelight of the room. Mr. Bar, John must be of noble lineage, correct? Robin remarked, observing John's departing figure. Bar glanced at him and responded, let me share something with you. Mr. John's sister is the Prime Minister, Ned Stark's daughter, and he himself is Ned's illegitimate son. Robin exclaimed in astonishment, Stark? Then, a thought crossed his mind, and his brows shot up, that mysterious figure. Bar nodded, confirming his suspicion. Shemans, however, was indifferent to this revelation. He cared only for Barter's stance, so he inquired, my lord, what about us? Barter understood his implication and shook his head, no. The issues of that time were indeed the fault of the late king. Stark's actions can be understood, especially since Mr. John has assisted me in crafting armor. Bar was clear in his grievances, recognizing the misdeeds of the mad King Aerys, yet he bore no ill will towards the Starks. His disdain was reserved for the Baratheons and Lannisters, one a usurper, the other a schemer for power. He could not abide the thought that the Targaryen bloodline could fall into the hands of that brute from the mountain. Having followed Bar for quite some time, both men were well aware of his sentiments. At that moment, Shimon spoke up, my lord, it seems Mr. John will also participate in our duel with the Rondo brothers tomorrow? Bar replied, the matter with Rondo is ours alone. He is not involved. His provision of armor and battle strategies is already a favor. He paused, adding, however, I have observed his resolute demeanor. He will stand with me and will not engage directly with Rondo. Both men nodded in agreement with his decision. The following day, under Shimon's guidance, over 100 of Barter's followers eagerly anticipated their first glimpse of the armor. Each imagined how magnificent and imposing they would appear in their shining suits. I heard everyone is getting armor. My lord, Bar wouldn't he deceive us, would he? Shimons glanced at them, aware of their thoughts, yet offered no further explanation. You shall see for yourselves soon enough. Not receiving any denial, excitement surged among the group, their fists clenched in anticipation. Previously, their lack of armor had led to numerous humiliations, often finding themselves outnumbered and overwhelmed by mere handfuls of opponents. They had endured too many such indignities over the years. However, when they finally laid eyes on the armor described by Shimons, their enthusiasm deflated like punctured balloons, their faces etched with disappointment. What protection can this wicker armor possibly offer? As Shimons had anticipated, their emotions of disillusionment were palpable upon their first encounter with the wicker armor. One of them picked up a piece, weighing it in his hands, and couldn't help but scoff. This damn thing is so light. It feels as if I've donned a mere basket. They all felt deceived, until they saw Bar entering with Robin and the others. A fellow, revealing 2 prominent canine teeth, approached Bawo and inquired, Sir, have we been deceived by that short-haired lad? His name was Hendry, who had previously faced defeat time and again before the armor of the Longduo brothers. He had long yearned to possess his own set of armor, and upon hearing Bawo announce that over 100 sets had been crafted, he nearly leaped with joy. Although he did not expect to acquire armor as splendid as that of the lords, even a set with a hint of rust would suffice. It could not possibly be this wooden armor devoid of even a single iron nail. Indeed, sir, this would be cleaved in 2 by a single strike. As Robin and Sherman began to speak, Bawo raised his hand to silence them. He had already anticipated their reactions. After all, even he had felt deceived the first time he laid eyes on this armor. He commanded the soldier who had just claimed that a single sword could sever the vine armor to don it, then turned to Hendry and said, Draw your sword. Strike him. Bawo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Oh, very well, sir. The 2 exchanged glances, and the man clad in the vine armor seemed to plead with his eyes, urging him to go easy, to avoid striking vital areas. The others felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping he would show mercy for the sake of their many years of camaraderie. Hendry unsheathed his sword and, observing the rigid figure before him, swiftly swept his long sword across. A faint thud echoed as the vine armor bore a nearly invisible mark. Have you not eaten? Bawo exclaimed. Put some strength into it. The man within the armor, finding himself unscathed, was taken aback, while Hendry, noticing the absence of a significant imprint, began to regard the vine armor with curiosity. Meanwhile, the previously anxious onlookers craned their necks, eager to ascertain the true quality of the armor. Another flash of the sword ensued, producing another thud. If Hendry had applied merely 30% of his strength previously, now he exerted over 50%. Yet, astonishingly, No discernible mark was left. Therefore, he struck again with greater force, 70%. Full force. Time and again, he battered the armor, generating a cacophony of sounds and leaving behind a myriad of fine scratches, yet the individual within remained entirely unharmed. The crowd collectively bent forward to observe and touch the sword marks on the vine armor, resembling a pack of eager puppies vying for their mother. At that moment, the more astute among them had already stepped back from the throng, selecting a suitably fitting set of vine armor to don. Upon witnessing this, the others promptly scattered, rushing towards the armor. Chapter 65. A fierce battle with Longduo Rupert. I, along with Mr. John and Sherman, shall proceed. You stay here and rest well. Very well, grandfather. Bawo provided a brief directive, then, accompanied by John and Sherman, set forth to meet the Longduo brothers. The stout man with a square face and a bushy beard was Seihei, with his brother Risi on his left, who had some connections with the alchemists. Sherman's introduced John, who, after numerous uses of the experience cards, had significantly enhanced his vision, allowing him to see the murky green of Sahi's eyes with clarity. John then shifted his gaze to Reese, noticing a slight yellowish tinge to his complexion, leading him to preliminarily conclude that he might be suffering from liver issues. Is that Likov? John inquired, eyeing a youth clad in a brown coat, standing atop a nearby roof. Indeed, that scoundrel has undoubtedly brought his pack of beasts again. Once this is over, I shall ensure their skins are thoroughly flayed. The narrow alleyway of Mob Street was brief, and they soon halted a mere 3 or 4 meters apart. Sahi's gaze disregarded both John and Sherman's entirely, as he rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, adopting a condescending posture as he addressed Bar. I've heard you once served as a cupbearer to a lord. If you could serve me for a while, allowing me to savor the taste of nobility, I might just let you off the hook. John recognized this as merely the banter phase, stealing a glance at old Bar. Indeed, I once served a certain lord, and I learned a few habits from him. What habits? Severing the heads of enemies and adorning the gates of my castle with them. Sahi, I find your head quite appealing. Where's Robin? Before Sahi could retort to Bar, Likov, standing atop the roof, noticed that Robin had neither accompanied Bar nor was present among the distant ranks. Who knows? Perhaps he is having a grand time with your whorish sister, Sherman's boldly proclaimed. At this moment, John suddenly perceived something and turned to Sherman's. Look at their swords. Those are the swords of the Golden Robes. Sherman's focused intently, gasping in surprise. We must prepare the others and tighten our armor. Likov seemed to have caught wind of John and Sherman's discussion, promptly drawing his sword. See it? Indeed, the sword of the Golden Ropes. Is that so? It seems your whorish sister has probably amassed enough to bathe by now. Although the Rondo brothers tacitly accepted Shea's methods of profiting through her body, Sherman's repeated mentions made their faces flush with discomfort. You wait. When I catch you, I shall grind you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. John regarded Sherman's, who he had always perceived as somewhat reserved, only to discover his sharp tongue. If this were his own time, he would surely be a master of Zon. Just then, a figure emerged beside Likov, whispering something in his ear, prompting Likov to burst into laughter. Ha ha, I thought you miserly wretches had scavenged armor from somewhere. Turns out it's woven from vines. In response to his mockery, John and Sherman's exchanged a glance, sharing a cold smirk and choosing to ignore him. Yet, Likov remained oblivious to their indifference, returning to his faction and beginning to boast loudly. Can you guess what the old crocodile's armor is made of? The revelation of Bawo donning armor took everyone by surprise. Thus, as Likov began to speak, all eyes were drawn to him, akin to chicks eagerly awaiting nourishment. To their astonishment, it was crafted from vines. How utterly amusing. Vines, those typically used for weaving fruit baskets. The laughter that ensued among the Rondo brothers was infectious. In their eyes, not only had they acquired armor, but they also possessed freshly procured weaponry lent by Shea, emboldening them to boast of taking on 10 foes each. I shall fetch my dog, Lakov remarked, turning to say. Seize the opportunity, but do not harm our own. Understood, understood, came the response. Meanwhile, Bawo incessantly urged everyone to grip their weapons tightly and don their armor securely. Quickly, check each other. Ensure everything is fastened tightly. As per the arrangement, John and Bawo found themselves at the rear of the formation, with Rupert positioned centrally, while the Taster brothers and Sherman flanked the sides. Sherman appeared relatively composed, but the Taster brothers exuded an air of anxiety, which filled John with an unsettling premonition. Nonetheless, as they had been personally recommended by Sherman and combat was imminent, John refrained from voicing his concerns, resolved to rely on his experience akin to that of Elbu. Of course, he would adhere to his principle, avoid conflict if possible. The narrow Mape Street, scarcely wider than a single lane, could accommodate a maximum of 7 or 8 individuals standing side by side, however, clad in armor. The number was reduced to 4 or 5 to prevent interference. The Rondo brothers mirrored this arrangement, their ranks adorned with armor and weaponry, yet appearing disorganized. Thus, while their numbers had diminished by a third, the length of their formation matched that of Bawo's. At the forefront, Rupert fixed his gaze intently on Say, tasked with holding the line to prevent disarray within their ranks. The Rondo family's enforcers had drawn their swords, wielding the standard weaponry of the King's Landing Guard, gleaming prominently. Their armor, though substandard and incomplete, shone with a certain brightness after some stitching and patching. In contrast, most on Bawo's side bore only crude spiked clubs, their vine armor lacking in aesthetics, rendering them somewhat clumsy and brutish. As the distance between the two factions diminished, their expressions became increasingly distinct, with many harboring a palpable animosity from previous encounters. Soon, the gap closed to a mere 20 or 30 meters, and with Rupert's furious roar, the two sides clashed. Initially, it was presumed that Bawo's vine-woven armor would easily yield to the strikes of the weaponry borrowed from Shea, yet to their astonishment, it merely left a mark upon their exit from the city. Rupert and his companions exchanged sinister smiles, a multitude of emotions swirling within them. The frustration of having previously evaded confrontation or endured significant losses was finally swept away, as those who relied on their formidable armor and weaponry, including Say, were taken aback. They were astonished to witness the first casualty emerging from their ranks, a stark contrast to their previous battles where they rarely relinquished their grip. Their armor, though not without flaws, held up, and soon both factions found themselves locked in a stalemate, the narrow alleyway proving inadequate for nearly 500 combatants to maneuver freely. Suddenly, a man's head was struck by a clod of earth. He looked in the direction of the projectile and saw a spotted dog lunging towards him. His unprotected neck was laid bare before the beast, which swiftly severed his windpipe. Others attempted to intervene, but more ferocious hounds descended upon them from above. The air was filled with horrifying screams, and Rupert's men began to falter, causing disarray among those engaged in combat ahead. Seizing the moment, Liz thrust his long sword through the armpit of an opponent. At that instant, the Taster brothers, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the savage dogs, retreated rather than hold their ground against the wall, hastening the collapse of their comrades behind them. "What are you doing? Get back! Back!" Sherman bellowed from less than 20 meters away. Yet, such disarray is challenging to quell, even in a well-disciplined army, let alone among this motley crew. In truth, they were fortunate not to have crumbled under the initial onslaught of the wild dogs. As Rupert surveyed the chaos surrounding him, he yearned to take action, but found himself firmly entangled with Say. "You are doomed today. Damn it, I shall cleave you." Rupert realized that unless he could vanquish Say, the unit would soon disintegrate. Thus, he swung his long-handled axe with fervor at Say. The axe sliced through the air with a menacing whistle, yet Say skillfully evaded each strike. A smirk crept across Say's lips. This was indeed his trap. Rupert's attacks, though fearsome, drained his stamina significantly. Once Rupert's energy was expended, Say was confident victory would be his. The old crocodile, who had ruled over King's Landing for over a decade, would become a relic of the past, and he would emerge as the true king of the slums. In addition to engaging Rupert, Say commanded his subordinates to assist, and Rupert seized an opportunity to fell one of his adversaries, armor and bone alike, but in doing so exposed his back and felt a sharp blow. Fortunately, his padded armor mitigated the damage. He now resembled a cornered beast, gasping for breath, contemplating how much longer he could endure until his grandfather devised a plan. Yet, what could Beho possibly do? He had not anticipated such tactics from the dogs. Trembling, Beho longed to wave the signal flag to summon Sherman to rescue Rupert. However, he understood he could not act. He chose to place his faith in Rupert, believing he could withstand the onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, the impoverished out had fixed his gaze intently on the spotted dog, an unusual glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. John reaped the benefits bestowed upon him by Meng Ho's experience card, which notably enhanced his intimidation against creatures devoid of intellect. His own prowess far surpassed that of an insignificant wild dog, prompting the spotted canine to distinctly sense a menacing aura fixating upon it. Ultimately, it could no longer contain its trepidation. Amidst the fray between the wild dogs and Rondo's men, the leading spotted dog was suddenly seized by an inexplicable fear. Its fur bristled, and it began to scour its surroundings for the source of danger, emitting a low growl of threat. However, upon spotting John in the direction from which its fear emanated, its ears flattened, it let out a peculiar yelp, and bolted in terror. The other fierce hounds, witnessing their leader's retreat, promptly abandoned their skirmishes with Rupert and the others, swiftly scaling the rooftops. Sherman's and his companions, engaged in combat with the wild pack, were astounded to observe the beasts fleeing. "They are retreating. Everyone advance." On the other side, Lyakov could scarcely believe the unfolding scene. Despite his continuous whistling in an attempt to summon back his trained wild dogs, his efforts proved futile. Beho, witnessing the hounds scatter, felt an inexplicable relief wash over him, though the reason eluded him. Quickly regaining their composure, Rupert and Sherman's leveraged their numerical superiority to turn the tide of battle. Lyakov persisted in his whistling, the pitch of his calls growing increasingly shrill, yet not a single dog returned to the field. Lyakov, beware. Rye shouted urgently as he noticed Sherman's aiming a short firearm at Lyakov, but his warning came too late. Sherman's hurled the meter-long pistol with force, embedding it squarely in Lyakov's neck. The sound of Lyakov's whistle abruptly ceased as he instinctively reached for his throat. Upon encountering the short spear, his mind froze in shock. Rupert seized this opportune moment to target the distracted Lyakov, swinging his long axe with fervor. Nevertheless, Lyakov possessed a modicum of skill, as he deftly sidestepped the blow. Although his armor sustained a significant gash, he emerged unscathed. Just as Rupert prepared to continue his assault, a pouch struck him squarely on the forehead, unleashing a cloud of bluish-green smoke that forced him to retreat. As he attempted to open his eyes, a haze enveloped his vision, although he could still discern some shapes. His eyes burned as if aflame, compelling him to shut them for relief. Beho, watching the unfolding chaos with bated breath, recognized that Rupert had lost his fighting capacity, relying solely on his reach to maintain a semblance of safety. Under the cover of his subordinates, Rupert fought while retreating, ceding command of the battlefield to Sherman's. Quickly, protect Rupert, Jimmy. You block for him. The young man named Jimmy gritted his teeth and led a few individuals to Rupert's side, while C sneered and spat vehemently on the ground. You wretched bastards, how dare each of you stand in my way? C, agile as a cat, struck with precision, finding the gaps in the armor of those who attempted to intercept him. In no time, the defensive line composed of 7 or 8 individuals was shattered. Meanwhile, Sherman's, having finally managed to block the rear of Long Duo and his compatriots with his 20 or so men, discovered that Rupert was on the verge of collapse. As C and Reese, one wielding his skill with the sword and the other utilizing his poison packs, seemed poised to penetrate their ranks. Chapter 66. A fiery victory. Beho was taken aback by the multitude of tactics employed by the adversary. The tension on his face was as rigid as iron, and he was astonished by Reese's audacity. When he hurled the poison packs, he made no distinction between friend and foe, recklessly launching them forward, a notion that Beho found utterly inconceivable. Just as he contemplated entering the fray himself, a shadow darted past him with astonishing speed, causing Beho to gasp in astonishment. The shadow was none other than John, who, with a knife in each hand, flung them towards Cordo. Both knives soared straight for his face. Cordo's pupils dilated as he instinctively turned his head, though he narrowly avoided one knife, the other severed an ear. In a mix of shock and rage, Cordo prepared to swing his sword again, but John, with a swift maneuver of his spear, pierced through his armor and struck a rib beneath his armpit. Cordo felt a jolt through his body, followed by a warm flow spilling from one side. Almost immediately, he experienced a tremendous force to his chest as John delivered a side kick, sending him flying, with a shard of the spear tearing away a large piece of flesh from his side. Reese, awash with shock and fury at the sight of his brother's plight, pulled a poison pack from his pocket, intent on throwing it at John. However, John was already prepared. Instead of dodging, he executed a graceful scorpion tail maneuver, sending the pack soaring back toward Reese. The onlookers from both sides were captivated, having never witnessed such extraordinary martial prowess. Even Reese himself was left astonished by John's remarkable strike, watching in disbelief as the poison pack traced a black arc through the air, ultimately landing squarely on his cheek. With a resounding pop, a gray-green smoke erupted, and Reese immediately sensed the peril. He turned to flee, but his body began to betray him. Stumbling as he attempted to escape, he no longer paid heed to the bloody Cordo. His singular focus was survival. Yet, Beho, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, seized the opportunity and bellowed, "Capture Reese alive! A reward of 100 gold dragons!" Upon hearing this, others charged forward with fervor, while the Long Duo brothers, witnessing their elder brother in dire straits, instinctively scattered, realizing the tide had turned against them. However, Sherman's maintained a tight grip on the situation, leaving them with nowhere to run. To comprehend the conflicts among gangs during ordinary days, it is often the case that when one side faces defeat, the possibility of retreat remains unchallenging. Given the limited military prowess of both factions, they typically engage in a rout rather than a complete annihilation. In their perspective, as long as one faction flees, the matter is deemed resolved. However, they were unprepared for John's ruthless disregard for the rules of engagement as he encircled them. John initially believed that after surrounding them, a fierce battle would ensue before achieving ultimate victory, But to his astonishment, the morale of the encircled was already shattered. Thus, he raised his polearm and bellowed, "Kneel! Surrender!" The others, inspired by Jon's commanding presence, echoed his cries of "Kneel! Surrender! Kneel! Surrender! Kneel! Surrender!" Under the fervent chants from Behos's side, the henchmen of the Longdo family quickly discarded their weapons and knelt in submission. Meanwhile, Rhys, who had just contemplated fleeing, was captured by Novan. In truth, Rhys had recognized his defeat the moment he felt the urge to escape. He was also aware that Behos, intent on extracting the antidote from him, would temporarily spare his life, thus offering no resistance as he surrendered. Behos, observing his grandson covering his eyes, felt a surge of anxiety. Robin dragged Rhys over and struck him forcefully across the face, demanding, "Speak. Where is the antidote?" The blows were heavy, causing blood-tinged saliva to spill from Rhys's mouth as he rasped, "It's at our residence." Shemans turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Go to his home and retrieve everything we can." Immediately, some went forth to plunder the territory of the Longdo family. The onlookers were filled with joy. But Jon recognized that this was not a moment for celebration and promptly returned to seek out Behos. "Sir, do you intend to claim the armor of the Longdo?" Behos hesitated momentarily, pondering the obviousness of the question, yet quickly grasped the underlying concern. "Are you worried about Sterling?" Jon nodded. After a brief contemplation, Behos, albeit reluctantly, decided to heed Jon's counsel. "Jimmy," Behos called to a young man eagerly trying on armor. "Sir," Jimmy hastened to his side. "Return all this armor to the Longdo." "Huh?" Jimmy thought he misheard. "Hurry. Otherwise, how shall we explain when the golden robe arrives?" Though he was reluctant, Behos's command left him no choice but to comply. Seeing the armor being returned ignited a sense of regret among everyone, yet they understood Behos's concerns were justified. However, Jon's subsequent suggestion was even harder for them to accept. "Sir, let everyone remove their vine armor and burn it all." The armor seized from the Rondo brothers was, after all, never theirs to begin with. Though there was a tinge of reluctance in relinquishing it, they could accept it. However, Jon's demand for them to surrender even the vine armor for destruction was utterly unacceptable. Such lightweight yet sturdy armor, despite its somewhat unsightly appearance, possessed no discernible flaws. Nevertheless, Barr chose to stand resolutely by Jon's side, declaring with fervor, "Burn it all." Quickly, not far from Ragged Street, Shea learned almost simultaneously of her brother's defeat and near-total massacre. "Old Crocodile possesses armor too," was her immediate conclusion. Otherwise, in her view, the likes of Seher and his companions could not have possibly failed. Thus, Shea resolved to inform Sterling of this matter, for the Rondo brothers' possession of such abundant armor had been a deliberate oversight on Sterling's part. However, Ba's accumulation of armor constituted a grave transgression. Gathering several companions, Shea hastened to Sterling's encampment, composing herself to present an appearance of sorrowful fragility as she conveyed the news to him. Chapter 67. Tyrion Sterling could scarcely believe that the Rondo brothers had been entirely wiped out. He was acutely aware of the difference armor made in battle. In his estimation, the sole reason for Old Ba's victory was that he too possessed armor, and of a quality far superior to the substandard pieces he had provided to Seher. Thus, upon receiving Shea's report, Sterling immediately dispatched 500 men towards Bar's residence. "My lord, look." As Sterling led his soldiers towards Bar, he noticed the thick smoke billowing from the burning vine armor. "They are destroying the evidence. Hurry, keep up." However, when Sterling and his retinue of golden-robed soldiers arrived at the site of the destruction, they found Sherman's and his group attempting to extinguish the flames with buckets of water. "Step aside. All of you move." With the golden-robed soldiers urging them on, the fire extinguishers were pushed aside, and the soot-covered Sherman's was brought before Sterling. "What are you doing?" Sterling inquired. "We are putting out the fire, my lord," Sherman's replied. "Putting out the fire? Humph. Do not think I am unaware. You are destroying evidence." Sherman's, his face smeared with soot, tilted his head in confusion and asked, "My lord, I do not quite understand your meaning." "Humph. Do you not understand? Then allow me to make you understand. Search them." With 200 golden-robed soldiers encircling the courtyard, Sterling personally led the search. "Search everything." At his command, dozens of golden-robed soldiers bent low, scouring the dark ground, but after a considerable time, they uncovered not a single iron nail. What lay before Sterling were merely indistinguishable remnants of vine armor, and being woven from vines, he did not even consider them as armor. "My lord, we were merely burning some dirty laundry. We are unaware of what you seek." Despite exercising utmost caution, Sterling could not escape the inevitable smudges of carbon soot that marred his visage. The perspiration glistening on his forehead mingled with the grime, rendering him a rather ludicrous figure. He regarded Sherman, who was posturing theatrically before him, with a growing sense of irritation. Ordinarily, this individual was a thorn in his side. Yet today his compliance suggested that something was amiss. However, devoid of any evidence, Sterling found himself at a complete loss. Thus, they toiled through the night without yielding any results, and reluctantly, Sterling resolved to depart. Fortunately, we chose to incinerate all the vine armor. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament, Bar remarked, his heart still racing at the memory of the retreating golden ropes. Although they had triumphed in this conflict, the celebration was postponed due to numerous injuries inflicted by Lykov's hounds. Upon Sterling's irate return to his camp, he beheld a diminutive figure, and upon closer inspection, recognized the golden-haired Tyrion. Beside him stood a tall, gaunt man with graying hair and deeply set eyes, reminiscent of a sausage placed alongside an egg from a distance. "Oh, Lord Sterling, I hear you found Sansa in that flea-ridden den?" Tyrion inquired. "No, my lord," Sterling replied, unable to meet Tyrion's gaze, his eyes fixed on the ground. Even kneeling would not diminish his height above Tyrion, yet he dared not act impudently. "Very well, since you have not located Sansa, might you enlighten me about your recent endeavors?" Tyrion, with his short legs, approached Sterling's side. "I am organizing the city's defenses, my lord." "Excellent. Pray tell, how many men have you stationed here?" Sterling shifted his gaze from the ground towards where Tyrion pointed. 1,000 men, my lord." "And here?" Tyrion gestured towards the King's Gate. 1,000, my lord." "Now, what of this location?" "Another 1,000? Tyrion indicated the River Gate, also known as the Mud Gate. Sterling's responses evidently displeased Tyrion, who tilted his head and scrutinized Sterling. "My lord, you cannot treat your soldiers as mere fat, distributing them evenly across every gate. I intend for Lord Bywater to guard the River Gate. You are aware that Stannis possesses a formidable navy, and the River Gate will undoubtedly be the focal point of his assault." Prior to arriving at Sterling's camp, Tyrion had conducted a preliminary investigation of the Golden Robes and deemed it untenable for Sterling to continue overseeing them. Naturally, he could not simply dismiss Sterling outright. A gradual process was necessary. "Everything shall abide by your directives, my lord," Sterling acquiesced. "Oh, and I neglected to mention." Tyrion pointed to the sigil of the hand of the king emblazoned on his chest. "Very well, my lord." Sterling licked his lips and reiterated. "Now, you may take your leave." "As you command, my lord." However, as Sterling turned away, he was confronted by two imposing figures, exuding a feral demeanor. Emerging from the shadows with their arms crossed, one individual bore a string of dark, ominous objects around his neck, which Sterling dared not examine closely, while the other was a cyclopean figure, whose sunken left eyelid seemed devoid of an eyeball. "Gentlemen, there is no need to impede him," Sterling resolutely maneuvered between the two. Striding out of the military camp, a gust of wind swept past, and he realized, to his dismay, that a fine sheen of perspiration had formed upon his back. These two men were the armed forces dispatched by Tyrion from the Mountain Clan to serve the Lannisters. The one adorned with the dark string was from the Black-Ear clan, and those were, in fact, the ears of his vanquished foes, a customary trophy in his culture. The other hailed from the Scorching clan, known for their tradition of severing a part of their own body to prove their bravery. This one-eyed fellow was named Timmy. Indeed, he had gouged out his own eye. Most individuals opted to remove their own heavenly eye, as it was deemed the least significant part for men, primarily because they did not use it to drape their cloaks. Thus, Timmy earned the favor of the tribal elders and the respect of his peers by sacrificing his eye. Emerging from the tent, gazing at the luminous moon overhead, Tyrion understood that Sterling was but a minor concern. Much lay ahead of him. Although he presently held the position of Hand of the King, Cersei would not allow him to wield power effortlessly. He needed to exert effort in seeking alliances and rooting out Cersei's spies. Simultaneously, he was tasked with the paramount responsibility of ensuring that King's Landing remained secure. He hoped that the two dukes would deliberate the matter of the throne's rightful heir, granting him precious time. As Tyrion contemplated Stannis and Renley, he prepared to journey to the Red Keep, for tomorrow marked his inaugural meeting in front of the court, and he needed to be adequately prepared. Chapter 68. The pivotal battle. The armor procured for Jon by the Kipling folk finally arrived. It was a suit painted in black, crafted from the finest steel, and the sound of striking the back and breastplate resonated with a crisp clang. This armor consumed nearly half of Kipling's fortune, along with considerable social capital. Yet he deemed every sacrifice worthwhile. "Do try it on, my lord." In Westeros, knights typically wore plate armor, as their steel-making techniques were inadequate for producing the strength required for Eastern-style lamellar armor. Therefore, they relied on the structural integrity of plate armor to compensate for material weaknesses. The crafting of such armor was a complex endeavor. Merely a fortnight was insufficient for a suit of exceptional quality. Consequently, the armor that Kipling acquired for Jon was in fact, adapted from other suits. The breastplate featured a slight slope, designed to deflect force during an attack, while also exhibiting aesthetic appeal with an exquisite relief of a wolf's head. The shoulder plates and skirt armor have been meticulously treated with pleats, effectively enhancing the defensive capabilities. Kipling has ingeniously combined several exquisite armors, presenting Jon with a set of hexagonal protective gear. With the assistance of Delina and Kipling, Jon donned the armor, the sound of metallic clinks echoing as he walked. "Thank you," he said. "Oh, my lord, it is but a small matter. Your safe return is reward enough," came the reply. Kipling noticed that Jon spoke without pretension in his everyday conversations, so he tentatively adopted a more relaxed tone in their exchanges. Discovering that Jon did not mind this approach, and thus maintained this style, Jon understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Kipling was clearly looking to leverage his reputation for future ventures, and at present, he regarded Jon as a coveted asset. At that moment, Sansa emerged, holding a cloak. "Jon, this is a cloak I made for you. Please, try it on." Jon smiled at her, accepted the cloak, and draped it over himself, instantly transforming into the image of a valiant young knight before the onlookers. Delina, standing nearby, found it difficult to look away, not due to infatuation, but because Jon's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the hazy image she had long cherished in her mind. "My lord, I have more good news," Kipling announced. "Is it about Robb? Has he reclaimed the Riverlands?" Kipling hesitated, now doubting whether Jon possessed some foresight. "Indeed, and Tywin's forces have been repelled. It is said he cannot even hold Harrenhal." The tidings Kipling shared were undeniably favorable, yet Jon was privy to even greater news. Soon, Robb would lead his army in a triumphant campaign across the Westerlands, a turn that would ultimately plunge him into the abyss of failure. "By the way, my lord, there is another piece of news. Tyrion arrived in King's Landing last night." Tyrion. Jon recalled that he had sent someone to assassinate Bran. At the mention of Tyrion's name, Sansa's excitement was palpable. Kipling, well informed about Bran's assassination attempt, was aware of the uproar caused by Catelyn's capture of Tyrion. It was impossible not to have heard of it. Unbeknownst to them, this revelation from Kipling solidified Jon's resolve to remain. Initially, he had planned to leave King's Landing, aiming to alter the outcome of the Battle of the Red Fork and thereby change the course of the war. After all, he was alone in King's Landing, accompanied only by Sansa, and despite his knowledge of many future events, he lacked the requisite power. However, after defeating House Rondo, Jon reassessed his strategy. He realized that the value of his presence far outweighed any benefit of departure. Firstly, he could indeed leave, but based on the intelligence Kipling provided, Robb had already reclaimed the Riverlands. Thus, the military genius, the young Wolf Lord, would soon opt to advance into the Westerlands. If Jon were to choose to leave King's Landing, he would have to traverse the entirety of the Westerlands and the Riverlands, and by the time he reached Riverrun, Robb would have already wreaked havoc in the Westerlands. During Jon's journey, the situation would rapidly evolve, even if he were to eventually locate Robb. Could he orchestrate the occurrence of the Red Wedding? Moreover, time was of the essence. It would not be long before Balon Greyjoy dispatched the Ironborn forces to launch a surprise attack on the north. At that juncture, the north would be in a precarious state, while Robb would be unable to return, and Roose Bolton would likely betray them after the Battle of Blackwater. Even if Jon possessed the tactical acumen akin to Zhuge Liang's, what then? The Ironborn, the Lannisters, the Tyrells, Harrenhal, and the Riverlands, was he to confront each of them individually? Furthermore, he had only 3 opportunities to act. Thus, Jon resolved to remain. If he could assist Stannis in capturing King's Landing, Roose Bolton would not turn traitor. If he could manage Cersei and her children, the foundation of the Lannister-Tyrell alliance would crumble. At that point, Tywin would be left with merely 20,000 battered soldiers. And Jon would not have to contend with Robb and the entire world. Moreover, even under Tyrion's utmost efforts, Stannis had nearly captured King's Landing. By providing him with a slight assistance, the entire tide of the War of the Five Kings could be irrevocably altered. Previously, Jon had been alone, and thus he dared not entertain such thoughts. But if he could persuade Balho, over 100 men might not seem like much. Yet they could prove decisive at a crucial moment. "Sansa, we are not leaving. I have other plans." Sansa, unaware of these developments, simply wished to return home to see her mother and brother. "Sansa, trust me." Observing Jon's resolute demeanor, Sansa could only nod in agreement. Kipling, standing nearby, could not comprehend this decision either. After all, Robb's situation in the Riverlands was flourishing. And now was the perfect opportunity for Jon to earn military glory. How could he simply refuse? As Jon removed his armor, he addressed Kipling. "Let us go meet with Mr. Balho." Noticing a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Kipling's eyes, Jon chose not to elaborate, though this did not imply indifference. Ensuring that those who invest in and collaborate with him receive their due rewards is the key to maintaining long-lasting and stable relationships. Years later, when John elevated Kipling to the rank of Viscount, he would reflect on the decisions made during this time with immense gratitude. Chapter 69. The Wind Riders. Are you suggesting that I assist in creating some troubles for the Lannisters? Balho inquired, scrutinizing John, believing he had discerned the young man's intentions. No, it is more than mere trouble. We must aid the Baratheons in seizing King's Landing. As Stannis had yet to assassinate Renley, John refrained from naming Stannis directly, instead referring to the Baratheons. However, Balho shook his head, replying in a calm tone, "You know I have never collaborated with royalty, correct?" His expression was grave and solemn, and even Sherman and Robin behind him could not help but furrow their brows. They believed that if it were any other request, even if it were difficult to fulfill, Bar would gladly acquiesce. However, refusing to cooperate with the royal family was Bar's principle. From Bar's words and the expressions of others, John could discern that their perspective had yet to broaden. They merely regarded this war as a mere dog-eat-dog scenario, viewing themselves as detached outsiders. Did the Lord not desire to personally avenge the betrayal of House Targaryen by the Lannisters? Upon Jon's utterance, the others perked up, for they all harbored blood feuds with the Lannisters. When Tywin had deceitfully opened the gates of King's Landing, countless innocents had perished at his hands. Bar cast a glance at him, signaling him to continue. Years ago, Tywin had tricked King Aerys II into opening the gates, and his henchman, the Mountain, had cruelly slaughtered Princess Elia and her children, while Prince Rhaegar himself fell beneath the hammer of the usurper, Robert. Now, if you so wish, you could entirely determine the fate of these two traitorous houses. Does that not stir your heart? Seeing that he seemed to waver, John unfurled a map of King's Landing that he had prepared beforehand and laid it upon the table. "My lord, please take a look." A group gathered around the table, listening intently to John's exposition. Stannis commanded the most formidable navy in all of Westeros. Thus his primary offensive direction was likely to be the Mud Gate. At that time, the imp, Tyrion, would undoubtedly dispatch heavy troops to guard this location, making the nearby Dragon Gate relatively vulnerable. If we seize the King's Road and then launch an assault on the Red Keep, you could make the Lannisters experience the same fate they inflicted upon Princess Elia. The imp has been rapidly expanding his military. I believe this presents us with an opportunity. If we can bribe a few of the gold cloaks to integrate our men, it should not be insurmountable. Listening to John's account, Bar found himself somewhat swayed. Over the years, he had opposed the royal family, perhaps due to a dragon blood that may not even exist. When Ned first arrived in King's Landing to hold the tournament, the heads floating atop the rainbow fountain had been his handiwork. Yet, this masterpiece was merely a trivial matter to the royal family. He had long dreamed of personally slaying a Lannister, and his hatred for them had never waned. Noticing his lingering hesitation, John addressed the others. "Once we successfully eliminate Cersei and Joffrey, and I assist Stannis in breaching the Mudgate, we would not only avenge Prince Rhaegar by vanquishing the bloodlines of the Lannisters and Baratheons, but they would also be compelled to grant us wealth and lands." John cleverly reframed the rewards from Stannis as a lucrative proposition. This assertion brought forth an elusive smile from Bar, though he quickly realized John was inciting the others. Though they resided in the slums, free from want, they had not been untouched by the splendor of the nobility. Many among them dreamed of the day when someone would kiss their boots while exclaiming, "My lord." "Hey, John, you truly are something." "Haha, indeed," Beho observed John, who was jesting with Rupert and the others, choosing to remain silent. He had promised John he would assist in escorting his siblings out, and despite knowing John sought to exploit him, he found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, John was not entirely mistaken. This was his sole opportunity. Approaching 70 years of age, he had little future left. If he could ensure that a Lannister accompanied him to the grave, it would be the most gratifying outcome. While John incited Beho to take action, Tyrion was preoccupied with the matters of city defense, bustling with activity. During the council meeting, he presented distinct plans to Varys, Pycelle, and Littlefinger, deducing that Pycelle was indeed Cersei's informant. After systematically purging Cersei's agents, he embarked on a significant overhaul of the personnel in King's Landing. He appointed Boron as his captain of the guard and replaced the commander of the city's defenses with one of his own. Consequently, he seized control of the entire military might of King's Landing. Thereafter, he initiated various grand projects, constructing iron chains across the river and commissioning the Alchemist Guild to produce Wildfire, all while expanding and preparing his forces. The golden glow of the setting sun streamed in, illuminating Tyrion's platinum hair. After a long day of administrative duties, he stretched languidly, reflecting on this chamber that once belonged to Ned Stark, pondering how Ned had ultimately departed. Such a vibrant life, how could it simply vanish? Gazing at the spear-adorned walls outside, he suddenly realized that had Ned not escaped, His head might very well have been displayed there. Tyrion shook his disproportionately large head and called out, "Boron." Upon hearing his name, Boron approached him with an impassive demeanor. "The guard in King's Landing is woefully insufficient. I wish to recruit a mercenary force as a reserve." Boron inquired, "How many do you desire?" "I would wish for 100,000, Tyrion replied. "Yet, King's Landing can scarcely muster 1 or 2,000, most of whom are mere show. Furthermore, even with 100,000, I fear we would drown Tasha's," he added, referring to the largest brothel in King's Landing, long coveted by Littlefinger. The means of such a drowning was, of course, implicitly understood. Tyrion chuckled, feeling a significant portion of his fatigue dissipate. He recognized that this seemingly ferocious individual possessed a unique sense of humor. "Very well, then. Please procure for me a mercenary company of 1,000. And you shall determine the cost." Boron smiled and promptly set about his preparations. It must be said that Littlefinger was the most generous patron he had encountered. Reflecting on his earlier decision in the Eyrie, he felt immensely fortunate. He harbored a premonition that this golden-haired dwarf might secure an extraordinary victory, and through this triumph, he himself could finally shed the humble identity of a mercenary and ascend to the ranks of true nobility. Chapter 70. John Flowers' King's Landing, Fisherman's Square. Unperturbed by the lingering scent of fish in the air, Boron remained indifferent, for he was a man who had rolled amidst the corpses. Since choosing to follow Tyrion, he had anticipated his future. Whether he would rise to greatness or meet an untimely demise hinged entirely on his ability to safeguard King's Landing. At that moment, he had been dispatched by Tyrion to recruit mercenaries and wandering knights from the city. Tyrion had selected him for 2 primary reasons. First, Boron was himself a mercenary, capable of identifying quality recruits. Second, his fierce countenance, characterized by gaunt cheeks that glinted with menace, commanded respect. It must be acknowledged that while judging by appearance may be flawed, it is a universal principle in this world. The promise of substantial remuneration offered by Tyrion drew a steady stream of free riders and wandering knights, forming a long queue before him. Despite some grumbling, few dared to act out of line. Name, Barry Scott. Boron appraised the stout fellow with thick brown eyebrows before jotting down his name in his ledger. The mercenaries who had come to apply were also scrutinizing him. Some, eager to curry favor, took a glance into his fierce eyes and swiftly reconsidered. Next, Kalensler. As Boron continued to evaluate the applicants, a pair of eyes in the crowd scrutinized him in return. John. Although John was not well versed in the original text of A Song of Ice and Fire, he was certainly acquainted with the renowned mercenary Boron. Before aligning himself with Tyrion, John had been an insignificant figure, yet this seemingly inconsequential individual had the power to alter the course of the War of the Five Kings. Had he not acted as Tyrion's proxy knight to secure victory in the trial by combat, Stannis might have very well captured King's Landing, leading to the downfall of the Lannister-Tyrell alliance and the defection of Roose Bolton. John was poised to pivot the situation at this pivotal juncture. Name, Jon Snow. Adorned with a brown wig, John adopted a surname from the bastard's lineage of the Riverlands, choosing to retain his status as a bastard for the sake of discretion. After all, in Westeros, inquiring about someone's illegitimate offspring or the parentage of a bastard was considered exceedingly impolite. Boron paid little heed to Jon's bastardy. His primary concern was whether John had the capability to fight. Judging by his armor, he appeared quite commendable. Yet before him stood a mere boy, barely on the cusp of manhood, still devoid of facial hair. Boron hesitated. What kind of young whelp is this? Do not presume that donning fine armor entitles you to cause trouble. Be off with you. Leave before you soil yourself on the battlefield. Boy, surrender your armor to me. I shall permit you to serve as my squire. Amidst the rising clamor, John remained unfazed by the provocations, silently observing Boron. Balin pondered for a moment. Despite John's impressive appearance, he was reluctant to take the risk, for John, judging by his age, had likely never faced the true horrors of battle. Yet, a thought flickered in Balin's mind, prompting him to take a chance. You should go. You are still too young. Robin, standing nearby, cast a glance at John, aware that this was not part of their original plan. John nodded calmly and turned away, refusing to concede defeat. Instead, he resolved to find a place to wait for an opportunity to showcase his skills to Balin. After all, it seemed Balin deemed him too inexperienced, and to demand a demonstration of his prowess on the spot would appear rather unseemly. As John's figure faded from view, Balin's gaze shifted slightly. Just as he moved away from the group, 3 burly figures exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the armor adorning John. The trio quickly approached him, and as John walked a few hundred meters away, one of them called out, "Hey." John turned, confronting the trio with ill intentions. One of the shorter, round-faced men spoke up. "Little brother, it seems you weren't chosen." John shrugged nonchalantly. "Perfect, we 3 were selected," he gestured to himself and the others. "However, My gear isn't quite up to par, so I was hoping to borrow yours for a bit. John glanced at the other two, noting the mockery in their eyes. He understood that their notion of borrowing was, in reality, extortion. At that moment, some onlookers, drawn by the unfolding drama, turned their heads towards John, reveling in the prospect of witnessing his downfall. Robin, standing beside John, remained silent. He was aware of John's capabilities. Since Robin was unarmored, he discreetly distanced himself from John to avoid hindering his performance. However, John's subsequent words took him by surprise. Sure. Both Robin and the three assailants stared at John in astonishment, while John wore an expression that suggested he had encountered an easy target. Well then, we shall thank you, little brother. As he spoke, the round-faced man reached for John's armor. The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of anguish, lamenting their tardiness in seizing such a prime opportunity. Robin, perplexed, was about to voice his concerns when John interjected. Do you have anything of value to offer as collateral? Collateral? Look at me, brother. What do I have that's worth anything? I can't lend you anything, John replied, attempting to walk away. Yet, the man would not allow it. He seized John's shoulder piece, exclaiming, You can't just back out after agreeing to lend it. You'd better leave that armor behind. No sooner had he spoken than the other two positioned themselves in a triangle around John. John glanced at the trio, and in that fleeting moment, he envisioned 9 distinct ways to handle the situation, and he began to select the most visually striking technique to employ. As the 3 individuals observed John's silence, they assumed he had been intimidated. The round-faced ruffian continued to shout, Strip him. Just as he reached out, John seized his wrist, maneuvered beneath his arm, and struck with his elbow, inflicting a searing pain that radiated from the ruffian's shoulder. The agony compelled a pained scream from his lips. The spectators, who had been merely watching the spectacle, gasped in horror at the bizarre angle of the ruffian's contorted arm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. John kicked him aside and swiftly advanced towards the remaining 2, delivering a powerful punch to each of their faces before they could draw their swords. The resounding cracks indicated that both of their noses had shattered. The gold-clad enforcer, witnessing the ensuing chaos, rushed over to contain the situation. Balin, who had observed the entire confrontation, was filled with admiration, realizing he had stumbled upon a true gem. Chapter 71. 3 Professions. John's formidable prowess surpassed Balin's expectations. He could not fathom why such an exceptional young man had never crossed his path before. He watched as John led the charge, clad in gleaming black armor, crashing into the throng of rioters adorned in brownish-yellow garments. With shield in hand, John braved the onslaught of pitchforks and wooden spears from the agitated mob, charging directly towards the ringleader, the so-called Brown Tiger. Others followed behind John, advancing in his wake. Hold the line. Stand firm, you scoundrels, do not flee. The Brown Tiger, in a fit of desperation, brandished his long knife to intimidate the fleeing crowd. However, just as raw materials cannot be deemed a structure, neither can a mob be considered an army. John wielded his multicolored staff, targeting the thighs and backs of the assailants, non-lethal areas, inflicting sufficient pain while sparing their lives. Had he been merely a master of combat, he would not have dared to exercise such restraint, for this was undoubtedly a battlefield where mercy could spell doom. Yet, empowered by his system skill, John executed these maneuvers with ease. The mercenaries trailing John, however, were not so fortunate, wielding swords, axes, and hammers with reckless abandon. At last, John closed in to within 10 meters of the Brown Tiger, who was now overtaken by an instinctive urge to flee. Faced with the fully armed mercenaries, those surrounding him dropped their weapons without a second thought and turned to escape. But they were in King's Landing, a place where their retreat had long been anticipated by the gold-clad enforcers. Balin noticed John discarding his colorful staff and shield, striding purposefully towards the Brown Tiger. It's the magical hand. John is about to display his prowess again. John, leveraging his intimate knowledge of human anatomy, was capable of dismantling his opponent's joints at will, shoulders, jaws, hips, elbows, using this technique to establish his dominance within the mercenary camp. As for those whose joints he dislocated, their ability to rejoin them rested solely upon John's whims. Even though John had not taken many lives, he had already earned a fearsome reputation, after all. Becoming a helpless cripple was akin to a fate worse than death for those who thrived on violence. The Brown Tiger, observing John approach, felt his mouth go dry, his heart swelling in his chest, as if it might burst forth, creating a gaping hole. It was as though a ferocious beast, rather than a mere boy, was advancing towards him. As John drew nearer, the Brown Tiger could no longer withstand the pressure and, with a strangled cry, swung his long knife at John. Yet, John effortlessly caught the blade with his iron-gloved hand, dislocating the tiger's shoulder, shattering his spine, and simultaneously severing his jaw. Although driven to such brutality by hunger, He had no right to inflict harm on others. This was Flower Street, after all, where this man had brutally assaulted a dozen women and murdered several shopkeepers. As Jon dispatched the brown tiger with remarkable efficiency, the gathered mob scattered like frightened birds. The key figures among them would face capture and execution, while the others were temporarily spared, as it would be troublesome if they perished in prison. "Hey, Jon, how did you manage that? Now he cannot move at all," exclaimed a young man in his 20s, well-built and clad in blue armor. "What, do you want to try it?" Jon retorted. No, no, no," the young man replied, waving his hands amidst the laughter of the crowd. With the skirmish abruptly concluded, Boron summoned Jon over. "I've observed you several times. You always charge to the forefront yet seldom kill," Boron remarked. "What, can I exchange the heads of those men for gold dragons with that dwarf?" Jon replied. "You can't. Isn't that something?" Boron chuckled, then inquired, "With your remarkable skill, why have I not heard of you?" Jon nonchalantly answered, "Well, perhaps my father has not heard of me either." Boron paused for a moment, then both shared a hearty laugh. Jon had long been prepared for the scrutiny of his identity. Thus, he fabricated a backstory of having mingled in the free cities for years. With Kipling's assistance, his answers were meticulously crafted to be flawless. Over the past month, Jon had gradually become Boron's right-hand man. In the event of multiple disturbances occurring simultaneously, Boron even allocated resources to Jon to aid in quelling the unrest. Observing Jon's youthful visage, he asked, "Do you think we can hold King's Landing?" Though Boron had been a mercenary for over a decade, he found himself feeling apprehensive in such a grand situation. "Sir, do you know how many professions exist in this world?" Jon asked. "Professions?" Boron was bewildered by Jon's seemingly nonsensical question. "I don't know. There must be 100 or so," Jon replied, glancing toward the golden-robed guards escorting the prisoners. "Sir, there are only 3. 3? Boron inquired. "Yes, only 3. Robbers, prostitutes, and deceivers." Gazing into Boron's eyes, Jon explained, "In truth, whether they be courtesans, farmers, blacksmiths, or carpenters, all derive their livelihood from selling a part of themselves." Upon hearing Jon's elucidation, Boron smirked and inquired, "And what of brigands?" Drawing his sword, Jon replied, "They rely on this." He gestured towards the direction of the sept, adding, "I dare say, neither you nor I have ever witnessed the 7 gods, have we? Yet even the Targaryens, who possess dragons, must convert to the faith of the 7. After a moment's contemplation, Boron remarked, "So, we are akin to courtesans? Indeed, whether serving Joffrey or the Baratheons, is it not all the same? Frankly, whether we can hold King's Landing is not a concern for us. Being astute is the key to survival." Boron nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, as Jon and Boron conversed, Winterfell was under grave threat. Theon had reverted to his treacherous ways. In a bid to prove himself to his father, Balon, he led the Ironborn in an assault upon the north, convinced that capturing Winterfell would earn him the respect of his people. He spotted a familiar figure atop the castle walls, stirring an emotional response within him, yet soon his gaze hardened with ferocity. "I am no mere northern dog. I am a son of the drowned god, my father's only heir. Just wait. I will show you what true Ironborn are made of." Chapter 72. A secret revealed Master Luwin. "If you let me out, I shall surely bring back that traitor." Arya's voice startled Luwin. Ever since her return to Winterfell, she had taken delight in teasing others. Though small in stature, after a time studying with Syrio, she moved with such stealth that she resembled a little cat. Yet, over time, Luwin had grown accustomed to her antics. He gently ruffled Arya's hair and said with a benevolent yet resolute expression, "Even if Theon were to capture Winterfell, it would not matter. Your safety in finding Robb and returning to your brothers and mother is what truly matters." Luwin believed that once Robb returned, all would be well. Initially, he had been consumed with worry upon hearing of Ned's incapacitation, but relief washed over him when Robb took command of the army and achieved victory after victory. Theon, having been a boy he watched grow, posed little threat to him. As long as Theon could not secure the Stark bloodline, he remained inconsequential. "But I am very stealthy. No one will notice me. I shall slit Theon's throat while he sleeps." It must be said, Arya was a natural-born assassin in the original tale. She killed for the first time without a tremor or a flutter of her heart, as if destined for this path. "No, my Arya, if you leave. Who will protect your brothers?" Luwin, with a blend of coaxing and persuasion, finally managed to soothe her. He then proceeded to meet Syrio. "My lord, I wish to entrust these 3 children to your care." Luwin gazed at the swordsman from the free cities, the only person he could presently place his trust in. During their time together in Winterfell, he had come to fully respect Syrio, whose affection for Arya was utterly genuine. Before leading his forces away, Ned had already bestowed upon Syrio the title of Baron, hence Luwin addressed him as cerclad in his hat. Syrio solemnly declared, "As long as I draw breath, No harm shall befall these children. Very well. In that case, escort the children to the twins first. The Freys are our allies. They will provide sanctuary. Understood. Lewin paused, then added, we owe our early warning to that little girl. Had she not been playing outside and spotted Theon in advance, we might already be prisoners. His expression then hardened. Nevertheless, Arya is barely 10, and Bran cannot walk without Hodder's aid. You must watch over them closely. Rest assured. Lewin nodded, realizing he had been overly verbose. With a murmured apology, he guided them to Winterfell's hidden passage, a secret known only to himself and Lord and Lady Stark. Unseen by the children, provisions were prepared. Arya led the way, followed by Hodder carrying Bran and guiding Rickon, while Syrio and Pyp brought up the rear. Though Pyp had not been granted a lordship by Ned, he had received a substantial sum of gold. Wealth had dulled his thirst for battle, and he had remained in Winterfell, dreaming of purchasing land nearby once the war ended. But the damned Ironborn had launched their treacherous assault. As he moved to follow the others, Lewin seized his shoulder. Ensure the children reach the twins safely, and I shall see to it that Lord Stark grants you a title, lands, and a castle included. Pyp swallowed hard and nodded. Lewin had little choice but to dangle this promise. Whether Pyp would ever receive such honors depended entirely on fate. Desperate to bolster the fleeing party's chances, Lewin had exhausted every means at his disposal. Thus, the Stark siblings, Jojen and Mira, Syrio, and Pyp, 7 in total, embarked on their flight. And, of course, the 2 direwolves. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, after Jon joined the cell's words, Baelor had maneuvered to embed Rupert, Shay, and dozens more into the city watch, though not without considerable expense. Over the past month, Jon had earned Bronn's trust. As their plans solidified, Jon began outlining their strategy. Tyrion, meanwhile, had commissioned massive river-spanning chains and tasked the alchemists with brewing wildfire. His aim? To turn the Blackwater into a blazing barrier, incinerating Stannis' fleet. Once the chains were raised and the wildfire ignited, the Blackwater would become a roaring inferno, consuming Stannis' forces in flames. Therefore, our mission is to sabotage the iron chains and wildfire, yet both are under his vigilant watch. Listening to Jon's commentary, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, eagerly awaiting his battle strategy, yet only Beho's eyes flickered with doubt. However, our ambitions extend beyond this. We must infiltrate the Red Keep and eliminate Cersei and her spawn. Hence, my plan is as follows, Mr. Jon. Just as Jon was about to elaborate, Beho interrupted him. May I speak with you privately? As the leader of this group. Beho, despite his past experiences of conflict, now faced the daunting specter of war, igniting a sense of trepidation within him. Recently, although he concealed it well, Jon had discerned his unease, aware that Beho would inevitably seek reassurance from him. This was yet another skill Jon had acquired after aiding him in vanquishing House Rondo, an acute sensitivity to the emotional shifts of others, a skill neither trivial nor grand. Mr. Jon, do you believe that the Baratheons can ultimately reclaim the Iron Throne? Observing Beho's expression, Jon realized that failing to provide a satisfactory answer would prevent him from securing Beho's unwavering support. After a moment of contemplation, he offered Beho an unexpected response. My Lord Beho, do you believe I am, in fact, a prophet? Beho appeared perplexed, clearly skeptical. I confide this only to you. Soon, news of a storm will arrive. Renley will be assassinated, and the Lords of Storm's End will rally behind Stannis. However, the forces of Highgarden will not follow him. Instead, they will ally with the Lannisters to confront Stannis. Jon, observing Beho's incredulous gaze, declared, but the ultimate victory will belong to Stannis, with my assistance. He shall seize the Iron Throne. Chapter 73. The death of Renley amidst the depths of the shadowy tunnel and dark waters. A small boat carried a woman clad in a red robe, Melisandre herself. Rowing the vessel was Davos, the Onion Knight, loyal to Stannis. Davos could not fathom why Stannis had ordered him to transport this woman to such a desolate location. A lantern at the bow provided scant illumination. Yet the encroaching darkness and chilling dampness seemed poised to engulf them, the flickering flame threatening to extinguish at any moment. Davos felt a twinge of fear, anxiously scanning the surroundings as if a monstrous creature might leap from the shadows. This will suffice. Melisandre, who had remained silent throughout the journey, finally spoke. This is the place. Dock here. Uncertain of her intentions, yet obedient to Stannis' directive to follow Melisandre's lead, Davos found a suitable spot to swiftly anchor the small boat. Stealing a glance at Melisandre, she appeared as a streak of blood in the darkness, eerie and terrifying, compelling him not to gaze upon her a second time. Rising slowly, she stepped from the boat onto the rocky cavern floor. As she passed by Davos, he distinctly felt the warmth radiating from her. There is no need to follow me. Except for Stannis, she maintained an air of reticence before anyone else. Davos had never been particularly fond of her, and naturally, he was disinclined to approach her. He observed Melisandre as she found a secluded spot upon a large stone slab and reclined upon it, leaving Davos bewildered, uncertain of her intentions. After a prolonged silence, he decided to sit down, touching the amulet crafted from knuckles that hung around his neck, feeling a semblance of calm. However, it was not long before he heard a suppressed moan emanating from Melisandre's direction. Straining his eyes to discern what was unfolding, he waited in vain for a second sound. Convincing himself he had misheard. Just as he exhaled in relief, a far louder cry pierced the air. Davos swallowed hard, a flicker of fear taking root within him. Soon after, anguished wails grew progressively louder, sending shivers down his spine, for the cries increasingly resembled those of a woman in labor. Having witnessed the births of 7 children with his wife, he was all too familiar with such sounds. "Are you all right?" Davos ventured tentatively. Yet his inquiry was met with a series of increasingly frantic cries of pain. Clutching a lantern in one hand and a sword in the other, he muttered the names of the 7 gods, attempting to quell the rising tide of dread and unease within him. As he approached Melisandre's side, the sight that greeted him was one he would never forget. The woman who had arrived seemingly unremarkable now bore a protruding belly, her slender limbs straining to support her heavy form, resembling a spider in its death throes. "Ah, ah!" Melisandre's voice reverberated through the cavern, amplifying the terror of the dark, shadowy place. 7 gods, 7 gods, 7 gods. Davos felt as though his limbs had turned to stone, rooted in place, as he gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Yet, what transpired next sent tremors coursing through his entire being. A billowing mass of darkness emerged from Melisandre's lower half, coalescing before Davos into a humanoid shape. He found himself unable to articulate the syllables that formed in his throat, but the silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Stannis. With a whoosh, the shadowy figure transformed into a chilling gust of wind and swept past him, leaving Davos shivering from the bone-chilling cold. In the blink of an eye, the shadowy creature vanished. "Let us depart." Melisandre stood up, her expression serene and unperturbed, as if the agonized cries had belonged to another. Watching her board the small boat once more, Davos stood in stunned silence for a moment before following, his mind clouded with disbelief, nearly stumbling in the process. "Was that what you birthed?" he finally managed to ask, his voice tinged with incredulity. Melisandre simply nodded. Davos found himself at a loss for words. When one encounters something incomprehensible and fearsome, the instinctive reaction is often to retreat or to strike out. Yet, he clung to the character that Stannis had entrusted to him, enduring the discomfort within as he returned with Melisandre. "My liege, please believe that my son Robb harbors no ambitions for the throne. We share a common enemy." As was the original course of events, Catelyn arrived in Storm's End, hoping that Stannis and Renley would refrain from turning against one another, at least until they could vanquish the Lannisters who loomed before them. "My lady, in my view, Robb may retain his title as the king in the north. Over the lands north of the neck," Renley declared, while allowing Brienne to assist him in removing his armor. "All he need do is pledge his fealty to me." Catelyn felt a sense of unreality wash over her at Renly's generous terms. "What must he do?" she inquired. "Quite simply, treat me as Ned treated Robb," Renley replied. Catelyn pondered for a moment, still wishing to advocate for reconciliation. "My liege, I sincerely hope you can come to terms with your brother. That will not be necessary." Renley interjected sharply. "I would sooner bellow into the winds outside than waste my breath on him. My lady, you need only convey my terms to your son. We possess mutual interests. We are natural allies." Renley smiled, confident that Robb would understand. "If we unite our efforts, I believe we can bring this war to a swift conclusion within a fortnight." Recognizing Renly's unwillingness to negotiate with Stannis, Catelyn abandoned her attempts at persuasion. Regardless of the circumstances, Renley commanded a formidable army of 100,000, and with such favorable terms on the table, it would be unwise for her to press further. Simultaneously, Catelyn conceded to Renly's assertions. Indeed, before such overwhelming military superiority, Tywin had no chance of victory. He had already lost a son to Robb's captivity. With only around 20,000 troops besieged in Harrenhal, his demise was merely a matter of time. Just as Catelyn prepared to take her leave, a sudden gust of ominous wind surged forth, stirring up dust and whipping aside the tense flaps. Instinctively, she glanced back, seeing nothing amiss. As she turned to express her apologies to Renley, a shrill scream erupted from Brienne. "No!" A shadowy figure coalesced behind Renley, a dagger forged from darkness piercing through his chest. Chapter 74. The Lightbringer. The orange and red flames of the stag banner fluttered around the sacred woods of Wind's Rest. The stag symbolized Stannis' lineage, while the fiery heart represented his faith in the Lord of Light. At that moment, a man of over 50, burdened with sorrow, surveyed his surroundings. The remnants of black in his beard and hair were nearly washed away by the passage of time, accentuating the deep lines of anguish etched upon his face. He was Adrian Selmy, the patriarch of House Selmy of Crab Isle, known colloquially as Old Crab. His finely crafted velvet coat bespoke of his wealth. Adrian surveyed the surroundings, observing Stannis' vassals, many of whom had pledged their allegiance to him following the demise of Renley. Among these individuals, some bore expressions of fervor, their eyes alight with excitement as they gazed towards the weirwood grove, each adorned with a tattoo of a blazing red heart upon their chests, signifying their unwavering loyalty to the Lord of Light. Conversely, others, like Adrian himself, were an increasingly pronounced expression of anguish, which deepened with the passage of time. Shadows flitted about the grove, revealing soldiers under Stannis' command, diligently dousing the trees with flammable oil. Stealing a glance at Davos beside him, Adrian noted that his countenance mirrored his own disquiet. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Your Majesty is too." Unsure of how to articulate Stannis' actions, he hesitated, recalling that Davos had always been reticent regarding Melisandre. Thus, he refrained from probing further. "I have heard this is a sacrifice. Do you know what your Majesty intends to offer?" After a moment of contemplation, he opted for a less sensitive inquiry. Davos shook his head in response, offering no answer, merely clutching the amulet that hung from his neck. Alas, his parents perished at sea. But what does that have to do with the Seven? Adrian murmured, his discontent with Stannis' stance towards the Seven palpable. As the old crab muttered quietly, he noticed soldiers emerging from the grove, having completed their task of soaking the trees in oil, and then someone ignited several torches. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he began to grasp Stannis' intentions. He felt an urgent desire to flee, yet, as a vassal, he understood the futility of such an impulse. Indeed, the soldiers hurled the torches into the grove, and in an instant, a conflagration erupted. The orange flames voraciously consuming the surroundings, engulfing the entire weirwood grove in mere moments. The intense heat warped the very air around them. What is he doing? Why must he burn the weirwood grove? Adrian's heart raced with horror. As a devout follower of the Seven, he had always prohibited his children from playing in the grove, let alone committing such a sacrilegious act. The crackling of burning trees echoed from the grove. To some, it may have sounded like celestial music, but to the old crab, it resonated as a lament for his own heart and soul. Adrian turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. However, the subsequent events rendered his averted gaze futile. A group of soldiers emerged, carrying statues, the very likenesses of the Seven. Upon seeing Stannis command the soldiers to move the statues, Adrian hastily composed himself, noticing that the statues appeared damp. What transpired next deepened his sorrow. The soldiers carelessly piled the statues together, treating them not as revered depictions of the Seven, but rather as mere logs for a fire. Melisandre approached with a torch in hand, casting a glance at the toppled statues of the Seven that lay scattered upon the ground. With a decisive motion, she hurled the torch onto the idols. Oh! As the effigies of the Seven ignited, the vassals devoted to the Lord of Light erupted in jubilant cheers. No, not like this," Adrian lamented inwardly, watching the thick, black smoke billow forth from the burning statues. The old crab felt an unsettling gaze upon him, a presence that filled him with trepidation. He promptly removed his coat and draped it over his head. "Just Father, Merciful Mother, Wise Crone," he chanted the names of the Seven, as if such incantations might alleviate his burdensome sins. Stannis observed the diverse expressions of his vassals, understanding that it would take time to instill in them the fervor he held for the Lord of Light. In truth, it was only after Melisandre had demonstrated her divine powers on 2 occasions that he devoted himself wholly to the Lord, firmly believing himself to be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. Previously, he had merely glimpsed surreal visions within Melisandre's flames, but now she had unequivocally displayed her sorcery. Did the bishops of the Citadel possess such power? No. Thus, the distinction between true deity and false idol was glaringly apparent. Slowly, Stannis approached the charred remains of the statue. After a brief passage of time, only ashes remained of the once mighty effigies. "Your Grace." Melisandre indicated the embers still flickering amid the ashes, revealing a dark sword hilt that had materialized seemingly from nowhere. Stannis stepped onto the ashes, the clarity of his footprints increasing with each step as he neared the remnants of the idol. The debris crumbled beneath his feet, and as he approached within a foot of the hilt, a small gust of ash was stirred by his cloak. Bending down, Stannis grasped the still-warm hilt of the sword and drew it forth. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he raised the blade high, its length shimmering with an otherworldly orange-red glow. "Your Grace, this is the Lightbringer." Lightbringer, Lightbringer, Lightbringer. One of the vassals, already a believer in the Lord of Light, became increasingly fervent, recognizing the sword born from the remnants of the 7S statues as something extraordinary. Meanwhile, those vassals who had worshipped the Seven found their faith wavering. For despite years of devotion, they had never witnessed a divine manifestation from their deities. Yet here was the Lord of Light's revelation before them. However, Melisandre, standing closer to the Lightbringer than anyone else save Stannis, sensed something amiss. According to records, the Lightbringer was supposed to emit immense heat. Why did she feel no warmth emanating from this sword? Nevertheless, Melisandre remained silent, firmly believing that Stannis was indeed the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, and that what lay before her was the Lightbringer. Perhaps the records had simply been mistaken. Under the astonished or fanatical gazes of Stannis's vassals, Melisandre deemed her objective accomplished and paid no further heed. Chapter 75. Alliance. After drawing Lightbringer from the ashes of the idol, Stannis led his forces by land and sea, advancing menacingly toward King's Landing. Over 200 warships and nearly 40,000 soldiers surged forward with overwhelming might, a dire threat, given that King's Landing barely mustered 10,000 defenders. Tyrion soon received this grim news. Pacing restlessly in his chambers, he pondered the feasibility of his strategy, yet whether it would succeed or not. He had no choice but to attempt it. With his father Tywin withdrawing to defend the Westerlands, he stood utterly alone. Before long, a knock echoed at his door. The visitor was none other than Littlefinger. "My Lord Hand," he inquired smoothly, "what matter requires my attention?" Littlefinger smiled as he inquired. In truth, he could already surmise the answer, though it would be impolitic to voice it aloud. "Sit." Tyrion gestured toward the chair before the desk before returning to his own seat. The two men now facing each other across the oaken expanse. "I wish for you to represent House Lannister in forging an alliance with the Tyrells." Littlefinger's eyes gleamed with understanding, just as he had anticipated, yet he refrained from immediate acquiescence. Instead, he posed the question, "My lord, why have you chosen me as your envoy for this alliance?" Since Littlefinger returned to King's Landing, he has grown rather close to Varys while maintaining a distant demeanor toward Tyrion. The imp knew all too well that the cunning lord was subtly demanding favors. "My lord, in your esteemed opinion, would it be more prudent to dispatch a eunuch or a cell's word for this delicate matter?" Littlefinger chuckled softly. Well aware of Tyrion's lack of capable diplomats at his disposal, the Tyrells command at least 50 to 60,000 troops. Should they choose to ally with House Lannister, I believe we stand a fair chance of defending King's Landing. And Lord Baelish, he continued with a sly smile, I assure you, your efforts shall be handsomely rewarded. Very well, my Lord Hand. Littlefinger appeared to accept Tyrion's commission, yet the latter remained uneasy. To ensure Peter Baelish would employ his considerable talents in brokering this alliance, Tyrion felt compelled to offer reassurances to secure his cooperation. I recall over a decade ago, during Robert's rebellion against the Targaryens, he commanded Stannis to hold Storm's End. One must admit, Stannis proved himself a master of siege defense. Gnawing on leather belts within the castle walls, he stubbornly withstood the Reach's forces for an entire year. Without him, Robert might not have prevailed. Tyrion's voice lowered meaningfully. I've received word that Loras slew the envoy Stannis dispatched to Bitterbridge. Do you grasp the implications of this? Tyrion's voice carried an almost magnetic quality, the very tone he employed when seeking to sway another's mind. It signified that Lord Mace, or rather, Tyrion himself, held little affection for Stannis. Littlefinger responded, well aware of the underlying intent behind Tyrion's words, yet within them, he discerned an opportunity of his own. Indeed, there exists a foundational alliance between Tyrion and us. Initially, their marriage of Margaery to Loras was a strategic maneuver to elevate their political stature. However, with Loras now deceased and Stannis possessing only a daughter, the prospects for collaboration seem bleak. After an exchange of words, Peter Baelish indicated his intent to depart immediately for the Bitterbridge, hoping to facilitate this alliance. At the entrance, Podrick, who was tasked with ensuring Tyrion's safety, greeted the departing Baelish before entering his chamber. Are you suggesting he procure reinforcements for us? Podrick inquired. Tyrion exhaled deeply, sinking into his chair, contemplating that he must visit Shay tonight, not necessarily for any particular reason, but simply to find solace in her presence. Ah, indeed. My father is leading forces back to the Westerlands. We are left to rely solely on ourselves. Podrick thoughtfully touched the hilt of his sword and pondered. Do you recall the mention of Jon Snow, bastard? Tyrion replied. The image of Jon suddenly appeared in his mind. Yet he dismissed the notion that the so-called mysterious figure who infiltrated the Red Keep could possibly be Jon. After all, they had met before, and from an adult's perspective, he could easily gauge Jon's capabilities. He also doubted that Jon could traverse from the Wall to King's Landing in such a brief span of time. Even though Winterfell had confirmed that it was Jon who rescued Ned, Tyrion remained skeptical, deeming it preposterous. He suspected the Starks were concealing something. The identity of this mysterious individual must be extraordinarily significant. It could very well be a faceless man. Although this seemed financially improbable, it was still more credible than the actions of a boy barely 15. After all, the Starks have been notifying the North for 8,000 years. What if there truly exists something that could sway a faceless man? Tyrion queried. Why do you mention him? This lad is quite capable. Perhaps we should consider having him serve as your guard. No, it would be better for you to take him along. Your position is the pivotal one. Remember, the chains must be raised promptly. Very well, I shall ensure he assists me in raising the chains in a timely manner. At that moment, Jon was observing a group of gold-cloaked men as they installed iron chains at the mouth of the Blackwater River. Through persistent efforts, Jon had finally earned Podrick's trust, allowing him to remain close by. If he could manage to prevent Podrick from raising the chains, it might mitigate the losses ahead, ensuring that not all of the 200 ships would be consumed by flames, leaving fewer than 40 intact. Moreover, Rupert and the others were at the Mudgate. Jon recalled that, in the original tale, Stannis had nearly captured it. The departure of Joffrey had nearly shattered morale. Were it not for Martin providing Tyrion with a means of persuasive rhetoric to rekindle spirits through motivational humiliation, the outcome of the conflict would remain uncertain. Seizing this opportunity, Jon glanced at the information from his system. Jon glanced at the heartwarming progress and realized that he might once again complete his task ahead of schedule, thereby acquiring a new skill. However, it seemed that this skill would not be lacking in merit, considering the magnitude of the objective to conquer King's Landing. He ought to equip himself with formidable abilities. Jon deemed the skill of the Black Mosquito to be quite advantageous. In due time, he would unveil the foreheads of all and bestow upon them the indelible marks necessary to face the long night, sparing himself the arduous task of incessant wandering. Chapter 76. The direction of the wind. Kipling arose early and hastened to the Galloping Horse Inn, having received a summons to a gathering. He surmised the purpose of this assembly and resolved in his mind that he would be the one to persuade them, rather than the other way around. Indeed, upon his arrival at the venue, he was encircled by the bald man he had previously encountered with Jon, the burly elder, and the curly-haired gentleman, who approached him as if conducting an interrogation. Speak, Toad, the bald man initiated. What is there to say? You feign ignorance. What do you mean by feigning ignorance? With such a loquacious nature, why can't you express yourself more clearly? Is your tongue merely borrowed? As soon as Kipling and the bald man began to speak, a heated exchange ensued between the two. All right, Novin. Kipling, let us discuss the matter at hand, the armor. As one of the more authoritative figures among the group, the robust elder known as Tussie furrowed his brow and intervened to halt the futile bickering between the two. Indeed, you must elucidate for us why that suit of armor is donned by that individual. Moreover, that scoundrel has allied himself with mercenaries. And with the nefarious Jon? Are you aware of the immense peril this poses to everyone involved? The curly-haired young man is named Lanko, and he seems to unleash a barrage of 3 questions in quick succession. Indeed, you must elucidate clearly. We cannot allow this to burden everyone. The bald man, Norfan, spoke. Unbeknownst to him, Kipling casually lifted his teacup and remarked, Indeed, that individual is not my servant. He is none other than Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Ned Stark, whom Queen Cersei has long sought to capture, and the brother of Sansa Stark. What? You madman! How could you associate with such a person? Norvan slammed his hand on the table, his excitement causing saliva to spray into Kipling's cup. In contrast, the curly-haired Lanko reacted even more dramatically, immediately preparing to gather his belongings and depart. Tuaze asked, Why do you intend to assist him? Kipling disdainfully exchanged his cup for another, poured himself some tea, and spoke. Tyrion, I ask you, how many troops does Stannis possess now as he prepares to assault King's Landing? 100,000. Tormund was unaware of the occurrences on the Bitter Bridge, merely believing that Balon had perished, thus his army should rightfully belong to Stannis. Indeed, do you think that the imp can hold King's Landing? The crowd exchanged glances, and Nofin spoke up. Shouldn't you refrain from assisting him at this moment? Would it not be wiser to wait until the situation clarifies? Kipling let out a cold laugh. The situation was clear. His current standing could be attributed to his humble beginnings, where each step was a gamble, requiring relentless effort and determination. And this Novin, backed by his influential family, possesses the privilege to delay his entry, for he is endowed with substantial capital, a luxury I sorely lack. Kipling would never admit he had long foreseen Jon's potential, nor would he mention Jon's prophecy of Renly's demise. Instead, he shifted the conversation to the northern conflicts. Are you not aware of the enduring alliance between House Stark and House Baratheon? He inquired. Now they stand divided. One in the south and one in the north, one commanding 100,000 troops, while the other has utterly ravaged the Lannister stronghold. With Tywin left with merely 10 or 20,000 battered remnants, is this unfolding scenario not abundantly clear? As his words trailed off, Lanko, who had been poised to depart, settled his frame back upon the wooden bench. You lot don't truly comprehend this John fellow yet, do you? Let me recount to you all the deeds he has committed. Kipling embellished the tale John had shared with him, weaving in additional details from his own imagination that left the others in awe, particularly the fantastical account of how he vanquished the Rondo family. Though Novin and the rest were well aware of the exaggerations lacing Kipling's words, they couldn't deny that, at least in outcome, his claims held undeniable truth. Mark my words, Kipling declared with a dismissive glance at their pensive expressions, this Lord John is destined to rise no lower than a baron, and given his martial prowess, even a viscountcy or earldom isn't beyond reach. If any of you wish to curry favor with him, now is the time. Once fortune smiles upon him, you'll find yourselves too late. With that, he drained his teacup in one swift motion and strode out of the tavern. The group watched his retreating figure in silence until Novin, the bald one, finally spoke. That Kipling, he was likely strong-armed into this by that John fellow. No need for us to rush headlong into the fray. Lanko nodded in agreement. We've seen barons and viscounts come and go. And let us not forget, he is still just a bastard. Who has to say how far he'll climb or whether he'll even survive long enough to try? A pause. Then, with a frown, someone murmured, wait, are we even addressing the real issue here? Judging by Kipling's tone, it seems he intends to collaborate with that John fellow as Stannis' inside man. As they debated whether to invest in John, Tuays pinpointed the crux of the matter. Yet none of them intended to divulge this affair. After all, as Novin had remarked, the situation remained ambiguous. There was no need for them to hastily board this precarious wagon. Whether aiding Kipling and John or exposing them would constitute taking sides. Moreover, Kipling's earlier arguments were not without merit. Robb was wreaking havoc across the western riverlands, while Stannis marched forth with 100,000 troops. Any action they took now bore considerable risk, rendering inaction the most prudent choice. Meanwhile, John was conducting a simulation in the courtyard. He had dug a narrow trench and fashioned leaf boats at one end to represent Stannis' fleet. Initially, he had considered crafting paper vessels, but had forgotten that in this era, paper remained a costly commodity. Thus, leaves became his makeshift alternative. At the opposite end, he ignited miniature boats to simulate Tyrion's fiery stratagem. Sansa and Delena were no fools. They could discern that John was simulating Stannis' siege. Delena, stand over there and fan with your hand, John instructed. Very well, my lord. Though Delena did not fully grasp John's intentions, she trusted that he had sound reasoning. Obediently, she took up her fan and began waving it from the side representing Stannis' fleet, as if drawn toward the burning leaf ships in an embrace. Stannis' vessels clustered tightly together. John observed that summoning a western wind would only hasten the flames engulfing the fleet. John carefully repositioned the small boat, instructing Sansa and Daenerys to fan the flames from the opposite side. The burning vessel, propelled by the airflow, crashed directly into Stannis' fleet, meaning even if John summoned an eastern wind, the outcome would hardly improve. Even if he managed to dismantle the river's iron barrier, it would merely preserve more of Stannis' forces, offering little strategic advantage. Just as John prepared to simulate again, testing whether varying wind strengths might yield different results, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through. The breeze blew perpendicular to the narrow channel John had carved, pressing Stannis' fleet, along with the flaming, detonating ships, against the shore. Yes, I may summon the southern breeze or the northern gale. John's eyes lit up as an idea suddenly dawned upon him. Chapter 77. The essence of trust. In the spacious chamber of Bar, John was conducting the final rehearsal of their battle strategy with his companions. Over a dozen men sat in a semicircle, with Bar positioned at the center, his eldest grandson Bart standing beside him. Though Kiprin remained relatively close to John, his status relegated him to the back of the assembly. Ever since their triumph over the Rondo family under John's leadership, achieved with minimal losses, his capabilities had earned universal admiration. Particularly in matters of strategy, to these men devoid of formal military education, the boy not yet 15 seemed nothing short of a divine tactician descended from the heavens. His every word was followed without question. Robin, recount your mission to me, John instructed, his gaze steady upon Robin. My lord, my task is to don your armor. Seize the opportune moment to sabotage the winch tower on the southern bank and prevent the raising of the river barrier, Robin replied. In the time spent alongside John, Robin had been utterly awed by his prowess. Whether it was his almost mystical dexterity, his ingenious craftsmanship in fashioning rattan armor, or his brilliant remedy for Robin's injuries. Reflecting on his initial skepticism toward John, especially when he had nearly dismissed the boy upon hearing claims of crafting armor without steel, Robin now shuddered at the memory. Thus, he harbored not the slightest objection to John's orders, his mind wholly occupied with executing them flawlessly. After all, The chains capable of halting hundreds of warships were no ordinary restraints. Likewise, raising such barriers required more than mere manpower, which was why Tyrion had constructed winch towers to hoist the river blockade. To prevent their ascent, the destruction of these winches was imperative. Then Jon turned to Shermans. Shermans, please reiterate your task. Set an ambush on Lena Street, and upon receiving news from Kipling, ensure to capture Joffrey. Although Sherman spoke in a calm tone, Jon noticed the slight flaring of his nostrils, indicating a hint of anxiety. After all, they had previously been mere commoners in the eyes of the nobility. Now, they were tasked with confronting the lofty king. How could one not feel a surge of excitement? Remember, aim to capture him alive. As for Joffrey's towering royal guard, do not be afraid, simply setting a fire will suffice to scare him off. Understood, my lord. Jon nodded and glanced at Kipling. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch on Joffrey. Jon was determined to capture Joffrey to undermine the alliance between the Lannisters and Tyrells. In that scenario, even if they held disdain for Stannis, they would have to acquiesce. As for whom the young Rose, Marjorie, chose to marry, it was of no concern. Of course, Jon had one crucial point to address. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Robin, who promptly rushed to close the door, leaving only the six of them in the room. Barr observed Robin's reaction, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes before quickly vanishing. Rupert, do you remember your task? Rupert nodded and recounted his assignment. Rupert, the timing of your action is paramount, yet our distance makes it challenging for me to signal you in a timely manner. However, when Stannis launches his attack, a strong southern wind will blow, pushing his fleet towards the northern shore. Before Jon could finish, Barr furrowed his brow. Jon, why would there be a southern wind at this time of year? After Barr spoke, everyone turned their gaze to Jon. Although they lacked formal education, it did not imply they were devoid of common sense. How could there be a southern wind in autumn? Jon was uncertain how to explain this to them, as resorting to so-called prophecies would only backfire. Rest assured, Mr. Barr, if the southern wind does not materialize, Rupert and the others can withdraw at any time, and I will not hold it against you. Jon endeavored to project an air of determination, making eye contact with each individual. It was all about trust. At Blackwater Bay, Stannis stood upon a high vantage point, surveying his army and fleet. Over 200 ships blotted out the sky, representing nearly half of Westeros' naval power. At least, that was the facade. To his knowledge, both the Lannisters and Tyrells had intensified their military investments over the years. The Baratheons were not Targaryens, lacking such formidable deterrence. In other words, the Baratheons were far from legitimate and possessed no overwhelming force. While the Seven Kingdoms nominally fell under the Iron Throne, the Baratheon claim to that throne was anything but stable. The foundation of Baratheon rule rested upon an alliance of the stag, eagle, wolf, and fish families. If the Baratheon kingship were likened to a chair, these four houses served as the legs supporting it. However, after Robert's demise, he himself killed Renley. The Stormlands were rife with unrest, and the realm was once again under Lannister dominion. The Vale had ceased to heed commands, and Robb Stark of the North had even declared himself king. Stannis understood that his hasty decision to rally the vassals of the Stormlands to his side and then promptly assault King's Landing was somewhat rash. Yet, he found himself with no alternative should the Lannister and Tyrell armies arrive, and he failed to seize the capital to consolidate his power. Defeat would be inevitable. Nevertheless, he was compelled to act, for King's Landing held immense significance for him. He must capture and defend it at all costs, or he risked losing even Dragonstone. He surveyed the encampment stretching for miles, noting that only a small fraction of the troops were his loyal vassals, most having recently belonged to Renley. Stannis was acutely aware that should he falter, these men would promptly abandon him. Thus, while he appeared the aggressor in this battle, he was in truth on the defensive. Inaction would swiftly lead to his demise, while taking action might afford him a sliver of hope. Your Majesty, we are fully prepared, announced a knight with prominent ears. Sir Imry Florent, as he approached Stannis. He was Stannis's brother-in-law, and following Renly's death, he had eagerly pledged his family's allegiance to Stannis. Have the conditions at the Blackwater been ascertained? Stannis inquired. Rest assured, our fleet shall surely triumph over the Blackwater, he replied, even though he had not dispatched reconnaissance ships to ascertain the situation. Despite Onion Knight's prior counsel, he believed that his fleet, vastly outnumbering the Royal Navy, would render any advantage trivial. It was akin to a dragon facing mere mortals. Yet, he overlooked the fact that in the narrow waters of the Blackwater, such numerical superiority would be difficult to exploit, and ultimately, he would meet his end in flames. With the affirmative response, Stannis commanded, order the entire army to advance. Chapter 78, The Lionflower Alliance. A weary and demoralized army of over 20,000 was making its way from Harrenhal to King's Landing. This was the Lannister host, buoyed by their recent victories since Tywin had ordered troops from the Westerlands to march forth, sweeping through the Riverlands with great success. Their spirits soared even higher upon hearing news of Ned's incapacitation, leading them to believe that victory over the northern forces was all but assured. However, the events that unfolded soon exceeded their expectations. Not only was Jaime, who led the majority of the cavalry, defeated and captured, but the Westerlands also faced pillage and ruin. With all gains made in the Riverlands swiftly relinquished, the Lannister colors of gold and crimson appeared especially dim under the cloak of night. The golden gleam had faded, and the red now bore a brownish hue, rendering the entire army devoid of its former brilliance. Many soldiers of the West hung their heads, their spirits utterly exhausted from relentless toil, resembling lifeless husks. Amidst this weary army, Tywin, clad in resplendent armor, could not conceal his fatigue. His brow furrowed tightly as he reflected on the string of recent defeats. Since the uprising began, events had consistently unfolded beyond his expectations. Most astonishing was the revelation that Ned's illegitimate son had stealthily rescued him. Upon hearing this news, Tywin could scarcely believe his ears. While some speculated that a mysterious figure or perhaps a faceless man summoned by Stark was responsible, such conjectures mattered little. What was pivotal was that Ned had returned to Winterfell and rallied his forces. Tywin had anticipated that Ned, ensconced in King's Landing, would be utterly trapped. Believing that as long as Cersei kept him under close watch, the North would undoubtedly descend into chaos without leadership, dismissing Robb entirely from his considerations. Fortunately, Ned had merely summoned the vassals of the North, but during the march through the marshes, he succumbed to illness and fell into a coma. After Ned's collapse, Tywin had thought events were still unfolding in his favor, allowing him a moment of relief. However, he was utterly unprepared for Robb, whom he had underestimated. To reveal himself as a military prodigy, not only defeating and capturing Jaime but also launching raids deep into the Westerlands. His attempts to regroup were thwarted by Edmure. And now the critical situation in King's Landing compelled him to lead a rescue. One could say that after Robb's death, his meticulously crafted plans were thrown into disarray by Ned's two sons. He remained uncertain whether the imp Tyrion, whom he had always regarded with disdain, could hold back Stannis' 30,000 to 40,000 troops with a mere 10,000 men in King's Landing. He could only hasten his march, determined to arrive before the city fell. Yet, he found solace in the fact that Littlefinger had managed to forge the alliance of the Lions and Roses, with over 70,000 Riverland troops advancing from the south toward King's Landing. Nevertheless, he understood that if King's Landing were to fall, it would thrust Highgarden into a defensive position, compelling the Old Rose to abandon Loras for survival. In such a scenario, even if he sought to return to the Westerlands, he would have to confront the legendary Robb Stark. The current situation dictated that both Tywin and Stannis must seize King's Landing. It was not merely a strategic lifeline but also the source of legitimacy. Whoever held King's Landing would gain the upper hand, while the vanquished would face utter ruin. "My lord Tywin, we shall reach King's Landing in 2 days," announced Gregor, the vanguard commander, as he reported to Tywin, lifting his gaze to the soldier approaching him. Adorned with armor depicting 3 galloping hounds, Tywin felt a slight sense of reassurance. He reminisced about the War of the Usurper when he had remained in the Westerlands, waiting until the Targaryens and Robb had nearly settled their contest before dispatching troops to King's Landing, thereby securing a substantial political position for House Lannister under the Baratheon rule. His daughter ascended to the throne, and the West remained a bastion of power and wealth. He had also become the greatest creditor of the Baratheon dynasty. Uncertain if he could further elevate his family's status, a golden-haired middle-aged man stepped forward and inquired, "My lord, should we not take a moment's rest?" "Absolutely not. Accelerate our pace." Forward. Tywin understood that he was racing against Stannis for time. Each step forward brought him closer to victory. Meanwhile, Loras, engulfed in sorrow, anguish, and wrath, wore the tightly fitted armor of Renley. His once lustrous brown hair appeared unkempt and greasy from neglect, and the brilliance of his golden eyes had dimmed, with the blood vessels and the whites glaringly apparent. He was consumed by the flames of vengeance, and despite the societal taboo surrounding his relationship with Renley, their bond was genuine, rivaling that of any couple. The absence of his beloved plunged Loras into a state of despair and madness. Rumors suggested that Renly's assassination was executed by a supernatural entity, a shadowy figure devoid of substance, said to bear a striking resemblance to Stannis, dubbed the Shadow Assassin. Loras's initial suspicions fell upon Catelyn, who had recently sought an alliance with Renley, and Brienne, his squire, whom he regarded as almost masculine in stature and prowess. Yet, the lack of motive from these 2 women baffled him. Catelyn had approached Renley solely to seek aid for her son, with no means to commit the act. And the existence of the so-called Shadow Assassin defying all rational understanding, Loras pondered over the days. he concluded that Stannis was likely the perpetrator, adhering to the principle that those who gain must be suspect. After Renly's death, a significant portion of his vassals pledged allegiance to Stannis, despite the recent rivalry over legitimate claims to the throne. Thus, Loras redirected his thirst for vengeance towards Stannis. For days, Loras found it difficult to swallow any food, sustaining himself merely with milk to bolster his strength. Aware that Stannis' ambition lay in King's Landing, he marched with over 20,000 soldiers and his brother, Garland, straight toward the capital, intent on joining forces with Tywin to vanquish Stannis, not only for the family's interests but also for his beloved. Just then, a nobleman resembling him, with the same brown hair and golden eyes but sporting a beard, entered the scene. It was his elder brother, Garland. "You must eat something," Garland insisted, bringing forth venison and milk. "We are nearly at King's Landing." "I cannot eat," Loras replied. Yet Garland proceeded to set the food before him. "It is precisely because we are soon to arrive that you must eat more," Garland urged. The brothers, sharing strikingly similar features, exchanged a knowing glance. And Loras understood his brother's intent. Without a care for utensils, he seized the venison with his bare hands, tearing and gnawing at it as if it were not mere meat, but the very flesh and blood of Stannis himself. After the meal, Loras did not remain in the center of the army but hastened to the forefront, yearning to reach King's Landing with utmost urgency, his gaze fixed longingly in that direction. "Your Grace, I shall avenge you." Chapter 79. Morale. How far is Stannis from us? The imp ambled along the battlements of King's Landing, his movements somewhat unsteady due to his physical condition, compelling those who followed to match his pace. "My lord, it is likely less than a day. Their fleet may well arrive at the Blackwater tonight." Varys relayed the intelligence he had gathered, for since the arrival of the imp in King's Landing, a tentative alliance had formed between them, as Varys too wished to prevent Stannis from claiming the capital. "And what of the forces from Highgarden? They may be delayed. You see, Stannis travels by ship while they must ride horses, and most are infantry. In this primitive age, even Varys, with the most timely information, cannot pinpoint their exact location." In preparation for the city's defense, Tyrion had already arranged for the mountain clans he had invited to join the fray, tasking them with obstructing Stannis' scouts to gain an upper hand on the battlefield. "Let us inspect the ships." The two approached the warships, already laden with wildfire. In truth, the imp had not anticipated that the wildfire he had prepared would unleash far greater devastation than he envisioned. Had Stannis not neglected reconnaissance entirely, he could not have achieved an effect akin to the burning of Red Cliffs. His intention was merely to use the wildfire to impede Stannis' advance. Thus, gazing at the ships destined for sacrificial explosion, Tyrion wore a furrowed brow. He glanced at the newly recruited mercenaries nearby, his expression unchanged. They were merely a means to project strength. His gaze shifted to the nearest of the gold-cloaked guards, whose combat prowess had been significantly dulled by prolonged peace. Among them were many soldiers whose physiques had grown unseemly. Indeed, had it not been for the recent famine in King's Landing, they might have become even more portly. "Come, I must speak with Joffrey." Varys regarded him with a hint of confusion. "If our king were to grace the front lines, I would not need to recruit these mercenaries." Varys, lost in thought, pursed his lips, and the two climbed into the carriage to return to King's Landing. The imp had already relegated this band of mercenaries to the role of cheerleaders, harboring no grand expectations for them, merely hoping they would not crumble too swiftly. While Tyrion meticulously orchestrated the city's defenses, Kipling, posing as Jon's other attendant, regaled the mercenaries with tales of Jon's exploits in the free cities. Alas, Jon, having previously participated in several operations within the free cities, was prompted to recount the nature of battles involving tens of thousands of combatants. Given Jon's established persona among the mercenaries as one of few words, he gestured toward Kipling, signaling him to conjure a tale. Kipling instantly grasped the cue and began to weave an elaborate narrative. "Dear friends, I believe most of you have only engaged in skirmishes involving a few thousand, or perhaps even fewer than 1,000 combatants. Am I right?" Although Jon was reluctant to divulge much, the presence of Kipling, recounting the tale, was readily accepted by the audience. Many held grand goblets, their gestures of drinking exaggerated, as they absorbed the story. Numerous listeners nodded in agreement, as typically they accompanied minor lords to quell peasant uprisings, and conflicts between two lords rarely escalated beyond mere exchanges. I, however, have personally participated in 2 grand battles within the free cities. The armies stretched so far that they seemed to vanish into the horizon. The sheer mass of warriors was overwhelming, and I confess, I felt somewhat breathless. Of course, Kipling had never partaken in such grand conflicts. His words were mere fabrications drawn from his imagination, a talent he had honed over time. In his vivid recounting, many listeners held their breath, captivated. I recall the sun blazed fiercely that day, and clad in armor, I felt as though the very oils of my skin were being scorched by that infernal sun. Suddenly, thousands of arrows rained down upon us, blotting out the sun, casting a shadow that felt like a reprieve from the heat. What usually lasts but a fleeting moment felt like an eternity as we braved the storm of arrows. Around me, comrades fell, their bodies pierced as if by a porcupine. Kipling grew increasingly animated, so much so that froth began to form at the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for Jon and Robin, who were aware of his penchant for exaggeration, they too might have been deceived by his theatrics. Friends, do you have any idea how many men Stannis commands? A few young mercenaries, already enthralled, shook their heads in trepidation. Kipling, feigning a serious demeanor, scanned the room before dramatically lowering his voice. A staggering 50,000. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. 50,000, my friends. Just imagine if 10,000 of them unleashed a volley of arrows. Wouldn't the walls be bristling with them? Let alone us. At this moment, someone expressed relief. Thank goodness that the dwarf has us guarding the mud gate. It couldn't he possibly accommodate so many? Others seemed to exhale in relief at this thought. Fools. Kipling's abrasive voice cut through their moment of solace. Do you believe that the ground cannot bear them? What of the water? Water? How could anyone stand upon water? Without waiting for a response, Kipling posed another question. Do you know how many warships Stannis commands? As the crowd once again shook their heads, he delved deeper into the previous discussion, this time retracting his thumb. A total of 400 ships, and they are all lengthy vessels spanning several meters. Are you not aware that King Robert once appointed him as the commander of the Navy, the Royal Fleet? I recall having counted them previously. It seems there were fewer than 40 ships, accompanied by numerous smaller craft. Now, some individuals have begun to engage in conversation, as Kipling's persuasive efforts have yielded notable results. In truth, where did Stannis muster 50,000 men, let alone 400 warships? Such claims are bound to shake the morale of the troops. If it were not for the implausibility of 4,000 warships, Kipling would not hesitate to assert such statements. Upon hearing such comparisons, the assembly felt a sense of discomfort. One man against Stannis is one thing, but to contend with 10 ships for each of his vessels is utterly inconceivable. Thus, I maintain that when the time comes, merely loosing a couple of arrows at Stannis' army would suffice to justify the reward bestowed upon me by that dwarf. Risking one's life for such a trifling sum is hardly worthwhile. Kipling, seizing the moment, continued to indoctrinate the mercenaries, and Jon, feeling compelled not to remain a mere spectator, interjected, My Lord Jon, you have truly witnessed the realities of the battlefield. When the time comes for you to flee or retreat, might you take me along? I fear I may become disoriented and unable to find my way. A mercenary with a flat nose joined in, revealing himself as one of Borho's men. Chapter 8. Arrival as a mercenary. Lanko could only be described as a novice. This would be his first true encounter with the battlefield. Facing a conflict involving tens of thousands of individuals inevitably induced a sense of anxiety and even dread. He gazed upon the camouflaged and strategically concealed winch tower. Though referred to as a tower, it stood no taller than 3 meters. Its core consisted of a winch, ingeniously repurposed from a millstone, large enough for 3 or 5 men to recline upon comfortably. Its height exceeded a meter, and several long wooden handles were affixed to the winch to facilitate its operation. At least 24 robust men would be required to turn such a mechanism. Moreover, the iron chain crafted by Tyrion to obstruct the river was the stoutest they had ever encountered, rivaling the thickness of an adult's arm. After all, these chains were intended to thwart warships, necessitating significant girth. He then cast a glance at Jon, clad in armor, and found it curious that Jon had chosen to wield a long-handled axe today. In fact, it appeared that around 10 others had also opted for long-handled axes. However, Lanko paid little heed to this detail and focused instead on the eastern horizon. Tyrion had informed them that Stannis' fleet would likely arrive before nightfall, and with the sun now kissing the narrow sea, their arrival seemed imminent. He glanced once more at the iron chain lying quietly amidst the grass, resembling a thick, black serpent. When this serpent stirred, it would signal the moment they raised the chains. Although the Blackwater River was broad and communication with the opposing side was challenging, the iron chains provided a connection. He need only keep his eyes fixed upon the chains. Lanka cast a glance at the iron chain, then at the horizon. Every passing moment felt like an agonizing ordeal. Look, it's Stannis' fleet. A voice bellowed, igniting a wave of tension among the men, who hastily concealed themselves within the underbrush. Out of the corner of his eye, Lanka noticed Jon stumbling over a wild grass, nearly losing his balance. Ah! It seems the famed Jon Snow is not so formidable after all. However, he chose not to linger on that thought, instead fixating on the slowly advancing fleet. Although the ships appeared to be moving at a leisurely pace, their actual speed was anything but slow. Even the smallest vessel boasted a crew of 100 oarsmen, and with the soldiers aboard, Each ship carried no fewer than 300 souls. Should even one ship detect their presence, Stannis' fleet would not suffer a crippling defeat. Yet, fortune favored Lan Ku and his companions, as each diminutive black dot that represented a ship gradually expanded until it passed by them unnoticed. 1, 2, 3, 8, 10, 16. Hey, how many are coming down? The mercenaries, lacking in education, struggled with counting, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was that the fleet passing before them was certainly not fewer than 100 vessels. As the ships glided by, the men in golden robes began to retreat towards the city gates, but not to fortify their defenses. Rather, they left a guard at intervals. This was Tyrion's command, ensuring that the soldiers responsible for the winches on both the northern and southern banks would receive timely messages for the swift raising of the chain. After a span of several minutes, the sun was reduced to less than 1/5 of its presence above the sea. More ships continued to sail past, while Lanka's gaze remained fixed on the iron chain, and everyone had already positioned themselves near the winch. The chain stirred. Pull. As the iron chain seemed to come alive, slithering through the grass, Lanka shouted to the others. No sooner had he spoken than a series of signals echoed from afar, drawing closer. Raise the chain. Raise the chain. Raise the chain. Over 20 men strained to push the enormous winch, and Lanka quickly found a spot to lend his strength, glancing up to see Jon directly in front of him. Yet, something felt amiss. They had previously attempted this, and though the river chain was heavy, it had never been this burdensome. Many men trembled with exertion, their upper bodies shaking, but the colossal winch seemed as if it had rusted, reluctant to turn even an inch. Meanwhile, on the southern bank of the Blackwater River, Boron directed a group of men pushing the winch with relative ease. Push. If you want to live, then damned well push. Boron's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, his fierce expression resembling that of a predator ready to devour the soldiers laboring at the winch. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions, 5 revolutions. According to their calculations, the iron chain should have been raised after a maximum of 20 turns. However, Balin, who placed a hand on the chain to assess its position, discovered that its height remained inadequate. As the last glimmer of sunlight descended into the sea, he could still see a considerable portion of the chain submerged beneath the water. Damn it, what are those bastards across the way doing? Why haven't they pulled the chain up yet? Balin's men had already turned nearly 30 times, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Suddenly, one individual collapsed to the ground. The sudden loss of a comrade intensified the pressure on the others. Enraged at the sight of a fallen mercenary, Balin unleashed his fury, kicking and striking the downed man. You son of a dog, get up. Hurry up. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed, and the crowd turned their gaze toward King's Landing, where green flames erupted into the air, reaching several meters high. Balin's anxiety escalated, hoarsely. He shouted to the others, push. Not a single ship can leave today. Push. Balin understood that while wildfires could be devastating, they required time to ignite. And Stannis lacked the chain for his vessels. To obliterate his fleet in one fell swoop, they needed to elevate the chain promptly. As they exerted their strength, the chain near the southern shore gradually surfaced, yet it still fell short of the desired height, particularly on the northern bank, where it remained submerged. At that moment, Balin noticed that warships were beginning to retreat, and soon, one collided with the chain, effectively obstructing Stannis' fleet's withdrawal. Balin laughed joyfully, realizing that he had accomplished the majority of his task. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, he suddenly felt the world spin, and soon after, his face was pricked by the wild grass beneath him. How strange. Did I fall? This was Balin's final thought in life. Suddenly, there was silence where Balin's voice had been. Someone turned to look and discovered that Balin had vanished, replaced by Jon, who should have been on the opposite shore. Behind him was someone bearing the fiery stag banner of Stannis. Jon's sword still dripped with blood, and he glanced at Balin's headless corpse lying on the ground before picking up the fallen man's weapon and addressing the others. You have 2 choices. Stay and join me in taking King's Landing, or lay down your arms and leave, and I shall spare your lives. A group of mercenaries, still pushing the long lever, exchanged glances and swiftly abandoned the winch. The winch spun rapidly, and the chain that had just risen sank back into the river. Surprisingly, none of the mercenaries chose to flee. 1. A man in his 30s with deep-set lines etched into his skin stepped forward. I pledge loyalty to His Majesty Stannis. The others glanced at one another, and soon more voices echoed. I pledge loyalty to His Majesty Stannis. I pledge loyalty to His Majesty Stannis. With this newfound support, Jon realized he now commanded nearly 50 men. The 2 brothers, bearing the blazing stag banner behind them, were the Taster brothers, who had come to confront the Rondo family. In a bid for redemption, they cried out, pleading to accompany Jon. After a moment of contemplation and observation, Jon resolved to bring them along. Glenn, wait for me, Karen. Bring the lantern and follow me, he instructed. Jon, accompanied by 7 individuals, ascended to a slightly elevated area. Under his direction, they arranged themselves in the formation of the Big Dipper. Although each was utterly bewildered, not comprehending Jon's intentions, they dared not utter a word. Karen watched as Jon unfastened his pack and donned an intriguingly styled white robe. With a flourish, he wielded his longsword, seemingly performing a peculiar dance. Karen felt a surge of anxiety. He could not fathom why, in such a tense moment, Jon would summon them to witness his dance. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as Jon had previously warned him to keep whatever they witnessed to themselves. The others had received the same caution. Whispers of doubt began to circulate among them. It was no wonder Jon forbade them from sharing their observations. After all, there was a battle raging nearby. And here he was, dancing. What a disgrace it would be if that were to become known. Perhaps intimidated by Jon's prowess, they could only comply. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Karen could no longer restrain himself. Just as he was about to speak, a damp breeze swept through. The lanterns in their hands began to sway violently in the sudden gust. Is the wind rising? They pondered, glancing at one another before turning their astonished gazes to Jon. Magic? Divine Power. Chapter 81. Wildfire, Part 1. Gazing at the seemingly endless fleet, Davos felt an undercurrent of unease. He paced the deck of the Black Beth, exhibiting signs of anxiety. Although Stannis' fleet boasted 4 times the number of ships compared to the Royal Navy, the relatively narrow confines of the Blackwater River rendered their numerical superiority ineffective. Instead, the maneuvering of the warships presented logistical challenges. Davos craned his neck, searching for the ship where his son was stationed. He and his wife had sired 7 sons, 4 of whom he had placed in Stannis' army. Davos held Stannis' integrity in high regard and sincerely hoped that Westeros would soon welcome a just king. Of course, he harbored a personal hope that his sons might achieve renown through this battle and aspire to knighthood. Claire, be cautious and maintain distance from the other ships. Davos admonished his subordinate. Understood, my lord. He recalled having previously inquired whether Imry had dispatched scouts to reconnoiter the river, only to receive a dismissive response. However, Imry was a Florent, closely related to Stannis' queen, and Davos's gentle reminders fell on deaf ears. According to the original narrative, Davos narrowly escaped death in this skirmish, while all 4 of his sons perished in the inferno. As for that fellow, Imry, he too met an unfortunate fate, depicted in Stannis' recollections as a fool. In stark contrast to Davos' anxious demeanor stood Montford Valerion of Driftmark, who was currently at the helm of a ship, the Glory of Driftmark, leading the entire fleet at the forefront. This warship, clad in silver, was impossible for the defenders of King's Landing to overlook. Surrounding the Glory were merely a few rowboats meant for transporting siege ladders. He swept back his bright golden hair with a hand, and a fierce glint sparkled in his violet eyes. As he gazed at the ever-approaching King's Landing, Montford felt his heart racing. The Valerians, sharing Valyrian blood with the Targaryens, had remained dormant for far too long. He yearned for war to restore his family's prestige. This was precisely why he was a staunch proponent of aggression. Whether regarding Storm's End or King's Landing, Cat informed the sailors to hasten. We shall be the first to reach the gates of King's Landing. Yes, my lord. We shall surely be the first upon the battlements. It is noteworthy that, whether in the east or the west, for a warrior, the significance of claiming the honor of the first assault far exceeds that of a scholar's success in examinations. Ordinary soldiers can ascend to officer ranks through such deeds, while officers can gain promotions through their valor. In the western realm of Rome, soldiers who secured the first assault were honored with golden olive crowns and dined alongside their commanders, a tremendous accolade indeed. For this confrontation, the majority of Stannis' soldiers and lords were optimistic, as their numbers far exceeded those of the defending forces by 5 or 6 times. And their fleet outnumbered the Royal Navy by more than 4-fold. As long as they could make landfall, victory seemed assured. However, he remained oblivious to the jars floating on the river's surface, bobbing like wandering phantoms. Montford's gaze was fixed on the distant royal fleet. He had recently equipped his Glory with a more formidable ram. He believed he was about to wreak havoc upon the enemy, akin to a tiger among sheep. My lord, they are coming. One of Montford's sailors called out. All hands, smash through them. Montford unsheathed his long sword with a clang and shouted fervently. At that moment, dozens of scattered rockets shot through the night sky, striking the water's surface. Montford was perplexed. Even if they intended to ignite their ships with rockets, they should at least wait until they were within range. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. In the next instant, a cacophony of thunderous explosions sent a jolt of fear through him. Centered around a yellow flame, a green light flickered, followed by a resounding blast as a 10-meter-wide sphere of green fire erupted with ferocity. Subsequently, a series of explosions echoed, with dozens of jars detonating simultaneously. The river seemed ablaze, and a wave of heat surged towards them as if the gates of hell had swung open. Soon after, a dozen speedboats were swept along the river towards Montford. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, and they immediately realized that these were sacrificial vessels. The green flames twisted like enormous serpents entwining the warships, their anguished cries and clawing gestures resembling a desperate attempt to drag the vessels into the abyss. The warships groaned under the scorching wildfires, akin to pitiful prey being constricted by the green monstrosity. Hard to starboard. Turn. Turn. Montford bellowed at the helmsman upon realizing the enemy's intention to employ fire as a weapon. Before his ship, only 3 small boats lay ahead, and the glory was a mere 300 meters from Tyrion's Wildfire ship, far too short a distance to maneuver in time. The Wildfire vessels blazed fiercely, with green flames occasionally cascading onto the water's surface. The Wildfire would not extinguish until everything flammable was consumed. The flames that splashed onto the water transformed into elongated streams of fire, akin to slender venomous snakes, moving with even swifter velocity. Soon, another series of explosions rang out. The royal fleet had lost more than half of its ships to the Wildfire, which converged into a roaring green monstrosity of flames charging towards Stannis' fleet. Montford anxiously observed the sacrificial vessels that were once a safe distance away, his handsome Valyrian visage illuminated by the green glow, now marred by patches of ghastly hue. The few oared boats carrying engineering equipment ahead of his warship had ignited, and the sailors scattered in panic. Those with experience dove into the water, while the slower ones were consumed by the flames. My lord, look. At this moment, with less than 100 miles to King's Landing, the Western forces expected to arrive in 4 or 5 hours, sensed the commotion towards the city. Tywin furrowed his brow, realizing that Stannis had made his move. He gazed at the faintly illuminated greenish sky, a single word echoing in his mind: Wildfire. Yet, he could not discern whether it was Stannis deploying Wildfire to besiege the city or his own son Tyrion utilizing it for defense and counterattack. Such thoughts were of little consequence now. The priority was to hasten their march towards King's Landing. Everyone, quicken your pace. For every man who repels Stannis, a reward of 100 golden dragons awaits, Tywin declared. Lord Tywin has promised 100 golden dragons for repelling Stannis. The Western forces, spurred by this material incentive, suddenly found renewed vigor, their marching speed increasing markedly. Chapter 82, Wildfire, Part 2, observing the wildfire erupting on the river like fireworks. Cheers from the golden-robed figures atop the city walls and the mercenaries resonated along the riverbank. Oh. Joffrey, coaxed out by Tyrion, felt his tension considerably ease as he witnessed the spectacle before him, a smile inadvertently creeping across his lips. Watching the jubilation of others, a peculiar sensation swelled within his chest, leading him to ponder, is this what victory feels like? Standing beside him, the hound, Clegane, bore a rather peculiar expression, with beads of perspiration forming on his brow and his hand trembling uncontrollably upon the hilt of his sword. His visage was marred by scars from a childhood incident where his brother had thrust his face into a brazier, instilling in him a profound fear of fire. Fortunately, none noticed the display of discomposure from the King's Guard. In stark contrast to the revelry of others, Tyrion, the mastermind behind the entire scheme, remained exceedingly tense. He was uncertain whether the plan at the riverbank had succeeded. Should the chains fail to rise, the trap would not inflict any significant harm upon Stannis. Once the vast army landed, the fall of King's Landing would be instantaneous. Tyrion stood atop a makeshift platform, gazing into the distance along the riverbank. Knowing that the trap would only be deemed effective once the wildfire reached a sufficient number of ships, his decision to avoid the battlements was also strategic, ensuring that the wildfire could be ignited at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, in Stannis' fleet, Davos, upon learning of the fiery assault ahead, was consumed by anxiety. Desperate to save his son, Davos led a small group towards the rear in a small vessel. However, as the ships ahead began to retreat, the space available to them dwindled alarmingly, resulting in collisions that left gaping wounds on the hulls of the ships involved. As a seasoned smuggler, Davos recognized that the damaged vessel would require extensive repairs, if not outright condemnation. Wildfire, order a retreat. Stannis, commanding from the center, immediately commanded the fleet to withdraw upon hearing of the fire assault. He acknowledged his own impatience, yet believed his formidable fleet could withstand such losses. However, bad news soon followed. Chains spanned the river, blocking the fleet's escape. Quickly, have them dismantled, as he observed the retreating fleet drawing ever closer. Stannis felt a surge of panic. Florent had assured him that reconnaissance had been conducted, yet he realized that now was not the time to assign blame. The priority was to evacuate the fleet. If the wildfire ignited, it was likely that not even half of the thousands of soldiers would survive. Meanwhile, The ships crowded around the chains had already begun organizing to storm ashore. It was during Stannis' incineration of the Seven God statue that Adrian Selmy, known as Old Crab, had covered his head. Unlike Mormont, he lacked such fervor. Hence, the Selmy fleet lagged at the rear of the entire armada. Just as he prepared to send men to assault the winch tower, he was taken aback to see someone waving Stannis' fiery stag banner beside the tower. When had this occurred, Old Crab was astonished, but as he witnessed the chains that had hindered the fleet sink into the river, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. With the crisis averted, it was time to retreat from the Blackwater River, regroup, and prepare for the next assault. The congested warships finally found sufficient space to maneuver. Swiftly exiting the Blackwater River one after another, Davos, who had been trapped amidst the pressing vessels, was pleasantly surprised to witness the ships beginning to retreat, prompting him to hasten and ascertain the situation. At that moment, Mormont was leading the crew of the Glory, wielding their spears to fend off any debris ignited by the wildfire. Suddenly, he realized there was space behind him, filling him with unexpected joy. However, the wildfire continued to encroach, and death was still near. The flames surrounded the Glory, leaving him with insufficient time to turn back. Just as he hesitated on whether to abandon the ship and flee, he noticed that the surrounding flames were mysteriously receding. While he pondered the cause, everyone abruptly realized that a wind had risen during this season. A southern wind, no less. As Stannis was delighted to discover that the obstacles at the winch tower had vanished and was preparing to issue the retreat order, a nearby attendant reminded him, "Your Majesty, the wind has risen." Stannis extended his hand to feel the direction of the wind, puzzled as to why a southern breeze would occur at this time of year. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, the strength of the wind rapidly intensified. Within moments, those merely 2 or 3 meters apart had to shout to be heard. The wildfire, hissing like a venomous serpent, surged towards Stannis' fleet as if an invisible hand had pressed it against the water's surface, writhing and struggling but unable to advance. Simultaneously, as this inexplicable southern wind grew more ferocious, the warships on the Blackwater River were blown toward the shore. Stannis first experienced a wave of panic, followed by euphoric joy. Feeling as though he had received divine favor, perhaps the King of Light was indeed protecting him. Countless soldiers and knights leaped from their vessels, rushing toward the walls of King's Landing like a tidal wave, erecting siege ladders to commence the assault. "Retreat! Back to the city!" Tyrion shouted, yet upon turning, he was astonished to see a flaming stag banner, initially doubting his vision, but it was merely a few meters away. When had Stannis' forces appeared? The flood of questions momentarily disoriented him, yet he swiftly regained his senses, realizing his precarious situation. Thus, he turned to flee. Rupert brandished his massive axe, shouting his allegiance to Stannis, followed by nearly 200 golden-robed men. "Kill that dwarf. Reward of 10,000 gold dragons." This was the phrase Jon had taught him. And soon, in the encroaching darkness, Tyrion became a veritable trove of gold, closely pursued by a handful of soldiers, valiantly confronting the frenzied mercenaries. The formation had already collapsed. Meanwhile, as Jon swung his longsword, the southern wind grew ever more wild, rendering the officers' commands discernible only through lip movements. But it mattered not. Their direction of attack aligned with that of the wind, and with 20,000 troops swiftly ashore, they needed only to charge forward. What he failed to notice was that Karen and several others who had raised their lanterns were looking at him with a gaze that had completely shifted from initial confusion and bewilderment to sheer astonishment. Now, witnessing the fierce southern winds turn the tide of battle over the Blackwater River, everything before them began to feel almost miraculous. Chapter 83, The Descent into Water as the flickering light of the wildfire and distant torches illuminated the scene. Joffrey beheld a swarm of soldiers erecting siege ladders against the city walls. Instinctively, he took a step back, feeling a tightening in his breath. "Retreat. Escort me back to the Red Keep." With his command, the guards around him hastily followed suit. A throng of soldiers dispersed from the ranks, vanishing into the darkness as if fleeing from a great terror. This commotion naturally caught the attention of other soldiers, and the already dwindling morale of the ancient city evaporated at an alarming rate. Kipling, witnessing this turn of events, quickly returned to the ambush position of Sherman's men. Among all present, he felt the most at ease. If he could not manage even this task, he doubted he would find favor with Jon in the future. His feelings towards Jon had shifted from admiration and respect to a sense of awe and reverence. After all, few have the opportunity to ally with a prophet. Meanwhile, Tyrion continued to struggle valiantly. Where are the Kingsguard? The Hound? Summon them to hold the line. The overwhelming assault weighed heavily upon the diminutive Tyrion, who, aware of the average man's stature, raised his voice in a desperate attempt to buy more time. "The king is retreating." A voice cried out. "The king is fleeing." The announcement of Joffrey's departure struck like a final blow to the already wavering morale, and Tyrion's deepest fears of rout were realized. Surrounded by a few of his guards, He felt like a rock in a raging river, vulnerable to the tide. Resolute, Tyrion sought to halt the retreating soldiers. In the original narrative, he too faced such a situation, and employing a tactic of provocation, he bellowed at the soldiers, "Is your courage less than that of a mere dwarf?" His words rekindled some bravery among those about to flee. Yet, this time, he found no opportunity to act. Rupert had set his sights on him. Charging forward with a throng of men, the guards beside Tyrion were woefully few, scattering in disarray, leaving him unprotected and forced to flee. However, the disparity in their physiques was stark. Rupert, with his long limbs, pursued Tyrion, who was short and stocky, akin to chasing a large rabbit. In a swift motion, Tyrion rolled aside, narrowly evading Rupert's outstretched hand. But the two had already reached the riverbank, and as Tyrion scrambled up a small rise, his back remained utterly exposed to Bart. Tyrion felt an immense tug from the armor on his back, and in an instant, he was swept away, tumbling and rolling into the depths of the Blackwater River. Rupert lingered on the shore for what felt like an eternity, yet there was no sign of Tyrion resurfacing. He mused that perhaps the weight of Tyrion's armor was too burdensome. With the darkness enveloping them, a fallen commander seemed no different from a lifeless body, prompting Rupert to turn and charge towards the remaining soldiers. Meanwhile, Montfort finally reached the shore, surveying his surroundings and realizing he was among the first to land with siege ladders in hand. This fortuitous circumstance bestowed upon him a significant opportunity to be the first to ascend the city gates. The unusual southern winds had indeed spared his life and his ship. The Glorious remained intact. Of the 600 soldiers he had brought from Storm's End, over 500 still stood. This left him somewhat unsettled, as the Targaryens worshipped the Seven yet lost the Iron Throne, while Stannis, devoted to the Lord of Light, had sacrificed the statues of the Seven and the weirwood trees to gain such divine favor. Shaking his head, Montfort chastised himself for entertaining these thoughts at such a critical moment. Just as he prepared to command his men to assault the city, he spotted a fleet of small boats bearing the flaming stag banner approaching his direction. An unsettling feeling washed over him. The presence of friendly forces in this location seemed improbable. "Inquire who they are," Montfort instructed one of his attendants. "At your command, my lord," replied a soldier clad in white armor stationed at the shore. As Jon and his company made landfall, he inquired, "We hail from Storm's End. To which house do you belong?" Jon, no longer needing to conceal his identity, boldly declared, "I am Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell." At this revelation, not only the soldier who questioned him, but also the men behind Jon and the mercenaries who had temporarily joined them wore expressions of disbelief. An awkward silence enveloped both parties, until the soldiers shouted, "Hold your position. Do not approach the shore." Yet, with the battle raging, Jon was unwilling to remain idle on the vessel and commanded, "Continue rowing. Prepare to disembark." However, as Jon and his small contingent stepped ashore, Montfort surrounded them with his soldiers, dozens of archers drawing their bows in warning. Montfort bellowed, "Step back, or I shall unleash my arrows." Jon, undeterred, retorted, "But Lord Valyrian, I am Jon Snow, the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, come to aid His Majesty Stannis in the siege of King's Landing. How can you prove your identity?" Montfort challenged. Just as Jon was about to respond, Karen interjected, "That wind," but was silenced by a fierce glare from Jon. "Do you doubt my identity, my lord? I have no means of proof, but my men are currently intercepting Joffrey within. We must advance swiftly." Seeing Montfort's lingering skepticism, Jon resorted to a provocation. "My lord Montfort, do you truly fear us few, with so many soldiers at your command?" "Humph," Montfort scoffed, signaling the archers to lower their bows. Ultimately, the two forces converged, amassing nearly 600 men who surged towards the Mudgate. At that moment, the defending troops below had already been thrown into disarray by Rupert's charge. With the addition of Jon and Montfort, they pressed forward with a resolute spirit, swiftly capturing the battlements. Since Montfort did not carry a banner, they resorted to the fiery stag standard brought by Jon. Although such an act went unnoticed in the darkness, the news of their conquest of the Mudgate spread like wildfire, further invigorating the already buoyant morale of Stannis' army. Before long, Stannis received the tidings. "The river gate has fallen?" Although a smile was yet to grace his face, those around him could sense his palpable excitement. Who was the first to ascend the battlements? "Your Majesty," it was Lord Montfort Valerion, who waved the banner atop the walls. Stannis nodded, though a twinge of confusion stirred within hhim. He recalled Melisandre's prophecy that a boy would aid him in claiming King's Landing, and she had specified a youth with gray eyes. Regardless of whether Montfort possessed such eyes, he was already a father. Could he still be considered a boy? However, Stannis knew this was not the moment for such musings. He needed to seize the momentum and swiftly take King's Landing, especially since he had just received troubling news. It was rumored that Renley had risen again and was heading towards the city. Stannis dismissed the notion of resurrection. Suspecting it was merely the Tyrell forces, he had to act quickly to secure King's Landing. Chapter 84. The knock at the door after Jon, Montford, and Rupert united. Their numbers swelled to 800. They left over 100 men to guard the gate, while the remainder advanced along the river road toward the Red Keep. Meanwhile, Sherman's, leading a small contingent, set numerous snares along the road. Thanks to Robert's extravagant indulgence, the Crown had no funds to fortify the road, allowing Sherman's and his men to dig several pits. As Sherman's quietly awaited, he suddenly spotted Kipling approaching on horseback, signaling with a torch. "Everyone prepare," he commanded. After Kipling reached them, a few men began to withdraw carts filled with sandbags. They positioned the carts in the center of the road and dismantled the axles, transforming the laden carts into formidable obstacles. "Joffrey is on his way. Are you all ready?" Kipling gasped as he reached Sherman's. "Rest assured, once he arrives, he won't be leaving anytime soon," Sherman's replied. "By the way, how many are coming?" Sherman's inquired, aware that their own numbers were but a handful, and anyone escaping with Joffrey would likely be elite troops. A larger force could pose significant challenges. "I'm not certain. There are likely many routes following along as well." As the two discussed, the sound of thundering hooves echoed in the distance, and all held their breath, awaiting Joffrey's arrival. As Joffrey's carriage entered the snares range at Sherman's command, Joffrey's carriage and the accompanying cavalry were suddenly thrown into disarray. The anguished whinnies of the horses, the clamor of the overturned carriage, and the startled exclamations of the golden-robed figure mingled together, resembling a lament of despair. "Alert! Alert!" Joffrey was dragged from the fallen carriage, blood trickling from his forehead. His golden locks soaked in crimson, dripping onto his armor, rendering him a pitiable sight. Boros, charged with Joffrey's protection, along with a dozen attendants, formed a protective circle around him, their longswords drawn, their backs turned to the king. Joffrey trembled uncontrollably, even the muscles in his jaw seemed to writhe beyond his command, rendering him speechless. However, as Kipling had brought only a handful of men, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Boros, upon observing their peasant garb, turned to Joffrey and remarked, "Your Grace, they are but a rabble of commoners." As Joffrey's royal guard, Boros had encountered more common folk than the king, and he could discern from the demeanor of the individuals before him that they were certainly not nobles. Despite the recent chaos caused by the trap that had sent them sprawling, these individuals did not appear to be soldiers. Boros speculated that they were likely ruffians taking advantage of the turmoil, yet the armor they wore puzzled him. Joffrey, however, paid little heed to such nuances. Upon realizing they were mere commoners, he felt his body cease to tremble, his heart steadying, and vigor returning to his limbs. More distressingly, an overwhelming surge of indignation ignited within him, nearly causing his head to explode with rage. "I am King Joffrey. If you do not disperse at once, I shall condemn you to death." Kipling and his companions exchanged glances, pondering why Joffrey resorted to threats without any indication of their intent to surrender. Seeing them remain motionless, Joffrey commanded Boros, "Kill them, quickly." Although Kipling and his group donned leather armor, their swordsmanship paled in comparison, and being outnumbered left them with no choice but to evade confrontation, witnessing the advantage shift overwhelmingly in his favor. Joffrey felt a reckless desire to draw his sword and attack. "Kill them! Stab that fat one!" Just as he shouted, a throng of soldiers emerged from behind, swiftly filling the street. Earlier, Jon and his companions had routed a hastily assembled band of remnants, causing a slight delay on their path. The previously anxious Kipling and Sherman, upon seeing Jon and his large contingent approach, felt a surge of confidence. In stark contrast, Boros, who had initially been quite self-assured, felt his spirits plummet. Although he was unaware of which lord's forces surrounded them under Stannis, the sheer number of soldiers blocking the street left them with no glimmer of hope. Joffrey beheld the army that had filled the streets, momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing the banner they bore, he collapsed to the ground, realizing it was indeed his uncle's insignia. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed," Jon cried out, and the unmistakable clatter of weapons being cast aside filled the air. Boros and the others tasked with guarding Joffrey knelt in surrender, leaving him helplessly standing, akin to a solitary quail. Montford gazed at the mere 14-year-old Joffrey, his eyes alight with elation. "Bring him here. Find him," he commanded his subordinates, all of whom were jubilant, for their lord had captured a king, promising ample rewards for their loyalty. Thus, several fierce soldiers advanced, akin to wolves beholding an unadorned beauty. Yet Joffrey, being scarcely 14, felt his strength dissipate entirely. Trembling like a frail old man, "Hold on." Jon raised his hand to halt their approach, drawing a perplexed glance from Montford. "My lord, ahead lies the Red Keep. Do you not wish to seize it? Within resides Cersei, who murdered King Robert, and her offspring born of her incestuous union with Jaime. Montfort turned to Jon, stating, I certainly desire to take the Red Keep, but we are fewer than 500. To breach its defenses, we would require at least 3,000 men with siege equipment. Jon gestured toward Joffrey. What do you think of this siege engine? Montfort, momentarily baffled, was swiftly enlightened by Kipling, prompting Jon to patiently elucidate his stratagem. Observing Joffrey's lack of resolve, he was reminded of the war god Zhuge Liang from the Tumu fortress and believed he could masquerade with Montfort's men as Joffrey's protectors to deceive the gates of the Red Keep. Montfort's eyes brightened at this plan, and he readily consented. Jon, with a smile, approached Joffrey, adopting a respectful demeanor as he slightly bowed and said, Your Majesty, do not fret. We mean you no harm. Please mount your horse. We shall escort you to the Red Keep. Joffrey, oblivious to the true nature of Jon and Montfort's plot, clung desperately to Jon's assurance of safety as his lifeline. The fate that awaited his siblings and mother upon entering the Red Keep was far from his considerations. Please, do not harm me. I will be obedient, he implored. Chapter 85. The Whispers of Fate. Montfort restructured the formation, placing those clad in golden robes, such as Rupert, at the forefront to mislead the guards within the Red Keep. He and Jon flanked Joffrey, serving as his protectors. Joffrey squinted through blood-matted eyes at the surrounding soldiers, feeling utterly exposed. Occasionally, he caught glances directed at him, reminiscent of the way Robert had looked at prey during their hunting excursions. A sense of oppression clutched at his chest, akin to an unseen force constricting his throat, rendering him unable to breathe freely despite the discomfort that enveloped him. Stealing a glance at the young noble Montfort, standing to his right and brimming with excitement, he could not help but acknowledge that this was indeed a genuine feat of capturing a king. Since the conqueror Aegon, how many in all of Westeros could boast such an achievement? He then turned his gaze to Jon, a youth only slightly his senior, yet still considerably shorter. In contrast to the others, Jon exhibited an unusual calmness. As the Red Keep drew ever closer, his body trembled uncontrollably. So much so that the pain from his wound seemed to fade into the background, overshadowed by his mounting anxiety. Jon realized that if Joffrey continued in this state, he might soon struggle to articulate even the simplest of thoughts. Revealing such trepidation would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he placed his hand gently upon Joffrey's head. This peculiar gesture of consolation piqued the curiosity of those around them, including Sherman, Kipling, and the Tarth brothers, who craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Joffrey, overwhelmed by his tension, let out an unintentional shriek, drawing the attention of the others. Understanding that fear often stems from the unknown, Jon felt compelled to offer reassurance. Your Grace, there is no need for concern. As long as you lead us into the Red Keep and willingly don the black attire to journey to the Wall after your trial, no one shall harm you. The notion of survival brought a measure of comfort to Joffrey, yet he shook his head in protest. No, I refuse to go to the Wall. My mother has warned me that it is dreadfully cold there, capable of freezing one's ears off. A burst of laughter erupted from the group. Unable to contain their amusement at the pampered king's fears, Joffrey, bewildered by their laughter, turned to Jon with confusion etched upon his face. That cannot be true. I have spent time at the Wall, and as you can see, my ears are perfectly intact. Besides, you must have met my uncle Benjen Stark, and his ears are just fine as well. Perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope for his own survival, Joffrey began to relax. Could I not be spared from the Wall? Winterfell is already quite cold. Surely the Wall must be worse. Might I be granted a small castle instead? This plea incited another round of laughter among the group. Let it be so. Once we conclude this battle, we shall leave the decision to King Stannis. Montfort, standing beside Joffrey, could not help but regard Jon with newfound respect for his ability to soothe the previously trembling king with just a few words. In his early 20s, Montfort revered martial prowess, aiming to seize this opportunity to restore his family's reputation. Nevertheless, he was far from foolish. His aptitude for learning was exceptional. Observing the earlier proceedings, he noted how Jon had strategically positioned his men in key locations, a tactical acumen that could be likened to that of a genius. He estimated that Jon commanded no more than 300 men, yet he had managed to wield their capabilities to the effect of 3,000. All of this is owed to the unrelenting southern wind. Were it not for this peculiar breeze, their siege would not have proceeded with such remarkable ease. When Tyrion ignited the wildfire, the chains that obstructed the fleet were swiftly dismantled. However, had it not been for this gust suppressing the flames, Montfort believed his fate would have been precarious indeed. In contrast to Montfort's admiration for Jon on a mere capability level, Kipling and the others held a certain reverence for Jon, recognizing that they were following a genuine prophet. The prospect of wealth and prosperity seemed imminent. What exactly is Lord Jon leading you all towards? Glenn inquired obliquely along the way, but Karen remained tight-lipped about his endeavors with Jon. I've told you. It's nothing of consequence. Really? You and I are twin brothers. Must you even keep secrets from me? Glenn nudged his brother's shoulder playfully, feigning discontent. Karen, somewhat exasperated, furrowed his brow and replied, "The Lord has commanded silence. Speaking of it could cost me my life." Glenn was taken aback by the gravity of the situation and reluctantly fell silent, for John was indeed a prophet, and if Karen divulged anything that displeased him, it could spell disaster. The procession of several hundred could send civilians peering through the gaps in their windows, but they paid no mind. When nobles engage in battle, there are always farmers who enjoy watching from a distance. Watching from afar is a favored pastime of humanity. Before long, they arrived at Aegon's high hill, where the Crimson Fortress loomed, standing sentinel for 3 centuries. Within its walls lay the Iron Throne, for which countless lives had been sacrificed. Upon sighting the Red Keep, Montfort turned to one of his attendants and issued several instructions. After a glance at John, he added a few more words, and the attendant promptly departed. "Your Majesty, it is time for us to ascend," John urged quietly to Joffrey. "But you must guarantee that I shall not be harmed. Rest assured. As long as you are willing to relinquish the throne, all terms are negotiable. Even King Stannis would be inclined to spare you." Yet, Joffrey remained unconvinced by John's assurances. Lowering his voice, he said, "Fine, you must swear by the 7 that you will not kill me." "Oh, and you're a man of the North, with old gods." "Wait, Stannis seems to worship the Lord of Light. You should see how he rambles on." Montfort, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to Joffrey's neck. "Stop your prattling, and open the door." Montfort's reprimand was immediately effective. Joffrey fell silent, and, surrounded by his entourage, he begrudgingly made his way towards Aegon's high hill. He thought of his mother, brother, and sister still in the Red Keep. He wondered if helping these individuals would put his siblings in jeopardy. Yet now, he felt he could afford no such concerns. Preserving his own life took precedence. As several men in red cloaks approached, Joffrey inhaled deeply, as if rediscovering the sensation of kingship. "Quickly, have them open the gate. I wish to enter." The group in crimson robes cast a fleeting glance around, noting the disarray of armor worn by many. However, considering that Joffrey had already spoken, they did not lower their guard. After all, they had yet to hear of any king who would invite his enemies into his own castle. Chapter 86. The Iron Throne. At this moment, Stannis led his elite soldiers in a relentless assault on every stronghold within King's Landing. Upon receiving word that Montfort had breached the Red Keep, a gleam of jubilation flickered across his features. Achieving such results in such a short span was indeed worthy of celebration. As a lord, he understood the significance of swiftly neutralizing Cersei and her illegitimate children, for it would dismantle the Lannister-Tyrell alliance. As long as these children remained in his grasp, the Tyrells would lose the political foundation for their alliance, and Stannis' concerns about besieging King's Landing would dissipate. When the squire dispatched by Montfort informed him that they had entered the Red Keep alongside John, Stannis appeared to have an epiphany. It seemed her prophecy had not been erroneous. With anticipation, he gazed towards the Red Keep, recognizing that the Stark lineage was characterized by dark hair and gray eyes. He had previously harbored suspicions that the Stark family might have enlisted a faceless man, given their dominion over the North for 8,000 years. And they must possess some formidable assets. It now appeared that this John had ventured alone into the Red Keep to rescue his Ned. Regardless of the valor and capability displayed, it was John's unwavering loyalty that garnered Stannis' admiration. In most instances, the relationship between a bastard and his father simply reflected a master-servant dynamic. He had just received news that a faction of the nobles from Wind's Rest, under the purported threat of the ghost of Renley, had astonishingly submitted and then reconsidered, which incensed him deeply. "Quickly, let the word of the Red Keep's fall spread throughout the army." Stannis commanded one of his guards, realizing he needed such news to invigorate his troops. At that moment, a bloodied scout approached Stannis, gasping, "Your Majesty, the Lannister forces are less than 40 miles from King's Landing." With that, the scout collapsed before Stannis, having been pierced by several arrows, a grim sight indeed. In truth, had it not been for the fierce winds, Stannis might not have even noticed the scout who had risked his life to deliver the message. Inform Samwell to hurry and bring the ships back, and the others must quickly take their positions, preparing to defend the city gates. The transition from offense to defense was swift, yet it mattered not. Perhaps Stannis was lacking in the art of assault, but he excelled in the defense of a city. Varys gathered all intelligence documents, preparing to present them to Stannis when the time came. He was merely a bureaucrat, serving whomever was in power. However, he preferred to serve a more foolish monarch. Whether it be Renly or Joffrey, the more inept the Baratheon king, the greater the opportunities for the distant Aegon in the free cities. Now he finds himself devoid of choices, as Varys' mastery over intelligence has reached a terrifying threshold. The recent battle on the Blackwater felt to him akin to a live broadcast. upon learning that Stannis' fleet had entered the Blackwater unnoticed. With no one detecting the anomaly of the Winch Tower, he harbored an ominous premonition that Tyrion might emerge victorious. This foreboding intensified dramatically following the ignition of Wildfire. However, the situation soon took a sharp turn for the worse. For Varys, the battle from that point forward was fraught with strangeness. First, the chain meant to obstruct the river inexplicably failed, followed by an unusually fierce southern wind. Subsequently, the golden cloaks of the Mud Gate unexpectedly switched allegiance. Varys could not fathom how Stannis had managed to plan a mole in advance. His expression grew grave as he considered Melisandre. The earlier death of Renley had been shrouded in eeriness, as had the commander of Storm's End, Courtenay. Now, with this sudden gust of wind, Varys felt a surge of dread. If Stannis continued on this path, the unification of the Seven Kingdoms would be inevitable. At that moment, a folded missive was delivered through a secret passage in his chamber. By the flickering candlelight, Varys meticulously unfurled the note. Joffrey has fallen into an ambush. Reading this, Varys felt as though a chilling breeze had swept past his ear, and he sensed the presence of an omniscient force orchestrating the war. Just as Varys was processing this revelation, Jon and Montford had already infiltrated the Red Keep. Montford allocated 200 soldiers to take charge of the defenses, then conferred with Jon about the search for Cersei. "You may choose first. The strategy to breach the Red Keep was your design," Montford generously remarked. Considering that in contrast to the catastrophic fate that awaited him in the original narrative, he had emerged victorious today. He planned to claim credit for being the first to breach the city gates, while attributing the triumph of capturing the Red Keep to Jon. As for the capture of Joffrey, they would each take half the glory. Cersei, in comparison, seemed less significant, and whoever found her would simply be fortunate. Ultimately, through their mutual concessions, Montford proceeded to Maegor's Holdfast, while Jon headed to the throne room. "My lord, the Queen Regent Cersei must surely be in her chambers. Why venture to that hall?" Rupert complained, as Beho had instructed him to seize any opportunity to eliminate a Lannister. He had been fixated on this task, believing that in his eyes, Tyrion counted as only half a Lannister, and he felt his mission remained unfulfilled, regardless of the grandeur of the Red Keep's architecture. It was nighttime, and there was little to behold, prompting the eyes of Kipling, Shermans, and the Tarth brothers to rest upon Jon. Observing Jon's calm demeanor, they assumed he must have already ascertained that Cersei was in the throne room. In truth, Jon was uncertain. He was merely relying on his memories of the previous narrative, unaware of any changes that may have occurred. As a throng of followers trailed behind him, Jon Snow suddenly raised his hand and declared, "You all shall remain on guard. I will enter alone." "My lord, I wish to accompany you," Rupert interjected. "Rupert," Shireen admonished him softly from the side, for in Jon's heart, he now stood on equal footing with Baelor, if not surpassing him. Jon's decision to enter alone stemmed from his concern that Cersei, upon seeing such a multitude, might resort to poison and take her own life, whereas her survival could prove invaluable. Leaving the crowd behind, Jon stepped into the throne room, a grand hall that had stood for nearly 3 centuries. As he treaded upon the smooth, solid floor, he beheld the immense, grotesquely asymmetrical Iron Throne. Legend had it that Aegon forged this throne from 1,000 swords, though it appeared to encompass far more. Not only the blades of lords but also those of knights and lesser nobles had been melted down to create it. In the dim light, Jon discerned 3 trembling figures, 1 large and 2 small, cowering upon the throne. "Your Majesty, I am Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark." Chapter 87. Cersei held little optimism for the war ahead. The first news she received was that Tywin was leading his forces back to the Westerlands, while Peter Baelish had been dispatched by Tyrion to forge alliances and seek reinforcements, yet whether such endeavors would bear fruit remained uncertain. She feared she might meet the same fate as Rhaegar's wife, Elia, who had been brutally raped and murdered, leading her to contemplate ending her own life at any moment. The choice to await death on the Iron Throne was deliberate. Not everyone had the privilege to perish in such a storied seat. Cersei gazed down at her 2 children. The chubby Tommen was the most susceptible to slumber, and he succumbed to gentle snores in his mother's embrace. Her eyes then shifted to her daughter Myrcella, whose cherubic face mirrored her own, golden hair, porcelain skin. Each time she beheld her daughter, pride swelled within her heart. It was as if Myrcella sensed her mother's turmoil, resting her head against Cersei's chest. "Do not worry, mother, Joffrey will take care of us." Cersei managed a bitter smile. She knew all too well what kind of son she had raised. It would be a miracle if he did not invite their enemies inside. Clad in a flowing, dark red gown, she held her children tightly, resembling a protective beast, while concealed within her voluminous sleeves was a vial of poison. The deadly elixir she had chosen would bring about death in a state of slumber, known as the Whisper of Infants. She had resolutely resolved that should Stannis' forces breach the hall, she would first administer it to her children before taking it herself. To allow her children to die in her arms would, in a way, be her triumph over the so-called prophecy. Suddenly, Cersei heard a commotion from outside, and her vigilance heightened. Moments later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. The dawn's first light began to break the horizon, yet she could only discern a shadowy silhouette. "Your Majesty, I am Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark." Cersei was profoundly shaken in her view. Had it not been for Jon, at least Ned and his 2 daughters would still be in her grasp, serving as hostages and protective talismans. Despite Jon's courteous demeanor, Cersei understood it to be merely the facade of a victor. She looked down upon him and coldly inquired, "Is it just you? I would not want them to disturb you." Jon was not being sarcastic. He genuinely feared that bringing too many people at once might compel Cersei to poison herself, thereby thwarting his plans. "What do you intend to do?" Jon retrieved a letter from his person, only to find it damaged, the writing nearly illegible. Fortunately, he had a backup. He pulled another identical letter from his boot, unfolded it, and then took out a pen as he approached the Iron Throne. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the vast throne room. The 1,000 iron swords did not merely form a chair, but a pedestal nearly 3 meters high. The individual seated upon the Iron Throne could survey the entire hall. Jon approached the throne, discarding his sword to signal that he bore no ill intentions, then ascended the steps forged from iron blades. Aware of the scrutinizing gazes from Cersei and her children, he halted just before the final step, extending the letter towards her. Myrcella glanced at Jon, then rose from Cersei's embrace and approached him. She reached out her delicate hand to take the letter from Jon, then handed it to Cersei. Cersei quickly read the letter under the nearby candlelight. This was Jon's first close-up view of Cersei, and he was somewhat taken aback. Her facial features were softer, her golden hair glistening in the candlelight as if dusted with gold. Both her figure and beauty were exceptional, exuding an air of nobility. It was remarkable that she was barely in her 30s, her complexion unmarred by a single wrinkle. One could only say that she and Jaime were indeed the renowned golden twins of their time. Meanwhile, Myrcella noticed Jon openly scrutinizing her mother and glared at him in anger. Sensing her gaze, Jon averted his eyes. Cersei, clutching the letter, found herself trembling involuntarily, for its contents were undeniably a profound humiliation. Jon demanded that she acknowledge her incestuous relationship with Jaime that resulted in the births of Joffrey and his siblings, as well as the murder of the former prime minister, specifically the one before the last, Jon Arryn. Cersei was, of course, loath to admit to the contents of the letter. Once she acknowledged it, her children would be branded as bastards. Bastards. Those 3 words were utterly unacceptable to a noble who prided herself on her bloodline. Cersei shot Jon a fierce glare and disdainfully tossed the letter to the ground. "I would rather die than sign my name to this." Jon sighed and replied, "Do you wish for your children to meet the fate foretold, wrapped in gold?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cersei trembled. "How do you know that prophecy?" She had never mentioned it to anyone, yet this seemingly unrelated youth had uttered it, leaving her utterly astonished. "Your Majesty, time is of the essence. If you can trust me, I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of Tommen and Myrcella. I do not require your assurances." Myrcella stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Cersei. A heavy silence enveloped the room, and after what felt like an eternity, Cersei braced herself against the Iron Throne and rose. Unbeknownst to her, her fingers were grazed and bleeding, yet she felt no pain as she dazedly approached the letter she had caught a glimpse of earlier and picked it up. "When was the last time I bent down?" A peculiar thought flickered through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, refocusing on the letter in her hands and reading it anew. "Jaime and I are truly in love," she whispered, her voice barely audible, even to Tommen and Myrcella. Finally, summoning immense resolve, Cersei took the pen from Jon's hand and inscribed her name, a drop of crimson ink accompanying it. Suddenly, clutching the letter as if it were a lifeline, she held it over the flame beside her. Jon furrowed his brow, ready to intervene. But Cersei turned to him and declared, "You vow that you will protect my children with your life." Jon halted, nodding in agreement. "I swear it by the 7 gods. You Northerners worship the old gods. I pledge my life to the gods, both old and new." Cersei and Joffrey were indeed alike, even in their request for guarantees. Watching Jon take his oath before her, Cersei sank despondently onto the Iron Throne. In the midst of chaos, Davos located his 4 sons. It was worth the hefty price he had paid for each of them to have a brand new suit of armor. They charged forth like little tigers, filling him with immense pride as a father. He was further buoyed by news of Mervyn's successful capture of the Red Keep. Mervyn's consecutive victories at the gates and Red Keep were accomplishments worthy of a marquis, perhaps even a duke. "Father, I heard that Count Mervyn captured the Red Keep alongside someone named Jon Snow," Davos' eldest son, Dale, remarked. "Jon Snow?" Davos furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Ned Stark's bastard?" "Yes." Ned Stark's bastard. Clearly, the Starks had not employed any faceless men. This Jon was no ordinary individual. As Davos assessed Jon in his mind, a twinge of envy arose, but upon glancing at his 4 reclaimed sons, that envy transformed into joy. Meanwhile, at Blackwater, Myrcella was directing soldiers to haul the grounded ships back into the water. The battle that transpired last night was nothing short of harrowing. Upon learning that the fleet was obstructed by the Jiangsu River's blockade, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He understood that should victory be achieved, all would be well. However, if defeat were to befall them, even if he survived, death would be inescapable. Fortunately, the blockade was dismantled in due time. And even more fortuitously, a fierce wind not only quelled the wildfires but also propelled the fleet ashore. Mizell believed this to be the divine protection of the King of Light, and thus he gazed reverently at the dawn sky in the east, his countenance reflecting piety. Sharing similar sentiments was the old crab, Adrian. He had sustained an injury to his leg during the skirmish and noted that the lords who worshipped the King of Light suffered little harm, which caused his faith to waver. The old crab had also heard of Jon's assistance in capturing the city gates and the Red Keep, and he pondered what title Jon might be awarded. Surely, at the very least, a viscountcy. Yet, a countship seemed unlikely unless he could capture Joffrey, supported by his guards. He sat on a relatively clean slope, deep in thought. If Jon were to ascend to the rank of count, it might be worth considering introducing him to Alarisa. Alas, he was but a bastard. What a pity. Had Jon been a legitimate second son rather than an illegitimate one, his deeds could easily be hailed as those of a talented youth, a rising star. In such a case, he would be a prized catch wherever he ventured. A youthful physique coupled with a prestigious title is the cherished dream of countless nobles. Regrettably, his current status as a bastard relegated him to seeking unions with nobles of far inferior rank, if luck were to elude him. Even a baron might hesitate to wed his daughter to him. Meanwhile, while some lords languished in tranquil times, Stannis bore the weight of his burdens. After leading his main forces to secure King's Landing, he found himself confronted by Tywin and his advancing army. However, when comparing the two forces, Stannis' troops had managed to capture King's Landing with relatively little peril, their physical exertion not severely taxed. In contrast, Tywin's army, having endured a long and arduous march, was significantly fatigued, hindering their ability to mount an effective offensive. Yet, he could not afford to remain stagnant. He could only pray that the Red Keep had not yet fallen, for as long as Cersei and her 3 children remained out of Stannis' grasp, he would merely be a temporary usurper of King's Landing. Having been unable to locate Cersei for some time, Montfort decided to visit Jon. Upon arriving near the throne room, he discovered that nearly everyone was outside. "What are you doing here?" Montfort inquired. "In response to my lord, Lord Jon has instructed us to maintain vigilance here." Kipling stepped forward to reply. Montfort glanced inside and intended to enter, but was halted by the Taster brothers. "My lord instructed us to guard the outside," they insisted. The audacity of the Taster brothers to impede a count's path astonished both Shermans and Kipling. Certainly, the elite surrounding Montfort were not to be trifled with. As they advanced to push the 2 brothers aside, "Stop," Montfort commanded his guards. "Do you not comprehend the implications of a commoner drawing a sword in the presence of nobility?" His gaze swept over the assembly, radiating an aura of authority that quelled the crowd. With a mere gesture of his hand, a contingent of soldiers swiftly separated Sherman and his companions, while he strode into the hall, flanked by a select group of personal guards. At that moment, Jon was engaged in negotiations with Cersei. Jon proposed that Joffrey don the black attire and proceed to the wall, while Cersei sought to secure a small castle for her children, allowing them to live their lives free of worry. However, Montfort abruptly interrupted their discourse. "Jon, what are you doing?" Lord Montfort inquired. Jon turned to acknowledge him, about to explain, but Montfort waved his hand dismissively. "Seize that woman." "Wait." Jon interposed himself in front of Cersei and her children. "What, are you conspiring?" Montfort's voice was laden with accusation. Despite knowing he was being misunderstood, Jon felt a surge of indignation. The very people he had rescued were now threatening him. An intolerable situation for anyone. He was aware that Kipling and others outside were likely making efforts to intervene, yet Montfort's formidable presence loomed large. Moments ago, Jon had faintly heard the sound of drawn swords. This was the first time Jon entertained the notion of cultivating his own power. He yearned for an army of his own. As the saying goes, relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Suddenly enlightened, Jon realized he possessed a system of immense strength. Why should he place his hopes of surviving the long night in the hands of others? A man of valor, existing between heaven and earth, cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. In that fleeting moment, an idea flashed through Jon's mind. He would seize this opportunity to secure a fief and establish his own military force. Yet, just as the tension between the two escalated, a cry rang out from behind Jon. "Mother! Mother!" He turned to see Cersei collapse to the ground, her body limp, while Myrcella wept as she supported her mother's shoulders. And Tommen buried his face in Cersei's embrace. It became apparent that Cersei had realized Jon lacked the power to determine her fate. And even Jon himself was ensnared in circumstances beyond his control. Resolutely, she had ingested poison. "Jon, remember your promise. The gods are watching you." With those final words, she breathed her last. Chapter 89. Bloodline faced with Montfort's inquiry, it was impossible for Jon to feign indifference. However, given the current predicament, he could only compose himself and patiently offer an explanation. Montfort, recognizing that his rashness had undermined Jon's sincere intentions, felt a pang of guilt. At the opportune moment, Jon produced a letter. "My lord, behold, this is the testimony I had Cersei sign." Taking the document from Jon's hand, Montfort exhaled in relief, his appreciation for Jon's meticulous planning deepening. However, he remains unaware of the peculiarities embedded within Jon's seemingly prophetic and meticulous plan. Once he reflects upon it, he will likely feel a pang of regret for his attitude today. "My lord, I believe His Majesty shall not impose difficulties upon these two children. After all, with this testimony in hand, they have relinquished their claim to inheritance and pose no threat to His Majesty." Montfort nodded, casting a glance at Tommen and Myrcella. "Rest assured, His Majesty will not trouble mere children." "Then I must trouble you, my lord, to present this testimony to His Majesty." In that fleeting moment, Montfort contemplated claiming the credit for himself, but given the multitude of witnesses present and his own youth, which rendered him somewhat bashful, he ultimately resolved to convey the matter truthfully to Stannis. After a brief moment of contemplation, he expressed a hint of regret to Jon. "Jon, you are aware that when His Majesty enters the Red Keep, we should greet him together." He hesitated, however. Due to your status, what he conveyed echoed the circumstances when Robert brought his family to King's Landing. As a bastard, Jon was not permitted to appear before the prince, as it contradicted the established decorum. Thus, in those earlier days, Jon could only sit among the cooks and stable hands. The situation remains unchanged. Regardless of Jon's monumental achievements, he cannot proactively present himself before Stannis. This is why, in the eyes of the people of Westeros, lineage is akin to the reverence of traditional customs in the East, serious and sacred. As the saying goes, play is play, and jest is jest. One must never trivialize bloodlines. Cersei, though aware that her children are bastards, remains reluctant to affix her name to the testimony, and this principle underpins her reasoning. "My lord, I comprehend." Jon accepted Montfort's proposal, believing that Stannis would not be so dismissive as to overlook his contributions. Even taking a step back, Robb's camp requires a communicative bridge, and Jon stands as the most fitting choice. On Tywin's end, considering the soldiers' fatigue, he temporarily withdrew the army, awaiting the rendezvous with the forces from Highgarden. He recognized that persisting in this manner would only lead to needless casualties. The 20,000 men he commanded were his sole reliance. For someone like Tywin, who had fought lavishly throughout his life, this adjustment was indeed quite unsettling. Tywin's decision to retreat granted Stannis a moment of respite. During this time, he intended to convene with the lords under his command to reflect on the campaign, while also allowing the soldiers a chance to recuperate. More importantly, he aimed to ascertain the status of the hostages. Amidst a throng of followers, Stannis approached the Red Keep. As he beheld the sun rising in the east, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Now, he was the master of the city, yet Stannis did not succumb to hubris, swiftly extracting himself from such sentiments. It is only natural to feel joy for oneself, provided one does not become ensnared in its depths. Before ascending Aegon's Hill, Stannis noticed his banner displayed prominently upon the gates of the Red Keep, a vivid flame that stood out unmistakably. Setting aside Jon, the most commendable figure in this battle, Ser Montfort awaited early before the gates of the Red Keep. Just as a hound presents its prey to its master, there was nothing to critique. "Well done, Ser Montfort." The king's praise was unadorned, yet it signified a commitment, reflecting his belief that he had achieved the desired outcome in the conflict. Accompanied by a retinue, Stannis entered the Red Keep. Having adjusted his demeanor, he found little inclination to admire the splendor surrounding him. After all, he had been here before and was intent on convening his lords in the throne room. Naturally, he wished to meet Jon, to behold the boy of prophecy. Yet the presence of his vassals necessitated a postponement. "Your Majesty, Jon is right there." Following Montfort, Stannis turned to see Jon clad in polished armor, standing tall and composed, devoid of the usual demeanor associated with a bastard. A swift glance at Jon's surrounding soldiers revealed them resting in disciplined rows rather than clustered as he was accustomed to seeing. Did Jon possess a talent for military command? Stannis, though surprised, did not linger, proceeding directly to the throne room. Shortly thereafter, lords accompanied by their retainers made their way to the throne room. casting sidelong glances at Jon as they passed. Is that Jon? The old crab arrived a bit later due to his leg injury. It must be him. He appears commendable, yet alas, he is a bastard. Stannis felt a pang of regret regarding Jon's lineage. Before long, Davos arrived at the Red Keep with his eldest son, hailing from the slums. He had never envisioned himself entering such a renowned place. He felt a strong urge to take in the grandeur of the Red Keep, yet his maturity allowed him to restrain himself. Casting a glance at his eldest son, he noted the boy's impressive composure, maintaining an unwavering gaze, which filled him with pride. This was precisely why Davos had chosen to bring his son along. Exposure to such grandeur would prevent any faux pas. Suddenly, he spotted Jon, and an inexplicable feeling washed over him. Though no one had informed him, his intuition told him that the youth before him was indeed Jon. In his mind, Jon should appear just so. Observing the handsome, upright lad, Davos's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Despite Jon's youth, comparable in age to Davos's third and fourth sons, he radiated an air of gravitas. Knowing Stannis as he did, Davos was certain Jon would not be overlooked. Knighthood would surely follow. Upon being knighted, he would soon attain a noble title, and he believed it would be beneficial for his third and fourth sons to serve as attendants or cupbearers to Jon, thus honing their skills. After all, although Jon was a bastard, he had received a genuine noble education. With his plan solidified in his mind, Davos hastened into the throne hall. Chapter 90. Transformed into a dragon after Montfort declared that Jon could not appear before Stannis, the assembly erupted in discontent. How can that scoundrel act so? My lord, were it not for you, they would have perished in Wildfire. Glenn exclaimed indignantly. Humph, without your arrangements, could he have so easily seized Mudgate? Rupert shouted in dissatisfaction. Capturing Joffrey and locating Queen Cersei were all your designs. Indeed, the royal family is utterly untrustworthy. Sherman, usually more composed, also shared his thoughts. In stark contrast to their outrage, Kipling quietly observed Jon and noted that Jon's demeanor remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Karen and the others were engulfed in a sense of dread. They had witnessed firsthand how Jon summoned the storm to suppress the wildfire. In their eyes, Jon was akin to the very embodiment of the tempest. They believed that divine tempers often ran hot, and given the injustices he faced, how could he not be provoked? What would happen if a storm were to descend and sweep King's Landing away? To their astonishment, Jon remained calm. He addressed the nearly 300 individuals before him. Are you willing to follow me? As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of eager responses erupted. My lord. I am willing. My lord, so am I. Among the throng, those who had summoned the storm alongside Jon, notably Karen and others, were particularly enthusiastic. To Sherman, Rupert, and the others, it was evident that Jon would eventually become a lord. Thus, serving under him would constitute a significant elevation in their status. They had witnessed Jon's remarkable abilities, crafting vine armor to combat House Londo, healing Robin, and his prophetic gifts. Any one of these feats could sustain others for 2 centuries. Therefore, they had no grounds to refuse Jon's invitation. However, the fervor of Karen and the others was even more pronounced. To them, Jon's invitation seemed nothing short of divine. What could be more reassuring than aligning oneself with a leader endowed with godlike powers? They believed that if Jon were to ascend as the king of the 7 kingdoms, it would be entirely fitting. Jon observed the enthusiastic response from the crowd, aware that this was merely the beginning. Certain matters needed to be clarified in advance. Since you are willing to follow me, you must adhere to my rules. These rules are not solely to govern you. I shall abide by them as well. I will train you, and my training will be arduous. Those who cannot endure may withdraw. However, rest assured, I shall grant you land, estates, and even castles as deserved. No commander wishes for anything less than to lead a formidable force. Yet how does one acquire such a fierce army? The answer is rather straightforward. One need only provide sustenance to them. The state of Qin, heralded as a fierce army, and the Mongols, referred to in the West as the Scourge of God, exemplify this principle. Thus, after personally making promises, Jon instructed them to form ranks, resulting in the scene witnessed by Stannis and the others. Jon also contemplated recruiting some scholars from Old Town in the future to elevate the cultural standards of his troops, aspiring to forge a revolutionary army within 3 years. However, that is a matter for another time. As he observed the lords entering the throne hall, the system's voice resonated. Assisting Stannis in conquering King's Landing has been accomplished ahead of schedule. The recognition point task is nullified, granting skill, beast mastery. Jon's eyes gleamed with delight as he perused the skill description. In essence, this was akin to Bran's ability in the original narrative. Bran awakened the power to transfer his consciousness to summer and even to hotter. Now Jon could do the same, all while maintaining control over his own body, avoiding the fate of merely leaving behind a shell. It was as though he had gained an additional body, And should he succeed in commanding majestic birds of prey like falcons or golden eagles, it would undoubtedly evoke a sensation akin to flight. However, this skill comes with its limitations. He remains unable to control sentient beings such as humans, and it can only be utilized on creatures with which he shares a close bond. Perhaps he could command Ghost, his direwolf. But presently there were no suitable living beings at his disposal. Despite these constraints, he could simultaneously control 3 distinct life forms. And Jon couldn't help but envision the future prospect of cultivating a bond with Daenerys's dragons, transforming into one of them. What a splendid thought! With this in mind, Jon felt his spirits lift significantly. In the throne hall, Stannis, clad in armor, surveyed his subjects from the Iron Throne, where they deliberated on how to dismantle the Lannister-Tyrell alliance. With the 3 siblings, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, in their possession, they held the initiative. Though an army loomed on the horizon, the hearts of the gathered lords remained resolute. "Your Majesty, I possess a testimony from Cersei," reported Montbard, handing a letter, entrusted to him by Jon, to his servant, who delivered it to Stannis. He then addressed the assembly. "Cersei has confessed to her incestuous relations with her brother Jaime, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are not the children of King Robert. In truth, they had long been aware of Cersei's disgrace. Ned Stark had refused to acknowledge Joffrey's claim to the throne, and Stannis had already discerned the issue between Cersei and Jaime. Yet, lacking concrete evidence and with their influence limited, they allowed a bastard born of incest to ascend the Iron Throne. Would a single testimony wield such power? As the saying goes, one should never jest with lineage. Even if Tywin were to deny it, Jaime remained a prisoner in Robb's custody. The crux of the matter lay in presenting this revelation before all, making it so evident that the Tyrells could not afford to overlook it. "Sir Montford, you have performed admirably, being the first to seize the River Gate, capturing Joffrey, and breaching the Red Keep. This victory is indeed your crowning achievement. Stannis understands the necessity of unifying public sentiment at this moment. He must swiftly establish a role model to galvanize the Lord's enthusiasm." Montford bowed respectfully, replying, "Your Majesty is overly generous." The capture of Joffrey was primarily orchestrated by Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Ned Stark, who also devised the cunning ruse to deceive Joffrey into opening the gates of the Red Keep. This testimony was penned at his behest. Montford harbored no intentions of usurping another's merit. He spoke the unvarnished truth. At this juncture, Davos chimed in, "Your Majesty." It was likely Jon's agents who dismantled the chains at the Winch Tower. They thwarted the individuals Tyrion had dispatched to raise the chains on the North Shore. Both men expressed their recognition of Jon's contributions, leaving the assembled lords in awe. The accolades Montford attributed to Jon could warrant him a title, and with the dismantling of the Winch Tower, nearly all present would owe him their gratitude. By this reckoning, it was conceivable that Jon might not only attain the title of Viscount, but even that of Earl. Stannis deemed the moment ripe and declared, "Let us summon this Jon forth." Chapter 91. Astral Observations. The sun hung high in the sky. When Robb beheld the formation Jon had orchestrated, he was taken aback, yet felt an innate understanding that this was precisely how an army ought to appear. He organized his own men into the ranks and approached Jon. "My lord," Robb began, intending to inquire why Jon was still outside, but promptly recalled the reason and fell silent. Noticing Jon still clad in simple leather armor, he suggested, "My lord, let us exchange our armors." "Very well," Jon agreed with a nod. The two exchanged their armors, and with the assistance of the Kipling brothers, Jon quickly donned his new attire. Observing Jon in this armor, Robb felt an odd sensation. Although the armor fit him well, it appeared as though it had organically emerged from Jon, radiating a sense of naturalness. At that moment, everyone noticed a knight with prominent ears approaching Jon. Upon turning, Jon recognized him as a knight of House Florent. The distinctive ears were a hallmark of the Florent lineage, much like the gray eyes of the Starks or the golden hair of the Lannisters. The knight, taken aback by the regimented military appearance, greeted Jon with a bow. "You are Jon, are you not?" "Indeed, my lord," Jon replied. "His Majesty summons you. Come with me." During their journey, the knight remained silent, allowing Jon to reflect on how best to align his demeanor with Stannis' expectations. This moment marked Jon's transition from a mere commoner to a true noble, a pivotal step in the recalibration of his grand plan for salvation. Jon recalled poignant quotes from emotional masters of his past life, such as the sentiment that after experiencing life's splendors, one should take their beloved on a carousel. Simply put, it meant offering what the other lacked. What then does Stannis lack? Jon already harbored the answer in his heart: recognition. Stannis felt a profound dissatisfaction upon learning that Robert, even when seeking Ned in Winterfell, had never contemplated appointing him as his hand. He believed that Robert, his brother whom he regarded as a comrade, valued others more than he did his own flesh and blood. following his dispatch of letters to the Seven Kingdoms proclaiming himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. He was met with indifference. Even Renley had the audacity to mock him with an apple as a form of humiliating surrender. Furthermore, during the War of Usurpation, it was only natural that Storm's Inn should have been his inheritance. Instead, Robert relegated him to the desolate Dragonstone. Stannis was resolute in his belief that he had never received fair treatment. Indeed, such inequities often befall even ordinary families with 3 children, where the middle child frequently feels invisible. As Jon stood before the grand entrance to the throne room, his mental draft had already taken shape. He could now clearly perceive the imposing and grotesque Iron Throne. After receiving permission, he inhaled deeply and advanced. The surrounding lords turned their gazes toward Jon, who, with his peripheral vision, scrutinized them in return. The sigils of familiar houses flickered before his eyes, revealing that many who should have perished in the Battle of Blackwater were still alive. Their expressions varied. Some bore envy, others disdain, while a few exhibited admiration. Jon endeavored to heighten his senses, making time seem to slow, as every subtle gesture or fleeting expression registered in his mind. Finally arriving before the Iron Throne, Jon knelt on one knee. "Jon Snow, Your Majesty." "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." In truth, Jon need not have uttered the latter phrase. But perhaps due to his subconscious influence from viewing historical dramas in a previous life, he instinctively uttered it, though it posed no issue. This was the first time Jon heard Stannis' voice. Though not thunderous, it resonated with unwavering conviction. "Jon, was it your own idea to join Tyrion's mercenary band?" Jon nodded. "Your Majesty, as a bastard, I am often not permitted in the presence of nobility, which I believe affords me an advantage." A ripple of laughter arose among the lords behind Jon. The notion that a bastard status could serve as an advantage was truly a novel revelation. Jon paid them no mind and proceeded to outline his plans. "How did you persuade them?" Stannis inquired, initially assuming that Rupert and the others were loyal to Renley, only to discover they occupied a morally ambiguous space. "I told them that the winds would change that day. I wagered with them that if a southern wind arose, it would signify that Your Majesty was destined for the throne. If not, they could continue serving Tyrion. Among them, there were those who harbored loyalty to Your Majesty, and I appointed them to more significant positions." Upon hearing that Jon had managed to sway these individuals through wagering, they were struck with disbelief. Stannis directly inquired, "How could you possibly know the southern winds would arise?" This curiosity was shared by others. Could it be that this lad possessed prophetic abilities? Jon responded, "Your Majesty, this conclusion was drawn from my observations of the night sky." After utilizing a knowledge card inspired by Zhuge Liang, Jon had acquired a fragment of his wisdom, akin to the insights gained from an earlier experience card related to butchering. His ability to observe the celestial phenomena was merely an ancillary skill. Observing the night sky? What could one discern about the weather from the heavens? Murmured a lord. Jon elaborated, "Your Majesty, as you know, I am a bastard. During my time in Winterfell, I had few companions. Aside from honing my swordsmanship, I found solace in stargazing. I discovered that the weather of the following day often had signs in the night before. As for why the southern winds arise during this season, I cannot say. Perhaps it is indeed your destiny, Your Majesty." Jon discreetly urged a horse, earning Stannis' favor, who chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the other lords began to contemplate what their own taciturn bastards might be up to upon their return home, perhaps hoping for some revelations. "You seem rather unconcerned about your status," Stannis remarked, observing Jon's lack of discomfort regarding the term bastard. "Your Majesty, not at all. I do not consider humble origins a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt is the hallmark of a true man. Moreover, my father has seen to my training in both martial and scholarly pursuits, placing me ahead of many. I have no grievances." Having said this, Jon glanced at Davos. Although it was their first encounter, he recognized Davos immediately by the gloves he wore. "Ser Davos has always been my exemplar. He hails from true common stock, yet has earned your trust, Your Majesty. I hold him in great esteem." Davos felt a mix of surprise and delight at Jon's words. Receiving acknowledgement from others is indeed a source of joy. Stannis, neither confirming nor denying Jon's assertions, rose from the Iron Throne and addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, this young man has demonstrated his bravery and loyalty through his actions. I believe he is worthy of knighthood in the realm of Westeros. While any knight could bestow knighthood upon another, this did not lead to an overabundance of the title. Knighthood primarily represents a military status. Thus, for the sons of powerful lords, failing to meet the criteria could prevent them from being dubbed knights, lest the honor be diminished and their families ridiculed. Take, for instance, Lord Martin's own son, Sam Tarly. Furthermore, the prestige of being knighted varies significantly depending on the individual conferring the title. The distinction between being dubbed by a common knight and a king is indeed vast. It was evident to all that Stannis held a fondness for the illegitimate son before him, intending to knight him, which elicited expressions of envy among the onlookers. However, they were somewhat curious. Having converted to the faith of the Lord of Light, what oath would Stannis employ to knight Jon? Jon, kneeling excitedly on one knee, pondered this as well, yet he felt it bore little relevance to him, for he was a man of the North, a follower of the old gods. Stannis, aware of this, had prepared accordingly. Jon, I shall knight you in the name of the Lord of Light. Although the oath was somewhat altered, the ceremony remained fundamentally similar. He placed the blade's tip on Jon's left shoulder, contrary to tradition, primarily to signify a distinction. In the name of the Lord of Light, you shall possess the courage of the greatest warriors. After enduring the fateful southern winds, many vassals who had previously worshipped the Seven were swayed. While nearly all had undergone the knighthood ceremony, this particular oath was a first. Jon would be the inaugural knight sworn in the name of the Lord of Light. As Stannis continued, under the gaze of the assembly, in the name of the Lord of Light, you shall have a heart that burns with justice. Davos overlooked the altered oath, sincerely bestowing his blessings upon the youth. Meanwhile, the old crab believed Jon had taken another step closer to deserving his granddaughter. Montfort, who had fought alongside Jon, deemed him worthy of such honor. Naturally, while some acknowledged this, others felt envy. For instance, Samwell, who realized that the lion's share of glory had been claimed by Jon in this battle. Their entire family had dispatched numerous members. Yet perhaps their combined achievements were eclipsed by Jon alone. Thus, within the oath commencing with the Lord of Light, Jon officially became a knight. Stannis' final proclamation astonished all. Arise, Knight of the Stark, Jon Snow. Everyone comprehended that Stannis had exercised the rights of a king, legitimizing Jon's status, thus granting him inheritance rights. Of course, with Robb already crowned, whether the Northerners accepted Jon was another matter. Yet, this was precisely Stannis' intention. He sought to fully claim Jon as his own. A prophesied wise ruler, Jon had indeed rendered significant service, leaving Stannis with no reason to forego him. Thus, Stannis not only conferred upon him the title of knight but also graciously bestowed the title of Knight of the Stark. It is noteworthy that others, upon being knighted, had to tirelessly assert their own titles before gaining recognition, allowing their names to spread. Take Boron, for instance, after the Battle of Blackwater. He persistently emphasized his identity as Ser Boron of Blackwater, yet to little avail. Now, Stannis had directly granted Jon a title that was most fitting, acknowledging his swift rescue of his father and his subsequent valor in battle. Simultaneously, it affirmed Jon as a true Stark. As Starks take pride in claiming they possess the blood of the direwolf, Jon rose to his feet, his face alight with fervor, exclaiming his willingness to serve as the sharpest sword in his majesty's hand. This extraordinary ceremony of investiture established a commendable tone for the assembly. However, the war was far from over, and it was not yet the time to confer titles upon the valiant. Thus, the gathering shifted its focus to discussions regarding the defense of the city and the strategies for battle. Our ships remain intact, bolstered further by the newly acquired vessels, enhancing the strength of our fleet. There is no cause for concern regarding the southern defenses, Michael proclaimed. He had already left Stannis with an impression of foolishness and unreliability. He could not allow this perception to solidify further. Old Crab interjected, given that we possess hostages, Tyrell will undoubtedly retreat. Although Old Crab's assertion held merit, all were acutely aware of the long-standing animosity between Stannis and Duke Mace Tyrell. During the War of the Usurper over a decade prior, Stannis had held Storm's End, thwarting Tyrell's forces for over a year, and Duke Mace regarded that conflict as a personal stain. One could not dismiss the possibility of old grievances resurfacing. Thus, the crux lay in their capacity to exhibit sufficient strength. We could employ our navy to transport soldiers and flank their forces, Montfort suggested. While he revered martial prowess, he was not devoid of prudence. Currently, the combined forces of the Lionflower Alliance exceeded 80,000, more than double their adversaries, necessitating caution. Davos then addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, you could send me secretly into the Tyrell ranks to persuade them to withdraw. With Cersei's testimony in our possession, their alliance would lose its significance. Jon regarded Davos, recognizing his loyalty to Stannis. Proposing such a daring course of action was indeed a testament to his bravery. It was worth noting that when Stannis had dispatched envoys to negotiate with the forces at the Golden Bridge, Loras had executed the messenger without hesitation. Davos had once again affirmed his loyalty and courage before Stannis, yet the latter hesitated, clearly troubled by the risk involved. Surprisingly, no one suggested sending Stannis' daughter Shireen to Dorne, which had thus far remained uninvolved in the conflict. It appeared that most held an optimistic view of the war. Ultimately, the consensus was to hold their position for a time. Though they were outnumbered, their naval strength ensured that supplies would not be an issue. Mace and Tywin's armies could scarcely besiege King's Landing, especially with Rob wreaking havoc in the west. Tywin could not sustain a protracted conflict. Once Tywin contemplated retreat. Why would Mace remain? Time was on Stannis' side. After the meeting concluded, Jon chose to remain at the Red Keep for further duties. He instructed Glenn to return and relay the news to Balon, subsequently reorganizing the troops to ensure all had tasks to attend to. Due to his age, Kipling found himself with little utility for the time being. However, he remained industrious, resolving to seek out an item for Jon, the ancestral sword of House Stark, Ice, which had been left behind by Ned in the Red Keep. Chapter 93, The Ranking of Kings Throughout the Night, the City of King's Landing. With its populace exceeding 50,000, save for the infants cradled in their mother's arms, found no solace in sleep. Everyone awaited the outcome of the impending war. Vivid memories of Tywin's army pillaging the city a decade prior haunting them. There was uncertainty whether Stannis would unleash his forces to ravage once more. Fortunately, Stannis maintained a disciplined command, and such atrocities did not transpire. When the Crimson Lion and Golden Stag banners were replaced by the Flaming Stag, the victor was unequivocally revealed. At this juncture, the citizens paid little heed to the faith of their new king, as long as he incurred no trouble upon the people. He was deemed a good ruler. Just as the townsfolk believed safety had returned, Stannis' soldiers informed them that Tywin's army was still besieging the city. And the war was far from over. In an instant, the hearts of King's Landing citizens, which had begun to settle, were once again seized by dread, particularly among the elders. Upon learning of Tywin's forces outside, they hastily instructed their families to conceal their valuables. Meanwhile, Sansa and Dina, nestled together, finally received news from Glenn. Lady Sansa, Sir Jon has successfully aided Stannis in seizing King's Landing, and he has now been named a Knight of the Kingsguard. Oh, splendid. May the Seven bless us. Thank you, Sir Glenn. Though elated, Sansa modestly lifted her skirts in gratitude. Upon hearing that Jon was unharmed, Dina's expression too softened with relief. Glenn continued, by the way, Lady Sansa, not only has Jon captured Joffrey, but he also breached the Red Keep. Thus, Stannis has bestowed upon him the Stark surname. Truly, how wonderful. While Jon had gained the right of succession, he remained a bastard, his claim relegated behind others, which would bear little consequence. Sansa sincerely rejoiced for Jon. After all, the Stark lineage included Grey Stark and Car Stark, and adding another Stark to their ranks could only bolster their strength. Conversely, upon learning that Jon had not only aided Stannis in victory, but that Rupert, Shermans, and others had emerged unscathed, grew increasingly convinced of his inner judgment. Especially when Glenn informed him that Karen had been asked by Jon to keep a secret. Barr became resolute in his belief that Jon was likely the architect of this significant upheaval. However, Jon's request for discretion implied a rationale behind it. Barr promptly advised Glenn, do not inquire into what Karen has done with Jon, nor seek to find out. Very well, Mr. Barr, I shall remember. Glenn understood that Barr seldom spoke to him in such a serious tone, so he immediately acquiesced and committed the directive to memory. After Glenn departed, Beho closed the doors and windows, and with his own hands, removed the painting from the wall. He struck the wall with his fist, causing the plaster to crumble and reveal a small wooden chest. Carefully, he extracted the chest, which, with a resounding thud, was placed securely on the table. Opening the box, Beho beheld 2 dragon eggs, resembling immense gemstones, lying quietly within. My lord, I have retrieved ice for you, Kipling announced, cradling a cloth-wrapped broadsword as he approached Jon. As soon as Stannis' forces entered the Red Keep, he recalled how Ned had departed in such haste that he likely did not have time to take ice with him. Thus, he sought out this ancestral Stark sword. This was Jon's first encounter with the blade, as the day he rescued Ned had been far too hurried for him to even catch a glimpse. Jon took the sword, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, from Kipling's hands and examined it closely. He discovered that the Valyrian steel truly lived up to its reputation, possessing unparalleled rigidity and resilience. No wonder the Hound yearned for a Valyrian steel sword. It was indeed the dream weapon of every knight. Originally, this sword was destined to be forged into 2 blades, one becoming Joffrey's widow's wail and the other the Oak Keeper. However, Ice had now evaded such a fate and found its way into Jon's possession. Jon attempted to wield the sword a few times, finding it somewhat unwieldy due to its size. Yet, he was too modest to consider melting it down, and leaving it idle felt like a waste. After some contemplation, Jon handed the sword back to Kipling, suggesting he modify it for a more comfortable grip. Although Kipling had never encountered the weapon Jon described, he chose to undertake the task. He no longer viewed Jon as an ordinary man. After the sudden tempest the night prior and Jon's fervent expression witnessed by Glenn, he suspected there was more to Jon than met the eye. Yet, since Jon had not boasted about his prowess, Kipling respected his discretion and refrained from making any declarations. After Kipling departed, John wandered through the Red Keep, revisiting familiar grounds with the mindset of a victor, savoring the unique sensations that accompanied such a return. As he meandered aimlessly, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Hey." The figure froze for 2 seconds before cautiously turning around. "My lord," the small figure stammered, revealing itself to be Minnie, the one who had originally dispatched John. "Apologies for knocking you unconscious that day," John said. Minnie gazed at John with a mixture of trepidation and disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that John would apologize to her. In truth, upon learning that John had entered the Red Keep with an army, she had been seeking an opportunity to escape, but the place was firmly under Stannis' control, making her departure impossible. Later, she had heard that John had been knighted for his valor in battle, and had the war not still been ongoing, he would soon be elevated to account. Goodness, Minnie recalled that the man who once instilled fear in her father with a mere glance was now merely a baron. Between the baron and the count lies a viscount. She had assumed that John would have forgotten her, yet to her surprise, he recognized her at a glance. John observed the reserved Minnie, who no longer bore the semblance of a tomboy, but instead appeared slightly gaunt, perhaps due to her recent lack of adequate nourishment. "I have a few questions for you," John said as he opened the lunchbox Kipling had brought for him, revealing a delectable array of dishes. The mere sight of it made Minnie's mouth water uncontrollably. "Please, go ahead," she said, swallowing hard. "What do you think of our esteemed King Stannis?" "He is a good king," Minnie replied without hesitation. "And how does he compare to the 2 kings before him?" "He is superior to them both," Minnie answered, swallowing again. John chuckled and offered her the lunchbox, and as she devoured the food, she discreetly stashed some away in her bosom while John was momentarily distracted. "You may take the lunchbox with you," John remarked. Minnie smiled awkwardly, swallowing another mouthful before responding. "It's a pity that no king in this world can ensure that everyone is well fed. If only King Stannis could see to it that all were satiated." Chapter 94. Legitimacy. At noon the day after the Battle of Blackwater, Loras and Garland, accompanied by over 10,000 soldiers, converged with Tywin. However, Tywin was engaged in a discussion with his brother Kevin and several commanders regarding whether to inform their father, Duke Mace Tyrell, of the news that Stannis had breached the Red Keep and seized control of Joffrey and his siblings. "I believe we should proceed with caution. This would be advantageous for us." They all understood that, as the nominal heirs of Robert, Joffrey and his siblings were the foundation of the alliance with House Tyrell. Kevin suggested that while the Tyrells remained unaware of this development, they could launch a few attacks to possibly turn the tide against King's Landing. Yet, Tywin dismissed his proposal. "No, we must be sincere with our allies." However, as Kevin attempted to interject, he was interrupted by Tywin. "Rest assured, the Tyrells will not abandon our alliance merely because Joffrey and the others are under control." Tywin approached the map and pointed to the location of Storm's End. The Tyrells, like the Tullys, were families supported by the Targaryens to solidify their rule. Take the Florent family, who followed Stannis. They believed their lineage was better suited to govern the Stormlands, and their initial allegiance to Stannis was to gain greater influence in that region. One must concede that Tywin, having served as the hand of the king for 20 years, was well-versed in the political landscape of the 7 kingdoms. Stark, Lannister, Targaryen, they all became noble houses based on the principle of legitimacy. The Targaryens, as outsiders, maintained their legitimacy by upholding the unity of the 7 kingdoms, which is why, over the course of more than a century, they spared no effort or expense, even sacrificing lives, to subdue Dorne, even if they only received nominal allegiance from Dorne. Other families, such as the Starks, traced their lineage back to the heroic age of 8,000 years, sharing the same bloodline as the builder Brandon. Before the conqueror Aegon, the rulers of the Reach were the Gardner family, whose lineage descended from the bloodline of the Greenhand Garth. For centuries, the Tyrells existed merely as the stewards of the Gardner family, their bloodline not closely related to the Greenhand Garth. This resulted in their tenuous rule over the Reach, necessitating the support of the Targaryens. This is precisely why, during the War of Usurper, they steadfastly aligned themselves with House Targaryen. As the elder brother of Kevin, Tywin meticulously explained to him the reasons why the Tyrells would not immediately betray their alliance. It was quite simple. They required sufficient prestige to govern the Reach. Should they abandon the alliance, their standing would plummet overnight. Although their strength might not suffer immediate detriment, the long-term consequences for their family would be insidious. However, this does not imply that the Tyrells would always stand by us. If King's Landing remained besieged for too long, dissenting voices would surely emerge within the Tyrell ranks, and they would likely seek a compromise. Unless Stannis, putting aside past grievances, could regain the Tyrells' trust by suppressing House Florent, such an approach would undoubtedly undermine his own foundation. Tywin chuckled, assuring, "Fear not, our alliance is not so fragile." The others, encouraged by Tywin's words, felt a sense of reassurance wash over them. Previously, the lords of the Westerlands were deeply concerned about the potential collapse of their alliance. They understood that reaching such a dire point would spell their doom. With King S landing under siege from the east, their homeland ravaged by Robb in the west, and the neck impassable to the north, the Tyrells, should they abandon the alliance, would likely offer them no refuge in the south. Now, upon hearing Tywin's analysis, it seemed as though a glimmer of hope emerged. If only they could capture King S Landing. Once that was achieved, they could turn the tide in their favor. Of course, they must also demonstrate their strength. Tywin's expression hardened as he addressed the assembly. Yet, one golden-haired noble queried, "But our soldiers are already weary. Do we truly intend to launch an assault now?" Tywin did not respond to his inquiry. For an army, beyond inflicting casualties upon their ranks, undermining their morale could significantly diminish their combat effectiveness. As for the method, Tywin had already devised a strategy. In his mind, a particular individual stood out, Mountain. Over the years, Tywin had regarded the Mountain as his sharpest instrument. Whenever he required his services, the Mountain executed his tasks with exceptional precision. From the order to eliminate Rhaegar's 3 children to the recent success in securing a marching route to Harrenhal, he had performed admirably. In Tywin's estimation, there was yet no one in the world capable of besting this killer on the battlefield. Now, he intends to provoke the Mountain before Stannis at the city gates. Should Stannis refuse to engage, it will undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on the morale of his troops. Conversely, if the Mountain manages to eliminate some of his commanders, it would significantly boost the morale of his own forces. Tywin addressed his attendant, commanding, "Mountain, as I instructed earlier, go forth and hurl insults. Then slay anyone who dares to challenge you." "As you wish, my lord," the Mountain replied. Barely had he departed when 2 young nobles entered Tywin's tent, Loras and Garland. Upon meeting, Garland inquired, "Is the Duke preparing to send the Mountain to issue a challenge?" "Indeed," Tywin nodded. Upon realizing it was Tywin leading the charge, Loras felt a twinge of discontent, having recently bested the Mountain in a tournament. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Garland interrupted him with a glance, implying, "Do you truly not understand how you achieved your victory?" Although Loras wished to continue speaking, he fell silent, recognizing that were it not for his mount being in heat, causing the Mountain steed to panic, he likely would not have triumphed. "Let us go and witness it ourselves," Garland suggested, rising to his feet. Tywin concurred, and the 3, accompanied by their attendants, made their way to the foot of King's Landing. There, they beheld the Mountain, vociferously taunting and berating Stannis before the King's Gate. "Stannis, you bastard! You murdered your own brother. You deserve to descend to the depths of hell." Although Tywin was unaware of who had slain Renley, both sides were now entrenched in a life-or-death struggle, and any slander was fair game, regardless of truth. "You cowardly lot! Do you only dare to fight in numbers? Come down and face me in single combat." The Mountain's vile words reached the ears of the guards atop the city walls, inciting a wave of discussion and quickly drawing Stannis' attention. He soon appeared at the battlements with a gathering of lords, Jon among them. After using an experience card, Jon found his wisdom greatly enhanced, and with a moment's reflection, he grasped Tywin's intent. As he surveyed the other lords, he calculated the opportune moment to strike, confident in his ability to defeat the Mountain. After all, how could the Mountain compare to the prowess of Elbu? Chapter 95. Morale. Jon observed the Mountain, mounted and brandishing his broad sword towards the battlements, appearing as though he intended to rend the city gates asunder. Yet, hearing the same few phrases repeated ad nauseum, he could not help but shake his head, lamenting the impoverished vocabulary of the Westerosi nobility. Perhaps others were not so limited. After all, the Mountain's family had only risen to prominence in recent years, and he himself could scarcely read. Jon discreetly observed Stannis, noting his taut expression and silence. He understood that Stannis lacked capable commanders and vassals. The average person would falter before the Mountain, unable to confront him, let alone engage in battle. In the original narrative, Tyrion was falsely accused of poisoning Joffrey and sought to invite Podrick once more to serve as his squire, but Podrick refused without hesitation. Should the Mountain be allowed to continue his raucous taunts, the impact on our morale would be devastating. Moreover, most of Stannis' soldiers were formerly loyal to Renley, casting doubt upon their allegiance. "Your Majesty, please grant me the honor of confronting the Mountain." At this moment, a nobleman with long, straight black hair stepped forward, placing his hand upon his chest as he sought permission from Stannis. Davos glanced at him and recognized Sir Kyle of House Clegane by the 3 golden stripes across his chest, noting that he possessed some martial prowess. Stannis acknowledged him with a nod. It was clear that allowing the Mountain to continue unabated was not a viable strategy. Upon receiving permission, Kyle Clegane swiftly charged out through the open city gates. The Mountain had been shouting insults for several minutes and feeling his tongue grow heavy. He was elated to see Stannis finally dispatch someone. Grasping his broadsword, he rushed forward to meet Kyle. In Tywin's ranks, he stood alongside Loras and Garland, watching the spectacle unfold. Compared to the somewhat tense Tyrell brothers, Tywin remained composed, confident in the Mountain's formidable strength. As anticipated, the Mountain's long limbs and extraordinary power were evident. With a single sweep of his broadsword, he effortlessly deflected Kyle's spear, causing a painful shock that reverberated through Kyle's arm, leaving it numb. The sheer force was terrifying. In that instant, Kyle lost all courage to continue the fight and turned to retreat. However, the Mountain's sword descended upon him, and Kyle, in a state of panic, could not evade the blow. His collarbone was severed, and a 3-foot gash opened across his chest, blood immediately saturating his armor. He did not even utter a cry. His body slumped lifelessly behind his horse, which galloped frantically, dragging his corpse back to the city. Behind him, the Mountain's triumphant and raucous laughter echoed. Silence fell upon the soldiers atop the city walls, many rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that their dispatched leader had been slain in less than 3 exchanges. The Mountain's display not only extinguished the ambitions of some nobles eager to gain renown by vanquishing him, but also instilled fear in the soldiers who had witnessed the entire battle, prompting silent prayers that they would never encounter such a monster on the field. Jon observed the Mountain's giant frame, quietly admiring him. In this era, he was undoubtedly a tank in his own right. Meanwhile, Tywin's troops erupted in cheers, their bright red and gold armor contrasting starkly with Stannis' somber black and gray hues, akin to the difference between a delicate broth and a spicy pot. Garland cast a mild glance at Loras, silently inquiring if he could match the Mountain's prowess. Loras had no response. The battlefield was a realm far removed from the tournament grounds. After Stannis ordered that Sir Kyle be assisted down from his horse, it became clear that Kyle had succumbed to his injuries. The Mountain, as the focal point of this battle, continued his raucous taunts. "Ha ha ha, you scurrying mice. Stannis, have you and your followers become as timid as the very rodents you consume?" The words of the Mountain refer to the time when Robert instigated the War of the Usurper, leaving Stannis, tasked with guarding Storm's End, in a dire state of starvation, forced to resort to feasting upon rats and leather. After a considerable pause, a noble adorned in a cloak emblazoned with a crimson apple stepped forth to challenge Stannis. "Your Majesty, grant me permission to confront the Mountain." This noble, named Brian Forrester, hailed from the Arbor, hence the red apple upon his family crest. Stannis nodded in acquiescence. For while the Arbor family excelled in winemaking, they were also known for their martial prowess, particularly in swordsmanship. As Brian charged out through the gates, Davos unsheathed his sword, shouting, "Brian! Brian! Brian!" Soon, others joined in, echoing the name with fervor. In that moment, the morale of Stannis' forces, recently shaken, seemed to invigorate, even surpassing its prior spirit. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Lannister-Tyrell coalition, soldiers bellowed the Mountain's title. "The Mountain! The Mountain! The Mountain!" For a brief interval, the resolve of both sides appeared evenly matched. The Forrester family was famed for their archery skills. Thus, Brian, mounted upon his steed, drew his bow to unleash arrows upon the Mountain, recognizing that engaging in close combat would favor his opponent. The Mountain, disregarding the incoming projectiles, charged forward with a roar that reverberated like thunder, momentarily unsettling Brian, causing his arrows to fly wide, barely grazing the Mountain's armored arm. Dressed in heavy plate, the Mountain remained unscathed, but Brian's opportunity to hasten his steed was thwarted. Davos, observing the clash, felt a pang of dread when Brian's arrow went awry. Indeed, with overwhelming force, the Mountain swiftly disarmed Brian, sending his sword flying. Fortunately, Brian quickly retrieved a spare blade and engaged the Mountain in fierce combat. The Mountain's strength and stamina far exceeded that of an ordinary man. In mere moments, he exploited a gap in Brian's defense, seizing the spear thrust toward him with a grip of iron. Brian's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to reclaim his weapon, grappling against the Mountain's formidable might. With a sudden pull, the Mountain yanked Brian forward, causing him to nearly topple from his horse. Unrelenting, he raised his massive fist and brought it crashing down. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Each powerful strike landed not only upon Brian's visage, but also upon the morale of Stannis' troops, whose chance of his name waned. Supplanted by the resounding cheers of the Lannister-Tyrell forces. The Mountain! The Mountain! The Mountain! Stannis soon grasped the grim reality. Under such circumstances, even if he attempted a surprise attack while Tywin and the Tyrell army withdrew, he would achieve little in the way of victory. As long as the Mountain stands there, it will severely undermine the morale of the soldiers. "Your Majesty, allow me to rescue Sir Brian." A nobleman stepped forward, yet he did not dare to utter the words of confrontation. Ultimately, amidst the mocking laughter of the Lionflower coalition, that night returned with only the lifeless body of Brian, whose head had been so grotesquely deformed that his original visage was unrecognizable. After a brief moment, A noble adorned with a breastplate emblazoned with a crow in flight volunteered for battle, but this time both Stannis and Davos hesitated greatly. The morale was already at a dismal low, and losing another noble would be immensely detrimental to future military endeavors. Jon glanced at the mountain and the assembly of nobles. In the initial Battle of Blackwater, most of them had either perished or been captured, with the majority of those captured able to reclaim their status as lords after paying a ransom. However, the outcome of the Battle of Blackwater had been irrevocably altered, and they had yet to reach such a point. Jon believed that now was the opportune moment for him to intervene. Initially, he had not been considered, but now, with Stannis left with no choices and the morale of both sides starkly contrasting, Jon's intervention could incite a significant reversal in fortune. He took a step forward and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, permit me to go." Unlike the recent pleas of Brian and Sir Cale, many regarded Jon with contempt. Perceiving his advance as a mere venture into certain death, Stannis would not acquiesce to Jon's request. Jon was not merely a soldier to him, but rather a vital link between himself and Robb. Davos interjected, urging, "Jon, the king knows your loyalty, but do not sacrifice yourself needlessly." Stannis glanced at the two and commanded, "Enough, relay my orders to all." Jon understood he needed to gain consent before Stannis issued his command. So he hastily interrupted, "Your Majesty, the day you bestowed upon me the Stark name was my naming day. I had believed I would remain a bastard for life. Yet you made me a true Stark. Your Majesty, I can feel that the years of honing my skills were for this moment. Let me fight for you." Although Stannis did not wish Jon to challenge the mountain, he recognized that suppressing his subordinate's request would only further diminish morale. "Please allow me to fight for you." Jon thought his words somewhat sentimental, but he had no choice. He must take action. Kipling looked at Jon incredulously. While Jon had always impressed him as a capable warrior, he believed that in comparison to the mountain, Jon stood little chance. After all, even disregarding strength, their sizes alone would suggest an overwhelming disparity. The mountain towered over 8 feet, while Jon stood at less than 6, one broad and brawny, the other lean and slender. Even 10 jaunts would likely not suffice against the mountain. The nobles present exchanged glances, including Montford and Old Crab, none of whom held high hopes for Jon. However, considering the sentiment behind their actions, they refrained from voicing their doubts. Davos was deeply moved, having spent years as a smuggler before following Stannis. He understood the plight of bastards and their fathers filled with resentment. Yet, Jon's remarkable act of rescuing his father had touched many hearts. After all, most nobles were themselves bastards, and even they wished for their illegitimate offspring to be successful rather than languishing in a state of idle fantasy. Perhaps Stannis was swayed by Jon's words or had other considerations. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "As long as you return alive, I shall commend you." "As you command." Upon Jon's exit through the city gates, Davos immediately rallied behind him, chanting, "Jon, Jon, Jon." However, this time, the cheers were considerably subdued. While the other soldiers may not have been inept, they were not blind. A mere glance at the disparity in size between Jon and the mountain deflated their spirits. "Who is he?" a short-haired soldier asked with a frown. "Never heard of him. Probably just a minor noble," replied his comrade nonchalantly. "Look at him, so thin. The mountain's thighs are thicker than his waist. I reckon the mountain's arms are nearly as thick as his waist." The two exchanged barbs, extinguishing what little hope remained among their companions. As the city gates creaked open once more, the mountain noted that he did not recognize the challenger. Judging by his slender frame, he assumed this third contender would be no match, believing he could cleave the man in two with a single blow. "Who is that?" Given Jon's armor bore no family sigil, even those observing, such as Tywin and Garland, could not identify him. "Not even a noble?" Loras frowned, perplexed as to why Stannis would dispatch such an unknown. The soldiers of the Lannister-Tyrell coalition, witnessing the stark contrast between Jon and the mountain, began to mock him openly, their jeers drowning out Davos's encouragement. "Ha ha ha, look at that guy. Stannis must have sent a woman to face the mountain. The mountain won't even need his spear. He could simply use the one between his legs to skewer him." As Jon removed his helmet, their derision intensified. "Ha ha ha, he hasn't even grown a full beard. Boy, hurry back to your mother and nurse. Go home, lad." The mountain, equally unaware of Jon's identity and lacking any heraldic insignia on his armor, assumed Stannis had sent out a random individual. He raised his great sword and inquired, "Who are you?" "I'm Jon Stark," Jon proclaimed. Activating the experience card of Elbu, a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his limbs. The warhorse beneath him seemed to sense the surging battle intent coursing through his veins, growing somewhat restless. Chapter 96, Slaughter and Humiliation. Jon's words reached Tywin, leaving Loras in a state of confusion. "Did Ned have another son besides Robb?" "I have only heard of Ned's illegitimate son, Jon." Garland replied, since he is a bastard. He should be called Jon Snow, indeed. Humph, it must have been Stannis who allowed him to bear the Stark surname. Kevin scoffed. Loras inquired, Jon Snow. The one who traveled great distances to rescue his father? Garland nodded, a glint of regret flickering in his eyes. Although Jon was a bastard, his reputation stood out among all bastards, and many nobles held him in high regard. In this world, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they regarded Jon with admiration of all colors of the rainbow. However, the Mountain did not grasp the intricacies of Jon's identity. For him, the only distinction among the people of Westeros was whether Tywin had decreed a kill or not. He had slain several Targaryens, so why should he hesitate over a mere Stark? The Mountain taunted Jon, huh? I have yet to slay a Stark. Today, I shall cleave you in two. Jon understood that he could not afford to lose. He thrust his spear towards the Mountain and declared, You, dog, and your master have committed heinous acts. I will sever your head and send it to Dorne, then reduce your body and Tywin's to pulp, scattering the remains across the land. A surge of exhilaration coursed through the soldiers atop the battlements, who had long felt stifled. Jon's words, while uplifting, did not convince many of his capability. Come now, with that slight frame, he can only utter pretty words. Simultaneously, Jon's proclamation drew scornful jeers from Tywin's soldiers. You little brat, tired of living. What a wretched spawn. Die. The Mountain, with a cruel smile, provocatively tossed aside his helmet. Then come forth. With that, he charged at Jon, who bellowed, I am Jon Stark, under the banner of King Stannis. No one paid heed to why Jon repeated his identity. His experience card was exhausted, and he merely sought to convey his allegiance. He had discerned that Stannis valued loyalty above all, thus resolved to demonstrate his fidelity as much as possible henceforth. The Mountain was now less than 100 meters away, a mere blink of an eye for the warhorse. Charge, Jon urged, his legs squeezing the horse's flank, prompting it to accelerate. The two foes hurtled towards each other, Jon wielding his halberd while the Mountain swung his broadsword, like two cannonballs, destined to collide and unleash a fierce explosion of energy. Presently, the combined forces of the Lannister-Tully alliance and Stannis' army numbered nearly 100,000. Yet only the few thousand standing at the forefront would witness the outcome of this battle. Under the gaze of thousands, Jon and the Mountain collided like two arrows released from their bows, erupting in a shower of sparks that drew gasps from the onlookers. The most astonished among them was the Mountain himself, who felt the blood in his forearms reverberate from their clash, and he sensed a dampness within his gloves, likely due to the cracking of his palms. He stared incredulously at Jon, unable to fathom how this seemingly slight youth could possess such formidable strength. Yet Jon afforded him no time for contemplation. With each successive strike, his attacks grew increasingly forceful, leaving the Mountain struggling to defend himself. On the castle ramparts, soldiers recognized Jon's burgeoning dominance and erupted into cheers, chanting his name. Jon, 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 Jon. Stannis, who had worn a tense expression, was now filled with unexpected joy. It was a stroke of fortune to have such a fierce warrior like Jon in his ranks. More importantly, Jon was merely 15 years old, and as his physique continued to develop, he would only grow stronger. It was conceivable that in the near future, no one in all of Westeros could rival him. Meanwhile, the morale of Tywin's forces, recently invigorated, plummeted, and Tywin's brow furrowed in concern. Ned, you truly have two remarkable sons, he mused. He had believed Ned incapable of leading the army due to his unconscious state, yet unexpectedly, Robb had stepped forward, not only shouldering the burden but also defeating Jaime's forces and capturing him. Previously, Tywin had been reluctant to believe that Ned's illegitimate son had rescued him. But now Jon stood before him, displaying unparalleled bravery, igniting a twinge of jealousy within Tywin. Jon appeared as if descended from the heavens, his lithe and balanced form exuding boundless power, seemingly pressing the Mountain into submission. Watching Jon dominate the Mountain, who could only defend himself passively, evoked memories of the Stark family's most glorious days, a fleeting era known as the Age of Wolves. Yet both Robb and Jon were merely 15 years old. Who could say that in 20 or even 30 years, all of Westeros would not tremble before House Stark? As Tywin's thoughts spiraled, Jon reveled in the formidable strength granted by his experience card. Each strike with this card enhanced his power by 50%. And soon the Mountain began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Ultimately, with one final blow, the Mountain's infamous greatsword emitted a mournful cry before shattering into two pieces, causing an uproar among the spectators. Though the Mountain was a merciless killer, he was not foolish, recognizing that he could not best Jon. He swiftly turned his horse and prepared to flee. However, Jon had already proclaimed his intentions, and there was no way he would allow the Mountain to escape. Suddenly, he leaped from his horse, aiming directly for the Mountain's vulnerable spot. With a dull thud, Jon thrust his spear into the back of the Mountain's skull. The mountain had no time to feel pain. He merely experienced a moment of dizziness before plunging into an abyss of darkness. Now, both men found themselves atop the mountain's warhorse, leaving the onlookers astonished as they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Jon pressed down on the shaft of the spear with one hand while raising it with the other, creating the illusion that he was lifting the mountain entirely off the ground. The horse beneath them remained oblivious to its new master, merely responding to the reins guiding its movements. The spectators atop the city walls were left in awe, having witnessed Jon's extraordinary strength firsthand. It was known that the mountain's weight approached 300 pounds, and with his armor, it could easily total 500. The fact that Jon could lift him single-handedly was beyond belief unless one witnessed it for themselves. This is the blessing of the Lord of Light, Stannis mused inwardly, convinced that Jon's displayed power was nothing short of miraculous. He considered that Jon must be a champion bestowed upon him by the Lord of Light. 07. Could he be the embodiment of a blacksmith? Davos marveled, clutching the amulet around his neck. The other nobles were rendered speechless, as even Kipling, who knew Jon well, could hardly believe his own eyes. He was bewildered by how Jon's body could unleash such incredible might. In a display of defiance, Jon shouted towards Tywin's forces, "Tywin, come out and face your doom." He then made a move that caused Stannis' heart to race. Jon urged the warhorse toward Tywin's army, only to halt abruptly just as he approached the range of arrows. "Tywin, come out and face your demise." Everyone atop the walls was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the fervent youth would exhibit such ferocity. "Tywin, you old wretch, you betrayed Elia, your son killed her, and your children engage in incestuous debauchery in the court. Your entire family is cursed, and you shall not meet a good end." Having been exposed to the vastness of the internet, Jon's vocabulary was rich, far surpassing that of the gathered crowd. In mere moments, his profane tirade left Tywin's face flushed, akin to a shrimp just pulled from boiling water. Even Stannis' men were left gaping at Jon's invective. Finally, after Jon had unleashed a barrage of insults for over 10 minutes without repetition, Tywin could endure no longer and commanded his archers to fire. "Jon, retreat," Davos urged, having noticed the movements within Tywin's ranks, but it was too late. A torrential rain of arrows poured toward Jon. Yet, Jon had already calculated his position, knowing the enemy could not reach him. As expected, after the initial volley, only a few feeble arrows managed to fly in his direction, all of which he deftly deflected. However, Jon had not yet finished. He had more sensational revelations to share. "Tywin, you must be aware of what transpired during your wife Joanna's 3-day stay at the Red Keep. I dare say that both Jaime and Cersei are more likely to be the offspring of Ares than of you." Naturally, Jon did not expect his outlandish claims to convince others, so he decided it was time to present some seemingly credible evidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, I possess proof." At this declaration, several southern lords perked up with curiosity, while Tywin subtly displayed signs of unease. "First, have you taken a good look at your own aging visage? How could such a handsome child emerge from you?" Upon hearing this, the initially intrigued nobles felt somewhat disheartened, for Tywin's wife Joanna was indeed quite beautiful. Perhaps the child had inherited her features. Tywin merely scoffed. "Secondly, is it not your eldest son who is fond of the name Ty? Then Jaime should rightly be called Tyrion. Why bestow the name Ty upon your second son and not your first?" Jon cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Because you know that Jaime and Cersei are not your children." At this pronouncement, the others quickly sensed something amiss, yet this was hardly substantive evidence. It merely served to amplify the rumors. At that moment, Kevin, standing beside Tywin, realized that he could not allow Jon to continue his nonsensical tirade. He commanded the archers, "Loosen your arrows." A barrage of arrows soared toward Jon again, but he deftly deflected them once more. With his objectives accomplished, Jon used the small branch of his halberd to hook onto the armor of the mountain, dragging him back into the city. Upon entering the city, Jon was greeted with the reverence befitting a hero. "Jon, Jon, Jon." Davos descended from the battlements to welcome him personally. Foreseeing the monumental achievements that lay ahead for Jon, a keen insight honed over decades as a smuggler, recognizing the value in a man. Of course, being inherently a good and upright individual, Davos felt an even deeper affinity for Jon since their values had aligned more closely after following Stannis. Furthermore, he was aware that it was Jon who had ordered the destruction of the chains set by Tyrion to block the river. Without Jon's intervention, his 4 sons would have been in peril. "Jon, you truly are remarkable, though that was a rather reckless endeavor." Davos, as if regarding an exceptionally talented prodigy, offered praise alongside a word of caution. Stannis, amidst a throng of admirers, approached, his eyes gleaming with fervor as they fixed upon Jon. "My lord." Jon found himself at a loss for words, merely bowing excitedly before Stannis. At that moment, Stannis displayed a rare, genuine smile before the gathered crowd. "Excellent, Jon. You may become a marquis." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Jon with envy. For such a declaration from Stannis signified that Jon's elevation to Marquis was merely a matter of time. A nameless bastard, devoid of even a surname, ascended in mere months to become a distinguished noble of the highest order. What extraordinary fortune! Jon's ultimate defeat of the Mountain rendered Tywin incapable of compelling his soldiers to assault the city, forcing them to encamp temporarily and granting the defenders of King's Landing a fleeting respite. Chapter 97. Rest and recuperation. Though Stannis' army could momentarily catch their breath, this did not signify victory. It scarcely even amounted to a halftime break. They remained vigilant against the possibility of an imminent attack from Tywin. However, Jon was granted a single day of respite by Stannis, who recognized his monumental achievement in slaying the Mountain, eliciting no dissent among his comrades. Stannis took special care to secure a clean and spacious residence for Jon in the affluent district near the Old City Gate, dispatching his own personal guard to escort Sansa and others there. His intentions were not to use Sansa as a hostage to threaten Robb. Indeed, even hypothetically, Stannis would never resort to such tactics, especially considering his regard for Jon. Upon arriving at the residence bestowed upon him by Stannis, Jon took a moment to tidy himself, while Sansa was greeted by Kipling, as they prepared to collect Sansa and Daelina to bring them to Stannis' gracious abode. Kipling animatedly recounted the tale of Jon's victory over the Mountain. His eloquence painted each scene vividly, and when he described how the Mountain ruthlessly executed 2 nobles, the gravity of his account resonated deeply, knitting brows in concern among his listeners. When he recounted Jon's audacious call to arms, hearts raced, and as he detailed Jon's triumph in vanquishing the Mountain, a collective smile emerged among the crowd. Kipling even embellished certain moments, despite never having encountered Tywin. He vividly imagined and mimicked Tywin's initial arrogance and his subsequent despair upon the Mountain's demise, much to the delight of Sansa and Daelina. Surely, Jon will become a noble in the future, Kipling mused with a grin. Indeed, as you know, His Majesty Stannis has already knighted Lord Jon and has assured him a future as a Marquis. Given Jon's youth, it is not inconceivable that he may one day ascend to the rank of Duke. Kipling was elated, undoubtedly envisioning himself as Jon's vassal, dreaming of a time when he would possess his own lands and titles, freed from the perilous life he currently led. The prospect of potentially marrying a noblewoman filled him with excitement, rendering him restless at night. Yet, the thought of the unruly boy he had raised in Braavos caused him concern. He feared that if he took a new wife, the child might suffer mistreatment. But such worry seemed premature. Suddenly, Kipling felt compelled to visit old Horace and the others, for in the future, whether for Jon or himself, they would surely require the assistance of that motley crew in establishing their domains. Certainly, the crux of the matter lies in the age-old adage, wealth and honor, if not returned to one's homeland, are akin to donning fine attire in the dead of night. Upon achieving prosperity among the right company, one naturally wishes to flaunt it before the familiar faces of one's origins. Look at me now, I am no longer like you. As they approached the ancient city gates, Sansa excitedly peered out of the carriage, noticing that the banners of the fiery stag now adorned the streets, while the golden robes had vanished from sight. Suddenly, her eyes caught the notice of her own wanted poster, and she felt as though the events of the past 2 months were merely a surreal dream. From being the betrothed of the crown prince, she had transformed into a fugitive, hiding alongside Jon, only to re-emerge as a noblewoman after enduring so much. What of Joffrey now? Sansa's inquiry was not born from genuine concern, but rather a fleeting curiosity. He had been imprisoned by His Majesty Stannis, then there were Myrcella and Tommen, and Cersei had succumbed to poison. Hearing this, Sansa felt an inexplicable tinge of sadness, for before Jon's rescue, her relationship with Joffrey had been cordial, and her former mother-in-law, Cersei, had often gifted her small tokens of affection. However, through these tribulations, Sansa had matured. She understood that had Jon not saved her, she would have undoubtedly become a hostage, and the treatment she might have received from Cersei and Joffrey was uncertain. Sansa's intuition proved accurate in the original narrative. Her existence was fraught with hardship, as Joffrey frequently commanded his men to beat her. Yet now, everything had changed dramatically with Jon's arrival, and Sansa would no longer have to endure the fate of being used as a pawn or commodity. Davos had also been dispatched, representing Stannis. Stannis hoped to facilitate Sansa's return in conjunction with Jon's negotiations with Robb, prompting Davos to seek an early audience with her. Lady Sansa, greetings, the Onion Knight said, placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly, for after over a decade as a noble, he was well versed in the nuances of etiquette. Greetings, Sansa replied, curtsying slightly and lifting her skirts in return. Before their meeting, Daelina had ensured that Sansa's gown from the recent banquet was impeccably cleaned. Now, she truly embodied the essence of a noblewoman, albeit her once lustrous red hair was concealed beneath a hat. "Let us proceed to partake in some sustenance," he suggested. The group arrived at the residence Stannis had arranged for Jon. Due to the delicate matter of Sansa's return, the room contained only Davos, Jon, Daelina, and Sansa. Sansa upheld the decorum befitting a duke's daughter, while Jon paid little heed to such formalities, indulging in lamb chops, porridge, and bread with abandon. Having misplaced his chopsticks, he resorted to using his hands, unperturbed by any potential reproach. Davos, too, refrained from admonishing Jon. He believed this was the spirited demeanor befitting youth. Harboring a deep-seated disdain for the ostentatious rituals of nobility, he and the eldest and second eldest of his family had been adrift at sea for many years. Hardly paying heed to any manners, merely managing to shove food into their mouths was a feat enough. "Sir Davos, the armies of the Reach and the Stormlands are still outside the city, are they not?" Sansa inquired of Davos. "Fear not, we have just defeated them today," Davos replied with a smile. As he gazed upon Sansa's radiant face, he couldn't help but think of Stannis' daughter, Shireen, wondering how delightful she would have been had she not suffered from such a dreadful affliction. "I have heard their numbers are considerable?" Davos found it challenging to elucidate the intricate web of alliances to Sansa. He wished to reassure her, yet momentarily found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Jon interjected, "Do not worry. The more numerous they are, the more provisions they require, and they shall not linger long." Sansa's eyes lit up. "Then we can return soon?" Jon nodded. "It should not be too long. You can now write a letter to Riverrun. I suspect Lady Catelyn should be there." Upon hearing Jon's words, Sansa was so elated that she lost her appetite and, after bowing to Davos in apology, retreated to her chamber to write the letter. Jon's words and concern for Sansa pleased Davos greatly. In truth, his visit was not solely to engage with Sansa but to gain deeper insight into Jon as well. After conversing a while longer, Davos took his leave. Jon could surmise his intentions, yet he understood that the pressing matter at hand was the battle that awaited them. Chapter 98, The Gift. During Jon's respite, Samwell was tasked with observing the movements of Tywin's army, although he had narrowly escaped disaster due to a lack of foresight. His family had been the first to defect from Renley to Stannis, thus earning him this assignment. After bidding farewell to Davos, Jon was drawn by Kipling to a gathering. "My lord, you will surely find use for them. Just follow me." Kipling feigned mystery, leading him towards Silk Street. Jon surmised that it was likely the same group from before, though he was uncertain what purpose they would serve him. Indeed, upon their arrival at the tavern, Kipling announced loudly to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the savior of fathers, the conqueror of King's Landing, the beheader of the mountain, the Knight of the North, and the future Marquis, Sir Jon Stark." As Kipling's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in cheers, raising their goblets in celebration, while Jon stood in disbelief, pondering when he had acquired such illustrious titles. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, Jon smiled and nodded at the assembled company. Soon, a familiar face emerged from the throng, inviting him upstairs. "My lord, this is a gift I have brought for you." The red-bearded bald man produced a golden statuette of a handheld sword and shield from his side pocket. "My lord, this is the renowned statue of the Titan from Braavos." Jon was certainly aware of the principle that one should not accept gifts without reciprocation. Just as he was about to decline, another tall and lean man, who had previously greeted Kipling, presented a collection of exquisite tomes adorned with intricate and beautiful patterns. "My lord, these are carpets from Myr, truly splendid and invaluable. I have prepared 20 for you, resting in the carriage outside." He gestured downwards, revealing several individuals resembling teamsters guarding the vehicle. The man then produced a cloak, also from Myr, its elaborate designs and craftsmanship eliciting admiration from Jon, who fancied himself well-versed in an age of information overload. Kipling, discerning the worth of the items, recognized that this cloak alone was valued at no less than 300 gold dragons, while the carpets outside exceeded 2,000 gold dragons in worth. "If you have the time, my lord, you may visit my shop, where I can tailor several suits for you." Jon still wished to refuse. Yet it seemed that the next few individuals had conspired, presenting him with gifts of armor, carriages, and residences, allowing him to experience the true essence of luxury and privilege. Just when Jon thought this display might be concluding, the elderly host of the meeting, Haas, stepped forth, unveiling several paintings. Jon was somewhat perplexed as he observed Haas arrange 5 artworks before him, nearly covering the entire table. Kipling instantly grasped the old man's intentions and marveled at the considerable wealth he had amassed over 30 years in trade. Others quickly recognized the value of the items on display, their lips trembling with anticipation. Each painting depicted a young woman, appearing to be between the ages of 14 and 18, each possessing a unique charm. Although they differed ethnically from those of Westeros, the universal standard of beauty remained constant. Thus, even Jon found the girls in the paintings to be quite lovely. Observing the reactions of those around him, John began to comprehend the implications. My lord, these are maidens of Yuan-Kai, renowned for their exceptional springtime artistry. But fear not, they are all untouched. Old Haas believed he understood the preferences of a youth like John exquisitely well. He had done his homework, discovering that aside from being Ned's illegitimate son, John had not garnered any notable attention, implying that he had, until recently, been overlooked like other bastards. Presenting him with 5 enchanting maidens, or as some might say, bed slaves, would undoubtedly ensnare him in a web of seduction, though he was unclear on the precise meaning of springtime artistry. It was evident that the term bore an indecorous connotation, leading one to conjure rather unrefined associations. Amidst the overwhelming barrage of sweet temptations, John steadied his mind, aware that the war was far from over. The premature celebration of champagne was an ominous sign. He turned to his companions and inquired, I am humbled by your kindness. Might I assist you in any way? The group exchanged glances, redirecting their attention to Kipling, the one who had brought John here. Understanding that it was now his turn to speak, Kipling rubbed his hands together and donned a beaming smile as he addressed John. My lord, you have now ascended to nobility. Although the specifics of your fief have yet to be disclosed by His Majesty Stannis, it is merely a matter of time. Should you require assistance in constructing castles or estates, or if there are resources on your lands that need addressing, we are at your service. Upon hearing this, John realized that these individuals were primarily interested in infrastructure development, a venture that promised considerable profit. However, discussing such matters felt premature, especially with the Lanister and Tyrell armies still encamped outside the city. Friends, the war is not yet concluded. It is too early to deliberate on these matters. If the need arises, I shall reach out to you. For now, I kindly ask you to take your proposals back with you. Despite having perceived the glimmer of ambition in John's eyes, they were taken aback by his decisive rejection. Yet, none among the seasoned attendees were foolish. They recognized John's astute mindset, foreseeing that his future achievements would be boundless. If their families could align with his rising star, they would surely ascend to greater heights. While the topic of gifts was momentarily set aside, none intended to reclaim their offerings. On the contrary, they resolved to enhance their initial presents, preparing to bestow them upon him in due time. Kipling had now become the object of their envy, as it was evident that he would soon attain a title, altering the dynamics of their future encounters. Thus, following the conclusion of the dinner, Kipling was whisked away to partake in the second half of the evening, where, although the gifts were not as lavish as John's, the ambience was even more grandiose, albeit chaotic. Kipling graciously accepted all that was offered, indulging in a night of revelry. Not long after John's defeat of the mountain, Duke Mace Tyrell arrived at the gates of King's Landing with his elite forces, accompanied by the illustrious Loras Tyrell. Tywin's assertion was indeed accurate. He could not easily abandon the alliance. However, he was equally reluctant to commit his troops to a war that promised no advantage. Chapter 99. Alliances are meant for. The combined forces of the Lion and Rose found themselves confronted with the sobering reality of their delayed arrival. The 100,000-strong Lannister Tyrell army stood at the gates, outnumbering Stannis' forces by more than 2 to 1, yet capturing King's Landing remained a formidable challenge. Firstly, the presence of the Blackwater River rendered their encirclement of King's Landing impossible. Moreover, Stannis had not only failed to diminish his forces but had, in fact, grown stronger by seizing the royal fleet, thwarting their plans to besiege the city. As he listened to Kevin passionately expound on the engineering plans, Duke Mace Tyrell found himself lost in thought. The scene before him evoked memories of over a decade ago when he had similarly besieged Storm's End, yet had been unable to capture it. At that time, it was Stannis who held the city, delaying the forces of Highgarden and preventing his return to King's Landing. Mace had always regarded that battle as a deep disgrace in his life. Now, he was compelled to confront a pressing question. Did the so-called alliance of the Lion and Rose still hold any significance? After all, the foundation of the Tyrell-Lannister alliance rested upon Robert's bloodline, or at least the pretense of it. Yet, with his 3 children likely in Stannis' grasp, even if he were to conquer King's Landing, Stannis would surely act against those children first. In other words, if Margaery could not ascend as queen, what purpose would he serve? As the Duke of Highgarden, he had to consider the future of his family. Each time, he commanded tens of thousands of troops. Yet those forces were not solely his. When the lords and vassals beneath him believed this war would yield them no advantage, could he continue to lead them? In contrast to his intricate thoughts, Mace glanced at his 2 sons. His second son, Garland, bore a calm demeanor, likely sharing his father's sentiments. However, his youngest son, Loras, wore a grim countenance, consumed by a fiery thirst for vengeance that had long since extinguished his reason. Duke Mace, do you have any further comments on this proposal? Kevin inquired. No, Mace replied, though his answer came with a noticeable delay of 2 breaths. That brief pause, seemingly trivial, had already cast a subtle disquiet over the atmosphere of the War Council. Very well, let us continue discussing the contingency plans. Mace sensed a slight shift in the ambience of the tent, yet he remained unconcerned. Tywin commanded merely 20,000 men, while he held sway over 60 to 70,000. The so-called War Council concluded without his awareness. As night fell, Peter Baelish quietly approached Mace's tent. "I wish to speak with Duke Mace," Littlefinger declared, placing a hand over his heart as he addressed the knight responsible for Mace's safety. Despite the collaboration between the Lannisters and Tyrells, the alliance would not have formed so seamlessly without Littlefinger's deft mediation. His courteous demeanor had earned him the favor of many. "Of course, Lord Baelish, please wait a moment." The guarding knight offered the requisite respect. Watching the knight enter Mace's command tent, Littlefinger felt a twinge of anxiety. Initially, he had perceived the significant complementary interests between the Tyrells and Lannisters, which had compelled him to take the risk of acting as a messenger for Tyrion, thereby facilitating this alliance. However, the foundations of the two alliances have now crumbled to dust. Should Lannister falter, he believes he will undoubtedly face reckoning. Thus, before that moment arrives, he must secure something to ensure his survival. If he had previously placed his future in the alliance, now, to preserve his life, he must personally dismantle the very coalition he had initially fostered. Nevertheless, he remains confident in his ability to disrupt this alliance. Before long, a knight emerged and addressed him. "Lord Baelish, please, step inside. Duke Mace is awaiting you." "Thank you." The Duke's tent was both bright and spacious, adorned with exquisite candelabra and finely crafted rugs, all bearing testament to the Tyrell family's opulence. Duke Mace, cradling a glass of wine, sipped contemplatively. "Your Grace," Littlefinger initiated, "please, have a seat." Mace gestured toward a chair beside him. Littlefinger smiled and settled down. "I wonder, Your Grace, what is your perspective on Lord Kevin's siege plans?" Littlefinger hesitated before continuing. "Do you not care whether King S. Landing falls?" "What do you mean by that?" Mace set down his wine glass. "My lord, I apologize." Littlefinger feigned a sorrowful expression. "What do you mean by such words? Were it not for me, you would not be entangled in this mess." Mace waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. After all, his alliance with the Lannisters was motivated by political gain and a desire to redeem himself. Yet now, he wished to extricate himself, albeit requiring a graceful exit. He could not simply depart without a word, as that would render Highgarden a laughingstock among the Seven Kingdoms. Nor could he openly assault the Lannister forces or attack Tywin, as that would imply he was currying favor with Stannis, a notion he could not abide. Ultimately, Mace desired a resolution where Stannis would personally reconcile with him, allowing for a dignified withdrawal. In other words, if Stannis wished for him to withdraw his troops, he must present sufficiently weighty concessions to appease his vassals. "Oh, please, do not say that. After all, the alliance was my choice as well." Littlefinger, upon hearing this, was taken aback, realizing Mace too wished to detach himself but lacked a suitable method. The Lannister siblings were indeed absurd for their actions. They were no Targaryens. Mace nodded knowingly. Who could argue otherwise? "My lord, I believe we have both been deceived by the Lannisters." Though neither had articulated their thoughts fully, both understood one another's intentions. What can be done, then? The Tyrells are not a treacherous family. Now that the conversation had reached this juncture, Littlefinger's smile was almost palpable. "My lord, you have been misled. I believe I can clarify this matter with His Majesty Stannis. He is likely to understand our predicament. Despite their history as rivals, all that was required was Stannis' nod, and the siege of King's Landing could be lifted. It seemed unlikely he would refuse. Are you intending to approach Stannis at King's Landing? How could you possibly gain entry?" As Littlefinger's remarks grew increasingly explicit, he became certain that his wager was indeed astute. "My lord, rest assured, I am aware of a secret passage. As long as you can transport me to the opposite shore, I am confident in my success." Recognizing that Littlefinger could serve as a conduit for his communication with Stannis, Maester did not wish to squander this opportunity and stated, "Very well. Please convey my conditions to Stannis. Should he consent, I shall immediately withdraw my forces and pledge fealty to him on behalf of the Vale." "My lord, please proceed." After a moment of contemplation, Maester declared, "I require a marriage pact.